one of the most formidable women in history, a paragon of extramarital affairs, and a revered pioneer of romantic freedom. The illustrious princess, Gaoyang, slowly lifted her head, her delicate visage breaking into a radiant smile. Her brows relaxed, her eyes curved enchantingly, and the glimmer of wine danced within them, while the corners of her mouth formed a perfect arc. Beauty at its zenith, seduction to the core, rendered me utterly breathless. The future Empress Zetian, who would instill fear across the Tang Dynasty with her ruthless demeanor, her capacity for bloodshed, and her utter disregard for kinship, now stood before me, her cheeks flushed, speaking softly. Chapter 1. The second son of the Fong family, have you heard? The second young master stole from the master and was struck into foolishness. Not quite, it was the second young master who pilfered from the master, and when discovered, the master, in a fit of rage, struck him, only to be caught by the matriarch who retaliated, her martial prowess inadvertently toppling the screen and leaving the young master in a daze. Did you hear? The second son of the Fong family was rendered foolish by the kingdom's most jealous woman. This sort of scandal must not be tolerated. Even a tiger does not consume its young. The Fong family. The second young master was already foolish, and now, alas, the gossipers of the Tang Dynasty spread news of the second young master's folly throughout Chang'an with a velocity rivaling that of 21st century paparazzi. Even I, hiding in the inner courtyard of the Fong residence, had caught wind of it. Seated at the entrance, clad in a silk robe that revealed my muscular physique, I maintained a contemplative posture, pondering since I awoke the previous night. I had traversed time. I had truly crossed over. Cursed be the wretched vehicle and the lack of traffic lights, and the damned, outdated computer report. My current name is Fong Jun, and I find myself merely one of the many teachers at a poorly staffed private school. While history had not been my forte during my academic days, every passionate youth of the new era remembers the glory of the early Tang Dynasty. Thus, I possess some knowledge of its history, particularly of the formidable women of renown, including Gaoyang and my own mother, Lady Lu, the very least. I knew I was the second son of Fong Xianling, now known as Fong Jun, with the courtesy name of in approximately 2 months, I would turn 16, and yet my height had already surpassed that of my 18-year-old self, standing at least 175 meters with a weight that could be estimated by my chest muscles at least 70 kilograms. While my physique was robust, a dilemma loomed. In a year or two, I would be wed by the grace of the great Emperor Li Shimin, and then the formidable Princess Gaoyang, a symbol of extramarital relationships and a champion of romantic freedom, would emerge before me, exuding a powerful aura, wielding a whip, and surrounded by an atmosphere of intimidation. Terrifying events would unfold, as I would find myself adorned with a metaphorical green hat, leading to my demise, while the illustrious Gaoyang would remain unscathed, and I would face the grim fate of being dragged to the execution ground. Goodness, must it be this way? If you wish to toy with me, at least provide a reason. I spat on the ground in frustration, channeling a famous line from Zhou Xingqi. Big scene? The young girl before me sparkled with wonder. Yes, precisely. I gestured to illustrate a square. Within this frame, many perform. Young master, do not speak. Let me fetch the mistress. The sparkle in her eyes threatened to turn to tears. This 14-year-old girl, green butterfly, was as inseparable from me as a shadow, appearing at any hour and in any place, always ready to confront me with her strikingly beautiful eyes whenever I strayed from the decorum expected in the Tang Dynasty. Her petite stature prevented me, as a teacher, from acting contrary to modern educational principles. My rule was to never strike a beautiful woman, and this extended to the lovely young girl before me. However, should someone be too unfortunate in appearance, my instincts might betray me. Do not worry, I am not ill, I replied, glaring at her. The timid green butterfly extended a delicate hand towards me, and I nodded. Yes, those are your fingers, and your nails are lovely. I nearly choked. Was I feverish? Never mind, I would ignore it. Green butterfly, could you please fetch me a glass of cold water? It was safer to send her away. Green butterfly dares not accept such praise. Please do not speak to a servant this way, or the mistress or the steward will surely punish me. Her large, beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Go and fetch the young master some water, and make it cold. Hurry, I said sternly, raising my arm for emphasis. Yes, green butterfly obeys. The young girl complied, moving like a gentle lamb towards the tea table, her brow adorned with a hint of joy. This was alarming to seemed my words held more power than my arm. Was she a masochist? Cold sweat, I was no sadist, nor was I drawn to young girls. Yet, the innocent, pure, and untainted beauty of a girl like Green Butterfly wielded a far greater allure than the colorful-haired, troubled youth of the later generations. I could not help but nod in agreement with my thoughts, only to feel a twinge of shame indeed. I was rather wicked, Junior. Junior, it is time for your medicine. My beloved matriarch, Lady Lu, approached, flanked by servants. One bore a steaming bowl of herbal concoction, the sweetness of her address sending chills down my spine. Behind her walked Fong Shun, the steward, a lean man in his 50s, his attire crisp and clean yet imbued with a gravitas that even a university president would envy. He was indeed from a family of renowned officials in early Tang Dynasty, his presence rivaling that of provincial leaders seen on television today. Son greets mother. And, Fong. I rose, cupping my hands, uncertain if the etiquette on television truly reflected that of the Tang era. The term mother felt somewhat foreign. I had always called mine Ma. Address him as Uncle Fong. Lady Lu seemed to notice my hesitation. Ah, greetings, Uncle Fong. You flatter me. Young master, merely calling me steward would suffice, Fong Shun remarked, his expression a blend of surprise and resignation. Fong Shun, do not speak thus while you are the steward. You are also a distant cousin of my husband. Junior, calling you Uncle Fong is entirely fitting. Lady Lu exuded grace, waving her hand dismissively. Yes, madam, Fong Shun replied, not daring to dismiss her words, bowing his head in compliance. Sit down quickly, Junior, you are weak. The doctor advised you to rest more. Have you been well today? Do you remember your mother? Lady Lu handed the herbal concoction to a nearby maid, gently cupping my face as she examined me closely. Alas, the child still cannot recall, only remembering that I grew up here. Even if I were to recover my memories, I would never dare to utter such words. After all, I must secure a position and cannot allow this family to abandon me on the streets. This is the Tang Dynasty. With my adept computer hacking skills, I would find no sustenance in this era, unless I first create a diode computer and establish the internet. So this handsome young master is not only the future Greenhead faction leader, but also a formidable and extravagant scion. How incredible! He dares to pawn items bestowed upon his father by Li Shimin for wine, leading me to believe the gossip was merely a fabrication. Feeling unwell again. Junior, why is your forehead so sweaty? Lu Shi pulled a silk handkerchief from her bosom, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. No, it's just that I cannot remember this matter at all. It is quite strange. I try to force a smile. The treasures bestowed by national leaders, national treasures indeed, being exchanged for wine. I wish I could slap Fong Yai twice. My hand was just lifted, but never mind, it would hurt too much now. It is all your father's fault, Junior. Do not be afraid, your mother is here. If he dares to lay a hand on you again, I will fight him tooth and nail. I bore you 3 sons, and if even one were to be lost, I would not survive. The renowned, jealous woman of the Tang Dynasty, Lu Shi, the wife of Fong Xianling, truly lived up to her reputation. No, my son was indeed too unreasonable before my father's punishment is justified. This was the truth. Encountering such an unfilial child, a beating is a mild response. If I had such a wretched offspring, I would not hesitate to draw a knife and chop up meat for dumplings to quell my anger. Indeed, with me as your mother, what is there to fear? Now, quickly take your medicine. This is a prescription I had your father summoned the imperial physician for. Be good, open your mouth. Lu Shi took the medicine bowl from a maid and held it to my lips, seemingly intent on feeding me. Mother, let me do it myself, I can move now. My eyes felt warm. It had been many years since I felt such a sensation. Calling her mother still felt a bit peculiar. After all, the Lu Shi before me was not my biological mother from a millennium later. Yet, the adoration in her eyes for me, no, for Fong Yai, even stirred a tinge of jealousy within me for this extravagant youth whose body I now occupied. Clearly, the making of a scion of extravagance stems from having a doting elder who indulges him excessively. Chapter 2. Meeting the Prince of Wu. The medicine still emitted a gentle steam, and amidst the bitter concoction, there lingered a hint of sweetness, suggesting that Lu Shi had deliberately added some honey. Thank you, mother. Since I had arrived, I decided to play along with this role. I did not wish to see this maternal figure saddened, despite her being a formidable figure etched in history as a jealous woman. In our time, she would be deemed a great female chauvinist, a spokesperson for female hegemony. Yet, she was also a mother who doted on her son, whose eyes were filled only with love for her children. In these past few days, I finally understood why Fong Yai became such an extravagant scion. It was due to this very woman. If I expressed a desire to climb onto the roof, Lu Shi would undoubtedly provide the latter. If I wished to rob on Chang'an Street while masked, she would certainly furnish me with a sharpened long knife and prepare a black scarf for my face. Mother, I am already fine. The term mother rolled off my tongue more easily now. I stood up. The Tang Dynasty was indeed lacking, primarily in chairs, only providing small stools without backrests or low couches to kneel upon, causing my accustomed legs to grow. No doubt if I knelt again, I would surely cramp. Junior, next time you find yourself in need of money, come directly to me. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Although a jade ruby is not a grave matter, it was bestowed upon your father by his majesty. Lu Shi also stood, holding my hand, speaking softly, her loving gaze fixed upon me. Yes, yes, I understand my error. Dear mother, I was not the foolish, muscle-bound devil that Fong Yai was. I was a mature individual with independent consciousness, deeply aware of the principles of socialism. Well, no wonder you're my child. Fong Shun, look how sensible the second young master is. Lu Shi cupped my face, gazing up at me with pride. Indeed, the young master is truly commendable. The old fellow's expression twisted, as if his stomach were cramping. When did I develop a penchant for observing others' expressions? How strange. Madam. A servant rushed in a flurry. What is all this fuss about? What a lack of decorum. Lu Shi transformed, shifting from a nurturing mother to the matriarch of a noble family, leaving me wide-eyed. A skilled actress? Madam, forgive me, Prince Wu has come to inquire after young Master Yai. He is waiting in the front hall. The servant spoke, trembling. Who? I was somewhat dazed. Do I know Prince Wu? His Majesty's third son, Prince Wu Li Ke. Junior, when you go over, pay attention. Although you have been ill, do not act too recklessly in front of the prince. Lu Shi appeared uneasy, gripping my hand and whispering her admonitions. Understood, mother. I replied, my mind still muddled. Li Ke, I seem to have heard this name vaguely in a television drama. The outcome seemed to be, wait, wasn't Fong Yai's execution related to this rebellious figure? My thoughts were a jumble as I followed the servant toward the front courtyard. Upon entering the front hall, I spotted a tall and slender young man in his 20s, sitting upright on a soft couch, leisurely sipping tea. He wore a luxurious dark-patterned blue silk shirt that exuded a graceful charm. He resembled Takeshi Kaneshiro, with his electrifying eyes sparkling with mischief as he expressed gratitude to the maid who poured him tea. As I had anticipated, the maid immediately became flustered, her face flushed, nearly dropping the teapot. If this were on the street, she would likely be swooning. There was an air of both elegance and mischief about him, handsomely excessive, far too striking. He might as well be here to woo my sister. It seemed this fellow was deliberately trying to undermine me. How infuriating. I angrily intensified the sound of my footsteps, and the striking young man finally shifted his gaze from the blushing maid to the entrance. Upon seeing me, his eyes lit up. Ah, Junior, how I have missed you. How is your injury healing? I was quite worried after encountering Fong Xiang that day and hearing his account. I made a special trip today to visit my dear brother. The charming young man leaped from the soft couch and approached me with large strides, eager to shake my hand, his face filled with concern. Ah, are we that familiar? Brother and sibling terms were already being thrown around. Your Highness, I am but a humble servant. Greetings to your Highness. Curse this ancient era. Lu Shi truly ought to have informed me how to address myself beforehand. Perhaps my expression was a bit distorted, causing the dashing Li Ke to be unsure of how to proceed. He stood there, hesitating, unsure whether to grasp my hand or not, maintaining a rather charming posture, despite the awkwardness. The maid standing by appeared quite peculiar, her face flushed, seemingly constrained, her eyes darting about. Forgive me, your Highness, my son has a head ailment and forgets many things. On account of my humble self, my savior had arrived. Yes, Lu Shi entered gracefully from outside, wearing a dignified smile that made her resemble a spokesperson from the State Department. Pays his respects to Madame Fong. My mother sends her regards to you, madam. Li Ke smoothly bowed to Lu Shi, his actions fluid, as if the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. As for my elder brother, I suffered a minor injury a few days ago here. I gestured to my head with a helpless expression. There are many things I cannot recall. I could appear to be on the verge of laughter, his lips twitching slightly. No worries. Today I have come specifically to see my esteemed younger brother. Should anything escape your memory, it is of no consequence. I shall remind you at any moment. I have come today to... Wait, something feels amiss. Li Shuai's eyes darted towards the door, reminiscent of the times when classmates would covertly signal each other. It was so familiar that I almost believed we had traversed time with old friends. With no other option, I supported Lu Shi, saying, "Mother, I shall remain here to accompany His Highness. You should rest first. You have been laboring tirelessly these past few days, and it seems my son is considerate of his mother. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Lu Shi turned to summon a familiar servant, her tone growing serious. "Fong Cheng, remember to stay close to the young master. Do not stray even a step. If anything were to happen to him, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, madam, I will obey." Poor Fong Cheng, a robust man, appeared like a sheep before the matriarch. Clearly, the true head of the illustrious Fong family was my mother. "I will be obedient, mother, so do not worry too much." I glanced at Fong Cheng, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles straining against his servant's attire, a formidable protector who could stride through the streets without fear of confrontation or extortion. "I shall take my leave. Take care, mother." "Madam Fong, do travel safely." Li Ku and I watched as my mother departed. "My esteemed brother, truly impressive. I must commend you." As soon as my mother stepped into the inner hall, Li Shuai gave me a thumbs up. This fellow seemed nothing like the genteel Li Ku portrayed in dramas. "Ah, impressive? Is it? Enough of the pretense, let us go. Xu Mei is waiting outside. To celebrate your escape from Fong Xiang's grasp, today I shall treat you to Yun Wenjin." Iku impatiently urged me along. Stumbling out of Fong Fu, I beheld a magnificent carriage waiting outside. Through the fluttering curtains, a delicate face emerged, her hair adorned in a slight tilt, lips pursed, and a pair of lively eyes, even more vibrant than green butterflies. Anxiously scanning the surroundings, judging from her appearance, she seemed around 14 or 15 years old. Wow, yet another young girl. Is it true that all beautiful maidens in the Tang Dynasty are so youthful? Third brother is here. Why did it take so long? Xu Mei was about to lose patience. Her voice was youthful yet melodious, far surpassing many contemporary singers. "Oh," I responded, scrambling onto the carriage, barely settling in when the lovely young girl exclaimed, "How dare you?" Her voice rang with a crisp clarity. Chapter 3. Am I the Colombian butterfly? My new dress is being crushed, you little rascal. The young girl, with her chin raised high, gazed at me with an air of disdain in her eyes. Was it really necessary? This drew my attention to her attire, a tender, pale yellow blouse that accentuated her skin, resembling cream enveloping exquisite jade. "My apologies, little sister, I did not intend to offend." I flashed a grin, revealing my 2 front teeth as a gesture of goodwill. At that moment, Li Ku instructed the coachman and then climbed into the carriage, where he noticed the young girl glaring at me with wide eyes, filled with resentment. What is wrong with her? I settled down, and the coachman cracked the whip, setting the carriage into motion. He crushed my new dress and dares to call me little sister. What a lack of decorum. The young girl pointed at a spot no larger than a square centimeter, glaring at me with a rather fierce expression. "Huh? Is it Li Ku's turn to regress into childhood?" She pointed her delicate finger at me, unable to articulate her indignation. "What is the matter? Is there something on my face?" My forehead bore a scar that had yet to heal, but surely it did not warrant such a look from her. "Are you envious of my appearance?" "Fear not, dear sister." Jun Xian did not act with malice. Li Ku seemed disinclined to let me linger on this subject, offering a few words of consolation to the young girl. Him." The young girl almost poked through the roof of the carriage with her chin. Along the way, I finally understood why Li Ku praised my cleverness. A few days prior, at the home of another dandy, the scion of a prominent family, Cheng Chuliang, Li Ku had lost all his gambling money. His close friend, Fong Yai, was naturally caught up in the debacle, and the two of them fled the gambling den, which had likely been a den of cheats in disgrace. The 2 impoverished rascals swore that unless Cheng Chuliang experienced a change of heart and returned their principal, they would never cross his threshold again. After venting my grievances, I recalled my sleepless night, having consumed neither food nor drink. Exhausted and famished from a night of gambling, and fearing Cheng Chuliang's father might unleash his wrath, he dismissed all the idle hands, leaving not even a servant to fetch tea. How could one not feel hunger? What to do? The audacious Fong Yai declared, "Let me handle it." He swiftly turned into the nearby Fong residence, and, as a result, Li Ku's father, S. Jade Rui, bestowed upon Fong Yai's father, was taken as collateral for a lavish feast at a high-end restaurant. During the journey, Li Ku expressed concern. Fong Yai, in a fit of bravado, slapped his chest and declared, "Who fears whom? If my father dares to strike me, I shall feign being stunned, and my mother will surely come to my rescue. Ancestors, what a predicament! Where's the Buddha? I want to lodge a complaint. How did I end up in the company of such a formidable little girl? Alas, I did not anticipate that Feng Xiang would resort to such underhanded tactics. Causing Jungu to, oh dear, why does your complexion appear somewhat pallid? Upon hearing Li Ku recount Feng Xiaoya's exploits, he glanced up and was startled by my expression. I swallowed hard. It's nothing. Indeed, Father's hand is formidable enough to render me forgetful of past grievances. And I dare not reveal the truth to Li Shuaigua. The young girl laughed without a shred of sympathy from start to finish, leaning against Li Ku. Her words laced with sarcasm. Brother, look how our esteemed Tang Dynasty's chancellor has spawned such a jester. Jungu must not be impolite. My sister is simply spoiled and knows not how to speak with subtlety. Li Ku, with a semblance of conscience, chuckled but still took it upon himself to defend his sister. The shameless Li Ku ignored them. The silence lingered for less than half a minute when I suddenly recalled something and pulled Li Ku aside, lowering my voice. Dear brother, might I inquire if there is anyone among your sister's acquaintances named Gaoyang, or perhaps someone referred to as Princess Gaoyang? Li Ku cast a sidelong glance at me, turning his face away as if dismissive of eavesdropping, yet his little frame leaned closer, ears perked up in anticipation. Li Ku stared at me as if I were an extraterrestrial. CND, feel my forehead. Am I burning? I implored, dear brother, my good elder brother. I beseech you. This matter concerns my very life. If you could divulge this information, I would serve you dutifully. My plea was sweet as honey, but Li Ku's expression twisted, likely struggling to suppress a retch, while the young girl stifled laughter, her cheeks flushed with mirth, her sparkling eyes betraying her amusement. Wherefore dost thou utter such words? CND? Li Ku, usually composed, pulled back the carriage curtain and took a deep breath, managing not to retch within the carriage, and inquired politely. It seemed Li Ku's upbringing was commendable, almost impervious to distress, yet I had the misfortune to encounter him. I remained silent, motionless, maintaining my expression, capturing Li Shuaigui's hand, my gaze earnest yet tinged with sorrow, reminiscent of the sight of Yang Naiu's beloved Xiaobao. At last, Li Shuaigua could no longer withstand it. The young girl, too, succumbed to laughter, disregarding any semblance of princely decorum, clutching her belly in the plush carriage, laughing uncontrollably. Little brother, for you to take time out of your busy schedule to visit me is truly moving. Allow me to host a feast in your honor. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I flashed a genuine smile, secretly lamenting. Ancestors, this Li Shuaigua is not to be underestimated. Without Li Ku's earnest demeanor, the young girl nodded vigorously beside me, and I could even see her saliva. Was a meal so enticing? I glanced at the little girl nestled against Li Ku and lowered my voice, whispering in his ear. My 17th sister, Li Shu, titled Hipu. Li Ke chuckled mischievously, and I was momentarily stunned. Buddha, could I be that Colombian butterfly? One flap of my wings could send Princess Gaoyang spiraling away. Ancestors, how delightful. Ha ha ha. Xiandi, your inquiries are rather peculiar. When have I ever deceived you? Li Ku maintained an air of righteousness. Very well, I shall trust you this once. As a prince, Li Ku's credibility surely sarpest menebi anoch. Feeling elated and relieved, my limbs nearly trembled, struggling to maintain my composure, yet unable to suppress my excitement. I yearned to grasp Li Ku's hand and sing a duet of friendship. However, I refrained, fearing that Li Shuaigua might not withstand my exuberance. So I drew the curtain to catch my breath. Could it be that third brother has lost his mind? How the young girl's whispers reach my ears. Hush, lower your voice. Though my brother may be somewhat dim-witted, he is indeed sincere. What a conundrum. Was that a compliment or an insult? I decided not to dwell on it. Feng Cheng, the loyal servant, led the horse alongside the carriage. Upon seeing me peering out to take in the scenery, he smiled with a simple sincerity, embodying a faithful retainer. Passers-by, upon noticing the towering Feng Cheng approaching, immediately scurried away, indicating that his mere presence was formidable. His gray and black servant attire was rather unappealing. If only he were fitted with a tailored suit and sunglasses, he would transition from a loyal servant to a bodyguard of Zhong Nanhai. Jungu, have you truly fallen prey to Feng Xiang's whims? Li Ku, unable to directly state that I had been subjected to the chancellor's disciplinary measures, gestured subtly, nodding with a deep sigh. Indeed, I was unconscious for several days and only awoke yesterday. Ah, so that is why I felt something amiss with you today, Li Ku remarked, pointing at me and then at Li Shu, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He merely gazed at me with sympathy, as if pondering what had transpired. What on earth happened? Could it be that Fong Yai had some previous entanglement with this girl? What are you staring at? Li Shu, unable to resist my sincere gaze, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, aimed to kick at me with her small foot. This girl certainly seemed to possess a violent streak. Chapter 4. Surrender half of the spoils? Li Ku, I, and a little girl led the charge into Yunwen Pavilion. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the proprietor, with a beaming face, welcomed us. Li Yi, Fong Yi, esteemed gentlemen, and this young lady. Your presence graces our humble establishment. His round face contorted into a smile, resembling a busy bee flitting about. It seemed that Li Ku and Fong Yai were regular patrons here, and today it was Fong Yai's treat. With great elegance, Li Ku swept his hand and led Li Shu toward the staircase. Fong Cheng's expression was one of dismay. Could this establishment be a den of iniquity? Surveying the surroundings, I could only see the jovial face of the innkeeper, his gaze remarkably innocent. Is this place particularly expensive? I placed a hand on Fong Cheng's shoulder, lowering my voice as I took in the elegant ambience, which far surpassed the inferior establishments of later generations. Exuding an atmosphere conducive to drinking and poetry, I extended 3 fingers beneath his eyelids. What are you doing, second young master? The towering loyal servant, Fong Cheng, failed to comprehend my gesture. Bowing his head, he stared blankly at me, the second young master of the Fong family, who was nearly hanging from his neck. With a face resembling a bitter melon, Fong Cheng produced a string of coins from his bosom. Young master, this was just given to me by the madam, advising you to spend sparingly. Although I now possess some money, I was no longer the original Fong Wankue. Casting a fierce glare at the plump innkeeper, I asked, is there a discount? Li Ku regarded me with an odd expression. Xian Di Fong Xiang, he sighed, rescuing a relatively intact piece of tofu from the dish before me and transferring it to the bowl of Li Shu, who was staring vacantly at my eating and drinking. I shoved a piece of chicken into my mouth forcefully. What does my eating have to do with Fong Xiang? Xian Di, you must have endured quite a bit at home lately, Li Ku remarked, tapping the fish head in my bowl with his chopsticks. His expression resembled that of someone visiting a friend confined in a detention center. Without your younger brothers at home these past few days, you must be quite injured and unable to consume meat, thus lacking nutrition. Do you know? The fish head is rich in various minerals: iron, zinc, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and various amino acids. Never mind, I want to discuss these matters with the uneducated. Oh, it seems I've misunderstood my elder brother. Allow me to drink in your honor first. Li Ku lifted the wine jug and filled his cup to the brim, slamming it down in quick succession without a change in expression, finishing 3 cups in a row. This lacquered cup was not small. It must hold at least 2 liang. Such a remarkable capacity for alcohol. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed loudly. In my student days, I had done the same during gatherings with classmates. In the presence of beautiful faces, my courage would swell from the size of a fingernail to that of a leopard's heart. Despite my meager capacity for baijiu, I once challenged a classmate known for his prowess, and after downing 3 bowls of local Guizhou liquor, I found myself in a state of inebriation, lost to the world, stumbling in my classmate's backyard at midnight, only to be confronted the next morning by a lovely classmate with her slightly deformed pet, filled with indignation. Having already finished 3 cups, Jungu, do you really expect me to pour for you? Li Shu teased. The little girl delicately enjoyed her meal, her crescent-shaped eyes fixed on me. I glanced at the generously sized wine cup, feeling a bit guilty. Brother, I am still recovering from my injuries. Perhaps I could substitute tea for wine? Before Li Ku could respond, Li Shu piped up, third brother, enough. Young Master Fong is too weak. He could faint just from walking in the wind. If something were to happen to him, how could you bear it? Who is afraid? I slammed the table. Waiter, bring me the Nyo Yin cup. I shall not return until I've drunk with waiter brother. The waiter's triangular eyes widened, while the little girl stared agape. And Li Ku looked at me incredulously. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on me, and I glared back at the waiter with fierce intent, aware of the royal backing behind this establishment. The waiter, confused by my demand for a Nyo Yin cup, seemed intimidated by my fierce expression and nearly burst into tears. His lips quivering. Yun Xian Di, Li's Nyo Yin cup. Li Ku too, appeared slightly dazed by my request. Ah, I see. I realized my blunder. After spending days in seclusion at home, I had been contemplating using a cup of that size to drink and compose poetry under the moonlight. Truly a delightful pastime. It seems the Tang Dynasty has yet to see the Gaoyang cup. Oh, Li Ku waved his hand, sending the waiter out of the elegant room. However, his expression suggested he still didn't fully grasp the situation. Never mind, I would not hold it against someone who had not experienced the world. Should I really discuss Ming Dynasty porcelain and the 52-degree aged Moutai with him? To your health. Wait a brother. I raised my cup and closed my eyes, swallowing. The wine was light and slightly sweet, not nearly as strong as the homemade liquor from my countryside. Could it be diluted? Ah, diarjung xiandi. It has been too long since we last met. Come, let me drink with you. Li Ku invited again, lifting his cup. I was determined. This wine seemed manageable, and I believed I could handle 3 or 5 bowls without faltering. With newfound bravado, I felt a surge of confidence and ambition as I faced Li Ku in a one-on-one challenge. Li Shu, the little girl, continued to shout excitedly from the side, and eventually, she tugged at me, insisting on drinking with me. Are you afraid? I shot her a contemptuous glance, regarding her petite waist and small appetite. Akin to a cat. Did she really think she could challenge me to a toast? Clanging 3 cups down, Li Shu's cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Yet her words were sharp. I've finished mine, Fong Jun. Do you expect me to pour for you? I was incensed. Who dares to underestimate me? A devoted elite with a heart of red. A steadfast executor of the 3 represents. A young man of the 4 goods amidst the tide of reform and opening up. And a well-praised teacher at my school. Sigh. Even time travel cannot change my tendency to boast. I despised myself for this, but there was no time for regret now. I could only drown my sorrows in wine. At that moment, gazing at the rolling waves of the wine, I felt a surge of grandeur. Shedding my garments and standing atop the table, composing a song of astonishing beauty. Was it real or imagined? I cannot tell, but I was certainly intoxicated. Chapter 5. Fong Xianling is my father. As I opened my eyes, everything around me spun, causing me to quickly shut them again. Is the young master awake? Came the cheerful voice of Lu Dai. I'm awake, though my head is spinning. I dare not open my eyes, still feeling dizzy. The madam visited earlier. She prepared medicine for you and even brewed a pot of tea to help with the hangover. Lu Dai's gentle voice eased my irritation. Gathering my courage once more, I saw Lu Dai standing by my bedside, her delicate hands pouring the medicine from a cloth-wrapped jar into a bowl. My rotund innkeeper. There was not a hint of pretense in her demeanor. She was naturally charming. If she were a few years older, she would undoubtedly be a deadly beauty. My lecherous gaze did not escape Lu Dai's notice, and a blush crept onto her small face as she busied herself pouring tea, no longer speaking. I despised myself for ogling the little girl. How wicked of me. I am a new youth, a model in a harmonious society, not an evil uncle. Yes, yes. In the afternoon, I shall write 100 times as penance. For now, I must drink the medicine, lest my mother scold me later. By the way, did you say I was showing off? After finishing the medicine, I recalled Lu Dai's words, feeling a lingering curiosity. Yes, yes, Brother Fong said so. What exactly was said, I cannot tell you. Brother Fong only reported to the madam after sending off His Highness Wu. I overheard only bits and pieces, something about you. Did I threaten to slay the plump innkeeper? Or perhaps I vowed to steal my father's jade Rui again. This servant could not clarify, but if the young master wishes to know, perhaps I should summon Brother Fong to inquire. Lu Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she handed me the tea. It seems gossip is a woman's nature, whether one is 0 or 100 years old. Curiosity is eternal, and women shall forever pass it down. Perhaps it's best to wait until I feel better. Upon hearing my refusal, the little girl's eyes dimmed, and I felt a pang of sympathy that nearly compelled me to agree. Gritting my teeth, I reminded myself that I am a good youth, not to be lured by a little girl's beauty. Is it true, young Master Jun? Lu Dai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Certainly, amidst the clash of blades and the gleam of swords, the boy named Hallie bravely rose to his feet. Seizing a chair leg and biting his finger to inscribe the Taoist incantation Ma Li Hong upon it. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of violet lightning struck, toppling a horde of blood-sucking, flying demons. I animatedly recounted the tale of Hallie Boat, Azkaban de Kyoto, which had been refined by my literary prowess into an Eastern fantasy narrative. Elshire smiled knowingly and glanced towards the obediently seated Eldai in the room. Child, go fetch some warm chicken soup for your young master from the kitchen. He needs to replenish his strength. Yes, madam, Eldai replied, stepping out of the room, evidently disheartened by the interruption of the story. The child did not wish for this either, yet Prince Wu insisted on loudly demanding that he drink, claiming it was to celebrate the child's recovery. He gazed sincerely at Elshire. I am wronged. If it weren't for those two lunatics forcing me to drink yesterday, I wouldn't have been so inebriated. Elshire pointed at my head. You foolish boy, your injuries have barely healed, yet you drink so excessively. If it weren't for your mother intervening yesterday, your father would have surely broken you into pieces. What, my father? I exclaimed, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety. Elshire furrowed her brow, clearly troubled. The minister from the Tang Dynasty is my father, although I had learned this a few days prior. Hearing Elshire's words sent a chill down my spine, fearing that this venerable minister might deliver another slap to my head, sending me back to the primordial era, which would be utterly disastrous. Madam, the soup is served. Young master, quickly drink it. Eldai gently placed the chicken soup before me, its aroma wafting enticingly. Drink the soup, then come meet your father and apologize. It is not good for him to always be in a foul mood with you. No, that is Hu-Run. Hu-Run is a surname. I heard someone mention it yesterday, while drinking, but I dare not tell her this is a movie story, nor could I reveal that this tale would not be published for another millennium. Oh, when I have time, you must recount this to your mother again. It sounds quite amusing. By the way, Junior, that Eldai in your room is becoming increasingly beautiful, Elshire remarked with a smile, covering her mouth. What is it? Why does it sound a bit off when you mention my room? I hesitated to ask, fearing that Elshire might use my hysteria as an excuse to administer another potion. Mother, I lingered at the door of the study, hesitant. Elshire laughed and pushed me gently from behind. You are merely going to apologize to your father. With your mother present, he would not dare to harm you. Gathering my courage, I thought to myself that I was no ordinary person. I had come to pay homage to the illustrious ancestors. Just as I was lost in self-hypnosis, Elshire pushed me into the study. Before me stood a tall figure, his back straight, clad in a gray robe with 3 strands of white beard. His expression was remarkably serene as he held a brush, resting on the desk, gazing at me from the corner of his eye. Yet within his keen eyes flickered a hint of anger and helplessness, as if you were gazing upon a pile of mud that could not be propped up. Child, you have met your father. I respectfully bowed, exhilarated. The minister of the Tang Dynasty, the founding chancellor, whose governance is always mentioned in the context of the prosperous reign of Jingguan alongside Fengdu. How many longed to see him, yet could not. I was fortunate to have met him and to be recognized as his wayward son, which filled me with joy as I too became a figure of renown. Is your injury healing? Feng Xianling inquired, his tone as calm as that of a stranger, as he scribbled something on the tribute paper before him. It was too far for me to see clearly. Much better, though there are many past events I cannot recall. Like a snail, I finally stood beside a renowned figure from the Tang Dynasty, akin to standing next to the headmaster during a school photo, feeling uneasy and overwhelmed by a sense of impending crisis. Feng Xuanling's calligraphy was exquisite. With a flick of his wrist, characters emerged gracefully, embodying a robust and ancient elegance. Watching him write was akin to appreciating a work of art, deeply enchanting. It seemed that Feng Laozu had stolen a glance at me. I feigned ignorance and continued to gaze at the tribute paper, wearing an expression of admiration and intoxication. Due to my limited knowledge of classical literature, I could only grasp the meanings superficially from the characters. Feng Xianling finally concluded, leisurely setting his brush upon the stand. I heard from Feng Xian that you went out again yesterday. The old man's intentions remained ambiguous, necessitating cautious responses. Drunk again? The elder staggered towards me, settling on a low couch. Immediately, a maidservant brought him tea. It was puzzling why a maidservant would attend to the esteemed chancellor, who seemed to be struggling under the dominance of a formidable woman. 3 minutes of silence for the venerable Tang minister. I dared a glance, yet the elder's expression revealed no change. Come and sit. I plopped down opposite him, eagerly hoping the maidservant would also serve me a cup, but to my surprise, the elder commanded, all of you step back. The maidservants vanished in an instant like shadows in a whirlwind. Enough of this nonsense. The elder's furious admonition startled me, causing my limbs to tremble. With his demeanor sharp, it seemed he was on the verge of a furious outburst. Huh? I hesitated, uncertain whether to cheer for Fong Xuanling's justified reprimanding of his wayward son or to flee in panic. Chapter 6. Burning Books and Roasting Geese. In this moment of indecision, the gentle voice of my mother, El Shur, resonated like celestial music. Buddha, have you manifested? Umph. The elder dismissed her, his hand transforming into an eagle's claw as he seized the teacup and drank deeply, an impressive maneuver. El Shur floated into view between me and the elder, seemingly having anticipated his narrow-mindedness. With a graceful sweep of her long skirt, she seated herself beside him. Dear husband, our Junior has suffered greatly. He has only just begun to recover. If you intend to strike him again, you might as well dismiss me first and provide me with a white silk garment to avoid witnessing such a father-son conflict. Cold sweat cascaded down my forehead. My mother's ultimate move was too formidable. Humph, madam, even today you still protect this unfilial wretch. Fong Xuanling's words pierced like arrows, and I could only brace myself to weather this fierce storm. Yesterday, it was I who sent Junior out, so the blame lies with me. Furthermore, our Junior made quite an impression yesterday and did not engage in any misconduct. El Shur spoke softly, as if conversing with her longtime partner, and I could clearly see Fong Xuanling's anger dissipate rapidly, as if extinguished, leaving only embers. Sigh, my lady, it is not that I do not care, but when will this wretch understand? He is neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts, and he causes trouble daily. How many times has he brought shame upon the Fong family? Fong Xianling appeared aged, a hint of melancholy evident in his tone, reminiscent of witnessing a father reprimanding his own son. Father, I deserve punishment, I murmured, lowering my head and responding loudly. That boy ought to be punished. With such a wonderful mother and a father who strictly demands he behave, how can he still misbehave? Enough, enough, my lord. Junior has acknowledged his mistakes. Junior, pour tea for your father. El Shur gazed at me with the same affectionate eyes as always, which tugged at my heartstrings, and I wished to tell her that her son was incapable. I am Fong Yai. I am Fong Jun. As for that scoundrel, let him reincarnate as a scourge to the harmonious society of rogue city managers and corrupt police. Respectfully, I poured a cup of tea for my father and filled one for El Shur as well. Fong Xianling glanced at me, his gaze implying something, but when I met his eyes, he turned away with a cold hum. At this age, it seems childish temperaments linger. Fong Xianling indeed hold a fondness for this wayward son, and that day's outburst must have been due to exasperation. Leave now. Transcribe the 1,000-character classic 100 times. If you do not finish, you are not permitted to leave. If you dare step outside this door, I will break your legs. Upon hearing the elder's words, I noticed El Shur breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that I had successfully navigated this turbulent encounter. Upon stepping out the door, I faintly heard the voice of the old man behind me. By the way, madam, I too am curious about the commotion that this wretched child caused yesterday. The universe, with its vastness, the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, the changing of seasons, the harvests of autumn and the storage of winter, the intricate laws of nature, the clouds that bring rain and the dew that forms frost, the gold that flows in beautiful waters and the jade that emerges from Gaoyang. I felt a tremor in my hand, akin to a chicken's claw. I'll die. How many times have we gone over this? The green butterfly, standing beside me, swayed precariously, covering her mouth as she stifled a yawn, revealing signs of drowsiness. Twice. Ancestor, how is it possible that from morning until noon, we have only completed 2 repetitions? 100 repetitions. Am I to wait until next year to leave this abode? This is unacceptable. I would rather perish than remain imprisoned. I slammed the fine wolf hair brush onto the brush stand. I'll die. Fetch me a goose. The little maid jumped in surprise, the drowsiness evaporating. Yes, young master. Her eyes sparkled once more. I'll die. The young master is not burning anything. Just have Fong Cheng catch a goose and bring it here. I have a grand purpose for it, I explained with utmost kindness. Yet Eldai hesitated, filled with concern. But young master, we cannot roast a goose in the study. Otherwise, the master will surely punish us. What do you think I am doing? Do you believe I would use the books in this room as firewood? The old master might confine me here to perish alongside the goose. I sighed, never mind. Just bring me a few goose feathers, and remember, they must be large. If there are no goose feathers, Then chicken feathers will suffice. If not those, then bring me duck feathers. Make sure they're the long ones from the tail or wings. I glared, rolling up my sleeves. Are you not going? I shall lose my temper. I shall obey, young master, she replied, her expression one of tragic resignation as she glanced at me, hiding her face from tears. Is this truly necessary? I took a chicken feather, brandishing it with a fierce demeanor, and reached out toward Eldai. Here you go, young master. Her curious eyes sparkled, perhaps hoping I would transform the chicken feather into something extraordinary. With a swift snip, I shaped the feather, softened the quill, dipped it in ink, and tore a piece of used paper. Although my writing was not fluid, it certainly accelerated my speed from the brush to the feather pen. Ah, behold! The world's first chicken feather pen is born in my hands. Wow, young master, you can actually write with a chicken feather. In Eldai's eyes, I had ascended to the status of a celestial being. Eldai, record this. In the great land of China, during the 14th year of the Jingguan era in the Tang Dynasty, a reborn great man, Fang Eai, after enduring many trials, overcoming numerous difficulties, and disregarding hardships, invented the first chicken feather pen. Henceforth, I chuckled. I jest. Do not regard me with such eyes, or I might be compelled to strike you. Eldai pouted, feeling wronged. I continued to grind the ink while I wrestled with the chicken feather pen and the tribute paper. As day turned to night and then back to day, I, with dark circles under my eyes, tossed the 39th chicken feather pen into the trash bin. Ancestor, how could this be? The monumental task of the 1,000-character classic has finally been completed. I am overwhelmed with excitement. I pulled Eldai's small hand, who had been dozing off beside me, and shouted in exhilaration, much like witnessing the Chinese national football team score an own goal. Eldai's face flushed crimson, almost to the point of steaming an egg. Young master, you have hurt me. Oh, it was unintentional, truly. Alas, the resentment of having taken advantage of Eldai's soft hands was clearly perceived by her. I felt wicked. This would not do. I am not a nefarious uncle. Instead, I should copy the text 100 times. After finishing the 100 repetitions of the 1,000-character classic, my hand was cramping, and I was slightly allergic to the chicken feathers. Just as I was pondering, a loud cough resonated from outside the study, and the old master strode in. I bowed my head, leaned my ear, and complied obediently like a docile sheep. I have seen, father. The old master paid me no heed, and, with a few strides, approached the table, picking up my writing and examining it closely. The laws of nature, the clouds that bring rain. What is this? The old master pointed at the period and inquired. Oh dear, I had grown accustomed to using punctuation, the period being rather dull. Did not know how to segment the sentences, so I had to use commas and periods. I quickly explained the purpose of these symbols. For no matter how wayward I may be, I was once a teacher in my previous life. If I could not elucidate such trivial matters, I might as well end my existence. It is rare for my son to be diligent. These symbols do indeed serve some purpose in punctuating sentences. The old man's eyes brightened, twinkling like stars in the night sky. It seemed he had grasped the significance of these seemingly insignificant symbols. Thank you for your praise, father. I wiped the sweat from my brow, relieved that he had not reprimanded me. My son, your writing has been, quite unsightly of late, lacking vigor. Observe how you have carved this character. It resembles a chicken scratching the surface. The old master provided a keen critique, and indeed, I had used a chicken feather to carve it. Oh, idle! I gazed at the old master with starry eyes. He appeared unaccustomed to my adoration and promptly turned away. However, you have put in effort. You even know to use periods and commas for punctuation. You're not unworthy of my painstaking efforts. It seemed the old master was suppressing tears. Chapter 7. A prodigal's quest for revenge. Come sit down. The old master unexpectedly took the initiative to lead me to the low couch in the study. Please enjoy some tea, second young master, Eldai said, being quite perceptive. The old master sipped his tea, and I followed suit. Truly, the tea of ancient times is ineffably peculiar. The leaves are as fragmented as ore, with many strange additives. Lacking refinement, you have truly put in hard work. This comforts me greatly. Yet, Zetian, why were you so unruly before? Do not think I am merely referring to copying books. Even picking up a brush was a challenge for you. The old master shook his head, unable to continue, revealing that Fang Eai had indeed wounded his father's heart. Father, I acknowledge my previous mistakes. That day, your harsh reprimand caused me to lose some memories. Yet it taught me a crucial lesson. One must endure hardship to rise above others. From today forward, I shall study diligently, advancing daily, never arriving late or early. Father, what is the matter? The old master's expression appeared peculiar, his mouth twisted. Good, good, good. It seems your head ailment is not yet healed. You speak nonsense. Yet you understand right from wrong. The old master sighed with relief. Father, before the old man could finish his admonition, a servant barged in from outside. What is it? Do you not see I am speaking with Gaoyang? The old master was displeased, cherishing this rare opportunity to instruct his second son. Is the third prince here again? The old master's brow furrowed as he glanced at me. I maintained an innocent and sincere demeanor, prepared to accept my father's reprimand. Alas, let it go for now. You may see the third prince. He comes to my residence every few days. What does he take this for? The old master grumbled under his breath, unfortunately overheard by me. He seemed to realize his indiscretion, clearing his throat and casting a stern glance at me. Having once served as the deputy principal's confidant and errand boy, I understood his unspoken words, nodding in agreement. Rest assured, father, I shall not speak of it, even under duress. By the way, upon meeting the prince, the old master waved his hand with some resignation. Clearly troubled by the third prince's unruly behavior, but feeling helpless, for after all, the third prince's father was none other than the emperor, his superior. Upon reaching the front hall, I saw Lika sitting on a stool, engaged in conversation with a short-bearded man, their discourse elegant, laughter hearty, and their attire and demeanor the epitome of perfection. Comparing myself to them, a wave of inferiority washed over me. I offered half a bow to Liku. J.N.R. Do not do this. You have suffered. Liku's sympathetic expression struck me as insincere. Ignoring him, I greeted my elder brother. Enough, enough. There are no outsiders here. These formalities are unnecessary. J.N., now that your injury has healed somewhat, you should rest more at home. My elder brother helped me up, reassuringly patting my shoulder. Understood. Elder brother, I felt deeply moved. Indeed, as an injured individual, coupled with having spent the night copying the 3-character classic, even if I wished to avoid rest, it was no longer feasible. Jungur, I have a matter to consult you about. Liku observed Feng Yiji with an innocent smile, clearly sensing that this fellow was trying to drive him away. Since my second brother has arrived, please attend to his highness properly. I shall first go pay my respects to father and mother. Feng Yiji exhibited the demeanor befitting an elder brother. After exchanging a courteous glance with Li Shuaigua, he moved aside. Big brother, are you truly so thin-skinned? At the very least, send me off before you leave. Once my long-lost elder brother vanished, Li Ku pointed at me and laughed heartily. CND, just the other day I had my eyes opened. A scholar is like a blade. One must regard him with fresh perspective after 3 days apart. In my view, this saying applies quite aptly to you, does it not? Was I possessed that day? I thought so. Feng Xiang is indeed a master of poetry and literature, well-versed in various schools of thought. How could he possibly have given birth to a talented younger brother who knows only how to wield a sword? Forgive me, I misspoke. It seems my younger brother is indeed a true gem in disguise. Am I? I retorted. Could it be that the spirit of Tu Honggang possessed me after I drank? CND, is it possible you fear revealing your true talents to me, lest I become envious? Liku observed my silence with a melancholic expression. Oh no, it was merely a fleeting moment of inspiration, not to be taken seriously. My earlier reticence was no longer tenable, but it was now imperative to be shameless, as I could not possibly divulge that I was not the rightful owner of the knowledge, nor could I take him on a journey through time to seek the idle Tuesday. If I did, it was highly likely that the capable Li Shuaigua would toss me into the pond in the courtyard. Li Shuaigua shot me a disdainful glance, and then looked up at the sky. Let us move quickly. Today, I shall take CND to a splendid place. Did Li Shuaigua harbor a grudge against me? Just as I arrived at the Feng residence, he was already pulling me towards the gate. Please, brother, spare me. My body has yet to fully recover. After copying the 3-character classic all night, my eyes are blurred, and I can hardly see the path ahead. I pleaded in fear. Who knew what scheme Li Shuaigua would concoct today? Outside the gate, I spotted Li Shu's little sister bouncing with excitement. Upon seeing me, her smile widened, her crescent-shaped eyes squinting like a fox's. Did the Buddha truly intend for me to chase after the plump steward at Yunwen Pavilion? After mounting the horse, I realized I was headed in the wrong direction, cold sweat trickling down my back. Thankfully, I was not being sent to wield a blade against anyone. Where is my loyal servant? I turned my head, puzzled by his absence. The house servant who had brought my horse explained. Elder brother Fong was sent by Madame yesterday to accompany the steward to the estate outside the city. Would you like me to accompany you there? Before I could respond, Li Shu took the opportunity to taunt me. Oh, Fonier Gongzi, what is this? None of us brought a servant, yet you seem to be riding in style. With a sly glance, she spoke with grace, though it irked me. With a grand gesture, I confidently replied, no need. I can traverse mountains and rivers alone, regardless of the challenges. Yet, my performance seemed excessive, and the reins were too harsh, causing a piece of skin to tear from my palm, stinging painfully. The steed beneath me, seemingly in sync with my anxiety, neighed loudly and reared up, nearly causing me to tumble off. I recalled riding a donkey and a horse in my youth, though my total riding experience hardly exceeded 5 minutes. I quickly grasped the reins, trembling as I attempted to control my exotic mount. CND. Today we shall seek ill fortune at the residence of Duke Liu. Li Shuaiguo flicked his whip stylishly, and little Li Shu responded cheerfully. Meanwhile, I gritted my teeth, adhering to the Shaolin martial arts principles, maintaining a posture akin to a bow upon the horse's back. CND, is something amiss? Li Shuaiguo regarded me with an odd expression, clearly displeased with my awkward riding. I pointed to my head, my expression sorrowful. I have suffered great trauma. I can hardly remember many things, even how to ride a horse. Oh, Li Shuaiguo nodded in sympathy, then smiled. Do not wear such a sorrowful face. You must not weaken our prestige. Rest assured, as long as I avoid alcohol and gambling today, I shall not stray from your directions. Should I encounter a dog, I shall not chase after a chicken, I declared, preemptively disclosing my intentions to avoid being used as bait by Li Shuaiguo. Li Shuaiguo paused, chuckling as he pointed at me. Well spoken, Fang Yai. How amusing it is that you can turn such nonsense into something entertaining. Truly, you are the son of Fang Leiazizi, but you lack loyalty. Coward. The other day, I thought you had changed, but who would have thought? Little Li Shu scoffed, glancing at me sideways. Ignoring the little girl, I continued to ride, bantering with Li Shuaiguo, which only served to infuriate her more as she maneuvered her horse in circles around us. I shall not pay you any mind. What can you do about it? Li Shuaiguo appeared to take my amnesia seriously, and, as we rode, I learned that Cheng Chuliang was none other than the second son of the famed warrior Cheng Yaojin. Today, we were not visiting to settle old scores from a few days past, but rather because Li Shuaiguo's imperial father had betrothed the 11th princess, Princess Li Jing of Qinghe, to Cheng Chuliang. Today was the banquet held by Cheng Chuliang to celebrate this occasion, and, as the prospective brother-in-law, how could Li Shuaiguo resist the revelry, declaring that if he did not deal with that scoundrel Cheng Chuliang today, he would rightly in reverse. Upon seeing the 4 large characters of the Duke Liu's residence, I could already hear the sounds of raucous laughter, curses, and even the clashing of weapons. Good heavens! Where had I stumbled into? Chapter 8. Prefer words over weapons. It was undoubtedly a gathering of raucous old rascals. Li Ke ground his teeth, and little Li Shu also shared his sentiment, nodding in agreement. Brother Da, I am quite perplexed. I coughed lightly, tugging at Li Ke's sleeve to speak quietly. Li Ke glanced at me, confirming my sincerity before shaking his head with a sigh. I will explain in detail another time. Be cautious here. Those drunken old rascals might resort to violence at any moment. Is this a den of bandits or the Duke's residence? I pondered, bewildered. Before Li Ke's horse had even come to a halt, a servant had already rushed forward to take the reins. Where is your second young master? Sir, he is entertaining guests in the front hall, and the second young master is in the back hall, the servant replied, casting a furtive glance towards the estate. In the back hall, with General Cheng, Li Ke indicated toward little Li Shu. We shall not intrude. Very well, please follow me. The servant seemed to empathize, nodding as he led us through the garden of the front hall, dodging and weaving like a covert operative. I was eager to see if the old man still possessed his legendary prowess. Wow, old rascal. I could take the head of a general from 1,000,000 troops as easily as picking fruit. Suddenly, 2 boisterous middle-aged men burst forth, their chests bare, their bloodshot eyes glaring ferociously. With a fierce cry, their long knives gleamed ominously, creating a whirlwind that swept past us. Li Ke seemed prepared, swiftly shielding little Li Shu behind him while pushing the estate's servant in front of us. I was grateful for my understated demeanor, as it allowed me to remain at the back, though I was soaked in cold sweat. Clearly, Li Ku's concerns were well-founded. These were no ordinary old rascals. I realized that my previous drunken escapades of chasing dogs were utterly out of date and could not keep pace with the times. With a swift motion, a long spear was thrust into a giant tree beside a rockery, followed by a boisterous shout from one of the wild men. Lu Fengxian's spear at the gate is no match for this general's might. Instantly, a cacophony of cheers erupted in response. "Oh Buddha, please protect my life." Trembling, we finally managed to navigate around the front hall, only to find my long robe thoroughly soaked. Truly, this was the renowned residence of Cheng Yaoyin, which was nothing short of extraordinary. I vowed never to set foot in Cheng's estate again. I was taken aback when I recognized the imposing figure standing at the head of the table, who rose to greet Li Ku as he entered the back hall. "Ah, my dear brother-in-law," Li Ku exclaimed with delight. "Is this really necessary?" It appears that these two individuals have undoubtedly harbored deep animosity towards each other in the past, a conclusion I draw as an objective observer. The burly chief must surely be the future husband of the Qinghe princess, his bearded face transitioning from red to black, then to purple. Struggling for a moment before managing to utter two words, "Jiuxiong." Li Shu also emerged from Li Ku's side, greeting with a playful "Greetings, brother-in-law." Cheng, Chuyang, after a lengthy pause, added, "I have met the princess. It seems that today, Li Ku has come specifically to stir up trouble. How intriguing. It is not my concern, so I shall remain discreet, quietly trailing behind these two royal youths, exchanging pleasantries with Cheng Chuyang in a light-hearted manner. Li Ku, the aforementioned Jiuxiong, naturally took the seat of honor, frequently boasting about how he, as the brother-in-law, was superior and how shamelessly his sister's husband was. This left the original host of the banquet, Cheng Chuyang, in a state of embarrassment, struggling to maintain composure and finding himself on the defensive. It seems that Li Ku, who had nearly lost everything during their last encounter, has finally found an opportunity for revenge. This is not my affair. I indulge in food and drink. Savoring the grape wine, sanlejiang, and green ant drunk, eating roasted lamb legs, braised trotters, and stewed duck. Relishing the feast as I observe this group of raucous young aristocrats drinking, reciting poetry, and engaging in mutual flattery and drunken antics. Truly entertaining. With my mouth full, I attempted to speak to a young girl, which infuriated Li Shu, her cheeks reddening like grapes. "What's going on?" I asked, swallowing a mouthful of sweet and sour grape wine. "Delightful," I mused, only to be met with Li Shu's contemptuous glare. Angered, she bared her teeth and admonished, "Young miss." "Mind your words. Do not call me young miss," the impudent girl retorted. "Who was it that just claimed not to gamble or drink? Was a little dog that crawled over?" The little girl cast a sidelong glance at me. "Seems so." I scratched my head in acknowledgement. "Admitted it?" she said triumphantly, raising her chin and taking a sip of the grape wine. "Is it necessary to be so excited about my slip?" I replied, "I admit it. But that does not imply I was wrong. Consider this festive occasion. My amnesia renders me unable to communicate with these unruly aristocrats." I gestured towards a group of nearly crazed young nobles. Li Ku had become quite intoxicated, his face flushed, his eyes rolling, as he raised his cup and joined Cheng Chuyang, who had nearly come to blows with him earlier, in a song of camaraderie. If I do not drink or eat, what else can I do? With my greasy hands spread wide, what can they do to me? Li Shu shot me a resentful glare, brandishing her chopsticks at Li Ku, seeking to vent her frustration at the pig trotter he had brought to silence her. "What words?" I asked, utterly perplexed. "I'll folk." Completely in the dark, standing in the brisk wind, I longed to dispel the lingering pain in my heart, gazing at the heavens as clouds shifted in all directions. Sword in hand, I questioned the world. Who among us is the hero? Li Shu's voice was remarkably clear as she sang, transforming the originally tragic farewell, "My concubine," into a melody infused with a tender charm. She exuded a faint floral fragrance, her dulcet tones shifting with the lyrics, so vividly that I felt as though I truly beheld the one who evoked the sympathy of the once great warrior. To be honest, with my years of experience in assessing beauty, I could scarcely find a flaw in her. Her skin was as lustrous as ivory, and the barely perceptible freckles added a touch of allure. Without a trace of makeup, her brows resembled willow leaves, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her nose was straight and delicate, her lips akin to cherries, and her oval face exuded a charm capable of driving any man insane. Suppressing my wicked thoughts, I swallowed hard. How stunning she was. Even a young girl could be so captivating. If she were to mature just a few years more, she could surely bring calamity to nations. Li Shu, still unsatisfied, finished her song and cast a sidelong glance at me. Such a peculiar charm. Did you perhaps plagiarize from your father's work to show off? Is it necessary? I shamelessly lifted my chin, realizing that I had grasped the essential quality of a time traveler, the ability to possess a face capable of overshadowing the sun's warmth. Is that so? Li Shu blinked dangerously, her long eyelashes fluttering. Are you certain? She was truly enchanting. A true man does not change his surname. He does not alter his name. My chin now rose higher than the Lu Guogong mansion, higher than Taishan, higher than Mount Everest, as if I were about to pierce the atmosphere. Very well. The little girl snapped her fingers with remarkable agility, a gesture that left me momentarily stunned. I quickly glanced around to ensure there were no directors or cameras in sight. Does the blushing Li Ku wish to escape his friends? He slurred, wobbling as he pointed at me. I stared at him impassively until he adjusted his gaze to focus on me. Little brother, I've drunk too much, and I feel stuffy. I want to step outside for some fresh air. He gestured towards the outside. Not unless my esteemed brother recites a poem. Otherwise, you shall self-impose a penalty of 3. Li Ku pointed at a cup, shook his head, indicated the wine jug, shook his head again, and ultimately settled on the wine barrel. I nearly considered silencing him permanently. Little brother's literary talent is truly beneath the eyes of these esteemed gentlemen. He laughed, addressing the surrounding aristocrats. Very well, since it is so, I shall not force my esteemed brother. Come, accompany me in a sword dance to sober up. Li Ku seemed to have completely lost his senses, gesturing dramatically as he withdrew a pair of chopsticks from his belt. Which scoundrel did this? Another even more unscrupulous individual, Chang Chuliang, appeared with 2 long swords, grinning broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. I longed to snatch the swords and strike him down, but alas, this was not my territory. This is quite a trial for me. Chang Chuliang insisted, forcefully shoving the swords into my hands while prattling on. I have long heard of the second son of the Fong family, renowned for his martial prowess, capable of snapping 3 stone bows. Today, we may feast our eyes upon such talent. I hope my esteemed brother does not tarnish the Fong family's name. Amidst the uproar of the young nobles cheering him on, I rose abruptly, glaring fiercely as I declared, "Let there be a literary contest, not a martial one." My voice rang out with a distinct tone reminiscent of a revolutionary zeal. The room fell silent, save for the sound of a drunken reveler snoring. Chapter 9. Am I not fighting alone? Is that so? I would like to hear how this literary contest shall unfold, Li Shu remarked, her voice ghostly as she floated behind me. Sing. I shot a fierce glare at Li Shu, thinking, you, dear ancestor, if we are to die, let us all perish together and endure the torment of these tone-deaf drunks together. Ha ha ha. Excellent suggestion, but there must be a prize involved. Li Shu clapped her hands in agreement, and Cheng Chuliang reluctantly tossed the swords to a servant, instructing them to bring forth a band. Regrettably, I did not witness the spectacle of Li Ku and myself performing like monkeys. I scorned such individuals. Truly worthy of the most favored princess of Ipu. This prize should rightfully belong to me. Cheng Chuliang's eyes sparkled with ambition as he leapt forth, and the other young nobles eagerly joined in. Cheng Chuliang, the flower of renowned generals, launched into a lengthy song, shaking the very foundations of the banquet hall, causing the assembled young nobles to roll their eyes and their expressions to shift like the tides. Cheng Chuliang himself felt slightly embarrassed, bursting into laughter. I've had too much to drink, my voice. Ah, you there, it is your turn. Cheng Chuliang pointed at me. No one can be left out except for the princess who has offered the prize. Cheng Chuliang's face turned dark, his cheeks puffing up as he protested. Am I to be the only one to embarrass myself? Impossible. Li Shu's expression darkened, her eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of collapse. I discreetly hid behind Li Ku, my eyes gleaming with a cunning light. This is the price you pay for provoking me. Stop. Do you think it is time to hear from the second son of the Fong family, Li Ku? Upon hearing this, Li Ku's face turned pale. The elder brother has betrayed me? I could hardly believe it as I pointed at Li Ku, my finger trembling, my forehead throbbing. Li Ku smiled vrilly, dear brother. I truly cannot withstand it any longer. The chorus of gleeful voices echoed around us. What could I do? Cheng Chuliang cracked his knuckles menacingly, glaring at me as if to say that if I did not speak, he would ensure my demise at the Lu Guogong mansion. I stood up, flicked my sleeves, downed 2 large cups of Sanlijiang, and narrowed my now reddening eyes. Listen well. If we are to sing, then let us sing. Who fears whom? Shall we sing in English? Fearing the wrath of the formidable Chung Chuyang and his band of linguistic neophytes, I hesitated to sing the national anthem of the future. The thought of being swiftly dispatched by the loyal elites of the Tang Empire, such as Li Ku and Li Shu, sent a shiver down my spine. Drawing in a long breath, I summoned the spirit within me. With pride and fervor, I proclaimed my resolve to brave the tumultuous waves. My blood surging like the radiant sun. My courage as steadfast as iron, and my spirit as resilient as steel soared to great heights, my vision stretching across vast horizons. I vowed to strive for greatness, to embody the essence of a true man, to awaken each day with a fiery resolve, and to harness the energies of heaven and earth to forge my path towards my dreams. As the azure waves swelled and the expansive sky beckoned, I understood that a man must indeed strive for self-improvement. With confidence and poise, I aspired to become a pillar of strength, illuminating the world with my brilliance. This anthem of resilience was perfect for belting out in a state of inebriation, the alcohol fueling my enthusiasm as I danced and sang with abandon. Growing restless, I commandeered the drummer's role, thumping the drums while unleashing my voice in a solo performance. My eyes squinted against the light as the onlookers gaped, their expressions twisted in shock, as though trampled by a herd of wild boars. Li Shu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her left hand covering her mouth while the other pointed at me, astonished by my boldness. At that moment, I felt as though the spirit of Lin Zixiang had traversed time for my sake, and I reveled in the triumph of not granting those frivolous onlookers any opportunity to belittle me. In that instant, I was not alone in this battle. Lin Zixiang and Huang Zhan had possessed me, compelling me to make those frivolous individuals tremble beneath the might of my powerful voice. I roared and drummed, releasing all my pent-up emotions, past, present, and future, as a torrent of sound and passion surged through my veins. The alcohol heightened my senses, and through my slightly intoxicated gaze, I envisioned a celestial being adorned in vibrant plumage, standing beside me, her starry eyes brimming with unspoken wonders. At some point, she raised her delicate wrist to wipe the sweat from my brow, a gentle coolness and fragrance lingering in my awareness. Who could she be? The melodious notes of a flute danced through the air, and vibrant petals adorned the earthly realm. Clad in a flowing gown of soft green, with lustrous black hair elegantly arranged, a resplendent phoenix perched amidst her tresses, akin to soaring through a sea of clouds. She turned her back to me, and I gazed at her in wonder, curious about her identity. It seemed she understood my thoughts, gracefully moving upon the crystal-clear waters, captivating and enchanting. Her slender waist delicate yet agile. Each time her toes touched the surface, it felt as if she were stepping upon my heart, creating ripples of shimmering light that spread across the starlit sky. Overcome with curiosity, I could not resist stepping closer, grasping her impossibly delicate hand. She slowly lifted her head and smiled at me, her brows relaxing, her eyes narrowing, the swirling haze of alcohol revealing a perfect curve at the corners of her mouth. She was breathtakingly beautiful, alluring to the core, rendering me utterly breathless. Yet, could it be that my vision was deceiving? The more I looked, the more she resembled Li Shu, that little girl. In my self-comfort, my mood lightened as I surveyed my surroundings, realizing that something felt amiss. This did not appear to be my room. Noticing the tea on the bedside table, I scrambled over, seizing the teapot and pouring its warm contents down my throat, the soothing temperature providing relief to my sore throat, which had endured countless abrasions. Has the young master awakened? A familiar voice called as the door swung open. It was a familiar servant who had guided Li Ku and me the previous night. The memory of the long spear that had streaked overhead sent a chill down my spine. What do you want? I croaked, my voice raspy, as I squeezed my eyes and grimaced. The servant stared at me blankly for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Young master, I presume you are wondering how you ended up here. Nodding, I noted his lack of comprehension. Here's the thing. Our young master saw you drunk last night and had us carry you here to rest. Please wait a moment. I will summon his highness. Prince Wu. He instructed us to inform him immediately upon your awakening. Jungu. How dare you call yourself brother with that croaky voice? My irritation flared as I raised the teapot in my hand. Chapter 10. No return without intoxication. Li Shuai appeared at the door, his voice echoing like a duck's quack. My dear brother, I must say, I truly admire you. He pointed at me, laughing uncontrollably. Had he lost his mind? The little girl peeked out from behind Li Shuai, her enchanting eyes fixated on me, filled with astonishment and perhaps a hint of admiration. How rare it was to receive such admiration from a princess-level beauty. It was a privilege few men could boast. Seemingly aware of my expression, Li Ke sighed in resignation and pointed at his throat, offering a wry smile. Last night, I sang along with you all night. And now I gestured toward my own throat, opening my mouth in a silent plea. Li Ke nodded in understanding. You need not speak, just listen to me. You made quite the impression last night. Not only did those in the back hall witness it, but even the elderly in the front hall, including Chung Fu's steward, were nodding in approval. The elders were truly astonished. Yesterday, you made quite the impression, young Master Fong. Li Shu presented me with a flower-adorned golden fragrance ball that had served as last night as prize. Shaking my head, I protested I was merely forced into that situation. Besides, what use is it for a man to wear such a feminine accessory? Li Shu, undeterred, approached me and tied the fragrant ball around my waist before I could refuse, the gentle floral scent enveloping me. I could not help but notice the delicate strands of hair cascading down her temples, their beauty accentuated against her fair skin, invoking a sense of freshness and clarity. Remember, this is a gift from my father, something I cherish. You must not damage it or lose it. Keep it with you at all times and ensure it remains clean. If not, just wait and see what consequences arise. With a mischievous grin, Li Shu tied the fragrant ball securely, baring her teeth at me. How absurd. Since it was now my personal possession, I could do with it as I pleased. Who was she to dictate my actions? Though my voice was hoarse, it did not mean I would refrain from retaliating. I glared at her fiercely, attempting to intimidate her. At first, Li Shu held her ground, but soon, she was overwhelmed by my fierce demeanor, her cheeks flushing crimson, her hair cascading like clouds, her delicate face adorned with a hint of blush, complemented by her narrowed eyes. What are you staring at, you shameless scoundrel? I was indeed shameless, and I continued to stare, testing whether this little girl or I, the wicked uncle adept at managing little girls, would prevail. Ultimately, she could not withstand the pressure and swiftly darted behind Li Ke. Third brother, he asked, bullying me. Help me punish him. With flushed cheeks, Li Shu jumped up and down behind Li Ke, unwilling to meet my gaze, which radiated righteousness, my hair standing on end. This would not do. Third brother was known for his impartiality. Li Ke chuckled, scrutinizing me with a peculiar glint in his eyes that sent chills down my spine, prompting me to feign a grin, realizing that I had inadvertently revealed my wicked uncle potential to him. I needed to rectify this. Next time, I must be more discreet. Before long, Chung Chuyang arrived, accompanied by a burly man with a grizzled beard. Uncle Chung, Li Ke greeted, rising to pay his respects. I noticed Li Ke, who usually maintained his composure, suddenly exhibiting an odd expression, as if he were genuinely scared of this man. Could this be the legendary Chung Yaojin? Enough, enough. No need for formalities. Uncle Chung said amicably, patting Li Ke on the shoulder, causing his face to drain of color, his previously erect posture trembling slightly. Did the old man employ the Hua Gumian Zhang technique? Why didn't the young girl come to see her uncle yesterday? My group of girls has been talking about you. The loud voice was quite hoarse, indicating that this gentleman also joined the evening's drinking choir. Last night, I intended to meet my future brother-in-law first. Hence, I did not manage to visit Uncle Li Shu. Now, Li Shu appears to be a well-behaved young lady, gracefully bowing to Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung waved his hand, signaling Li Shu to refrain from excessive courtesy, then turned his gaze towards me. This fine young man must be the second son of the esteemed Fong family. Uncle Chung is remarkably easygoing, nearly dislocating my shoulder with a single clap. I raised my somewhat numb hand and forced a smile while bowing to Uncle Chung. This young lad has some strength in him. Uncle Chung looked at me in surprise, seemingly taken aback by my inability to display the same expression as Li Ke. The strength of Uncle Cheng's hand was indeed formidable. I felt as if my arm might cramp from the pressure. I quickly submitted, for if the old man were to strike me again, I might have to crawl out through the doorway. Ha ha! Chung Yaoling laughed heartily 3 times, his gaze softening with satisfaction as he nodded at me and Li Ke. With pride and laughter amidst the tumultuous waves, with fiery blood that surpasses the sun's brilliance, with courage like iron and bones akin to fine steel. This is the essence of our valiant warriors. In my youth, I wielded a spear, charging through the ranks of thousands. Truly, my courage was forged like iron and my bones like steel. You, young lad, can articulate such sentiments. It pleases my palate. Ha ha. Uncle Chung seems to possess a thick skin. The term brazen certainly suits him. Come, last night, I could not share a drink with you two fine young men. It is a regrettable matter. This morning, I have arranged a family feast in the front hall. We shall not return until intoxicated. I felt a dark cloud descend over my face. Li Ku turned pale, Li Shu's complexion became ashen, and Sheng Chuyang's face turned purple. A morning feast with the promise of intoxication? The old man's motives are indeed suspect. Uncle Chung, my nephew drank too much yesterday and is still feeling dizzy and unsteady. Li Ku, seemingly frightened by Uncle Cheng's declaration of a morning feast, quickly yielded. Young lad, what do you know? This is called drinking to alleviate the effects of drinking. It is an unspoken secret of mine. Today, I share it with you both, but do not let it slip. Uncle Chung raised his eyebrows mysteriously. Li Ku and I stared blankly and nodded vigorously. Ha ha, you rascals, do not hesitate to make way for your father. They dragged Li Ku and me out like limp dogs, and Sheng Chuyang, feeling quite embarrassed, darted ahead, while Li Shu, her cheeks flushed, followed behind, her eyes almost squinting with joy. I exchanged a solemn glance with Li Ku, who was also looking at me. We shared a silent understanding, wishing we could weep together. Gazing at the lacquered cup on the table, I croaked, Uncle Chung, I truly cannot drink anymore. After just one cup, the discomfort feels unbearable. No need to rush. Take your time. Come, bottoms up. The old rogue downed 3 cups in quick succession, wiping his mouth. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Young lad, do not disappoint your uncle. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel, pour wine for your uncle and your cousin from the Fong family. Upon opening my eyes, I realized it was already dusk. Buddha, I am still in the Chung residence, and I am in the same room as last night. Terrified, I cautiously opened the door, only to see a figure stealthily approaching. Oh, it is Li Shuaigua. His hat askew and his demeanor quite disheveled. Brother Wada, I am here, I whispered. But Li Ku quickly gestured for silence, pulling me along as if we were stealthily infiltrating an enemy stronghold. Utilizing the cover of flowers and plants, we finally reached the entrance of the Lu Guogong residence. Before we could catch our breath, a loud voice boomed from behind. Where are you going, young lad? I have already prepared the family feast. Cheng Yaoling had appeared, having indeed set up a feast. My goodness, Li Ku and I exchanged horrified glances. Uncle Chung, no need to see us off. I have matters to attend to, I exclaimed, fleeing amidst a cloud of dust. Chapter 11. The calligraphy master, the 2 young rascals were in a pitiful state, disregarding the stares of passers-by as they collapsed onto a long stone bench, gasping for breath. Uncle Chung is truly terrifying. I cannot help but shake my head. Even the strongest constitution cannot withstand such torment. Oh no, what about your sister? I suddenly remembered that Li Ku's little sister had not appeared. She will be fine. She was the one providing cover earlier. Otherwise, I would not have escaped. Li Ku wiped the sweat from his face. After the shock of the wine and the ensuing sprint, he felt much more awake. Uncle Fong, why are you here? Is there something at home? I hurried forward. It was heartwarming to see the elder come to fetch me. No, it was my lady who was worried. So she sent me to bring you back from the Lu Guogong residence. Just as we approached the gate, I saw you and His Highness running away. My face flushed slightly, and I stole a glance at Li Ku. Ha! Li Shuaigua was not much better off, his face reddening as he could only nod in response. Li Ku urged me to leave first, saying someone would come for him shortly. I waved goodbye to Li Ku, mounted my horse, and allowed Uncle Fong to lead me home. Second young master, the master, madam, and eldest young master are all waiting for you in the front hall for dinner. Fong Chung held a lantern, leading the way. Oh, then let us hurry. By the way, Uncle Fong, does our family have an estate outside the city? The steward nearly stumbled, and I quickly jumped off my horse to support him. Indeed, this body I have acquired through my travels is far more robust and agile than my previous life. No worries, just my old bones, he chuckled. Second young master, I almost forgot to mention that aside from the current duke's residence, we also possess a manor bestowed by the emperor, located along the Wei River outside the city. We rarely visit it, except during summer and autumn to escape the heat. Listening to the steward's explanation, I learned that the manor was another source of income for the Fong family, providing land and resources granted to my grandfather. It was near the river, with fertile fields and nearly 800 or 900 households living there. No, I quickly shook my head, bowing to my grandfather, mother, and elder brother. My grandfather squinted at me. You went to the Gaoyang residence, didn't you? His expression was stern, yet I detected no trace of anger, which relieved my heart. I nodded. Yes, I accompanied His Highness Wang Wu yesterday, not expecting Uncle Chung to be so hospitable as to insist on keeping me with His Highness for the night. Ah, I did not expect Uncle Chung to be such a captivating figure. How can you eat like that? You are almost chewing through the bowl. My mother playfully scolded me, affectionately patting my head. She added more meat to my bowl. Eat more. You are still growing. Huh? I was startled, suddenly remembering that I was not yet 16. Naturally, I belonged to the age of growth. While enjoying my meal, my grandfather also served me a piece of chicken. June air. My mouth was full of meat. Is the chicken good? My grandfather asked slowly. I nodded in agreement. Yes, it is delicious. Oh, what use is the chicken feather? As a pen. Oh no. My grandfather was probing for information, the crafty old man. I faltered, uncertain of the situation. As a pen? It is the first time I have seen such an object used as a pen. My grandfather pointed to the low couch beside him, and I finally spotted the weapon, a pile of chicken tail feathers, with the thick ends being black. It seemed I forgot to ask Green Butterfly to dispose of the evidence. Look at you. Even while eating, you still managed to say something like that, June Air exclaimed, causing me to drop the bone in my mouth. Lucier shot a reproachful glance at my grandfather, taking the half-eaten bone from my clothing and continuing to serve me vegetables. Father, I believe that although the chicken feather pen crafted by my younger brother is crude, it also has its merits, does it not? My elder brother spoke up for me, and I felt grateful, thankful to have an older brother as a shield. After dinner, I shall come to your room to observe how you utilize this item. The old gentleman imitated my mannerism, his fingers curled like claws, as he held the delicate chicken feather brush to write a couple of characters, which appeared crooked and awkward, leaving both Fong Yi and myself feeling rather embarrassed for him. Upon examining his own writing, the old man's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a prolonged pause, he remarked that it was intriguing yet not durable, as the slender brush handle lacked sufficient grip. Unbeknownst to him, we exchanged glances, and under the light he scrutinized the rudimentary chicken feather brush, inquiring, Junior, how did you come to use this? I replied that I was merely copying the Sanzi Jing, my hands having grown accustomed to it, feeling quite satisfied with my chicken feather brush's semi-cursive style. Compared to the old gentleman's hard pen calligraphy, I felt as though I were a master of the craft. This tool, while lacking in practical utility, seemed to ignite a spark in the old gentleman's keen eyes, though he ultimately said nothing and took away the 10 or so chicken feather brushes I had recently crafted. After my elder brother advised me to rest early, he departed alongside our father. Second young master, the bathwater is ready, announced Eldai as she appeared at the door. In just 2 days, she seemed to have grown even more beautiful. Clad in a flowing aquamarine gown, ribbons cinched her slender waist, her figure already taking on graceful curves. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and her delicate, oval face bore eyes that appeared ethereal and clear in the dim light. Her arms, exposed by the sleeves, were as fair and tender as jade. A few beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, with strands of short hair sticking to it, indicating that the young girl was quite fatigued. Though we stood at least 2 meters apart, the faint fragrance emanating from her wafted towards me. Eldai glanced up, swiftly lowering her gaze again, and I could even detect a blush on her cheeks. Clear in my throat, I said, You lead the way. I admit to appreciating beauty, but that does not render me a lecher, allowing me to maintain my composure in the presence of Eldai. Why not check if the lights in the room have been extinguished? I suggested, feeling shy in front of the youthful and radiant girl. The maid has already extinguished the lights, young master. Hurry and undress, where the water will cool. Eldai continued to bustle around the large wooden tub, oblivious to the fact that her young master was awkwardly emerging from behind the screen, half-covered and fidgeting. You seem different, young master. Eldai finally noticed me, her expression somewhat peculiar as she observed my waist encircled by soiled clothing. Is there something wrong? And no, is the water ready? I stammered. Yes, young master. Why is your face so flushed? The bright-eyed girl had a look that suggested mischief, causing me to feel an urge to playfully swat her rounded backside. Eldai, Please go stand at the door to guard against any disturbances while I bathe. As she left the room and shut the door, I could immediately hear her giggles, questioning who dared to mock your young master. I resolved not to explain to this innocent child why my face was flushed. In a large wooden tub, the scalding hot water made my skin redden as I poured water over myself with a wooden ladle. What a delightful sensation. It had been nearly 2 months since I had enjoyed such a luxurious soak. Reflecting on my previous life, I had spent nearly 30 years in mediocrity. Just days prior, I was in a small city, struggling to fill my pockets and seeking a woman with whom to build a life. Now, in the blink of an eye, I had awoken as a high-ranking youth of the Tang Empire, a mere child. Every maid in the household was pleasing to the eye, save for the old gentleman's close confidant. Life is indeed wondrous, exceedingly so. Yet, what was my purpose in this world? To follow in the footsteps of those who slaughtered on the battlefield? No, while I do not faint at the sight of blood, I have always been kind-hearted. Would I dare to usurp the throne of a Li family? If that notion were to escape the confines of Feng's household, I would surely find myself cast into the livestock pen. What else could I do? Indulge in the pleasures of the world? I glanced at my chest muscles, feeling content, and looked further down, equally satisfied. However, the challenges of nightly encounters were daunting. I certainly did not wish to wither away prematurely, lamenting my fate in my 40s or 50s. It is quite disheartening to realize that I am utterly ineffectual, even in this ancient era. What pity, I thought. I shall rest first. Such monumental decisions cannot be made lightly. At the very least, I must deliberate for a decade or two before arriving at a conclusion. Have you heard? A mysterious voice from behind the rockery urged me to tread lightly as I crept closer, discovering 2 maids indulging in pastries while gossiping. Second young master has become a deity. Indeed, I have heard that too. What? I have become a deity? I pondered, perplexed, feeling my body for any signs of change. Aside from my well-defined chest muscles and slightly thicker arms than in my previous life, I perceived no alterations. The gossip ignited my curiosity, and I decided to listen further. Chapter 12. The contest with the princess. One maid, quite satisfied, wiped crumbs from the corner of her mouth, saying, I heard from Brother Fengcheng that our second young master can paint using chicken bottoms. What? Cold sweat trickled down my forehead as a horrifying image flashed in my mind. I was malevolently laughing while holding a distressed live chicken, dipping its rear into ink, and emerging with a painting reminiscent of the Qingming Shanghai Tuesday. The thought was too terrifying. I was neither deviant nor an eccentric performance artist. No way. I heard from Aunt Lu in the kitchen that our second young master has hysteria and must drink talisman water made from poultry feathers to recover. So, Brother Fengcheng plucks feathers for him every day. I found that Brother Fengju's assertion was more plausible. He claimed that the young master was merely 2 maids munching on pastries while chatting away. What are you 2 doing? I exclaimed in anger. What have you turned our spirited and exceptional young master into? Emerging from behind the tree, I struck a scholarly pose, intending to explain to the 2 maids that I had invented the use of feather brushes so that scholars of the Tang Dynasty could write without fear of hardship. One maid, appearing as if she had seen a ghost, stuttered, pointing at me, her small mouth still smeared with pastry crumbs, her originally rosy cheeks turning a shade of green before returning to red. Second young master, I grinned, attempting to appear amiable as I spoke for her. In a startled scream, the 2 maids flailed and scattered like frightened birds. When I regained my senses from the bewildering uproar, only a half-eaten crescent of pastry remained on the ground. Second young master, I rarely heard El Dai call me in such a hurried tone, causing me to pause and set my brush down. Second young master, Princess Hepu has arrived in the front hall to see you. El Dai held a needle and thread to mend my sleeve, which had torn during a recent banquet. Hepu. The image of Li Shu from that night immediately flashed in my mind. What did she want? Was Prince Li not accompanying her? How strange. During her previous visits, she had been reluctant to even enter the door. Today, however, the sun had not risen from the west. It was indeed peculiar. I did not see Prince Wu. The princess merely stated that she wishes to see you, El Dai said, placing the sewing materials beside the low couch. Oh, I stood up and stretched luxuriously. Princess, please be careful. Why is the housekeeper's voice at my door? With her raven hair, willow-like brows, and water-cut eyes bearing a hint of a smile, she gazed at me, who was squatting in a pull-up position. Young Master Feng, what are you doing? Li Shu observed my posture, momentarily taken aback. Exercising. This is called a pull-up. I gestured before quickly standing upright. Li Shu ignored me and turned to the still stunned Fang Shan, saying, "You may leave. I'll die. I am here to serve our esteemed princess with tea." Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I offered a friendly grin to the young girl, curious as to the reason for the princess's visit to my humble abode. Is it not permissible to visit when there's nothing to do? With a sly blink of her large eyes, she surveyed my room. "Ah, I never would have imagined that you would be diligent." Upon noticing the inkstone on my desk, Li Shu lightly chuckled. "Of course, in the bloom of youth, it is indeed the prime time for learning. Is that so?" The young girl, Li Shu, feigned maturity as she flipped through the books on my desk. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. "What is this?" The absurdly upgraded version of a chicken feather. A strikingly white goose feather pen caught her attention. "Goose feather?" Li Shu shot me a glance, ignoring my presence, and glanced at the pristine paper I had written on. "You write with a goose feather?" I was tempted to scold this little brat, but I took a deep breath and remained composed. "It is simply faster to write with it." "Is that true?" Li Shu looked at me with skepticism, carefully examining the goose feather pen. "It is so stiff. How can it write?" "You think I would deceive you?" I shot her a glare, snatched the pen from her, and wrote the characters Fang Jun in less than 2 seconds. That is what speed looks like. It was curious how I felt no sense of humility or awareness in front of royalty. Had my nerves thickened too much from crossing over? Akmata Li Shu schnurrte sufli. Dipped my meticulously crafted goose feather pen into some ink and wrote on the white paper. "What characters are these?" "Li Shu, something seems off. It looks more like Li Lai, and the strokes were crooked and slanted." Li Shu's face turned as red as an eggplant. Quite amusing. "No laughing." Li Shu glared at me, and I nodded in understanding. But alas, my mouth could not contain its mirth. "No laughing, you scoundrel." Li Shu momentarily cast aside her princess demeanor, threatening me with flailing arms. "All right, I shall refrain from laughter. Please wait, princess." Seeing her flustered and embarrassed expression, and her writing that was far worse than my elder brother's, which resembled my skills from just 3 days of kindergarten, was quite delightful. "Fang Eai, if you dare laugh again, I will inform Uncle Fang that you use a goose feather as a pen, thus disgracing our scholarly pursuits." I stifled a laugh and nodded gravely. "Very well, I shall not laugh." Li Shu's face remained flushed, though it had lessened somewhat as she looked down at her writing and then at my own. "Let's have a contest." "Contest?" I was somewhat bewildered. What were we to compare? Height? Weight? Or perhaps muscle tone? "Ah, let us skip that one. I never bully women. I will use this, and you will use your goose feather. Let us see who writes faster and better." Li Shu proudly lifted a wolf hair brush, her chin held high, exuding confidence. "Oh, is that really necessary? Are you afraid to compete?" "That would only imply that your goose feather pen is utterly useless." Li Shu provocatively gazed at me. "Very well, I must teach this little girl a lesson. Otherwise, she will not understand that the king of horses has 3 eyes." Angered, this little girl dared to challenge me. A master of hard pen calligraphy? Lu Dai was quick-witted. She soon retrieved a flat ink stone from the bookshelf, poured in clean water, and completed the preparations in a few strokes. Li Shu raised her eyebrows. "Is it ready?" The second young master of Fang is quite stimulating. I am eager to strike down this girl once more. I extended a finger. 1 incense stick's worth of time. "Agreed. I will give you 50 characters." I waved 5 fingers before Li Shu, making a show of it deliberately. "You." Li Shu's delicate face twisted in anger, but in front of Lu Dai, she maintained her princess composure, her forehead veins twitching. "Very well. If anyone loses, I spread my hands. Speak, for I certainly cannot lose." "If you lose, you must stand in the street and shout 3 times, 'I, Fang Eai, am a fool.'" "No, 3 times is too lenient for you. Shout for the duration of 1 incense stick." "And if you lose?" Ignoring her malicious curse, I remained unfazed, unless I were to chop off my own hands. Victory is assured. This skill was honed from taking notes in university. If I were to lose, Li Shu's eyes darted playfully, and she suddenly smiled. "You may do as you wish." "Very well." I laughed triumphantly for a moment, then fell silent. "The emperor's daughter. What would you possibly wish to do? You're quite bold, little girl." I playfully threatened this little brat with a fist, just as I was about to leave. "What? The second young master of Fang is now retreating from a little girl's provocation? How insipid. You little brat, retreat? Today, you truly wish to challenge me, do you not? Fine. I am eager to see how our princess will defeat me." My gaze sharp as an eagle, my heart as cold as iron, I stepped forward with purpose. my right hand poised like a blade. Lu Dai, please ignite the incense. The duel begins. To be honest, Li Shu's calligraphy is indeed quite impressive. Her small regular script was beautiful, and her focused expression was more appealing than before. Stretching lazily, I moved my hands to ease them, sipping tea leisurely as Li Shu had only reached her 10th character. Well, victory is assured. 50 characters are now in the hands of this boy. Prepare to weep. Li Shu, as your pen flies swiftly, her lips not forgetting to mock me. Focusing, breathing deeply, I raise my pen, swiftly writing, brush, brush, brush. The fallen ash from the incense dropped into the burner, with 1 stick's worth of time completed. I lifted my head and was greeted by Li Shu's face nearly touching mine. Her delicate features were so close, her rosy lips slightly parted, exhaling a faintly sweet fragrance that filled my nostrils. Her eyes stared straight at me, glimmering with something. It was too close to see clearly, leaving me frozen in place. What do you intend to do? Li Shu did not speak, but seemed to realize her posture was somewhat inappropriate. Her face reddened slightly as she retreated half a step, yet continued to gaze at me intently, as if she wished to embroider a flower upon my face. Ahem! I hastily reminded the little girl opposite me that I suffer from tuberculosis, which can be transmitted through the air. You are blushing, Li Shu joyfully announced. Why would I blush? Li Shu appeared eager to prolong this topic, but I firmly rejected her. Let us not stray from the subject. Tell me, how many characters did you write? What is that girl Lu Dai laughing at? A glance at her yielded no results. You refused to speak. Well then, how did you manage to write so many in one go, albeit somewhat poorly? It seemed Li Shu had momentarily developed amnesia. I firmly believed she had a case of selective forgetfulness. Let's skip the pleasantries, little sister. Do you concede? Let's get straight to the point. Li Shu smiled innocently at me. Concede? What does young Master Fong wish me to do? The delicate peach blossom hue, illuminated by the slanting sunlight streaming into the room, became even more enchanting. Her glistening eyes overflowed with allure, and her full lips and white teeth complemented each other beautifully. The loose strands of hair cascading down in front of her exquisitely arched black brows. It was utterly captivating, leaving me both angry and salivating. Truly a bewitching beauty capable of causing chaos in the realm. Chapter 13. The barbaric bloodline of the Fong family. This has become rather dull. I am not a mere pawn in your game. Swallowing hard, I reminded myself that I am a gentleman and shall not stoop to the level of this cunning little girl. The door is over there. Since there is nothing of concern, I shall respectfully escort Princess He Pu out with a serious expression and righteous gaze, nearly perfect in my demeanor. No, I am not angry, merely feeling unwell due to the weather. My head ailment may be acting up. Is it worth it? You, a princess, come to my abode. Are you truly upset over something trivial? It is not worth it. How petty. Li Shu scrunched her nose and actually sat down on my low couch, leisurely sipping tea. I had never seen anyone so irate. Grabbing the teapot, I took several large gulps, and the air became refreshing. Petty? What a statement. I am but a commoner. I reclined gracefully against the armrest, allowing my legs to stretch out. Lu Dai promptly tugged at my sleeve. Our maid was quite polite, but with this scheming little princess. Courtesy was unnecessary. A small mind has no relation to being a commoner. I have never encountered a man with such a small mind before. Li Shu seemed to dismissively scoff. Enough of this idle chatter. You did not come to me merely to jest, did you? The lady cannot be disrespected, nor can she be dismissed. She is akin to a youthful plague deity. My dear ancestor, this is truly exasperating. It is my third brother who has sent me here. Otherwise, I would hardly have the time to run to you. He has asked you to join him in a hunting expedition in the southern outskirts 3 days hence. He has recently faced reprimands from our father and cannot venture out, so he has entrusted me with this message. Remember, at dawn 3 days from now, outside Mingda Gate. Do not forget. I truly admire you, Weida. You indeed embody the epitome of a prodigal son, displaying remarkable tenacity. Even under house arrest, you contemplate hunting. If you were actually engaged in a hunt, I fear that this Li Shuaiguo would be scheming to commit murder. Li Shu chuckled softly. The one who speaks with a duplicitous heart must surely be you. Frankly speaking, this girl's smile is genuinely bright and enchanting. Do not slander me. I am a person of sincerity. Do not view me through such a colored lens. I am indeed a person of integrity. I take it upon myself to uphold my reputation with utmost seriousness. Indeed, from the servants of the Fong residence, I have learned that Fong Eai, although wasteful and foolish, is actually quite an honest and naive individual. Years later, he still wears the green hat, cheerfully guarding the door for his unfaithful wife. Reflecting on this, I can almost slap Fong Eai. Alas, it would only result in self-inflicted pain. Had I not encountered you before, I might have genuinely thought you were a rogue impersonating the second young master of the Fong family. Li Shu's analysis is astute. However, the truth is that I am not a rogue. I am merely a victim of a time travel mishap. I sighed deeply, my expression filled with sorrow. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. I am a passionate youth reincarnated from a millennium hence. It would be strange for me to believe you. Li Shu shot me a sidelong glance. What about that item? With that, her gaze kept drifting to my waist, which startled me. Oh, I should have mentioned it sooner. I will retrieve it from my waist. Remember, do not lose it. Otherwise, I will have my father deal with you. And does the emperor need to concern himself with such trivial matters? Forget it. I shall not bicker with this little girl. I chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, the ball remains in play. Once I am gone, the two words are merely reversed, a concept switched. This girl appears to only grasp the general idea. Her face flushed with a smile. She silently took a few goose feather pens and the white paper I had just written on and left. What are you doing? Is this girl so embarrassed that she wishes to report me to the elder? I borrowed it for a moment. I refuse to believe I could be outdone by you. I want to see how this goose feather pen can produce writing. The maid mentioned she was going to fetch tea, shaking a teapot as an excuse. Earlier, I was merely practicing my voice. Do you understand? I glared fiercely at El Dai, this little gossip. Do not worry, young master. My lips are tightly sealed. Her innocent face and bright eyes are heart-wrenching. I leaned back weakly against the couch. This girl is beyond saving. After lying there for a while, I suddenly recalled the matter Li Ku had asked Li Shu to relay. Hunting 3 days from now? I could not help but sit up excitedly. Hunting? What should I prepare? Oh no. As a commoner from a later time, I have never hunted before. Should I find someone to ask? On second thought, never mind. I have my pride. Hunting seems simple. I shall write a plan first. For hunting, one must have bows and arrows, and I must ride my steed, ensuring my treasured sword is not left behind for mere show. Let me think, right? Spices for roasting meat must be prepared. And what else? Oh yes, the cursed reins. I smacked my forehead. El Dai. The maid arrived promptly, her large eyes sparkling. Today, I shall undertake a monumental endeavor to become a trailblazer of fashion and trend. Hold on, young master, I have not lost my mind. Well, it is tolerable, though that mutton sin is a bit strong. I extended my hands, gesturing a few times. Not bad. Although these sheepskin gloves appear somewhat ugly and do not fit perfectly, they at least have 5 finger compartments, soft leather, and a pleasant feel. Now I need not worry about the cursed reins harming my delicate hands. Young master, what use do you have for this hand cage? El Dai blinked, puzzled. This is not a hand cage. It is a glove, a leather glove. Do you understand? I grinned widely, for it is something I designed myself. Oh, young master, why did you make it? El Dai's eagerness to learn satisfied my desire to show off. You see, using this, I can prevent my hands from being scratched, and in winter, it keeps my hands warm and prevents frostbite. Oh, young master, you are truly remarkable. And divas elated, for her master had finally become clever. You need not shed tears of joy over it. El Dai, are your family still around? I found it strange. Yet, my heart felt warm. In this household, apart from my father, mother, and that elder brother who shares my blood, perhaps only this little girl is closest to me. I can confide many things to her. Whether she believes me or not, she always listens attentively with her beautiful eyes. I have no family. A disaster struck in Idong, and my parents passed away when I was 5. Fortunately, it was my distant uncle and you, young master, who brought me into the Fong residence. El Dai's voice was slightly choked. Oh, I opened my mouth, unsure of how to console her. Since entering the Fong residence, life has been much better compared to before, and besides, you have never scolded me, young master. El Dai's expression was a bit dazed, yet her gaze remained clear and earnest as she looked into my eyes. In the future, when we are alone, do not refer to me as this maid so often. It feels unsettling. Hearing her refer to herself in such a manner made me feel a pang of sadness and frustration. Yes, young master, her voice was soft, like cotton candy, and her light green dress truly matched her name, Green Butterfly. My heart raced wildly. I could hardly bear the sight of a delicate beauty. It was too alluring. I am not a lowly enthusiast. I must remain vigilant. Tomorrow, we shall go hunting. So I quickly turned my face away and asked Eldai to fetch a longbow. With great effort, Eldai brought it out from behind. Upon seeing it, I was startled. It resembled a thick wooden stick. Is this a bow? Yes, young master. You specifically instructed the steward to procure a 4-stone bow last month. The previous 3-stone bow was broken by you. Eldai's expression was sincere, not at all deceitful. However, in the Tang Dynasty, 1 stone was approximately over 50 kilograms. 2 stones would be over 100 kilograms, right? Wouldn't a 3-stone bow now be a 4-stone bow? Buddha, could Fong Eai be a barbaric blood? Is he the first in the Fong family to exhibit such a trait? Do I possess such strength? I have never tested it before. Feeling the surge of adrenaline, I said, hand it over to me. It felt quite heavy in my grip. Gritting my teeth, I exerted all my strength. Surprisingly, my small frame could indeed draw back the 4-stone bow, though my face turned crimson. What a sense of achievement. I never imagined that in my previous life, carrying a bag of rice weighing 40 to 50 pounds up a flight of stairs would leave me breathless. Yet I possess such formidable strength now. How exhilarating. Fong Chung observed a shadow approaching outside the window. Without needing to think, he quickly raised his voice to call out. I am here. Fong Chung entered, holding a weapon. He drew it out. It was about a meter long, one side sharp, the other side thick. Is it a Tang Dao? Goodness, a national treasure. This is the authentic item. Young master, this is not called a Tang Dao. It is known as a Zhang Dao, specifically for self-defense. Fong Chung blushed. Was he blushing for me? I paid him no mind. Does this knife have different names? My curiosity was piqued. The knife worn by the Lord when attending court is called a Yi Dao. The one worn during hunting or outings is called a Zhang Dao. And the sword wielded by the soldiers of our great Tang is called a Hung Dao. Fong Chung also seems to be a passionate youth and a military enthusiast. I scrutinized the Hung Dao in his hand. The handle was wrapped in silver thread, the blade devoid of any curvature, nearly a centimeter thick at the back, and tapering evenly to the tip. The blade, gracefully curved at its tip, reveals a glaring deficiency in the hilt's defense, which is scarcely wider than the sheath itself. With a surge of excitement, I brandished this weapon, an emblem of the zenith of the great Tang's military prowess, outside my dwelling. With a fierce shout, I unleashed a flurry of extravagant swordplay, leaving a carpet of shattered branches and leaves beneath my feet, much to the astonishment of Fong Chung, whose eyes gleamed with envy. He, unable to comprehend the martial artistry of the orc tribe, displayed an expression of pale concern. This was the ideal time for autumn hunting. Fong Chung, prepare several quivers of arrows. I intend to sweep through Chang'an, ridding it of all 4-legged creatures. Chapter 14. The benevolent hunter at long last, after 3 interminable days. Dawn arrived. Even before the sun graced the horizon, I had risen, fully equipped for the day ahead. I donned my leather gloves, laced up my boots, and slipped into a leather jacket with pockets, tightening my belt. My treasured blade hung prominently at my waist, swaying with every movement, a display of unmatched style. I grasped the longbow resting on the table and practiced a few stances. Ah, if only I could add a helmet, I would exude the aura of a great general. The door creaked open, revealing a drowsy Eldai, her eyes still heavy with sleep. What brings you up so early? I asked, admiring my reflection in the copper mirror, too preoccupied to attend to her inquiry. Eldai, stifling a giggle, observed my attire, her mirth evident in her eyes. I hastily cast aside the mirror and took a seat on the stool. Ah, insomnia has claimed me. I rose before the dawn. How do I look, Eldai? Quite handsome, but... She hesitantly pointed to my unkempt hair. I had forgotten to style it properly, having hastily tied it into a ponytail with a scarf. I beckoned Eldai to assist me. Young master, the lady has instructed that Fong Chung accompany you, to carry your belongings and lend a hand. Eldai meticulously arranged my hair, her gentle voice a soothing presence in the dimly lit room. Outside, the sky remained a somber gray, while the lamp on the table emitted a soft, greenish smoke, casting a warm, golden hue throughout the chamber. It felt as though I were a soldier preparing for battle, with my beloved wife tending to my gear. Why did such thoughts arise within me? Perhaps it was the influence of the times and the precocious nature of those from ancient eras. Eldai and Li Shu, in their demeanor and actions, often displayed a maturity surpassing that of my contemporaries. Were we truly progressing as a society, or were we witnessing a regression of human nature? Or perhaps the educational standards of later generations simply could not match the advancements of the Tang Dynasty. Such musings were inconsequential to me. Let the educators of the future ponder these matters while I remain undisturbed. Mounting my prized steed, with my treasured blade and bow in tow, I waved my hand, leading my 2 attendants toward Mingda Gate. Not far beyond the city walls, I encountered a large gathering. At the center stood a figure clad in white, unmistakably Li Shuaigua, who had received the coveted notice of release. "Brother, we've awaited your arrival," Li Ke called from distance. Nearby, a cluster of ladies engaged in animated gossip, and among them was Li Shu, accompanied by a young child, no older than 11 or 12. The child, strikingly beautiful yet frail, clutched a toy-like bow, curiously gazing our way. Li Ku's attire today was particularly striking, though I refrained from elaborating further to avoid diminishing my own spirits. Picture, if you will, the stylishly clad figure of a modern-day actor in ancient garb. As Li Ku circled me, the other young lords looked on with curiosity. Was it so peculiar? When had I become an object of such fascination? Li Ku pointed at my gloved hand. "What is that?" "Gloves," I replied. "It's cold. They keep me warm." I forced a chuckle, aware of his unwavering gaze. Thankfully, I understood his inclinations. Otherwise, I might have been compelled to flee in embarrassment. "Gloves? I've never seen such a thing," Li Ku exclaimed, extending his hand toward me. Reluctantly, I offered him one of my gloves. He examined it closely, and Cheng Chuyang soon joined us, shamelessly snatching my other glove. "Let us see how it feels." "Hey, that's mine," I protested, but Li Ku assured me, "Fear not, brother. I shall return it once we arrive at our destination. Time is of the essence. Let us depart," Li Ku declared, brandishing the whip adorned with gold and silver threads, spurring his steed ahead. As he knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring, a resounding twang echoed through the air as a rabbit fell, pierced by a shot. "Not only do they keep you warm, but they also protect your hands while drawing the bow. Truly remarkable." He laughed. "Pass that one to me. I wish to try it," Li Ke exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Why should I? You give me yours first," Cheng Chuyang retorted boldly. "Is that so? Fine." Li Ke grinned, clearly relishing the banter. I decided to let them squabble over my gloves while I sought out Fong Cheng to borrow his protection. I needed to ensure my fingers remained unscathed from the bowstring. With a mighty shout, I drew back my specially crafted 4-stone bow, aiming at a rabbit a mere 5 meters away. The arrow flew true, embedding itself into a tree trunk, sending shivers down the spine of all present, including the bewildered rabbit. I felt a pang of regret at the thought of taking a life so innocently. Thus, I resolved to allow my companions to showcase their skills. With a respectful bow, I took my leave. To my chagrin, Li Shu seized the reins of my horse, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Oh, so the second young master of Fong is blushing?" she teased, revealing her bright, pearly smile. "Blushing? It's merely exertion. Why don't you try hitting a rabbit yourself?" I retorted, baring my teeth at her. "Very well." Li Shu responded cheerfully, drawing a beautifully lacquered short bow and an arrow. With a swift motion, she released the arrow, striking the previously dazed rabbit, which succumbed to its fate beneath her skilled shot. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers ringing through the air. The young master need not draw the bow fully. A bit of restraint allows for better aim. A loyal servant began to explain my earlier misstep. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I glared, filled with resentment. "You never asked," Fong Cheng replied sheepishly. The group of attendants had gathered around a fire, preparing seasonings and awaiting the fruits of her hunt. I found a flat patch of earth to recline upon, resting my head on a removed saddle, gazing at the breathtaking autumn scenery. My weapons lay aside, and I chose not to tarnish the beauty of the moment. Soon, the warm autumn sun harmonized with the cool air, lulling my senses into a tranquil haze. What was this? Why was there string threaded through my blade? Li Shu, that girl, seems to have decided to come and enjoy my misfortune. She casually took a seat opposite me, picking up my prize bow to toy with. Ignoring her, I closed my eyes and continued my daydreaming. Well, no one is laughing at you. Everyone knows you have a peculiar mind. It's not just your horse riding that's awkward. You've forgotten nearly everything else as well. Dressed in a snug outfit and wearing a cap, Li Shu covered her mouth and chuckled, her petite figure revealing an unexpected charm. "If you know this, why are you still laughing?" Shooting her a glare, I disregarded her antics. "You're quite something." "I'm not laughing at you," So why give me that look? Li Shu, feeling mischievous, playfully kicked me. I was drowsy. Do you understand? Just like this. Ignoring her, I continued to keep my eyes shut. This girl picked up my bow and attempted to draw it, straining her face in frustration, yet the bowstring remained unyielding. Huh. With Li Shu's tiny arms and legs, she wouldn't be able to pull it even at 80. Flushed and panting, she angrily slammed my bow onto the ground as if trying to dig herself a grave. Why is this bow so heavy? Is it a few stones? It must weigh 3 or 4 stones, right? Are you playing dead? This child from the Fong family, my brother San, is here to see the foolishness of the Fong's bow. Noticing my indifference, she even dragged over Li Huai. He plopped down beside me, exclaiming, "Is this ever going to end, big sister? Can I have a moment to sleep? I barely slept last night." Junxian said he came to see me, laughing shamelessly. He sat down close to me, appearing quite friendly, his hands slipping into my gloves. It seemed that Cheng Chuyang's skin was no match for this fellow. Really? Big brother? Do you need such an extravagant excuse just to steal my gloves? Li Ku ignored my astonished expression and, spotting the iron bow in Li Shu's hands, his eyes lit up. He snatched it away, infuriating Li Shu, who kicked him on the leg. "Senga, that's outrageous. Why are you acting like a bandit? Grabbing what's mine? I had first, give it back." I couldn't help but feel a bit amused by the sibling banter. What a sturdy bow. Li Ku disregarded his sister's kick, lifting my bow and struggling to draw it, his face turning red as he exerted himself, barely managing half a pull. "Look, I'm still fierce." For quite some time, he couldn't draw the bow, and Li Shu looked at him disdainfully, her eyes reflecting her frustration. Suddenly, she gasped, as if remembering something, her gaze honing in on me like a radar. "Sengo, what about Fong Jun?" Li Ka noticed the change in his sister's tone, perplexed. "What are you up to? This feels dangerous." I sensed an ominous air. "Sengo, do you think Fong Jun was pretending to be dull and foolish in front of us?" Li Shu's voice was strange, her eyes even stranger, akin to witnessing a zombie leap out from a screen in a horror film. Chapter 15. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? I quickly shifted backward. Was there a need to pretend? The former Fong Eai, the fierce green-hatted brother, was truly foolish. He definitely didn't put on an act. I continued. "By the way, Fong Jun, you better be honest and tell me, were you really cowardly and inept in front of me before, lacking interest in learning, only ever brandishing weapons? I thought it was just a personality shift after your injury." Li Ka circled around me, exhibiting a curious, gossiping demeanor. "Brother, I assure you, I was pretending," I replied with a nervous smile, trying to placate him. I'd be astonished if you were telling the truth. You couldn't even manage a simple couplet, let alone compose poetry. Speak up, or I want hold back today." Li Ku's expression darkened as he donned my gloves, holding my bow in one hand while brandishing my sword toward my forehead. "Do you really want me to say it?" I felt quite troubled, but Li Ku and Li Shu were eagerly anticipating my revelation, their eyes sparkling with excitement, both urging me to speak. With a long sigh, I gazed into the distance, pondering deeply. At this point, I shall share the truth with you. Initially, I intended to keep this secret until my old age, to carry it to the grave. Very well, I confess. The moment my father's large hand landed on my head, a rush of wind and clouds enveloped me. Why are you kicking me?" Disregarding that pesky little girl, I composed myself, my expression turning grave and profound as I continued. "I was in a dream, or perhaps I was not sure whether I was dreaming or in reality. I encountered an esteemed elder standing before me." "Is that so?" Li Shu gritted her teeth, her gaze akin to spotting something unpleasant on the roadside. I narrowly evaded another kick from the little girl. "I am neither Fong Eai nor Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. Which is the butterfly, and which am I? After this dream, I can hardly distinguish between the two." Taking a deep breath, I stood up, much like Chao Ji, who was famed for his poetic prowess, wearing an expression of helplessness and sorrow, stepping lightly away from these perilous siblings, drinking a bowl of Mengpa soup while traversing the Naya Bridge. Knowing this life reveals the past. The 3-life stone bears my surname, yet I know not who I shall be in my next life. Drinking the soup makes me forget the affairs of 3 lives. In this state, am I truly Fong Eai? Does it really matter? My gaze held the weight of millennia as I stared at the fragrant roasted rabbit several dozen meters away. Only then did I remember how I had been overly excited earlier and hadn't even sipped a bowl of porridge, leaving me parched and uneasy now, my stomach churning with acid. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Li Shu staring at my back, her eyes shimmering like water, reflecting the beautiful waves. She gazed at me with a hint of confusion, her full red lips trembling slightly, as if savoring my earlier verses. Gradually, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with a crystalline gleam. What is up with this little girl? Am I truly that sentimental? Drinking a bowl of Mangpa soup while traversing the Naiha Bridge, unaware of who one may be in the next life. Drinking the soup makes one forget the affairs of 3 lives. Li Ku expressed his sentiments, shaking his head, wandering along the lakeshore with my sword in hand. Has robbing turned him into a neurotic? Li Shu continued to stare at me intently, and I forced a smile, saying I'll go check on the prey. I dashed out far, leaving the 2 siblings behind. They indulged in delicious roasted meat, sipping fine wine, watching Cheng Chuliang wrestle with another equally robust and boisterous young man. They had no worries about mortgage payments, insufficient funds for rice, being late for work, or being caught playing games during office hours. Nor did they fear their girlfriends would leave them for being poor. This is what true happiness looks like. Li Shu was huddled with a group of girls, and I couldn't discern what they were discussing, but their laughter erupted in cheers. This little girl was quite pleased with herself, casting me a sidelong glance while I ignored her. Li Ku appeared to have returned to normalcy, raising his wine cup and holding a rabbit leg, joining in the celebration, shamelessly cheering for his sister's husband. After excessive drinking, Li Yi and Li Shui, for reasons unknown, insisted on competing in horsemanship with another highborn youth. The unfilial grandson of the great General Li Jing proved to be formidable. He galloped on horseback, displaying a myriad of tricks. I even thought I saw the infamous Thomas spinning atop his steed. I assure you, I wasn't drunk, nor was I talking nonsense. That truly was Thomas, or rather, Li Shui, spinning around. My head felt slightly dizzy as I nibbled on the tender, savory rabbit meat. Suddenly, a horse whinnied, followed by a deafening scream echoing nearby. Li Shui, flailing and clawing, flew off the horse, landing heavily on the soft grass. Gasps erupted from the crowd as he staggered to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Yeju, lie down quickly, don't show off, Li Ku exclaimed, hastily grabbing him. It's fine. This fool is just embarrassed at losing face in front of so many people. Li Shui grumbled, seething with anger. The horse's hoof was injured, and Cheng Chuliang gazed sorrowfully at Li Yeshu's noble steed. It was evident that a crack marred the front hoof, oozing drops of fresh blood, while the horse lamented incessantly. Cheng Chuliang glanced at Li Yeshu, who, seemingly reluctant, nodded slightly. Without uttering a word, Cheng Chuliang unsheathed the blade handed to him by a servant, ready to deliver a fatal blow. As a devoted volunteer for environmental protection and a member of the Animal Protection Association, I could no longer restrain myself. I cast aside the rabbit leg I had been holding, wiped the grease from my lips, and strode forward to intercept the bloodthirsty Cheng Chuliang. What do you intend to do? I demanded. Cheng Chuliang regarded me with bewilderment. Junxian, why would you kill a perfectly healthy horse? There is an abundance of game. There is no need to resort to horse meat. Despite my lack of equestrian prowess, I held a deep fondness for these elegant creatures. Cheng Chuliang appeared momentarily speechless, casting an odd look my way before turning to Li Ku. Junxian, it seems your head injury has yet to heal, Li Ku remarked, approaching with an expression of anguish, attempting to pull me away to allow Cheng Chuliang to proceed with his lethal intent. I stood firm as a mountain, dignified and resolute. Even with all his strength, Li Ku could not budge me. Feng Yai, this fellow, may be inept at everything else, but he possessed a physique that rivaled any of the young ruffians, including Cheng Chuliang, making them evenly matched in strength. Isn't it merely an injury from a lost horseshoe? Once it heals and a new shoe is fitted, the horse will be lively once more. Is it truly necessary to slay it? I proclaimed with righteous indignation. Unfortunately, a group of women had gathered nearby, chattering and pointing at me. Is it really that attractive? I shot a fierce glare at the gossiping group, only to be met with a chorus of laughter. Horseshoe? Cheng Chuliang stared blankly at me. Of course, I looked down upon this fellow who lacked even the most basic knowledge. Horseshoe? Li Ku echoed, his expression mirroring Cheng Chuliang's, embodying a similar foolishness. Horseshoe? Li Yeshu, who remained in a prone position, regarded me with an incredulous gaze. Are these people all fools? I called out to Feng Cheng. My loyal bodyguard promptly arrived, exuding authority and loyalty. Show them what a horseshoe is, I commanded with gusto. What are you doing? Hurry. I glared at the dawdling Fong Chung, wondering if he, like many highborn youths, was only adept at poetry and revelry. To my dismay, his expression turned morose. Young master, what is a horseshoe? Are you that naive? It's the circular iron plate forged by a blacksmith, designed to protect the hoof from hard objects. It's called a horseshoe. I raised my voice to its highest pitch, my frustration palpable. Clearly, this loyal servant's intellect was lacking, and I lamented the need for him to attend night classes to enhance his cognitive development. Li Yeshu, who had been lying like a defeated dog, suddenly sprang to his feet like a rabbit, bounding towards me with a fierce expression. Where's the horseshoe? Tell me. Chung Chuyang's face was similarly filled with murderous intent. Cold sweat poured from me. Horseshoe? Damn it. In the Tang Dynasty, there are even high-level products like stirrups and saddles. How can there be no horseshoes? Before I could finish, Li Yeshu seized me and declared, You all stay here. Jun Xian and I will return shortly. The three ruffians, filled with murderous intent, sealed their lips, their expressions menacing as they galloped away. I clung tightly to the horse's neck, afraid to breathe. Esteemed gentlemen, do you have any instructions? The blacksmith, surrounded by a group of hulking men just 2 or 3 miles from the city gate, trembled in fear, mistaking us for bandits. Ignoring their deadpan expressions, I offered a kind smile to the quaking blacksmith. Master blacksmith, do you know how to forge? The blacksmith appeared bewildered, glancing between me, his hammer, and his anvil, hesitating to confirm his skills. The ruffians glared at me, itching to pounce, but I quickly added, Can you forge horseshoes? Horseshoe? The blacksmith looked lost, clearly unsure of his abilities. I will teach you, I proclaimed, gesturing grandly. Bring me an iron rod of this width. I demonstrated with my hands. Soon, he produced a rod that matched my description. Yeshu, Chuyang, please assist in creating a higher frame for the horseshoe. Li Yeshu, though refined in demeanor, executed the task with impressive speed, sending a throng of servants to nearby farms to requisition materials, of course, with payment. For long wooden beams, pilfered from the farmers, were secured, with 2 driven into the ground, one forming a high crossbeam and another positioned about half a meter off the ground. I inspected it, satisfied with its sturdiness for securing the horse. Bring a measuring tape and secure the horse. Tie the reins tightly and bind the hind leg to the post to prevent it from kicking. Under my direction, my poor steed stood on 3 legs, one hind hoof raised high, casting a woeful gaze at me. To embrace innovation, sacrifices must be made. I took a ruler and measured the hoof, instructing Li Shuai to note the dimensions. Then sketched the outline of the horseshoe on paper. With a strip of cloth in hand, I measured the total length and called for the blacksmith. Forge this iron rod to the specified length and width, create 8 holes, and taper the ends. Additionally, forge 32 long nails. A thick steam billowed as a perfect arc-shaped horseshoe emerged before our eyes. I confidently held it, still warm, inspecting it against the sunlight, nodding in approval. The 3 gentlemen nearby hurriedly nodded in agreement, though I scoffed at their lack of understanding. With the horseshoe in hand, I approached my noble steed and compared it. Extending my hand, bring me a knife. Chung Chuyang swiftly provided me with a 3-foot blade. Am I really to use this to shape the horseshoe? It seems absurd. I gestured, and Chung Chuyang awkwardly chuckled, drawing a short dagger from his belt. Use this. It's razor sharp for cutting meat. Though I had never performed such a task, I'd seen it done many times. As a child on market days, I would sit by the door watching the old man expertly nail horseshoes. It was quite the spectacle, like a performance. Thus, I had absorbed the old man's craft. Imitating his technique, I trimmed the cracked hoof, smoothing it out, then compared it to the horseshoe. I summoned the blacksmith for adjustments. Excellent, it's perfect. I stuffed 8 nails into my mouth, swelling my cheeks like a wolfman, quickly spitting them out, keeping just 2, while handing the rest to Li Ku, who took up a small hammer. I felt transformed, like a star from a pastoral tale, though I couldn't recall the name. After a fragrant incense's worth of time, drenched in sweat, I finally hammered in the last nail. The task complete. Though I was not accustomed to such labor, I accomplished it satisfactorily. Releasing the horse, its hooves struck the ground with a resounding echo. My noble steed seemed unaccustomed to this new footwear, persistently attempting to kick at me. Thankfully, Fong Chung arrived, and under his soothing presence, the horse reluctantly accepted its new shoes. Let me take a ride to test it out. Li Yeshu, who had grown weary from waiting, suddenly shouted and leaped onto his horse, galloping towards the rocky terrain, with a heart of the ground, the better for testing the horse's shoes. Zetian Li Shuaiguo looked at me with a gaze filled with sorrow, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin. Boss, let the blacksmith nail the shoes for you. I am utterly exhausted, I pleaded in desperation. I am a dandy, merely muddling through life, and the skill of shoeing horses is not one I possess. It requires the expertise of a blacksmith. The old blacksmith, it seemed, had grasped my true intentions. Tempted by the financial allure offered by Li Shuaiguo and Cheng Chuliang, he eagerly forged 16 iron bars in one breath and began crafting the horseshoes. This group of individuals, rather juvenile in their antics, formed a circle around the old man as he worked. It was quite amusing to observe them fanning themselves with the blacksmith's hand fan while they marveled at the spectacle. The sound of hooves thundered, and dust rose. Were they bandits or mere brigands? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Li Yeshu did not wait for his horse to come to a halt before leaping off and fixing a steady gaze upon me for what felt like an eternity. Zetian Di, please accept the respects of Li Yeshu, the right Jinwu Wei Changshi, he said, bowing deeply. The soldiers behind him, brimming with murderous intent, also offered their salutations. My mind was slightly muddled. What had I done to deserve this? Li Yeshu quickly explained the reason. This scoundrel, this sadist, not only made my prized steed gallop over the bluestone slabs, but also instructed his soldiers to scatter blades and arrows on the ground for my horse to trample upon. Ah, Zetian Di, I too strive for the country and the army, wishing to test the efficacy of these horseshoes. Indeed, the results are remarkable. The horse's hooves remain unscathed. If this were a battlefield rife with weapons. Li Yeshu gazed skyward, lost in reverie, wishing he could seize the blacksmith's hammer and bring it down upon this fellow's head. Your horse need not be slain, I hope. I worried about this individual, sensing he was no ordinary rogue, far too bloodthirsty and violent. Do not allow this pervert to approach you again. Next time he does, simply roll on the ground and see how he manages to mount you. Gently caressing my prized steed from the western regions, I whispered soft reassurances. Li Ku, Li Yeshu, and Cheng Chuliang huddled together, murmuring quietly about something. The cavalrymen who accompanied Li Yeshu had already surrounded the small blacksmith shop, making it nearly impenetrable. Upon returning to the camp, I collapsed onto the grass, ravenously lunging for the meat roasting over the fire. I was famished, all due to those three fellows. Lunch had nearly turned into afternoon tea. Fang Cheng, with a hearty appetite, had devoured nearly all a roasted rabbit weighing about 5 or 6 pounds, leaving nothing but bones behind, and he was still eyeing the remaining rabbit meat over the fire. I was so full that I could eat no more, and, curiously, no one seemed to pay me any mind. Li Ku and the others rode their iron-shod horses across the wilderness, howling like wild men who had not been let out for years. Ignoring them, I decided to sneak away alone to practice a bit. Fang Cheng was busy by the fire, so I took up my longbow, borrowed Fang Cheng's treasured sword for protection, and slipped into the woods, determined to prove myself. I soon spotted a four-legged creature, unsure if it was a roe deer or a stag. Regardless, I was no zoologist. I drew my bow, took a breath, and released it, only to find my arrow faltering, failing to heed my aim. Who dares disturb my training? Show yourself, or beware the wrath of my soul-chasing arrow. I shouted. Who dares to spy on my secret techniques? Suddenly, I recognized the young boy I had seen earlier trailing behind Li Shu at Mingda Gate. I glared at him. What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm practicing archery? The little brat seemed startled by my imposing presence and took a moment to respond. I am Li Ji, sent by my sister, the 17th princess, to see what you are doing. What? Your name is what? I took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing this charming young lad. My expression turned fierce, my eyes wide, and my hair bristled. How shocking it was to encounter the future Emperor Gaoyang of the Tang Dynasty in such a youthful form. Chapter 17. Identifying roe deer as stags. My name is Li Ji. My sister sent me here, the boy stammered, his lips quivering as though he might cry. I quickly adopted a more amiable expression, gently patting the future emperor's head. Don't cry. I will give you some candy. Who is your 17th sister? I asked, inviting this future monarch to sit on a fallen tree trunk while I retrieved a piece of maltose candy, originally given to me by Green Butterfly as a snack in the morning. I thought it best to bribe young Li Ji now, lest he seek retribution when he ascended the throne. With a crisp crunch, Li Ji, pouting, mumbled, It's Li Shu, the princess of Apu. Oh, it is that girl. No wonder, I thought, realizing the implications of my earlier words. I had unwittingly shown disrespect by referring to her as that girl. What a grave offense it would be if such disrespect were laid upon my head. Wow, what is that? I exclaimed, feigning surprise as I pointed at the tiny bow on the boy's back, seeking to divert his attention. Startled, Li Ji nearly dropped the candy he was chewing. This is a riding bow. My father gifted it to me last year. He proudly displayed the bow, waving it before me. I seized it, examining its lightness. Is it less than a stone in weight? I glanced sideways at Li Ji. Let me try yours, I suggested, not wishing to argue with the child. I handed him my prized bow, and he struggled to take it, nearly toppling over with both himself and the bow. How heavy? Yun Ge. This bow must weigh 3 stones. Li Ji exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Wow! His voice rang out, filled with excitement. How many beasts have you slain, Junguer? I, being a benevolent soul, preferred not to shed blood unless necessary. With a flourish, I gestured with my prized bow. But I just saw you shoot. Li Ji, somewhat intimidated by my glare, spoke in a smaller voice. You can shoot arrows too? I was astonished, nearly losing my composure as I witnessed the little brat easily killing a 4-legged animal with his toy-like bow. Naturally, a gentleman must master the 6 arts. This is essential for a prince, Li Ji declared, raising his head proudly, his face flushed with excitement. What of it? You merely shot a deer, I replied loftily, casting a sidelong glance at the boy. In my day, I could tear apart tigers and leopards with my bare hands. That was a roe deer, Li Ji blushed slightly. Do you need me to blush for you? You should know that both roe deer and stags belong to the order Artiodactyla, a family of ruminant mammals. Thus, you can refer to a stag as a roe deer and vice versa. This is called biology, I proclaimed, furrowing my brow with an air of seriousness, embodying the demeanor of a zoologist. Yes, I understand. Li Ji nodded hurriedly, glancing at the iron body bow in my hands, which could serve as a weapon at any moment. How improper it is to be so flustered. Do you not see that I am hunting with young Master Fong here? Li Ji raised an eyebrow, displaying a haughty attitude. It seemed this lad knew how to bully the weak and feared the strong. Indeed, he appeared to be a promising candidate for leadership, which explained why the old Li would pass the mantle to him. Young Master Fong, I wish to see you tear apart a tiger or leopard. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with eagerness, longing to witness a display of combat. Behind him, 2 burly bodyguards glared at me with a menacing intensity, as if they wished to rend me apart with their bare hands. Perhaps another time, it would be too bloody. Just imagine, the tiger and leopard with their guts spilled on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. You might not feel like eating meat afterward. You can ask them. I pointed at the 2 towering bodyguards, who nodded vigorously, their expressions shifting from disdain to respect as they regarded me, a master of opportunism. Li Ji discreetly tugged at my sleeve. What is it? Do not inform me that my elder sister is the one I struck, while I raised my chin in the direction of the even-toed ungulate ruminants. Why? Sister 17 detests my killing of small animals, claiming that children who harm them lack humanity. Her large eyes blinked at me, cold sweat trickling from my forehead. She is a cunning little brat, a bloodthirsty young master. Is that acceptable? Brother Fong, if I do not prevent Sister 17 from coming next time, she will no longer take me out to play. Is she tugging at my cloak in a spoiled manner? Or does she wish to tear it apart? Cease your actions, or I shall shout. I promise you, but I chuckled sinisterly. It appears my grand hunting scheme is beginning to take shape. Ah, little brother, today I shall take charge for you, releasing a quiver full of arrows from my back. As if handing over a banner filled with my hopes and dreams to this young gentleman who barely reached my chest. Grasping Li Ji's hand, we boldly emerged from the forest, while behind us, 2 guards bore a multitude of prey, returning triumphantly, akin to victorious generals. The gaze of Li Shu, that little gossip, shifted slightly. Did you strike them? Li Shu, uncertain, yanked Li Ji closer, ignoring the complaints of this little brat about gender propriety, and glared at me. Was there any need to inquire? I provocatively waved the empty quiver before his eyes, flicked my fingers against the bowstring, and let out a cold chuckle, exuding an air of a killer as I strode forward, leaving behind a striking silhouette for this little gossip to admire. Is it Eugeniu? Li Shu, displaying the demeanor of an elder sister, placed her hands on her hips in a teapot stance. Her beautiful crescent-shaped eyes transformed into questioning grapes as she called out Li Ji's name. It was not me, indeed. It was Brother Fong who did it. If you do not believe me, Ask them. Li Ji hastily pulled the guards, who had just settled the prey, in front of him. The guards looked as though they had just been thoroughly beaten, gasping for air. Indeed, it was young Master Fong's soul-chasing, life-taking arrows. His archery is truly extraordinary, capable of moving heaven and earth, each shot never missing its mark. In short, he is remarkably skilled. Li Shu rolled her eyes, nearly losing her breath in frustration. What is there to chase? Moving heaven and earth? What shameless nonsense is that? Li Ji, unable to contain himself, rolled on the ground in a fit of laughter, displaying no semblance of royal decorum. Indeed, young Master Fong taught me to praise him in such a manner, the guard continued weakly, inciting my ire as I nearly leaped out from behind the large tree to slap him. Perhaps the reputation of my soul-chasing, life-taking arrows made people wary of mocking me. For throughout the afternoon, every young noble and maiden, along with the house attendants, cast peculiar glances in my direction, so strange that I nearly wished to strike them. How could my simple-minded family member, despite all efforts, not achieve the prowess of the second young master of the Fong family? Alas! How could someone so foolish become a prodigy? The old master was quite pleased with my newfound cleverness, often pointing me out to guests. He would ramble on about how sticks and stones produce filial sons, and without discipline one cannot succeed, while I could only grin foolishly, exposing my two prominent front teeth in a display of feigned intelligence. What kind of world is this, where I, a promising youth of the Tang Dynasty, am reduced to such mockery? Just a month prior, the old master, citing my physical recovery, cast me into Hongwen Academy, subjecting me to a cadre of elderly scholars who appeared as though they had lost their wives and children, tasked with educating the nation's precious flower, the future seedling. A group of septuagenarian scholars, grim-faced, with the 4 books and 5 classics in one hand and a rod in the other, demanded I memorize texts, punishing me with strikes if I failed to recite properly. Thankfully, I was a prodigy of rote learning, having memorized the digits of pi to 1,000 places, previously awarded with numerous accolades. If not for my obsession with computer hacking in my final year of high school, I might have been the top scholar. Not in my head. I followed the scholars, finding rote memorization rather simple. Seated behind me was none other than Li Ji, and to my left, unfortunately, sat the sullen Li Shu, who, taking advantage of the scholars' inattention, bared her teeth at me, nearly tearing her book to create a paper doll for curses. Was it not merely because I had won at checkers against her the previous afternoon? Such pettiness. Meanwhile, our third prince, Li Ku, having reached adulthood, lost the privilege of loafing around the academy, continuing to lead a band of rascals down Chang'an Street, proclaiming that before my graduation, he would woo 2 maidens and father 2 children. Old Master Chen appeared like a specter before Li Shu's desk. "Princess, are you able to recite yet?" The little gossip, who had been baring her teeth at me, suddenly realized the stern old man was glaring at her. Old Master Chen, the most fearsome figure at Hongwen Academy, had dealt out punishments to every noble and highborn youth present. Who would dare to complain? The great emperor had granted these elders the authority to wield punishment. "Teacher, I have a question for you," I began, my twitching as I shifted my waist side and stood up, raising my book with a respectful demeanor, ready to rescue a damsel in distress. Chapter 18, A Harmonious Union Nonsense. Were it not for Li Ji, the future emperor, poking me in the back with his pen, I would have lost my mind and rescued this little gossip who antagonizes me daily. Old Master S' attention was immediately drawn to my earnest and hopeful gaze, hesitating as he glanced at the pitiful Li Shu, who blinked her large eyes. For now, he set aside the thought of punishing her delicate palms, approaching me with a more amiable demeanor. "Jinu, you are so well behaved. Later, your sister will take you out for wine. There is a new good chef at Lanranxian." As class ended, Li Shu was visibly moved by my act of chivalry, while Li Ji nodded enthusiastically, nearly sprouting a tail from his trousers in excitement. What a lack of masculinity. "Hey girl, why do you thank him but not me?" I lamented, feeling indignant that this little brat had stolen my thunder. "Lanranxian has a beautiful view, but my primary concern is the taste of the food." "Girl," I raised an eyebrow, nearly colliding with my prominent nose as Li Shu shot forward. "You dare to say that again? Pray, do not meddle in the affairs between genders. Kindly maintain your distance from me. Moreover, your eye corners are—" I swallowed the last 2 words, mainly due to the close proximity, fearing that this little girl might go berserk and accidentally cause my untimely demise. My corners? Li Shu blinked, glancing at Li Ji, who had been reminded to watch her. "Eye boogers, Sister 17, they're eye boogers." Li Ji, the obedient little classmate, was quite honest. The outcome was predictable. "Tell me, can you convince your sister to let us drink grape wine?" I patted Li Ji's shoulder, leisurely gazing at the retreating figure of the flustered Li Shu, the air growing fresher and more fragrant with her departure. "Who knows, Sister 17 is quite unreasonable. It was merely a speck of eye booger," Li Ji lamented, rubbing his head as he followed me forward. Do not underestimate a speck of eye booger on a woman, or a single white hair. For a woman, it may incite a war. I gestured vaguely. That could very well lead to conflict. Li Shu sat opposite me, her expression grave, as if facing a formidable enemy, hesitating for a long while before finally gritting her teeth and jumping 3 steps. "Fang Jun, it is your turn." Checkers were a game I had used to develop intelligence since I was 4. I swiftly moved a green piece 8 steps. Done. I now need only 1 piece. Heh. What now? How could I, a grown man, resort to trickery? Casting a sidelong glance at the girl, I tossed a generous piece of marinated meat into my mouth, savoring it with a sip of grape wine, while observing the hard-working fishermen outside. The verdant waves shimmered with the fiery hues of autumn leaves, and a cool breeze occasionally brushed against my cheek. Life indeed was so delightful. Suddenly, I shivered. Winter was approaching, and I couldn't help but feel that it would bring its own deceptions. In a fit of annoyance, I tossed the copper coins in front of me towards Li Ji, who was seated beside me. "Ji Nu, why aren't you helping your sister?" "I would like to help, but Jungu is too formidable. I am powerless." Li Ji feigned ignorance, displaying a cleverness befitting youth. Recognizing that he was no match for me, he quickly withdrew to the sidelines to observe, unlike certain women who stubbornly insisted on challenging me, the prodigy of strategy, in a life-or-death contest. "Are you and your sister truly family?" Li Ji counted the few copper coins in front of him, his face turning green with worry. With a benevolent pat on his head, I remarked, yes, brother and sister united can forge unbreakable bonds, right?" Li Ji blinked, affirming my words. Indeed. A kind-hearted classmate like you, Ji, knows well." "Very well, my dear brother, let us form a partnership. Hand over your coins to me. If we win, we shall split the winnings, and if we lose, we shall share the losses." With a mischievous grin, I seized Li Ji's coin pouch despite his protests, glaring at me with fierce determination. "You scoundrel, continue if you dare." Leaning against the window, I yawned leisurely. "I say, girl." As Li Ji's eyes began to redden, I quickly altered my tone. "Sister He-Poo, what time is it, and you still wish to play? Shall I concede? How about I give you a fraction of my winnings?" Today had been prosperous, having won a substantial sum from this girl. It seemed that soon enough, she would find herself reduced to merely watching others dine in taverns. But no, I truly did not believe she could defeat me. Li Ji's pride was unyielding. "Are you certain you want to lend your sister money to recover her losses? After playing chess all afternoon, my mind is quite dulled. Is it possible not to lend?" Li Ji glanced at the on-edge Li Ji, his youthful face expressive of despair. "By the way, Junge, the people from Tubo have sent envoys again." Unable to bear watching my sister being ruthlessly bested, Li Ji took a sip of grape wine and quietly diverted everyone's attention. After taking a sip, I secured my coin pouch tightly, ignoring the disdainful look from the girl. "What is it? What's the big deal?" "It's merely that Princess Wencheng is marrying that rural official, Songzan, the king of Tubo." The mention of the marriage caused Li Ji's expression to darken. Taking a sip from the lacquered cup, she added, "It seems my father is preparing to agree." With a determined bite into a chicken foot, her cheeks puffed out in a rather charming manner. Eat, you wretched traitor." Li Ziga, spitting out a chicken bone as she stood defiantly with her hands on her hips. "What have I sold?" I looked at her with confusion. "Isn't marrying to Tubo tantamount to treason?" Li Ji shot me a disapproving glance. "Is the dried meat related to the Tubo people?" The 2 siblings stood there, fuming, and had it not been for their inability to best me, they might have dragged me out to parade through the streets. "Unjust. You truly do not comprehend the Emperor's intentions. Although it seems we are at a disadvantage in the marriage alliance, Tubo will likely falter and remain stagnant thereafter." Maintaining an unflinching countenance, I continued, with only a chicken bone in hand, embodying the spirit of Gaoyang. "Is that so?" Li Ji's face was filled with skepticism, her expression wavering. Li Ji, however, was intrigued, tugging at my sleeve. "Jungo, quickly explain how my father intends to leave Tubo in disarray." Reflecting on the grandeur described in later accounts of Princess when Cheng's marriage to Tubo, I mused, in such alliances, doesn't the bride's family provide a retinue and gifts? Li Ji nearly hurled the lacquered cup at me. Of course. The crux lies in the number and value of the retinue and gifts. I smirked, my eyes glinting with mischief. Perhaps unaccustomed to my sudden shift in demeanor, Li Ji rolled her eyes in disbelief, pulling at my collar. Quickly tell me how we can leave Tubo in disarray, or else I will go to father and have you stripped of your dignity to repay the marriage. The audacity of that girl startled me, causing me to spill my drink all over her face. I could see her anger escalating beyond control, a fiery tempest brewing. In the midst of this, I firmly grasped her delicate hand, preventing her from committing the immoral act of hurling the wine jar at my head. Our faces were close, mere inches apart, with our breaths mingling in the warm air, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Li Ji's forehead was lined with annoyance, and with the fragrant wine still glistening on her face, she resembled a captivating beauty emerging from a bath, an image I wished I could capture. If only I had free hands to wield a brush. Li Ji's younger brother, Li Ji, looked on in shock at the scene unfolding before him. 17, sister, Yunke. Please don't fight. If this gets out, we might face consequences far worse than mere confinement. Apologies, Sister Ipu. I truly did not mean to. I gently released her hand, attempting to reason. Let us speak calmly. We are civilized individuals, after all. Surely, there are ways to resolve this matter. Let go of my hand, you stubborn fool. If you don't, I swear I will hurl this jar at your head. Li Ji retorted, her fiery spirit undeterred. You're the one gripping my hand. How can I set the jar down? I countered, bemused by the girl's antics as her saliva splattered across my face. I didn't notice, thinking you were quite a tough one. Li Ji slammed the wine jar onto the table, attempting to kick me, but missing. Frustrated, she took the handkerchief from her brother and began to wipe her face, seemingly at a loss for words. Ahem, let us get back to the main topic. Consider who holds power in Tubo. The tribal leaders, perhaps? Li Ji demonstrated a keen interest in state affairs, raising her thumb in approval. Smart princess, truly a testament to the education bestowed upon you by our emperor. Don't think flattery will save you. Speak quickly, and spare us the unnecessary details. Oh, I shall cease flattering you. The girl is quite attractive. Her form must possess great elasticity. Noticing my gaze, Li Ji, feeling embarrassed in front of her naive brother, blushed fiercely and resorted to verbal sparring. Our princess must not arrive in a state of poverty. At the very least, there should be a retinue of 10 to 20,000 accompanying her. Damn that Gaoyang. Damn that little brat Li Ji. Why aim your anger at me when you could be directing it at your sister? I exclaimed, my face stained with red grape juice. Li Ji laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach and wriggling on the stool, not forgetting to hum a tune of retribution. Karma will find you, O Buddha. My sincerest apologies. I truly did not intend to surprise you with that number. Li Ji's classmate smiled sheepishly, offering me a handkerchief. With a hasty wipe of my face and a deep breath to steady myself, I reminded myself of who I was, an invincible traveler and a practitioner of the theory of relativity, destined perhaps to become the greatest prophet of the Tang Dynasty in the annals of history. I decided not to argue with these two little brats. After all, it was clear I would end up losing in any debate given my formidable background. Among the tens of thousands, arranging for a few thousand enlightened monks to perform rituals and inserting several thousand spies from our great Tang Dynasty would be quite the spectacle. Do you know what an enlightened monk is? Not knowing, Li Ji shook his head in earnest. Those are the kind of monks who can spin tales with their words, and behind closed doors, indulge in all sorts of unsavory activities. I explained with satisfaction, directing my gaze towards Li Ji. Is it as bad as you say? Li Shu interjected, finding my words repulsive. Isn't it? I shot her a look. Tell me, what use are monks? Monks enlighten the world and guide the masses. Li Shu attempted to continue her argument, but was interrupted by my severe glare. Do you believe in the saying, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha at once? I asked, shaking my head as I regarded her. Li Shu lifted her gaze to Li Ji beside her, skepticism etched on her face. Do you believe in Buddhism? He inquired playfully, winking at her. What are you doing? Li Shu's guard was up, her expression one of suspicion as she raised her dish. Why are you holding a dish when I ask if you believe in Buddhism? Are you hoping to become a waiter? I teased her, noting her fiery demeanor. Flushed with embarrassment, Li Shu finally spoke. I believe in Buddhism because of the patterns on this lacquer tray. What of it? Let me beat you up. But you mustn't retaliate, all right? I jested. If you touch even a hair on my head, I'll turn you into minced meat today, Li Shu exclaimed, her anger reaching a boiling point. Brother Jun's words hold merit, Li Ji remarked, covering his head, his expression one of grievance. Exactly. If you are unwilling to be beaten, it indicates that the saying put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha is only meant to placate those with an IQ below 30 or those who have lost their courage in life. I concluded, ignoring them and continuing my discourse. To be honest, I harbor no ill feelings towards Buddhism. However, consider this. Monks do not produce nor pay taxes. When they are hungry, they merely extend their hands to the common folk for sustenance. When they lack money, they chant about past sins to extract funds for atonement. Furthermore, whether monks or Taoists, their lands are tax-exempt. If everyone were to embrace such beliefs, who would pay taxes for the Tang Dynasty? Who would serve in the military or defend our borders? Do they expect food to fall from the heavens during a famine just by chanting? Moreover, Buddhism does not uphold the virtues of rulers and subjects, nor of filial piety. What if one day we are old and frail, and our children all become monks or nuns? Who will care for us in our twilight years? Who will carry on our lineage? Li Ji's eyes sparkled with understanding as she nodded vigorously. Was I inadvertently prompting Li Ji to expedite the grand event of Wuzong's eradication of Buddhism? Clearing my throat, I remarked I digress. In truth, His Majesty likely wishes to cast these nuisances upon Tubo. In 20 years, if the Tubo people all convert to Buddhism, they will spend their days bowing and chanting, neglecting production. The common folk will starve, the state will lack tax revenue, and there will be no warriors to defend our territory. What will these foreign people use to oppose our Tang Dynasty? Li Shu nodded, clearly pleased with my assertion. In reality, my statements were mere fabrications. I was aware that in the court, adults would easily counter my arguments. However, it sufficed to amuse these two children whose intellect had yet to fully develop. Furthermore, should the monks and Taoists fail to thrive in Tubo, we still have thousands of spies from the Tang Dynasty. Li Shu's pupilles dilata, her imagination evidently running wild with thoughts of legions of stealthy Tang spies swarming the vast capital of Tubo. I chose to disregard her fanciful thoughts. Along our journey, we would need to gather intelligence about Tubo's treacherous terrain, its tribes, their rivalries, their population, living standards, resources, and staple foods. In essence, these thousands of spies must be dispersed across Tubo to uncover every detail about the Tubo people. This knowledge would ensure our triumph. Noticing the gleam in the eyes of the two siblings, I reveled in their excitement, laughing heartily as I raised my cup. Now let us speak of dowries. Do you know what a dowry is? I asked. Don't stare at me like that. It seems you do know. As for dowries, we shall not part with iron, salt, or tea, items the Tubo desperately lack. Instead, we will offer them shoe brocade, Xian paper, and our exquisite porcelain, luxurious goods they cannot produce. Imagine sending over tens of thousands of porcelain pieces, several tons of Xian paper, and countless rolls of shoe brocade. With a flourish, I glanced at Li Ji, who bore a look of disbelief, while Li Shu regarded me with a mix of contempt and admiration. How astute of you, Your Majesty, Li Ji said, her eyes gleaming with fervor, albeit directed at someone else. Just then, I heard footsteps outside. Could be Tubo spies? I rushed to open the door, only to find no one there. Was it merely my heightened senses playing tricks on me? Chapter 20. The One-Armed Giant. Upon opening my eyes, I found the sky already brightening. It struck me as peculiar. Usually, regardless of the weather, Lu Dai would be waiting with steaming water in my room before I awoke. Why was it different today? Hastily donning my clothes and outer robe, I stirred the charcoal pan at the foot of my bed to warm the room before stepping outside, only to be greeted by a chilling gust. Winter had arrived. Huh, Lu Dai hasn't opened her door yet, I noted, as her room was adjacent to mine. Lu Di, I called out. Without waiting, I banged on the door. Open up, girl. Are you in there? Lu Dai, are you there? The door was secured from the inside, indicating she was still within. While the scent of carbon monoxide was faint, I was acutely aware of a strange, sour odor. Young master, what is the matter? Servants rushed towards me in a panic, their expressions suggesting they feared I was up to no good. There was no time to address their concerns. Saving Lu Dai was paramount. I stepped back to gauge the distance before shouting, "Stand clear." I charged at the door like a heavy armored vehicle, crashing against the stout door. With the startled cries of the maidens ringing in my ears, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder, and I felt my arm go numb. The only solace was that the thick wooden latch snapped as anticipated, and the door, along with me, crashed into Lu Dai's room. She lay on the bed in a thin nightgown, her head turned towards me, her face flushed a brilliant cherry red. I gasped in horror as reality struck. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Is she dead? Hurry and save her. Carry her out and lay her outside. Wrap her in a blanket to prevent her from catching a chill. You, go find a cook and extract some radish juice for her to drink. You need a pinch or philtrum. Quickly, I will play the role of a one-armed giant, my left hand deftly commanding with 5 fingers. After some time, it seems that the radish juice has had some effect. Dai finally managed to emit a sound, her body starting to tremble. That's good, as long as she's awake. When my mother approached, she took my hand and asked, nearly causing me to faint from the pain. I let out a cry, startling her into releasing my hand. Yuna, what happened to your hand? It's nothing serious, perhaps just a minor injury from bumping into the door, I replied, forcing a smile at my mother to indicate it wasn't a significant issue. Yet, she was flustered, pulling on my sleeve and gasping, "Oh dear, Junior's hand." I then noticed the bruises on my elbow and shoulder. What a mess. Quickly, fetch some medicine for the second young master to tend to his wounds, my father said, glancing at my injuries. He shook his head, patting my mother's hand to signal that it wasn't too severe, then glared at me. What do you think you are? A cart crashing into a city gate? This is sheer nonsense. What on earth happened here to disturb the peace of the household? My father's gaze fell on Dai, who was being supported by 2 maidservants in the courtyard as she gasped for breath. That Dai has been poisoned by carbon monoxide, I explained, recounting the earlier events. Carbon monoxide. My mother shook her head and walked over. It seemed Dai's poisoning was not too severe. She was barely managing to salute my mother. My mother gestured for the maidservants to help Dai sit down and wipe the sweat from her forehead. Sit down. You were perfectly well. And now you almost left us. Every winter, due to carbon monoxide, we often lose 1 or 2 people in the manor. Hearing this made me shudder. I looked at Dai, whose unusual flush had diminished considerably, her beautiful eyes half opened weakly. When she noticed my gaze, the gratitude in her eyes tugged at my heartstrings. Indeed, last year in the palace, His Majesty's 19th son also succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. My father did not elaborate, but it made my heart tighten. It seemed that this carbon was truly perilous, especially at night. The winters in Chang'an were not something an ordinary person could endure. Oh dear, gentle now. I winced and cried out, prompting my mother, who was applying medicine to me, to give me a light slap on the head. You little rascal. What are you making such a fuss for? I am your mother, not your aunt. Now you know pain, don't you? If you know pain, don't take it out on the door. Rubbing my head, I could only smile helplessly. Next time I'll be careful. Perhaps we can use a knife instead of crashing into the door? My third brother pointed at me, playfully saying, Annie, Annie. This irritated me, and I glared at the little brat, contemplating whether to take him for a little political education in front of the livestock when my mother wasn't around. My mother smiled as she picked up my third brother and gave him a light slap on the bottom. Go away. Don't provoke your second brother. The little rascal pouted and snuggled into the wet nurse's embrace, feigning innocence. Mother, although my second brother acted recklessly, his actions saved a life, didn't they? I cannot help but feel grateful to my elder brother for speaking up for me, giving him a thumbs up. My elder brother merely smiled, though he sighed, his expression not looking well. Just now, at the Ministry of Personnel, a colleague's daughter passed away last night due to carbon monoxide poisoning. All right, dear husband. Since there's no trouble at home, let's not dwell on such matters. My sister-in-law seemed reluctant to discuss these life and death issues. That's a splendid suggestion, sister-in-law, I exclaimed joyfully, relieved I wouldn't have to go to school. At this moment, I almost wish my right hand's injury were worse. I felt fortunate that my father had already gone to court. Otherwise, that old fellow would surely have beaten me for using such an excuse to skip school. However, my mother's consent was something my father wouldn't dare oppose. Sitting on the couch, leaning against the pillow, I stared blankly at the ceiling. My right hand felt limp, lacking any strength. I couldn't even practice writing. What could I do with just my left hand? I began to empathize with the mindset of that one-armed hero in Hua Yuanjia. But then I thought, there's no need to empathize. I'm already quite troubled. I swung my right hand around as if practicing the robot dance and decided to step outside for some fresh air. After a couple of steps, I mysteriously found myself at the door of Dai's room. Who is it? came a lazy, soft, and sweet voice. I quickly responded, slapping myself in the face. Wondering what I was doing, trying to spy on the young lady sleeping. "It's the second young master coming in," I announced, as the soft and slightly weak voice replied, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance. Upon entering, I noted the prompt efficiency of the household. The door had already been replaced early in the morning, with a new latch set beside it, appearing sturdier than the previous one. What kind of people are these? The honorable young master. How could they think such things? Fuming internally at the worker who replaced the latch, I took half a minute to regain my composure before addressing my dear little maid. "Eldai, why are you up? I told you to rest." Eldai timidly sat at the front of the couch, her face still somewhat pale, her once moist lips now appearing dry. "It's nothing. But please don't light the charcoal stove in the room tonight. I don't want to bump into it again in the morning." I kicked the new latch in annoyance and smiled at her. The young girl's cheeks began to flush as she nodded. "I owe you my life, second young master. But I have no way to repay you." She glanced at me, then quickly lowered her gaze. What is wrong with this girl? I truly do not understand. I instinctively touched my still painful right shoulder. "You need to rest well today. Don't worry about me. If you feel too cold at night, just ask house uncle for more blankets, all right?" "Yes, young master," she replied, her delicate figure in a pale green dress resembling tender willow, the blanket draping over her feet, subtly revealing her graceful lines. Eldie swallowed hard, unconsciously murmuring, "How could this girl be so enchanting?" "Yes," she quickly replied, leaning against the pillow. Upon noticing my somewhat unusual gaze, her face flushed even more. She was truly a sight to behold. I was surprised to find my heart racing, my face warming. I couldn't help but feel that she was adorable, especially just now, with her lips so dry yet still tempting. Could it be that at not even 16, I had already entered the season of spring? And my crush was a young girl under 15. How terrifying. No, I must find that scoundrel Li Ku and ask him to introduce me to the mature beauties of the Tang Dynasty. I would rather be an admirer of mature women than a lover of young girls. Chapter 21. The Angelina Jolie of the Tang Dynasty. Unfortunately, my plans were thwarted by an urgent matter concerning life and death that required my attention as a time-traveling youth destined to change the world. The clang of metal echoed. Sweat pouring down, steam rising, creating a lively scene. "Young master, doesn't TR home have bamboo charcoal for heating? Why are you insisting on this?" I found it hard to understand the inventor's passionate and fervent heart, nor the urgent feelings of a time traveler unwilling to succumb to carbon poisoning in the Tang Dynasty, ignoring the bodyguard whose head was filled only with muscles. Young Master Fong, don't be anxious. The old man has been forging iron for decades. It's just an iron cylinder. If you want, I can make a flour rust on this iron, old Jean grumbled, displeased with my skepticism about his skills. All right. I trust you. I'll spare you my disdain, old man," I replied, eyeing him with disbelief as I squatted on a small stool, continuing to watch the blacksmith and his two apprentices perform. Sparks flew as Zhang the blacksmith finally paused. "It's done, young Master Fong. Come take a look and see if it meets your expectations." The iron pipe, approximately 2 to 3 millimeters thick and 3 meters long, has taken shape. The seams where it is rolled have been hammered by the blacksmith until they nearly fit perfectly together. The elbow was crafted yesterday. After a brief inspection, it was deemed satisfactory. Although there are some gaps, they are not a significant concern, as they can be filled with scraps of cloth later. "Young master, what is this?" Fong Shun stood at the door, staring blankly at the two horse-drawn carts, speechless for a moment. "Uncle Fong, these are marvelous items. Our family shall no longer fear the dangers posed by carbon poisoning," I exclaimed joyfully, patting Fong Ju's shoulder, inadvertently spraying saliva on his face, causing him to visibly flinch. I decided to disregard his reaction and waved my hand, signaling the household servants summoned by Fong Chung to pounce on the carts like wolves. Amidst the astonished gazes of the household maids and servants, I personally took charge and set up a furnace in the back hall where the family often gathered. I instructed Fong Chung to hang a few ropes from the beams, urging him to raise them higher. Higher still. This is not for hanging people. It's for suspending the smoke pipes. I directed him to create a circular hole in the window frame, matching the diameter of the smoke pipe. After dinner, my elder brother paced around the iron furnace, muttering to himself, while our mother reacted more normally, incessantly praising me as her son, calling me a child prodigy. My third brother, he seemed to idolize me, incessantly nudging me and calling out, "Brother, brother." Our father feigned indifference, glancing at his book while occasionally stealing glances at the furnace and then back at me, leaving me perplexed about whether he was practicing his gaze or simply distracted. How foolish, wasting the day idly instead of resting at home, he grumbled, unable to find the right words to describe my coal furnace, shooting me a disgruntled look before returning to his reading. I couldn't help but find my third brother endearing. I chuckled to myself, feeling a sense of revenge for the way he had been rubbing his saliva on me. My sister-in-law, being kind-hearted, took my little brother into her arms, and I smiled gratefully at her. In matters of the household, my mother was always decisive. The next day, she instructed me to move the coal furnace from the back hall to her and my father's bedroom, claiming she wanted to test it. By the third day, with blisters forming on her lips from constant chatter, she insisted I order more. Soon, the household's use of bamboo charcoal plummeted at a pace reminiscent of a stock market crash, and the entire family gathered around the coal furnace, chatting and laughing. After dinner, I despised the iron furnace that glowed red hot, but my mother seemed to find it useful, setting up 3 in the back hall. The heat made the family sweat profusely, nearly prompting us to fetch fans for relief. Ultimately, after a collective family vote against it, my mother reluctantly reduced the 3 furnaces to 2. I was uncertain whether my mother had discussed the benefits of the coal furnace with some noblewoman or if my father had mentioned it to his colleagues after court. But the blacksmith's business boomed remarkably. He even brought a group of fellow blacksmiths to work together, filling the street with the clanging sounds of metal. After just one day of resting at home, my mother appointed me as a foreman, roaming the estate daily to teach the servants how to install, ventilate, and use the furnaces. I also arranged for a new batch of water kettles to be custom-made, as we could not afford to waste the heat from the coal furnaces. The benefit was that every morning, the family awoke to steaming hot water for washing. The servants' gazes towards me gradually shifted from suspicion to normalcy, now tinged with a hint of admiration, as their whispered conversations no longer revolved around how foolish I was. Meanwhile, Eldai finally recovered, regaining her vitality and gossiping with a group of young maidens in the courtyard about how clever I was, which brought me great comfort. Did you really create this? Li Shu began to express a weariness towards the peculiar contraption I had developed. Now, she languidly reclined on a soft couch near the coal furnace, wrapped in a fiery red fox fur that accentuated the fairness of her wrist as she copied texts with my Zhen Guan brush. Her slightly raised eyebrows and faint lip color exuded a charm that lifted the spirits. Several highborn youths frequently shifted their gazes toward us, and upon seeing me playing chess with Li Ji beside Li Shu, their resentment burned hotter than the furnace itself. The Zhengguan brush, my creation, had been shamelessly presented to her imperial father, with Li Shu claiming it was her accidental invention. Soon, this remarkably affordable hard-tip brush gained popularity throughout Chang'an, receiving an elegant name, Zhengguan Bai. This blatant appropriation of my diligent work was a violation of intellectual property and a grievous emotional affront to the creator. After several unsuccessful protests, I had no choice but to endure my indignation and reluctantly accept the cash she offered as a silencing fee and a transfer of intellectual property rights. It was merely a matter of raising the coal basin and adding a chimney, after all. You lost. Pay up, I quipped, dismissing her nonsensical chatter without fear of exposure. Jun Gur, could you keep track of the accounts? Li Ji's gaze was filled with sorrow as he tossed his playing cards onto the table and let his money pouch fall, nearly blown away by a gust of wind. Write it down, His Highness, Prince Jin of the Tang Dynasty. Li Ji owes the good citizen Feng Jun and Feng Eai 100 coins. I quickly retrieved the account book, presenting the Zhen Guan Bai, filled with the handwriting of the Li siblings. Huh, good citizen, with you around, it seems Chang'an shall never know peace. Li Shu lazily leaned against the couch, her tone teasing. I chose to ignore her comment, believing a man should not bicker with a mere girl. I cleared my throat and, at Li Ji's request, announced, today, I shall recount a tale. Excuse me? A hoarse yet magnetic voice echoed from nearby, startling me from my thoughts. A woman in light makeup stood gracefully beside me, her sun-kissed complexion flushed by the cold, adorned with a serene smile. Her bright eyes were fixed on me. Looking around, she pointed to herself and asked, "Were you calling for me? Please have a seat." I shifted slightly, making room for our future emperor. Yun Ge, Li Ji exclaimed indignantly, standing up with the air of someone about to erupt. Chapter 22. The Crimson Skeleton. Oh, it's only now that I lift my head from the book. Li Shu suddenly interjecta. I thought I recognized someone. But it's you, Sister Qin, Princess of Apu. You two are here? Angelina Jolie's demeanor was impeccably graceful. Sister Qin, you're being too formal. Come sit over here. It has been ages since we last met. I pulled my idol closer, a playful glint in my eye. How dare you bully me? Sister Qin's surname was Qin? This little girl was clearly provoking me, holding my idol's hand and whispering closely with her. Oh, how I long for that. Sister Qin seemed to tolerate the little girl's antics, her cheeks flushing slightly as she appeared somewhat uncomfortable. I happened to pass by here today and thought I would come to pick up Zwadi. Her long fingers brushed my cheek, wafting a fragrant breeze as she pointed toward a group of younger students who were playfully frolicking nearby. Yun Ge. Li Ji poked my back. What? Look at her movements. Her demeanor. It's so alluring. My heart is nearly melting, just like a fanboy meeting a celebrity. You seem to be drooling. Don't speak nonsense. This is called tongue root disorder syndrome. I shot him a glare, feeling my perfect image being tarnished. I know her, Li Ji whispered, lowering his voice and deliberately covering his mouth with his sleeve, making his speech unclear. Oh, praise be to you, dear Gaoyang Emperor. I am your most loyal devotee. I stood gracefully, adorned with the most amiable smile, my gaze tenderly directed towards Miss Qin. I sincerely apologized. My dear ladies, please continue your conversation. I shall take this young child aside. Amidst the protests of Xiaoli, I pulled him away from the warm coal stove and out of the room. With great kindness, I gently patted Li Ji's shoulder. In his somewhat dazed expression, I brandished my treasured talisman, shaking it playfully. Do you wish to see the numbers on this ledger diminish? Naturally, he did. Young Li Ji reached out to seize the account book, yet alas, I held it high above him. First, you must perform a task for me. What task? He retorted, I'm a prince, a paragon of the people of the great Tang. I am a refined individual, not some brat. I gestured towards the two ladies reclining on the soft couch. Did you not notice how lovely that young lady was? Lovely? What are you seeing, J.N.G.? Sister Qin is beautiful? Li Ji's face contorted in shock and disdain, as if my words had struck him like lightning. Do you even comprehend the essence of beauty that transcends borders and unites the world? I continued, look at her luscious lips, so enticing, and that classical Roman nose. Her sun-kissed skin, and those pronounced cheekbones. Come now, Xiaoji, even if you do not admire her, there is no need to retch. If you must be sick, spare me your indignation. This child, utterly devoid of appreciation, needed to step aside. The allure of erasing the debt of 500 coins finally motivated young Li Ji to muster the courage to inquire about every secret and tidbit concerning Qin Yan. But, J.N.G., do you truly believe that Sister Qin surpasses my sister in beauty? He questioned, visibly struggling. It seemed the future Gaoyang Emperor could not adapt to the aesthetic standards of postmodernism. There is no basis for comparison. One is a young girl, the other a mature woman. I rebuffed, you heard wrongly. It is merely that your sister is still too young, her form yet to blossom. In 20 years, she shall surely eclipse Sister Qin in beauty, while the stunning Angelina Jolie-like figure of Sister Qin embodies a beauty that transcends national boundaries. Where are you going? I inquired as J.N.G. dashed off, eager to gather information. Is such exaggeration necessary? In truth, your sister is indeed beautiful, a paragon of grace, yet first, she possesses a fierce temperament. Second, she is cunning. Third, she always opposes me. And fourth, she is still a mere child. After a long while, perhaps just a fleeting moment, Qin Yin strolled by, holding her younger brother's hand, smiling brightly, enchanting me as if my heart were a wild buffalo dancing on the African plains. What are you doing, little sister? I called out. If you reach out again, I shall cry foul for such indecent behavior. Hey, big sister, I am merely observing. Do you fear catching a disease from me? I pulled Li Ji, who sat beside me, to block her gaze. What did you discover? Only that I should inquire about my sister, as I feel too shy to ask Sister Qin directly. A child too shy? Or perhaps he feared that international beauty might tarnish his reputation at Hongwen Academy, this wretched child. So, tell me, how is Sister Qin more beautiful than I? I found it hard to believe. Li Shu, that girl, was utterly unreasonable. I patiently explained to her that the beauty of Qin Yin and her own were not on the same level. Are you suggesting she is significantly more beautiful than I? Though her words were calm, her eyes sparkled with malice, her fingers curling like talons, ready to lash out. Ah, my dear lady, I have explained several times. Your beauty is incomparable to that of Miss Qin. At last, the school day concluded, but I could not devise a reason to inquire about Miss Chen's affairs with Li Shu. Yet, she approached, seemingly unperturbed. Fortunately, most of the people in the room had vacated, leaving no one to observe our interaction, lest the gang of young girls unleash their scornful glances upon me. After all, I am the son of a prime minister. My lineage and backing are formidable, and coupled with my muscular physique, I'm a powerful figure, unmatched by those frail children. Li Shu sat directly opposite me, her head bowed in silence, a curious behavior. "What is it, dear sister? I have not wronged you." She remained motionless, but I could sense that she was concocting something, though I was unsure what it could be. I quickly grabbed an inkstone from the table to shield myself. "Let us speak amicably. We are both refined individuals." Slowly, she lifted her head, a breathtaking smile illuminating her face. It was ineffable. Perhaps my vocabulary fell short of capturing it. In that moment, her cheeks radiated a dazzling glow, her eyes shimmering like the clearest lake, the slight curve of her lips exuding sweetness, leading me to believe that paradise was within reach. "J.N.G. Am I beautiful?" Her voice was sweet and intoxicating, akin to the fragrance of fine wine. How do I compare to her? The allure in her gaze nearly shattered my already fragile nerves. Her elegantly arched neck accentuating her figure, causing her attire to accentuate her curves. "You are beautiful, but I find it astonishing that this young girl possesses such an admirable figure." I lacked the keen observational skills of others, yet I sensed an undeniable allure emanating from her. I could feel moisture at the corner of my mouth and hastily wiped it with my sleeve, cursing my disordered tongue. Is young Li Ji unwell? Why does he keep poking my back? What is it? Is my sister beautiful? Li Ji laughed, and I suddenly found a term aptly fitting for this insufferable child. Mediocre, to be honest. All beauties, in my eyes, are but painted skeletons. I felt as if I were a sage in deep meditation, my heart as still as ancient waters, unperturbed by the world around me. "Believe me if you wish." This impudent child scoffed, mimicking my demeanor with an air of disdain. "Do you comprehend the concept of respecting one's teacher? What do you wish to cut? This is not a kitchen." Chapter 23. Acts of valor. Snowflakes danced in the air, and hurried passers-by rushed by, gripping their reins. As I bantered with Li Ji and exchanged quips with Li Shu, relishing life's delightful moments. "Impossible. How can an iron object float in water?" Li Shu habitually countered my statements. "Is there a need to deceive you? Why can a leaf float on the water while an equally weighted stone sinks? This merely demonstrates that the buoyancy of water is determined by the volume of the object." I proudly showcased this fundamental principle, which in the Tang Dynasty seemed a revelation. "Well then, you must be lighter than wood?" Li Shu pointed with her whip at a log floating by the roadside. Measuring its length at about 4 meters and a diameter of 30 centimeters, the log bobbed in the water, the pristine snowflakes quickly melting around it. "That log must certainly be lighter than you. Jump in, and I shall see if you can float." Li Shu raised her chin, and Li Ji eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, let us do it, J.N.G. I, feeling exasperated, gripped the reins tightly, my face darkening. "Who are you people? Do you wish for me to jump into the icy waters? Do you take me for a fool? Can we be compared to a person? Their densities are not equivalent." Yet, explaining such complexities to these two children was no simple task. At that moment, a startled cry emanated from near the pond. "Someone has fallen in. Quick, save them." It was alarming, especially in the dead of winter, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. If one were not drowned, they could succumb to the cold. A frail elderly woman, aged around 50 or 60, sat by the lake, weeping and calling out for help. A few individuals were gathered around her, but despite her pleas, none dared to brave the frigid waters to rescue the unfortunate soul. Looking up, I could see a figure in the water, struggling amidst the splashes, their intermittent cries resonating with despair and helplessness. I could not linger any longer. Regardless of the circumstances, I had served as a swimming coach and lifeguard for 2 years. I dismounted my horse and tossed the riding whip and gloves to Li Ji, who sat frozen in shock. After a brief warm-up, I realized something was amiss and promptly secured my outer robe at my waist before kicking off my boots. "What are you doing?" Li Shu exclaimed, interposing herself in front of me, her face pale with worry or perhaps anger at my reckless behavior. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you all just standing there? Go save them." I gestured towards the trembling elderly women huddled in the cold wind. Standing by while someone is in danger is akin to causing harm. Step aside, or someone will truly perish. I had no time to debate the value of my life with this girl. With a surge of determination, I pushed Li Shu's mount aside, causing her to nearly topple from her horse amidst the gasps of the onlookers. With the most elegant dive, I plunged into the icy lake, the water shockingly cold, as it was mixed with melting snow. After wiping the water from my face, I steadied myself and began swimming with a mix of freestyle, breaststroke, and butterfly, drawing closer to the struggling figure. Thankfully, I spotted the person's hair floating on the surface. Cautiously, I reached down and pulled their head above water. They gasped for air. Still alive, I slipped my arms under their armpits and began to backstroke toward the shallows. The elderly woman rushed forward, crying out, "He is not dead. Make way. Help me pull him out." The cold was seeping into my bones, and, after swimming a mere 200 meters, I felt utterly drained. I laid the young man flat on the ground and tore open his clothing. His stomach was slightly distended, but he still had color, and I could feel his breath. Pressing my hands against his abdomen, I elicited a gush of water from his mouth, and his stomach visibly deflated. I sighed in relief. "Li Zi, quickly bring me my robe." The women turned away, their modesty in mind, as I prepared to change his clothes. If he didn't drown, he would surely freeze. Shivering, I cursed the bitter cold that had ruined my image. Li Shu cast me a worried glance, then unexpectedly removed her fur coat and tossed it to me. "Put this on," she commanded before turning away. I thanked her absent-mindedly, wrapping myself in the coat hastily. The elderly woman seemed to regain her composure, wiping her tears as she, along with others, helped me remove the half-conscious young man's clothing. With Li Ji's help, I bundled him tightly in the long fur coat. At that moment, a kind soul arrived with hot water, and others brought a cart. Amidst the chaos, the young man was eventually taken away on the cart, while the elderly woman hurriedly followed, still dabbing her tears. "Young sir, please drink some hot water to warm yourself," an old man offered, holding out a steaming kettle. I barely had time to express my gratitude before I gulped it down, the heat causing me to wince. It warmed my insides considerably. "I must inquire your name, young sir. Were it not for your noble act of rescue today, the sole descendant of the Chun Lu family would have perished." "Do not mention it. It was the least I could do." The biting cold had me struggling to mount my horse, and ignoring the old man's calls, I hastened to ride home. I had no desire to freeze to death for my act of bravery. "Young master, you've fallen into the river." I dismounted and barely entered the door when I startled Fang Shu, who was on his way out for errands. His voice trembled in shock, his expression a mix of horror and concern. "Mother, this water is too hot." I nearly cried, feeling utterly wretched. Lu Shi pointed a stick at my nose, her face a mixture of anger and concern. "Hot? Good. Then we can stew you for dinner and spare me the worry." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face as she recalled how Fang Shun had yelled, her heart racing with anxiety. I knelt before her, my forehead dripping with sweat, afraid to wipe it away lest I provoke her further. "Madam, the young master has realized his mistake, and he is not gravely harmed. Please do not fret too much. If something were to happen to him, it would surely distress the master," Fang Shu cautiously interjected. "Bah, if I truly were to go, he would probably celebrate." Upon hearing Fang Shu's words, my mother's sorrowful expression transformed into one of fierce resolve, her eyes glinting with determination. "Get up, you reckless child. Jumping into that bone-chilling water. Look at what you've become. What a fool." She struck my forehead lightly, muttering in irritation, but then softened her grip, rubbing it gently. Yet soon enough, she tugged my ear, exclaiming, "Your ear is going to fall off. Oof, were it not for your guests. I would have tossed you into the furnace to cook." She huffed, releasing her grip. Fang Shu, who had been watching the spectacle, stifled his laughter, his expression a mix of amusement and concern. "Mother, are you going to meet the guests now?" I asked cautiously, holding my reddened ear. "Go on then. I can't look at you without getting upset," she ordered, shooing me out of the room. Before I left, she instructed Fang Shu, "Quickly tell the kitchen to prepare a chicken for the young master, with plenty of ginger. Once it's ready, send it over. Also, send someone to fetch a doctor for some medicine to brew, and make sure no one in the house learns of this incident, or else this reckless child will surely face a beating." I crouched by the window, staring blankly at the aftermath of the snowy chaos in the backyard, the pure white snowflakes brushing against my cheeks. "What are you doing here, young master?" Fang Shu's voice broke my reverie. I looked up to see his kind face close by. "Nothing, just watching the snow," I replied, feeling the weight of my earlier actions. "Oh, young master, it appears the snow has melted on your face," he observed, his understanding demeanor providing me solace. Chapter 24. The princess-level medical practitioner. I had no time to engage with her further, quickly taking a seat by the fire. Before Li Shu could launch another verbal attack, a loud sneeze startled her, causing her to shudder against the railing. The sound nearly broke her chin as she braced herself. My head was spinning slightly. It seemed I was truly coming down with a cold. The royal attendants rushed in, bringing thick blankets to drape over me and checking my forehead with their cool hands, which felt refreshing, akin to sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. "Young master, your forehead is quite warm. Allow me to fetch some chicken soup to warm you up, and I'll prepare some medicine shortly," one of the girls said, her thoughtfulness evident. I nodded appreciatively. Now seated comfortably by the coal stove, having changed into clean, warm clothing after my bath. Wrapped in a thick blanket and holding kettle, I still shivered, the cold seemingly seeping from my bones. Li Shu and Li Ji sat nearby, watching me with curious expressions, occasionally whispering to one another. Every time I attempted to speak to Li Shu, she would glare at me and turn her head away, leaving me with the dark side of her profile. What was the matter? I merely caused her horse to limp. It only indicated the horse was too fragile and lacked resilience. Now, I was left to deal with the consequences of my actions. I could well imagine how the next day would unfold. Aunt Fong would surely scold me thoroughly. Li Shuqing, filled with indignation, pulled out a handkerchief and fiercely handed it to me. "Quickly wipe your nose. It's flowing like a river. How can you not cherish yourself?" After I wiped my nose, I intended to return the handkerchief, but I hesitated, fearing it would disgust her. Saving a life is merely a minor ailment. What is the harm? Did you not see that elderly woman? How pitiful she is, having lost a loved one. Can you just stand by and watch? I was suddenly reminded of my parents who perished in a car accident. How I longed for them to awaken from their eternal slumber, even if it meant sacrificing my own life. My expression may have revealed my thoughts, for Li Shuqing, unusually, did not continue to argue with me, as she typically would. Instead, she looked at me for a while and then took my left hand in hers. "What are you doing?" I was perplexed. Was she attempting to read my fortune? "This is troublesome. Fetch some ointment for the wounds," she instructed, opening my palm. I then noticed a ghastly white wound on my hand, devoid of any blood. Oddly, it wasn't bleeding. "I'll handle it myself," I suggested, feeling uneasy about her applying the medicine. Li Shuqing tugged at my hand and glared at me. "Don't move. If you do, I'll just make another cut." Was this girl a healer or a bandit? Li Ji stifled laughter from the side, casting a disapproving glare at the mischievous child. "My dear green butterfly is much better," I thought, noticing the concern etched in her eyes. At last, there was someone thoughtful around. As Li Shuqing bandaged my hand, her long brows brushed against her hairline. Her delicate hands moved awkwardly, revealing her inexperience in such matters. Thankfully, it was just a minor injury. Had it been a serious wound, I would have surely suffered under her clumsy ministrations. "Sister, be gentle. This is not a horse's hoof." Green Butterfly, observing from the side, frowned but dared not speak up. After all, who could contend with this stubborn princess? "I certainly wouldn't. Why the fuss? Just a moment ago, you jumped into icy water. Now you're acting like a child. You're not even as resilient as my family SG knew," I remarked. "Others would have to think twice before allowing me to bandage them." She shot back, her gaze defiant. Li Shuqing used scissors to snip the remaining cloth strips. "All right, remember not to let your hand touch water, and don't use it too much," she instructed, her voice a steady stream of admonishments. Li Ji, lounging by the table, observed his sister with curiosity and amusement, surprised by her nurturing side. Suddenly, her beautiful face didn't seem so bothersome. "My hand looks like a pig's trotter now," I lamented, gazing sorrowfully at my injury, while the culprit remained blissfully unaware. She smugly remarked, "Your hand was already less appealing than a pig's trotter." I was so incensed I almost wanted to grab a pig for her to identify what a pig's trotter truly was. It was utterly humiliating. "Is Junga better now?" Li Ji inquired, pulling at my sleeve. "Is there something you need?" I sighed, deciding not to argue with her. If she suddenly realized her mistake, my poor hand would be in jeopardy once more. "I want to see how iron floats on water. Shall we go to the pond in your front yard?" Li Ji persisted with childlike enthusiasm. However, as a patient, I had no time for experiments. What if my cold worsened into pneumonia? That would be a significant loss for me. Li Ji pouted, but ultimately nodded in compliance under Li Shuqing's fierce glare. "Oh," he said without complaint. "Shall I wait for you at the door then?" "Wait for what? The palace is just a couple of streets away." I can have him escort me there shortly, I replied. Li Shuqing shot me a look, signaling her eagerness to serve her esteemed princess. Strange things happen every year, but today seems particularly rife with oddities. Is this girl losing her mind? I thought, taken aback by her newfound respect in addressing elders. What S with that expression? Not bad at all. I hadn't noticed how lovely your maid was when I last visited, Li Shuqing remarked, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Stop right there. What are you trying to imply? Are you envious of a girl more charming than you? I retorted, half-jokingly. Is this girl the reincarnation of the evil stepmother from Snow White? Chapter 25. What does the princess truly want? Humph, that little girl can't possibly be more beautiful than me, she scoffed. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and despite her fierce glare, her petite, oval face exuded a certain charm. Her hands, resting on the table, revealed a glimpse of porcelain-like skin. Wisps of hair adorned her forehead, adding to her allure. Our faces were mere inches apart, and the fragrance of her presence wafted towards me. You are indeed less beautiful. And I admit this, yet her heart is far kinder, and her temperament is gentle. I swallowed hard, feeling the stirrings of an unwelcome attraction. Trust you? I doubt it. Your words lack sincerity, she said playfully. You're practically drooling looking at me, she teased with a radiant smile. Why is my throat suddenly so dry? I wondered, relieved that Li Shuqing showed no sign of shyness, which alleviated my guilt. Rolling my eyes, I said, Sister, let us stick to the matter at hand. Are you keeping Li Ji around just to pry in my affairs? Does your hand still hurt? What is wrong, running out of things to say? She retorted. It doesn't hurt now. It's long since lost feeling, I replied, glancing at the bandaged hand, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Li Shuqing, exasperated, kicked me lightly. What kind of person are you? I'm trying to help you. And you still complain? Absolutely not. That's the truth. I doubt I feel anything even if you hit me with a hammer. Just then, as if on cue, Green Butterfly appeared at the door, carrying a fragrant bowl of chicken soup. Young master, I brought you chicken soup. Oh, thank you. I eagerly drank it down, savoring the warmth as I slyly glanced at Li Shuqing. She pretended to be engrossed in examining the calligraphy on the table, clearly having ulterior motives for seeking me out. Green Butterfly, there's nothing more to do here. Take this out and let Aunt Lu know to fry a couple of eggs for dinner. I must replenish my strength. I instructed, handing her the empty bowl while giving her a conspiratorial wink. Green Butterfly subtly glanced at the pretentious Li Shuqing before obediently departing. Sister, what are you staring at? Tossing the blanket aside, I stretched my hands. Oh, much better. After consuming the steaming soup, the ginger slices warmed my insides, causing me to sweat profusely and feel rejuvenated. Just then, Green Butterfly's uniquely styled hair emerged at the window. I could discern every nuance of her expression, and Li Shuqing appeared momentarily entranced, not gazing at a painting, but at me. Fang Jun, are you truly the idle and lazy boy who does nothing but wait for death while consuming regret medicine? This question was too profound, touching upon relativity and sister. What are you trying to achieve? I asked, feeling increasingly anxious as she seemed intent on scrutinizing my face with a magnifying glass, fearful of her discovering my blemishes. It doesn't matter. No matter how you change, you will always be Fang Jun, the son of Fang Xiang, and my study companion, right? Her breath was fragrant, her red lips parting to reveal glistening teeth, and on her rosy cheeks, I could almost see the soft fuzz, utterly adorable. Her long eyelashes brushed against my heart, captivating me entirely. I swear, she is indeed a bewitching spirit capable of bringing calamity to the nation. One day, you must draw me a portrait that surpasses this one. The tone of her voice was unmistakably not a request, but an order. As she rolled her eyes, she swallowed hard. All right, but to paint a portrait, you must sit for 3 to 5 hours. I wonder if you can endure that, Cho Fangjun. I'm younger than you. Li Shu's cheeks flushed as she poked me with my Zhangguan brush. Good, little girl, your highness, please refrain from glaring. It would tarnish your image as a lady. I ask you, what is it you wish to discuss with me? The sun is setting, dear sister. I'm nearly driven to madness wondering what she intends. What it being dark. Do you think there are robbers lurking at the corners of the street? Li Shu frowned and shot me a glare. What if, heaven forbid, young master falls into a hysterical fit? What if masked intruders come at night? Is it just you? If you have the skill, come forth and see if I can subdue you. Her tone dripped with disdain. Her excited gaze startled me. The violent little princess possessed considerable strength, If she were to lose control, it would surely make a mockery of the entire Chang'an city. It seemed this plan required further contemplation. To my relief, this girl had finally proven my diligent teachings were not in vain. With the warmest smile, I poured her a cup of tea. Truly, as a princess, you are wise. Your brilliance could illuminate my entire room. I could only say I held some fondness for her, as I had only glimpsed her a few times. It was true that I could not define my feelings as mere like or dislike. Furthermore, it felt peculiar to acknowledge my affection for another beautiful woman in the presence of a stunning princess who was glaring at me. It left me feeling somewhat guilty, akin to being caught visiting a brothel by my wife. Is that so? Li Shu stared blankly at her teacup, and I hesitated to interrupt, fearing her whims might lead her to retract her intentions of informing me about Qin Yan. In truth, I was not well acquainted with Sister Qin either. Li Shu's words nearly drove me to exasperation. I spent a considerable time suppressing my anger. Why the rush? Just moments ago, I thought your heart had softened while saving me. Yet now you wish to chase away your savior? Li Shu lifted her delicate chin, reverting to her true nature. I laughed in frustration. When did I become your savior? Girl? Do not call me girl. Li Shu's voice suddenly rose an octave, startling the maids and servants peeking from outside into a panic. It was indeed a headache. The term girl was a dilemma. Your Highness, do not call me your Highness. I dislike it. When you say that, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You surely think, what airs does this girl put on? Am I right? Her beautiful eyes were fixed on me, their dark, transparent pupils reflecting my image. Her long lashes were thick. I wondered if she wore mascara. I have no such thoughts. I chuckled awkwardly, though I often thought about it. I dared not speak it aloud, lest it be deemed treasonous. I can tell you are lying. I have no time to argue with you. Li Shu suddenly blushed at the way I addressed her. That is not appropriate. You should just call me Nevermind. My head aches. I shall take my leave. Li Shu lifted her skirt, floating away like a graceful phoenix. Yet why did it feel as though she was fleeing? Chapter 26. Morning news broadcast. Hey, why are you running? Allow me to escort you. I could not comprehend her actions, so I sat on a stool, examining my left hand wrapped like a dumpling. Green Dye whispered beside me. Second young master, is it too tight? Shall I rebandage it for you? The princess's wrapping was truly a topic Green Dye hesitated to mention, as she seemed intimidated by such a powerful figure. With a subtle smirk, Green Dye quickly returned to her duties, loosening my damp hair and combing through it. Young master, you must be more careful next time, or else I know. I replied, not finding her chatter bothersome, but rather, it brought a sense of warmth. Young master, let me drape this over you. You have been soaked in icy water for too long. If you fall tomorrow, it would not be good. It's just a small wound. By the way, where are my father and mother? I smiled at her, indicating that I was fine. I heard from Cui Zhu, who serves beside my mother, that she has been visiting neighbors these days. All she hears are praises for you, young master, and some inquiries about the injury on your head from when father struck you. What is she planning? Does she intend to use this method to bring more time travelers from the 21st century? The outcome may very well see the highborn rascals of the Tang Dynasty parading around with swollen heads like Buddhas. Imagining the street filled with religious figures, I felt a wave of delight wash over me. It would be splendid if Uncle Chung and Li Yeshu's father were to learn this secret as well. Picturing those two scoundrels with swollen heads made me laugh heartily. Truly, I am not a virtuous gentleman. Green Dye, I sprang to my feet, inhaling the fresh air. Gulme, sit down. I am in a splendid mood today. I shall paint a full-body portrait of you. Young master, your health it matters not. Sit still, do not move. Look at me. Why are you blushing? If I ask you to look, then look. This girl, is it not just painting? Why be so shy? Seizing the Zhen Guan brush, I began the creation of the second hardpen portrait in the Tang Dynasty. Awakening early, I felt dizzy and my body stiff. It seemed I was unaccustomed to the sport of winter swimming and saving others, lying on the soft couch like a dead chicken. Green Dye gently pressed my forehead. She was indeed caring. Her soft little hand felt quite comforting, and she babbled about neighborhood gossip, which servant fancied which maid. Which maid had eyes for a scholar from next door, and how the guard dog in the front courtyard had fought with another guard dog from the Duke's residence, returning victorious. In short, there was no piece of gossip unknown to this little girl. It was akin to waking up in the modern era and turning on the morning news on television. Are you saying Chun Tao fancies Fong Chung? Chun Tao was a little maid by my mother's side, petite and exquisite, roughly about 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall and weighing around 70 to 80 gene. I merely estimated, I had not measured her. Indeed, I interrogated her once, and her face turned as red as sauce. It took a while for her to admit it. Green Dye smiled, a charming expression that lifted my spirits. What Fong Chum? Imagining his height is a bit challenging, a 2-meter giant against a 1 meter 50 girl. The weight difference is simply not comparable. Chun Tao's taste is indeed unique. Indeed, yet Chun Tao prefers the honest and straightforward type like Fong Ge. Yes, Fong Chung is indeed quite genuine. Honest people are preferable. I do not wish for any treacherous individuals to emerge around me. One must never learn from the Cunningly siblings. Just as I was pondering this, I heard a familiar laugh, followed by Fong Shu's obsequious voice. You're not that handsome fellow, are you? Li Ku burst in, snowflakes clinging to him, tossing his outer garment to Green Dye before casually sitting in front of the couch, grasping my hand. Dear brother, I have missed you dearly. Come on, I am not made of glass. Is that necessary? Why do you speak like that? I am here to bring you good tidings. Li Ku appeared quite pleased, removing his gloves by the coal stove and rubbing his hands together. Good tidings? What news? I tug at the gloves. Oddly, this pair was exquisitely crafted, the leather superior to my previous ones. This fellow had shamelessly pilfered my idea, infuriating me. What? This scoundrel is indeed no good, just like Li Shu. It appears my patent fees are unlikely to be realized. My hands trembled with anger. I am merely a frivolous youth with no work or source of income, and to see money slip away before my eyes was maddening. Do not be angry, dear brother. I have no intention of stealing your credit. Why present this item? I have already declared to father that all of this is your achievement. Li Ku accepted the tea Green Dye offered and took a sip. Oh, I would very much like to inquire whether he receives any material or spiritual rewards, but upon reflection, I shall refrain from doing so, fearing that this fellow might betray me and have my honorable, selfless father punish me, thereby cutting off my allowance. My dear younger brother, still in his youth, has already made contributions to our nation, which is indeed commendable. I have heard from Shu Mei that you have someone special in mind. Li Ku squeezed his head closer, draping an arm around my neck, feigning an air of mystery. El Dai stood gracefully beside me, her small hands crossed, her gaze unwavering. Her lovely little ears perked up high. What does this mean? Is it merely that I glanced at a few other maidens? Is that what constitutes having someone special? I cannot endure the antics of the Li siblings. Chapter 27. United in purpose against the enemy. It is nothing more than a slight fondness, merely an admiration for a beautiful lady. Does not brother De also hold a fond regard for her? I exchanged knowing glances with this scoundrel. Indeed, Li Ku patted my shoulder with understanding, laughing heartily. Those who know me, my dear brother, also know your character. The entirety of Chang'an is aware of your disposition. Turning into a wolf at the sight of women, from the elderly to the young. I am genuinely curious. Which lady has captured your heart? Speak of her, so that I may help alleviate your worries. Li Ku gazed at me with eager eyes. Did your sister not mention anything to you? No, had she? I would not have needed to make this special trip. Shu Mei can be quite secretive, biting her tongue and leaving me in suspense. Li Ku clapped his hands, feigning disappointment, for he too was a gossip monger. It is not that I am particularly enamored. It is merely that she is akin to a star in my heart, cough. I merely find her very beautiful, nothing more. The image of Miss Qin Yin flickered in my mind, a truly delightful beauty. Li Ku looked perplexed. What exactly are you trying to convey? Who is beautiful? I felt my face flush, my hands nervously fidgeting, trying to maintain an air of propriety. Miss Qin Yin, daughter of Qin Shubao. As soon as the words left my lips, I heard Li Ku choking on his tea beside me. What sort of person chokes even on water? What? Li Ku wore a shocked expression, his mouth frothing with tea leaves, his eyes twitching, pointing a delicate finger at me. What have you done? The daughter of Duke Hu, Qin Shubao, Miss Qin Yin. What's her expression is that, dear brother? Is such astonishment truly warranted? I glared fiercely, my eyes wide open, and declared with righteous indignation, if you laugh again, I shall sever our ties. Infuriated, Li Ku could not comprehend my feelings as he doubled over on the soft couch, laughing so hard that he nearly lost his breath. Fortunately, El Dai, standing by my side, tugged at my sleeve to remind me to maintain my composure. Otherwise, I might have silenced him permanently. Do not be foolish, dear brother. I am merely astonished that the usually indifferent Fong Jun would find himself captivated. Li Ku tilted his head, sneaking a glance at the peculiar expression of Dai standing behind me. He tugged at my sleeve, lowering his voice. Do you truly find Miss Qin Yin beautiful? His expression was strange, and I felt an impulse to slap that handsome face of his. Feeling slightly embarrassed, yet my inner turmoil overshadowed my reason. I could only nod in silent agreement. Remarkable, dear brother, to see you blush over a lady. Well, I shall refrain from further laughter. However, I must admit, I am curious. What exactly makes Miss Qin Yin so beautiful? Li Ke stroked his chin, deep in thought. It appears your sense of aesthetics may be at fault. I shot him a glare and took a large sip of tea. Li Ke appeared troubled, tilting his head to observe me, then gazing at the ceiling. What was he pondering? I am still minor. Could it be that you wish to usurp my affections and experience the essence of international beauty? Could it be that you have truly developed feelings for Miss Qin? Li Ke adjusted his long robe, sitting upright near the coal stove, posing the question seriously. He. Seeing my expression, Li Ke leaned closer, patting my shoulder with a conspiratorial air. It seems you are merely momentarily bewitched by Miss Qin. Do not take offense at my chatter. He tilted his head meaningfully at me, then rose with a hearty laugh. Tomorrow, once you feel better, I shall take you somewhere delightful. But I must attend school tomorrow. I felt a twinge of fear. Could it be that Uncle Cheng's family has taken to marrying off another princess? Fear not. Someone wishes to meet you, my elder. Li Ke's expression turned peculiar as he gestured above his head. Your elder? Are they a relative? Who? I was eager to uncover the answer. Li Ke slapped his thigh. Oh dear, it is almost noon. I have pressing matters to attend to today. I shall take my leave. As you are unwell, do not see me off. Tomorrow, afternoon, I will come and escort you. Farewell. Ignoring my attempts to retain him, he hastily slipped away. What a character. Speaking as if suffering from constipation, with no fear of hemorrhoids. Ah well, Miss Qin Yin was but a fleeting encounter. It is true, I harbor some fondness for her. It is not as the least siblings suggest. How absurd. Upon returning to my room, I picked up my brush to continue refining the portrait from yesterday. Dai arrived, presenting me with a gift. Swish, swish, swish. The signature of Feng Yai, created in the 14th year of the Jingguan era, in 1,000 or 2,000 years. It shall be a national treasure. Thank you, young master. You are truly kind. The girl's crisp voice and her adoring eyes made me feel somewhat lightheaded. I will have it framed tomorrow to hang in my room. The young master's art is truly exquisite. I dare say the paintings in Lord and Lady Feng's residence do not compare. Look at our maid, so down to earth. I nearly found it difficult to close my mouth. It is merely passable, just a tad better than those other artists. However, such words must not be spoken indiscriminately. One must remain humble and modest. Young master, Dai filled my cup with tea, her large, beautiful eyes blinking innocently. What is it? Do you fancy Miss Qin? I have seen her once. Dai's eyes sparkled mischievously. What do you think of her? I casually inquired. Not as pretty as Princess Apu. The little girl pouted, displaying her disdain. How cheeky. Go fetch Feng Chung for me. Such a young age, yet she fails to learn. All day long, she spreads idle gossip. I must issue a warning. For this girl has become increasingly unruly under my indulgence. Dai reluctantly acquiesced, clutching the painting in her hands, joyfully departing towards the door while adding, Princesses are simply lovely. I shot her a fierce glare, but she breezed past, unfazed. Truly, little Lolas know how to converse charmingly. Chapter 28. A winter stroll in the garden. The Xiniyuan is a garden located to the north of the Chang'an Palace, extending in a narrow shape similar to the Taiji Palace. The entire area is blanketed in white snow, and I trail behind Li Ke, feeling disheartened, lacking the spirit to appreciate the scenery. Further ahead lies the Dun Palace, constructed by my father during his tenure as the Qin Yuan. The garden is filled with picturesque rural scenes. Spring and autumn are particularly delightful, while winter offers its own charm in the form of snow. Li Ke walked ahead, gesturing around. In royal gardens, one is prohibited from riding horses, and with no other means of transport. It is rather. Yes, a beautiful garden indeed. I stifled a large yawn, feeling drowsy. Just yesterday afternoon, the family of the person I rescued, along with the neighbors, came banging drums, presenting my fur coat at my doorstep. Not only did it attract attention from the Feng residents, but the entire street of high-ranking officials was stirred, with crowds gathering in circles to witness the spectacle. Why? The usually foolish second young master of the Fong family had, under the stern hand of the elder Fong, suddenly demonstrated remarkable intelligence. Not to mention, he had daringly rescued someone from the river in the dead of winter. How extraordinary! Outside the gates, the elderly yet amiable prime minister beamed, while my mother, a noble lady, lent her support to the young man who had come to express gratitude. Her gaze gentle and benevolent. My elder brother, the courteous official, gracefully declined the thanks of the visitor. The onlookers were left in awe, and even the butler joined in, animatedly recounting how the second young master had performed marvels, his words flowing freely amidst the delighted neighbors. As the principal character embodying valor, the second son of the Fong residence, I stood at the threshold, grinning broadly, displaying my front teeth like a statue, exuding an air of grandeur and heroism that garnered unanimous praise from the neighboring nobles and ministers. My esteemed father delivered a speech, hypocritically proclaiming this as a successful example of the education at Fong residence, receiving accolade from the idle onlookers who had come merely to join the commotion. Subsequently, the doors of Fong residence swung open to welcome guests, inundating our kitchen with a multitude of freeloaders, leaving our cook frazzled, toiling until the late hours of the night. Nevertheless, my father was not one to easily relinquish his authority. He insisted that I confess my supposed wrongdoing and, as a final threat, warned that if I dared to venture into the water again during winter, he would flay my skin and hang it on the front gate to dry until the new year. My younger brother, with his toothless grin, mocked me, while my elder brother simply snickered at the unfolding spectacle, feigning concern by warning me about the risks of falling ill from winter swimming. What a bunch of people! Yet, deep down, I felt a sense of warmth and joy, for there were those who cared for my safety. Indeed, I would act similarly in future situations, as it is the duty of an amateur lifesaver. Perhaps my prolonged tenure as a teacher had instilled in me an intrinsic desire to showcase myself, to be the center of attention. Did you not sleep well last night, C&D? Liku observed my yawning with a furrowed brow. No, little brother was simply mesmerized by the scenery of this garden, astonished to the point of pointing randomly at a half-meter-high, finger-thick, snow-laden branch, exclaiming in awe at the craftsmanship of nature. C&D, do not act out. When we meet our elders, conduct yourself properly. Liku's eyes rolled slightly, his mouth twitching as he struggled to swallow. Rest assured, brother, I shall not bring shame to the Ge. I nodded and bowed hurriedly, for this was the royal domain, and in this remote wilderness, I feared Liku might harbor resentment and rally a group to enact vengeance. Having traversed the snow-dusted garden, an elegant palace loomed ahead. Several burly guards, armed with sabers, turned their attention towards us upon hearing the commotion. Fortunately, they appeared well acquainted with Liku, greeting him with respect. This is the beloved son of Minister Fong. Liku, he indicated towards me, and the guards nodded expressionlessly, their vigilant gaze appraising me, as if suspecting I bore hidden weapons. Thankfully, Liku exchanged a few hushed words with the apparent leader of the guards, who reluctantly withdrew, maintaining a watchful presence while patrolling the vicinity. How absurd! I am, after all, the son of a noble. How could they disregard me? Before I could voice my indignation, a figure emerged from within the house, Li Shu. Today, she was adorned differently, wearing white silk gloves with subtle patterns, playfully twirling a riding whip. Clad in a form-fitting light red outfit, topped with a snug, fiery fox fur coat, her long hair styled in a masculine topknot revealed an unusual androgynous beauty. Little sister, what brings you here? I greeted her warmly with a kind smile. Li Shu cast me a curious glance. Do you wish to know? Yes, indeed. I nodded eagerly. Today, her attire was indeed striking, exuding a blend of softness and a fiery allure. Noticing my gaze, she huffed, shooting me a sideways glance, I want to tell you, lifting her chin with newfound pride. Teasing me? What mischievous scheme could she be concocting this time? Third brother, I need to speak with you, let us go. She unceremoniously tugged at Liku, pulling him toward another path. What about me? I pondered, contemplating following them, but two guards shifted closer, their menacing presence overwhelming. Fear not. Do not frighten my younger brother, Li Shu's companion. Li Kuai waved off the two fierce guards, patting my shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. My elder is quite amiable, just be at ease. Li Ku's smile was slightly peculiar, while Li Shu stifled a giggle, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes as they both slipped out of my view. A warning bell rang in my mind. My younger brother seemed preoccupied today. Perhaps it will be better to postpone our discussion. Next time, I shall certainly feed you. Do not leave me behind, brother. With no one around, I contemplated slipping away when a fully armed, imposing guard with a bushy beard that nearly concealed his face emerged from the house. "Who is Fong Jun?" he boomed, and all the guards pointed their fingers at my concealed presence. "Come forth. My master has been awaiting you for quite some time." The burly guard's eyes were wide, his voice booming with the ferocity of a warrior. Could I refuse? As I gazed at the sword at his waist and the ferocious glint in his eyes, a sense of unease washed over me. Just as I was about to step forward, the guard barked, "Halt." Startled, I wondered whether this imposing figure sought to rob me or something more sinister. Chapter 29. A New Era of Special Police? Confused, I stared at his outstretched hand. What is the meaning of this? My apprehension grew. Was he enraged by my superior looks and stature, seeking a duel? "Your sword." He pointed at the blade I wore at my waist, glaring intently. Was it truly necessary to remove my sword just to meet a prince? I had never needed to disarm, even in the presence of my father. Reluctantly, I surrendered my precious blade to him. To my surprise, after handing it to another guard, he extended his hand once more. Did he expect me to relinquish any hidden weapons I might possess? Frustrated, I tossed my warm fur coat at him. The guard scrutinized the coat, handing it to the one who had received my sword, yet he still showed no intention of allowing me entry. My anger flared. I glared at the towering guard. "What do you want from me? Must I strip down to my bare skin before you permit me to enter?" In a moment of reckless abandon, I forgot about the prince, and the impetuousness of Fong Ai surged within me. How audacious of me to argue with the prince's guard. The burly guard's face darkened. "Oh, it's you." He suddenly recognized me. Recalling our previous encounter with Li Shu during a banquet, where we had crossed paths with Tibetan spies. "Humph. Young Master Fong, duty calls." I apologized for my rudeness. The guard feigned propriety, clearly harboring intentions of retribution. Infuriated, I resolved to resist. I would rather fight than submit to humiliation. In that instant, I resolved to stand my ground. "You shall not have me yield. I would rather face death than be stripped of my dignity." The burly guard and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. "Zhao Kun, be courteous. Let young Master Fong enter." A resonant baritone emanated from within the house, calm yet authoritative. Zhao Kun shot me a resentful glare before conceding. "My master requests your presence." With a tumult of thoughts swirling in my mind, I stepped inside, greeted by a warm breeze. A robust, middle-aged man reclined on a soft couch, a delicate bronze incense burner before him, wafting fragrant smoke. He curiously examined a piece of paper, surrounded by several eunuchs and maidens. Upon noticing my presence, he looked up and smiled. "You must be young Master Fong." "Come, sit." I was unsure whether to bow or to perform a gesture of respect, my movements faltering. I even heard the suppressed laughter of the burly guard who followed me into the room. How infuriating! If I angered him, I would ensure that Li Ji's debts were settled in a most amusing manner. My heart raced. I had never encountered such a scene, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Moreover, the imposing guard behind me glared intently, as though I were his sworn enemy. "Do not be so formal, young master. I share a deep friendship with Minister Fong. Just call me uncle, and enjoy this warm tea to fend off the chill." Thank you, uncle." I graciously accepted the tea and took a hearty sip. The burly guard stepped forward, seemingly about to speak, but the prince raised his hand as if possessing foresight, rendering the guard speechless, his face reddening in embarrassment. Hearing KR mention that the gloves and horseshoes were crafted by my esteemed cousin, I could not help but admire the deep, resonant timbre of his voice, imbued with a masculine metallic quality, truly a testament to the Li family's lineage. Indeed, it was merely a whimsical thought that had crossed my mind, chuckling as I sipped my water, pondering what a man of his maturity, in his 40s, and I could possibly converse about. Surely, the chasm of our age must be the reason for this disconnect. Is that so? Uncle Lee regarded me with a knowing smile, gesturing toward the cards strewn across the table. This too must have been a spur-of-the-moment idea from my dear nephew, along with the checkers, the quill pen, and this coal stove. Ah, yes, and the punctuation marks that are so invaluable for discerning written texts. I gazed blankly at this charming elder, questioning his intentions. Could he be a time-traveling constable masquerading as a Tang Dynasty prince, intent on silencing me, a traveler from the future? The thought terrified me, rendering my expression pale. my smile more akin to a grimace, my hand trembling as I held my cup. In truth, I had indeed been saved by divine intervention. This was no deception, but an unembellished truth. Without such celestial aid, how could I have traversed through time? Uncle Lee's expression twisted momentarily before he burst into laughter. Pointing at me, enough of jesting. I wish to inquire about a matter of significance. Surely you are aware of the princess's betrothal to the Tubo? My heart raced as I recalled the information imparted by the lovely YY, nearly spilling the beans in my anxiousness. Yes, I have heard about it from Eschar. I managed to reply, while Uncle Lee cast me a knowing glance, leaving me puzzled by his cryptic gaze. It was evident that he and Li Kei shared a striking resemblance, marking them as true kin. My cousin's ideas were indeed novel, yet the execution seemed lacking. Oh, my words were merely the ramblings of a drunken fool. Not to be taken seriously, I hastily added. Uncle Lee, ever affable and loquacious, could speak on a plethora of subjects, astronomy, geography, anything under the sun, leaving me feeling somewhat inadequate as a modern educator. I followed his lead, tossing in a few personal insights to flatter him. As a pot of tea was consumed, Uncle Lee appeared to struggle with his inquiries, unable to pinpoint my flaws. Bring forth more wine, he commanded, seemingly vexed by his inability to grasp my shortcomings. With a wave of his hand, palace maids brought forth wine vessels and delectable dishes, steaming with warmth. Clearly, Uncle Lee had come well prepared. What a surprise! This Uncle Lee was quite the character, even daring to address the formidable Chung uncle in such a casual manner, indicating his strong connections. I quickly nodded in deference, explaining, "Dear uncle, I fear my drinking capacity may not match yours, and I would not wish to disrupt your enjoyment. Fear not, join me in merriment. I shall not impose any burdens regarding drink." Uncle Lee replied with an oddly mischievous smile. Alas, my poor tolerance for alcohol betrayed me. After 3 cups, my demeanor softened, and by the 6th, I was able to laugh heartily, exchanging knowing glances with the burly guard behind him. I had lost count of how many toasts we made, emboldened by the wine, daring to gaze at the beautiful palace, maids without trepidation. Fear? I scoffed at the notion. My mind raced, ready to engage in banter, as Uncle Lee seemed captivated by my words, relishing the succulent dishes before us, clearly enjoying the wine of a prince's household. Are you suggesting that a person can fly in the sky? Uncle Lee exclaimed, staring at me incredulously as I gnawed on a lamb chop. The guards and palace attendants were equally wide-eyed. I raised my chin defiantly, brandishing the bone like a scepter, declaring, "Even a piece of paper can soar." "Fetch me some fine Xian paper," Uncle Lee commanded, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I folded the paper meticulously, crafting an elegant paper airplane, snipping excess wings. And with a puff of breath, I launched it into the air. In that moment, the room fell silent, as if captured in a spell, and I could even hear the soft sound of snowflakes touching the ground. Uncle Lee and the burly guard wore expressions of disbelief, while the charming maid standing opposite me covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. The white paper airplane soared gracefully, twisting and spinning, reaching heights beyond the room, finally landing several meters away outside. Satisfied, I nodded, pleased that my skills had not diminished. After a prolonged silence, Uncle Lee sighed, and an attentive attendant hastily retrieved my airplane, presenting it to him. "This mechanism resembles that of a paper kite, does it not?" Uncle Lee remarked, nodding appreciatively. He lifted his cup in celebration, exclaiming, "Ah, the exquisite palace wine. In the future, it would be considered a millennia-aged brew. One must indulge." Truly, Uncle Lee was a perceptive man, swiftly grasping the principles behind the paper airplane. "Are you saying this can enable a person to fly?" he continued, his eyes gleaming with wonder as he gazed at the small airplane. Chapter 30. A scholar with abundant knowledge, I couldn't help but chuckle at his flushed face, slightly embarrassed. It is a mere trinket, unable to carry a person. If one wishes to transport individuals, one must consider the fabric and ensure it is tightly woven and waterproof. I explained, gesturing to the silk robe I wore. "Bring forth a length of silk." Uncle Lee eagerly waved his hand, not grasping the complexity of the task. I clarified, "Dear uncle, creating such a vehicle is no simple feat. It requires considerable effort and precision." Uncle Lee, captivated by my performance, finally seemed to comprehend the concept of a hot air balloon. After some deliberation, he pointed to the attendant who had been sprayed with wine. "Bring me a Zhongguan pen and some paper, as I hear my nephew is quite adept with it." Clearing a space, I seized the pen and, with a flourish, sketched the outline of a hot air balloon. This is a hot air balloon. Can this allow one to soar through the clouds? Uncle Lee asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he held my illustration. It can indeed elevate one to the colorful clouds, offering a view of the splendid landscapes of our great Tang Dynasty, I replied, understanding the necessity of flattery towards the prince. While I dare not boast too much, I was confident in my ability to flatter him with my words. Raising my cup in celebration of Uncle Lee's commendation, I acknowledged the truth of his praise. In reality, my knowledge was but a modest accumulation, yet I had no qualms about showcasing my abilities. Standing tall, I adjusted my robe and sauntered to the window, where the lovely maid stood beside me. Her presence was captivating, and as I caught her eye, I was struck by her beauty, particularly her slender waist, which seemed delicate enough for me to grasp. Why has the room fallen silent? I wondered, perhaps my aura had intimidated them. But there was no time for such thoughts. The foremost scholar of the Tang Dynasty was about to recite poetry. With a sweeping motion of my sleeve, I gestured toward the pristine snow outside. Behold, our Tang Dynasty boasts such magnificent landscapes. The northern scenery, 1,000 miles sealed in ice, a myriad of snowflakes drifting. Beyond the Great Wall, all that remains is vastness. Above the great rivers, the torrents have ceased. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the plains stretch like wax elephants, yearning to test their heights against the heavens. On a clear day, adorned in red and white, they appear exquisitely enchanting. Countless heroes bow in reverence, while I, feeling cold sweat trickle down my spine, ponder my actions. What am I doing here? The room is eerily silent, an unsettling atmosphere enveloping us. Uncle Lee's hands tremble slightly, spilling half of his drink, as he stares intently at me, as if witnessing a pig climbing a tree. Behind him, the fierce-looking guard with a shaggy face has half-drawn his sword, its cold gleam radiating ominously. The expression on the rosy-cheeked palace maid's face is equally strange, her fists clenched, perhaps stirred by my earlier demeanor, considering an impulsive strike upon my head. What have I done? Have I lost my mind? Teasing the palace maid of the prince while selling cakes. Where's the Buddha of calmness when needed? Ha ha, what a thrill! Truly exhilarating. The land is frozen, the snow swirling, as countless heroes bow low. My cousin, a true man of substance, Uncle Lee, downed his half-cup of wine with great satisfaction and stood up. In that moment, the strange atmosphere dissipated entirely. He approached the window, passionately reciting again, his voice richer than mine, resonating with a profound depth, reminiscent of a great leader. Yet, my cousin appears somewhat unfulfilled, as Uncle Lee glances sideways at me, still trembling with the wine cup in hand. Ah yes, there is still more to say. With a little more wine, the mental gymnastics can begin. The outcome could either be my head severed by the shaggy guard's sword, or a commendation from Uncle Lee for my cleverness. If death is to come, let it be. Downing the wine ignites my courage, raising my intellect to surpass 160. Filled with enthusiasm, lamenting Shang Tang and Zhou Wu, slightly lacking in literary flair, sighing for Qin Huang and Han Wu, but still falling short in charm. A generation of heroes, the great Kagan Xieli, only knows to bend the bow and shoot the great eagle. All have passed. The figures of history still watch from the present day. Finally, I managed to piece together a fragment, though it was a challenge. Thankfully, I shifted the dynasties forward a couple of places. Otherwise, I would surely have been beheaded by Uncle Lee's guard. Uncle Lee squinted in contemplation, clapping his hands in approval, patting my shoulder. These phrases are indeed magnificent. The figures of history still watch from the present day. Well done, well done. My cousin truly embodies the essence of those figures. How could an old bachelor, who has been in the Tang Dynasty for a month without even giving his first kiss, be called one of the remarkable figures? Qin Yuan Shan. Snow? Not bad. Allow me to advise my cousin. One of the great heroes, Cao Cao Han, could be worthy of such a title. This man possesses both literary and martial prowess, not just a mere brute who knows only how to wield a bow. Uncle Lee is quite earnest, and it's good. I managed to get through this while wiping cold sweat from my brow. I glanced at the shaggy guard. This fellow seemed to be boiling with passion, his gaze fixed on me. If you keep staring, I might just consider you. I'm a man, after all, and do not partake in such matters. I stole a glance at the lovely palace maid, startled to find her bolder than I, her bright eyes fixed on me. Sparkling with curiosity, I flashed a smile, revealing a couple of teeth, and she seemed unresponsive, as if eagerly observing a novel phenomenon. Has she never seen such a handsome man before? I felt a tinge of shyness. Uncle Li, frowning, paced around the soft couch with his wine cup, suddenly slapping his thigh. A true hero must be none other than Mao Dun, the Chanyu of the Xiongnu during the Han era. This man was both patient and ruthless, achieving the ability to contend with the Han Dynasty for many years through sheer strength. Truly a figure deserving of the title hero. Ha ha ha. Uncle Li was quite pleased, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he revised the previous poem once more. Now, I felt a psychological balance restored, no longer fearing ridicule from others. If any time travelers were to appear, they wouldn't dare point fingers at me, would they? If they wished to scold, let them go and scold the royal family. The Li clan as prince, or they might just find themselves minced into meatballs. Ah, cousin, come, let us drink again. Ha ha. With satisfaction, Uncle Li attempted to pull me back onto the couch, but I could no longer endure pointing at the sun, which was nearly touching the roof. I must study this afternoon. Next time, I promise to accompany you for a delightful revelry. Is that so? Since we have grown familiar, it wouldn't hurt to gather again. But the next time, I shall have Kuer invite you, so please do not refuse. Uncle Li was quite amiable. I sincerely waved goodbye to Uncle Li. All right, I will certainly be at your beck and call. Farewell, Uncle Li. Just as I stepped out the door, Uncle Li's voice echoed back. Cousin, has the old man changed his mind? With that, I dashed away, employing every skill I possessed to escape. My feet moving swiftly, and Uncle Li's shout was the last thing I heard before vanishing behind the rockery. Before I had even left the confines of Dun Palace, a chilling wind struck, causing my nose to itch, and with a loud sneeze, my graceful movements faltered, and I stumbled into the snow. Shivering, I pulled my head from the snow, only to realize that my treasured sword and fur coat were still in the palace. Master Fong, do not hide. My lord has instructed me to return your sword and fur coat. The head of the guard's words finally eased my tension. Wrapping myself in the fur, I strapped on the sword and nodded respectfully to the Tang Dynasty's lay Fong. Thank you, gentlemen. I bid you farewell. Where are you headed, Master Fong? The head of the guards spoke humbly, but the gazes of the guards behind him were far from respectful. Oh, Master Fong, we assumed you would continue to enjoy the gardens. If you wish to leave the gardens for Hongwen Pavilion, you should head this way. The head of the guards wore a slightly twisted expression, and the other guards mirrored his demeanor. What sort of people are these? Mocking me? A distinguished figure of the Tang Dynasty? Angered, I waved my fur sleeve. I simply found inspiration in this splendid scenery, and came here to study the structure of our Tang Dynasty gardens and the snow scene. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. With a face like a red jujube and eyebrows like sleeping silkworms, I strode forward. No, I slipped toward the garden gate. Outside the garden gate, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, relieved. Thank goodness for my thick skin and extraordinary wit. Otherwise, I would have been greatly embarrassed. Taking the reins from the gatekeeper, I shouted and galloped away. Not far from the garden gate, those shameless guards were still grinning, possibly afflicted by their own folly. Chapter 31. The true faces of two royal relatives. What did Uncle Wang talk to you about? Class was over, and I was happily engaged in conversation with the curious Li Ji. The only regret was that Li Ji was sitting far away, hiding behind a book that covered half of his face, making me uncomfortable. At this moment, Li Shu moved closer to the coal stove, persistently inquiring about me. I tilted my head and gazed at Li Shu's fair and rosy face. Do you want to know? As expected, I had barely begun to speak when she pinched her nose and turned away. You scoundrel Fong Jun, drinking at noon, it stinks. She glared at me, her little hand fanning in front of her delicate nose. Do you think I wanted to? I retorted. It was your uncle who was captivated by my talent, insisting that I drink and sing with him. Reluctantly, I could only accept his generous invitation, sighing deeply as I looked at the ceiling. My uncle? Talent? Li Shu seemed a bit dizzy, quickly supporting her forehead with her hand. She stretched her petite foot towards my leg, and I dodged once again. Really? Did you meet my Uncle Wang this morning? Li Ji set aside the book that had covered his mouth and nose and quickly squeezed beside me. Yes, indeed. Little sister Hapu, what is your uncle's name? Alas, I had failed. I drank their wine and teased their maid. Yet I still did not know this esteemed uncle's name. I want to tell you. Li Shu pulled out a handkerchief to cover her nose, looking quite affected by the smell. She didn't gain any favor with her foot either. Poor me was quite pleased, laughing heartily. Fine, it doesn't matter. After all, they're all elders. Calling them uncle will suffice. We need not be so formal. I had no time to argue with her and prepare to continue the previous topic with Li Ji. At this moment, Lao Fuzi cleared his throat. Preparing to commence his lecture, for my profound theories of thick and black had yet to be fully articulated. Those who would desecrate the scholarly air, should they be seen by Chan Lao Fuzi and his ilk, would surely have their hands broken. The young girl puffed her cheeks and glared with wide eyes, her expression brimming with indignation. Yet her enthusiasm for folding paper airplanes surpassed even that of Li Ji. Although most of her creations were mere shoddy remnants, she remained exuberantly vocal. What kind of people are these, clearly allowing only the officials to set fire, whilst forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps, and furthermore, using the houses of the commoners as kindling? The exquisite Xian paper lay before her, pointing accusatorily at the girl, incensed. My green butterfly persistently tugged at my sleeve. Yet the audacity of this girl from Hapu was overwhelming. What does it matter if it's just a couple of sheets of paper? What significance does it hold? Li Shu extended his pinky, gesturing as small as a grain of rice. Ancestors, you are incensed. Striding forth, he seized a stack of pristine Xian paper from the desk. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the idle onlookers, we shall not fold paper airplanes any longer. Instead, we shall create something different. Paper cranes, paper boats, paper lanterns, and paper frogs, all laid out on the table. The young girl from the Li family and the young boy stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces flushed. Li Ji, in sheer excitement, pointed at each creation, asking me what they were. Li Shu, like a mother hen cradling her eggs, clasped her hands protectively before her chest, exclaiming, "Mine, all mine." Li Ji, feeling utterly defeated and pitiable, realized he was no match for this formidable girl, and resignedly turned to me for assistance. "No, absolutely not," I declared. "Where in this world can one find such a favorable situation? You two cannot simply take it away from me." Recalling my customary fees for sealing and intellectual property rights, I sat cross-legged, adopting a serious demeanor, resembling a monk in deep meditation. "This matter is quite profound," I declared, slapping the account book on the table. "First, repay the debts you owe." "What nonsense! I am a princess, and our Jean Nu is a prince. Do you think we would default on such trifling amounts?" The young girl fumed, her large, beautiful eyes glaring, the whites of her eyes nearly encircling. I was even more incensed, my eyes widening with the ferocity of a ruler, exclaiming, "The princess and the prince shall have the ability to repay me first." "Humph, do you think I'm a person of no integrity?" Li Shu retorted, glancing sideways with her chin tilted. Li Ji, eager to agree, found himself in a predicament. Li Shu's long, fair fingers fortuitously landed on Li Ji's arm, her crimson nails gleaming with a dangerous glint. Li Ji's eyes turned green with trepidation, shaking his head vigorously as if trying to dislodge a great weight. Indeed, it was as if he were the sister of my brother Li Ku, who beheaded chickens and burned yellow paper. The kind of person who would accumulate debts without ever intending to repay. "Green butterfly, bring me some wine. I intend to drink until I am inebriated tonight." Infuriated, I sought solace in drink. The great brew was truly delightful, sweet and tangy, unlike the harsh San Lu Jiang, which could leave one with a splitting headache. "Greedy little wretch, do we have any intention of not repaying?" Li Shu's words were immediately supported by Li Ji. This little brat nodded. "It's merely a matter of being a bit short on cash at the moment. Those 2 coins are hardly worth considering, right, Jinu?" The little rascal's expression grew solemn as he continued to nod. "No, I promised Aunt Fawn that I would stay for dinner. A man of honor cannot speak without integrity." Li Ji shook his head, as if playing dead on my couch. "Humph, what rare delicacies have I not tasted? Do you think I would linger in your abode for a mere meal? I merely promised my father that I would keep an eye on this lad." Tapping Li Ji on the head in an elder-s affectionate manner. The individuals surrounding us were in disarray, their hands trembling as they pointed at the 2 royal relatives. Overwhelmed by an unutterable despair, Green Butterfly stared blankly at the 2 royals. It was indeed beneficial for my young lady to witness the true nature of these 2, to comprehend why someone as genuine as myself might wish to chastise them. Chapter 32. Drip, drip. "It appears to be a matter of bloodline," I mused. Li Ku exhibited a similar demeanor. That uncle of his managed to maintain a semblance of the elderess image, yet based on the qualities exhibited by these 2 royals. I harbored a growing suspicion that the old fellow was not a virtuous character either. What does bloodline signify? Li Ji found the term rather novel. Glancing sideways at the little girl who was grinning radiantly, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Giant, what are you doing? I glared at this fellow with utmost seriousness. You do not harbor any affections for my sister, do you? He asked, a peculiar glint in his eye, causing me to nearly mistake Li Ji for Li Ku in disguise. A human skin mask? Is it some form of disguise? My curiosity piqued. Oh dear, what are you doing, Giant? Li Ji struggled for quite some time to escape my grasp, rubbing his slightly reddened cheek. Is it merely asking you a question? You dare to pinch my face? He exclaimed, aggrieved. It appears Li Ku is not quite so short, and his voice is certainly different. No, my intention was to tell you a most captivating story. Does it hurt? Good. I slapped my thigh, feeling accomplished as I spat out my words toward Li Ji. This story pertains to human skin. My gleaming white teeth and chilling smile, combined with the howling wind outside, nearly terrified the royal siblings into each other's arms. Human skin? Li Shu trembled, tugging at Li Ji's cheek as she inquired of me. Oh dear sister, why you pinch me too? Li Ji's eyes turned green with fury, while Li Shu shot him a glare. I am your sister. Is it not permissible for me to pinch you? Have you forgotten that I have yet to report this morning's incident at the academy to father? Li Ji resigned himself to this reality, the future emperor lamenting silently as he lay languidly on the couch. Revenge. Green butterfly, extinguish the light. Ghost stories require an environment conducive to atmosphere. Excellent, the sky darkens and the cold wind whistles. It is indeed the perfect time for eerie tales. The cadence of my voice, filled with suspense, transformed the room into a chilling broadcast of horror, the darkness enhancing the imagination, conjuring visions of specters draped in human skin within the minds of the audience. And then the woman gently placed her hand upon her beautiful cheek, her long, delicate nails applying pressure, causing bright red blood to drip from her forehead. Drip, drip, drip. Green butterfly was contributor voice? No, her little hands were nearly twisted into knots, her head almost burrowing into my elbow, while the two royals clung to me, trembling like noodles. Could it be that the sound of dripping continued? Young master, where are you? A sorrowful voice echoed, wavering between near and far. Fear not, for this young master is here. No evil spirit dares to enter with me present. Alas, even my tongue faltered, and I was drenched in cold sweat. Drawing forth my treasure blade, I regained a semblance of courage, guarding the three little ones as I cautiously approached the door. Show yourself, you fiend. My voice trembled slightly. Young master, it is I. Do you not recognize me? The mournful voice drew closer, as a pale yellow, ghostly flame flickered outside the door. The image of the ghost from the painting suddenly flooded my mind, and the chill wind from the window sent shivers down my spine. Startled, my hand slipped, and my treasured blade clattered to the ground. Li Shu could no longer contain her fear, erupting into a high-pitched scream, a ghost. The sound reverberated into the heavens, and outside, a wretched scream echoed in tandem. Instantly, the entire household was thrown into chaos, with chickens scattering and dogs barking. The elder's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding, hands poised in a menacing manner, while my mother wore an expression of exasperation, and my elder brother's face contorted in embarrassment. The maid, Chun Tao, who came to summon us for dinner, stood to the side with red-rimmed eyes and a sulky expression, holding a lantern. We, the frightened blossoms of the Tang, stood dumbfounded, gazing at the oil lamp that had been blown askew by the wind, its oil dripping down the book cover and table, falling onto the floor with a soft plop. Plop, plop. Oh, how shameful. Chun Tao, holding a lantern, led the way, while Li Shu blushed as she pushed Li Ji forward. My mother and the old man flanked me, the illustrious gentleman of the Tang Dynasty, with my mother's hand occasionally landing on my ear, causing me to dart left and right in evasion. The older brother behind me, along with the ever-suppressed giggles of Lu Dai, made it clear that this young master heard everything distinctly. What a bother! Even the loyal maid, Fong Shun, was trying to scare me with a caterpillar, while Li Shu's pitiful expression, with tears welling in her eyes and her plump little mouth pouting, made me want to avenge her. Look at you, always glaring at the young girls. My mother, with a fierce glint in her eyes, shot me a warning look. I smiled kindly at Li Shu, saying, "Little sister, have this." My mother huffed coldly, sending chills down my spine, and I was relieved I had reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been in for quite a beating. Very well, sure, keep an eye on this rascal. If he dares to bully you again, I shall teach him a lesson. When her gaze shifted to the spoiled Li Shu, who clung to her like malt candy, the kindness and warmth radiating from her made me wonder whose daughter she really was. But Li Shu, oblivious, continued to murmur softly, her words unintelligible, causing my mother to nearly break into a smile. It seemed she had not yet seen through this little vixen's true nature. Gritting his teeth while gnawing on a piece of meat, Li Ji leaned in closer. Junger, I still don't quite understand. There's one question I forgot to ask you. Why did you say that Han Gaozu and Jin Taizu were both masters of thick black theory? Everyone in the room fell silent. Even the little maid Lu Dai, who stood by the couch, stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Chapter 33. The Theory of Thick Blackness. The old man's expression shifted. His hands trembled slightly in disbelief as he looked at me, as if his own prodigal son had suddenly transformed into a genius. This revelation struck him like a nuclear explosion, though he seemed more inclined to reprimand me. Cold sweat poured down my back. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Although I am handsome, such scrutiny is unbearable. After a long moment, I swallowed the meat bone. I merely stated that Jin Taizu was a prominent figure of thick black theory. Now, let's eat in peace, shall we? No talking while eating, you understand? I wiped the grease from my mouth with a serious demeanor, picking up a piece of sauced meat to silence this little comradely. A prominent figure of thick black theory? My older brother blinked, his curiosity evident, though he refrained from asking further. It was clear he had a keen interest in historical matters. After dinner, you shall tell me, right? Li Ji strained to swallow the meat, his gaze fixed on me with eager anticipation. How could I possibly explain the intricate matters of Sima Zhao to you, a child whose intellect is still developing? Very well. I relented. I shall answer you first, so eat up. Finally, the old man, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected to rescue me from the awkwardness, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. After the meal, as we enjoyed a pot of fragrant tea, the persistent little student Li Ji edged closer. Can you now tell me why Han Gaozu is considered a prominent figure of thick black theory? All right, let us go, I thought to myself. Want to take this little student to my room to vent my frustration from earlier. But the old man interrupted once more. Speak of it here, Juner. He pointed beneath the table. I too am curious about this thick black theory. The family fell silent, their eyes fixed on me. To speak of Han Gaozu and Jin Taizu as figures of thick black theory is indeed a tale of considerable depth, one that requires considerable persuasion to convey to this family of mine. Oh, the old man leaned in, intrigued, taking a sip of tea and stroking his beard to signal me to continue. Li Ji eagerly nodded. Just like my sister said, Jun Guer has a very thick skin. An eruption of laughter filled the room, sending tea spraying across my face. Li Shu's face flushed a deep red as she nestled in my mother's embrace, giggling uncontrollably. What does that mean, that I have thick skin? By heaven's grace, I am not even a third as thick-skinned as my elder sister. I could only cast a deeply resentful glance at the old man. There was no way to protest, as he was my father and I was his son. Even if he splashed tea on me, I could not voice my grievances, lest I provoke his ire. My mother, torn between amusement and a sense of propriety, glanced at the blushing Li Shu, who was glaring at the honest little comrade Li Ji, and then back at my woeful expression, unsure of how to respond. My older brother struggled to suppress his laughter, his expression a curious mix as he looked at me, unable to offer any comfort. Could it be that Juner is referring to having a thick face and a dark heart? After showering me with tea, the old man swiftly sought to change the subject, attempting to redeem himself in my eyes. I nodded vigorously. Before the Tang Dynasty, the realm was in chaos, with peasant uprisings occurring frequently. There were many capable individuals, such as Xiang Yu, Liu Bang, and Han Xian, who were as cunning as they were talented. Xiang Yu, though formidable, was still outmatched by Liu Bang. I allowed the tension of the moment to linger, savoring a sip of tea before continuing. Speaking of thick skin, I shot a glance at Li Shu, who was peering at me with half her face exposed, her defiance not waning as she glared back, tugging at my mother's sleeve, indicating my intimidation of her, only to receive a reproachful look from my mother. After 2 cups of tea, I spoke passionately for nearly an hour. Li Shu sat quietly beside my mother, her eyes bright and attentive. Each time I made a key point, she furrowed her brow in contemplation, seemingly grasping the essence of my words. This little girl was indeed developing her intellect well, Li Ji, on the other hand, appeared thoroughly perplexed, as if he had gained insight but did not know precisely where. Yet, his gaze upon me grew increasingly reverent. The old man stroked his beard, nodding slightly, a knowing smile upon his face. My brother patted me on the back, clearly impressed. Juner's discourse on thick black theory has truly opened my eyes. The Sima father and son indeed possess traits that align with the theory of having a thick face and a dark heart. Who would have thought that Han Gao's Lu Bang would be a prime example? Li Shu remained deep in thought, her brow furrowed, while Li Ji's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, though both royal relatives still bore traces of confusion. It was evident that our family's capacity for comprehension was indeed exceptional, a testament to the Fong lineage. Suddenly, Li Shu exclaimed, "I don't have a mother," startling me with her unexpected declaration. Chapter 34. No good deed goes unpunished. Li Shu gazed at me, her smile bright, yet imbued with a sense of melancholy. Do you not believe me? The favored daughter of the emperor, the most cherished princess, does not have a mother. Her radiant smile revealed a row of white teeth, yet it did not convey joy. Instead, a sense of sorrow and detachment lingered in her eyes. I was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Though she smiled, I sensed her sincerity beneath the surface. Fortunately, her voice was low, and the guards who had come from the palace to escort Li Ji and Li Shu were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the shocking topic at hand. I am left with only my empress, the one who resides in the Tai Chi Palace, within the Lijiang Hall, perpetually graceful and serene, neither overly joyful nor sorrowful. Yet, she is not my true mother. Even upon her passing, I find myself incapable of shedding even a single tear, my tone tinged with melancholy. I recall a student of mine, a child of divorced parents, who lived with her father and stepmother. Once, when I summoned her to my office after witnessing her weep in the schoolyard, her expression and tone resonated with a haunting familiarity. A pang of sympathy stirred within me. Is the adage that beautiful women are often destined for misfortune more truthful than Darwin's theory of evolution? What of your mother? Did she nearly bite her own tongue while parting ways with your father? It seems she is still unaccustomed to uttering the word divorce. Can an emperor's wife truly divorce? Should anyone dare to issue such a certificate, the emperor would undoubtedly respond with a swift and ruthless punishment. She paid no mind to my grammatical errors, staring blankly at a barren, withered tree before her. I have no recollection of my mother since my earliest memories. Her voice, her visage, whether she ever embraced me and called my name, such a figure does not exist in my memory. Do you claim I have a mother? Her smile, akin to a night blooming Sirius, tears brimmed in my eyes, the lashes adorned with glistening dewdrops, sparkling in the dim light like fleeting meteors. In observing her, I found it hard to discern whether my feelings were of pity or concern, perhaps a blend of both, or even other emotions intertwined. Yet in that moment, I opened my mouth, but was at a loss for how to comfort her. Come now, Junger, let us proceed, called Li Ji from not far ahead, snapping me back to the present. Just as Li Shu was about to enter the palace gates, I finally spoke. I must do something. I meant to say that you need not worry excessively. How does one offer comfort? This girl is not merely my student. She is the emperor's daughter. Oh, is there more? Li Shu's lips curled into a peculiar smile, as if she found solace in my words. I intended to remind her not to forget to repay her debts next month, but as the words reached my lips, I realized they were hardly comforting. What did you say? Li Shu's brows furrowed, her eyes nearly reaching her hairline. It appeared that she was genuinely furious. Glancing around and seeing no weapons, she scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and hurled it at me. Fangjun, you scoundrel! The icy sensation coursed from my neck to my abdomen as I quickly bent down to shake off the snow that had crept into my collar. Li Ji, not one to miss an opportunity, was reveling in the spectacle at the palace gates. The wretched palace guards were watching with twisted expressions, their faces flushed with suppressed laughter. Since they chose not to intervene, they could hardly blame me, a man of honor, for becoming incensed. Li Shu, coveting Hermod, chocolate lightly, her slender waist bending with mirth. In that moment, ignited by righteous indignation, I burst forth with fervor, determined to take down the oppressive forces of feudalism, imperialism, and capitalism. The spirit of the red youth surged within me. Seizing a handful of snow, I dashed forward 2 steps, and before anyone could react, I smeared it across her face. She let out a sharp cry, stomping her feet in surprise. Triumphantly, I turned and fled, moving swiftly like a cicada escaping capture. Fong Jun, you little rascal, just wait. Tomorrow, you shall pay, Li Shu exclaimed, her voice a mix of outrage and laughter. Upon returning home, feigning a cold and suffering a playful reprimand from my mother, I took a day off, knowing that Li Shu's plans for revenge would surely falter. I imagined her expression, which would undoubtedly be comical. That night, I dreamt of Li Shu, embracing my mother and calling her mama. Awakening in a cold sweat, I pondered the strangeness of it all. Could this girl possess some sorcery? Even in my dreams? Panting heavily, I was flushed and drenched in sweat, the perspiration from my muscles nearly forming a small stream. Young master, don't you look at me like that, Green Butterfly chided, her delicate face flushed and glistening with sweat. What do you mean? I bristled, my brow furrowed, displaying my pearly whites in a wicked grin. Green Butterfly's cheeks reddened further, trembling slightly, her lips pinched between her teeth. It's cold. What if you catch a chill? The madam will be displeased, she said, her sparkling eyes betraying her concern. What do I have to fear? I retorted, a surge of confidence coursing through me as my muscles swelled, reminiscent of Schwarzenegger. But what if the madam finds out you are feigning illness? Green Butterfly tugged at her garment nervously, still apprehensive. Very well, I shall cease my training, I declared, finally lowering the 200-odd-pound stone block. It sank into the snow with a crunch, and I accepted the towel Green Butterfly offered, wiping the sweat from my brow. The exhilarating sensation after exercising, even in the heart of winter, felt akin to sipping a cool plum drink on a summer day. Strangely, perhaps the remnants of Fong Yi's robust spirit within me spurred me on. In my previous life, I would have never compared myself to a cat, yet now, if I did not rise to engage in some activity each morning, I felt entirely off-kilter. However, it was for the better. Glancing at my muscles, I felt a sense of satisfaction. With a healthy appetite and vigor, I could easily extend my life by another 2 or 3 decades. I could effortlessly take down a few petty rogues, laughing heartily. Green Butterfly, what do you think of me? Do these muscles not look solid? I struck a pose. Though my lack of bodybuilding experience meant my chest did not flex, otherwise it would have been even more impressive. Upon being questioned, Green Butterfly's face flushed like a blooming rose as she covered her face and dashed toward the courtyard door. I must check if the young master's chicken soup is ready. Girl, why do you run? Just moments ago, you were peering at it. I called out, bewildered. Truly, there are far too few honest souls like myself. Nonetheless, I reveled in my earlier performance, realizing I had taken a step closer to embodying the mischievous uncle archetype. Understanding the art of teasing Green Butterfly. Chapter 35. Copyright Hijacked Mother. I exclaimed, glaring at Lao San, hastily calling out. What is it? My mother rushed in from outside, her voice tinged with urgency. What has happened, Juno? I pointed at Lao San, who was still crouched, inspecting a pile of gold for parasites. This rascal. What are you all staring at? Hurry and clean this mess. In broad daylight, my mother swiftly approached, pulling the future biologist Fong Yiza away from the foul heap and delivering a sharp slap. Oof. Fong Shun, my father, grumbled, prepare more dishes and some wine. Today, His Majesty has summoned us to an audience. Perhaps it was the sound from outside that captured Lao San's attention, and he stared wide-eyed at the door. Oh, it's just a scroll, I remarked, stifling a laugh. But after receiving a reprimanding pinch from my mother, I quickly composed myself, adopting a serious demeanor. Though my feet betrayed me, shaking uncontrollably, my father, his face darkened with annoyance, finally spoke. After today, as court session, His Majesty summoned us to meet. He bestowed this calligraphy upon Junior, mentioning that his brother had met Junior a few days prior and took a liking to him. This poem, Qin Yuan Chun, Snow, was composed by His Majesty within the palace. He even personally transcribed it. Truly, our Fong family is being treated with great favor. Qin Yuan Chun, Snow? Uncle Li intended to pin the crime of altering and plagiarizing the great man's poetry on His Majesty? What a formidable uncle. Yet, is it not clearly my father's copyright? This revelation left me speechless in anger. His Majesty has even granted such a gift to our Junior? My mother exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. She scrutinized my face for a long moment, evidently unable to fathom that her son, who spent his days in frivolity and indulgence, could garner the favor of both the Li family's nobleman and the emperor. Indeed, the child shall not disappoint his father's expectations. He shall strive forward daily. My father replied, visibly excited. It seems he shared my insights from last night's discussion with his colleagues at court, receiving commendations. Hee, I am gaining notoriety, I thought, relishing this rare moment. There remains a slight discomfort, Your Majesty. What does comradely mean? Is he infringing upon my copyright? The old gentleman is in a good mood. So let us not dampen his spirits. I shall inquire about it with Uncle Li another day. Truly, Your Majesty's rendition of Qin Yuanshan Shui is nothing short of extraordinary, brimming with imperial aura, causing the old gentleman's eyes to squint with delight. He cast a benevolent glance my way and recited Qin Yuanshan Shui with great emotion. As I pondered over the old gentleman's reading and listened to his commentary, I, a mere novice in politics, finally grasped the underlying trepidation, cold sweat streaming down my brow. If copyright is indeed mine, then I am a quintessential counter-revolutionary, a rebel dissatisfied with the Li family dynasty, with a 99% likelihood of being dragged out and executed. The consequences of the poetic works written by the illustrious Buddha are simply too terrifying. Oh, the venerable prince, I yearn to kiss his aged visage, for he has truly considered my plight. It seems this uncle is no ordinary man, capable of prompting our emperor to brazenly usurp my copyright without a second thought, leaving me both moved and aggrieved. I scratched my head, foolishly smiling, unsure where to place my hands and feet. How rare it is for two elders to commend me. Soon, the second young master received the prince's favorable regard, and news of the emperor bestowing characters upon him spread like wildfire throughout the residence. Naturally, the girl, Lu Dai, was unwilling to lag behind. She quietly placed her little head on the windowsill to sneak a peek, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi winks ahead, knowing she has become aware of her young master's significance. My lord, did his majesty mention which prince it was? If it were the Prince of Huayan or the Prince of Chu, our junior's future would be quite bright. My mother joyfully embraced the third sibling and sat before the old gentleman. Who is the Prince of Huayan? The name sounds somewhat familiar. As for the Prince of Chu, I have never heard of him. The old gentleman was momentarily at a loss, his expression slightly awkward. His Majesty did not mention which prince. It was merely a casual remark. In my moment of joy, I forgot to ask which prince it was. Junior, do you know? Chapter 36. I would rather die than speak. I do not know. Who are we, but mere scions of high-ranking officials? Yet the other party is a prince, a brother of the emperor. No matter how bold I am, I cannot casually drape my arm around Uncle Li's shoulder and cheekily ask, what is your name? Lest I be dragged out by the grim-faced guards and executed. You do not know? The old gentleman's expression darkened. Then tell me, what does that prince look like? How old is he? He is older than I, and not unattractive, but not as handsome as I am. This is the truth. The old gentleman's expression twisted into a grimace. What have I done? You rascal. Could his Majesty's brother be younger than you? My mother could not help but laugh, landing a playful slap on the back of my head. Just then, my elder sister-in-law entered and caught sight of the scene, a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, my elder brother stepped forward and pulled her aside to whisper, yes, that uncle is older, with a beard, and slightly taller than I. Characteristics? What characteristics does an old man have? Even if there are characteristics, what business is it of mine? I am not accustomed to scrutinizing men closely. If he does not repulse me, I might first be disgusted with myself. Besides, my sexual orientation is quite normal. I am only interested in the opposite sex. I glanced at Lu Dai outside the window, her hair adorned with flowers. If asked to describe her features, I am confident I could elaborate at length, surpassing even Sherlock Holmes in detail. The old gentleman cleared his throat twice, furrowing his brow in impatience. By the way, the guards behind Uncle Li are quite distinctive. Let's continue. Oh, the old gentleman raised an eyebrow, indicating his interest. A big beard, a rather fierce-looking man. I gestured to my own face with my hands. In any case, my son has never seen a guard with so much facial hair. The old gentleman began to breathe heavily, his anger reaching a boiling point. Enunciating each word. Rascal, is there anything else? As I contemplated, cold sweat beating on my forehead, I clearly saw sparks flying from the old gentleman's head. My lord, what else is there that left you with such an impression? My mother gently patted my back, her demeanor warm. There was a palace maid, I exclaimed, slapping my thigh in excitement. There was a maid, the kind that is pleasing to the eye. At first glance, I thought she was unremarkable, but the more I looked, the more I found her attractive. I still remember, when I whistled at her, she had a small mole above her brow. Silence enveloped the room. Even the sounds of the third sibling's playful antics were distinctly audible. The old gentleman pointed at me, mouth agape, his eyes reflecting a strange look, as if he had been startled by something truly astonishing. My elder sister-in-law buried her face in my elder brother's embrace. What is this? Are you taking advantage of my elder brother? If you are, just do it. You're already married, so why blush? My elder brother fixed me with a peculiar gaze. My mother's hand hovered over my head, wavering between a pat and a slap. The old gentleman erupted like a volcano, slamming his palm against the table, startling the third sibling into tears, seeking refuge in the nurse's arms. My sister-in-law nearly choked as my elder brother's hands tightened around her. Ludai bumped her head against the window frame, rolling her eyes adorably and disappearing behind the window. Rascal, today I shall act on heaven's decree, the old gentleman thundered, brandishing a stick that had mysteriously appeared, coming towards me. Father, oh dear, mother, save me. There was no explaining to the enraged old gentleman. I dashed around the soft couch, narrowly escaping a few strikes to my rear. Child, I obey. I clumsily saluted and bolted out the door, leaning against a pillar to catch my breath. Buddha bless, I have finally escaped a calamity. My rear still stung. The old man, clearly a refined gentleman, wielded surprising strength. Isn't this punishment a bit excessive? My mother's voice drifted from the window, still tinged with a strange mirth. Oof. I previously had no idea. I did not expect this rascal to truly infuriate me. It seemed the old gentleman was still in a rage. Just as I thought to sneak away, my elder brother's words nearly sent me crashing into the pillar. Father, please calm down. It is not entirely my second brother's fault. He has just turned 16. I imagine he is beginning to contemplate marriage. What? The idea of an underage boy harboring thoughts of springtime romance is typical. But to say I am contemplating marriage is simply absurd. At 16, I am merely an overaged adolescent, still a member of the Young Pioneers. They might even say I am not mature enough for the Youth League. Do you wish for our father to confine me until I am 20? My elder brother is quite wicked. I tiptoed to the corner, eager to eavesdrop. If the old gentleman were to erupt again, I would have no choice but to pack my belongings and flee. Young master, what are you doing here? The little girl, Lu Dai, suddenly appeared behind me, a red mark on her forehead contrasting with her fair skin, evidently paying a hefty price for her curiosity. Oh, Lu Dai, I am practicing, honing my wall-crawling skills. I gestured dramatically, lowering my voice conspiratorially. It is a family secret. Do not speak of it. Lu Dai nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing in agreement. Do not worry, young master. I would rather die than speak. What is the second young master doing beneath the window? The mysterious servant whispered, remaining within a 10-meter radius of me. He must be eavesdropping on the conversation of the elders. It seems the second young master is likely to face punishment from the old gentleman. The superstitious servant be added. Do you need to be so loud about it? Is it necessary? Chapter 37. The master designer, while practicing traditional characters, I found myself in a fit of anger. What is wrong with whistling at the palace maids from the prince's household? After all, the son of Uncle Chung is sleeping with the empress daughter and having children, based on the old gentleman's line of thinking. Should Uncle Chung not then take drastic measures against that scoundrel Chung Chuyang, perhaps even cutting off his descendants and hanging them at the gate as a display of vengeance? Second young master, please do not be angry. Lu Dai's timid voice interrupted my thoughts. I am not angry. I am quite happy. I flashed a toothy grin, perhaps a bit wickedly, causing Lu Dai's hands to tremble as she ground the ink. What is this shivering about? Is this vast coal stove still cold? If it were not for the concern that the young master might fall ill due to his anger, the maidservant would not worry. Perhaps you could take a stroll in the courtyard to relieve your frustration? I noticed the timid yet defiant little face of El Ying, glowing like a green butterfly as she braved my gaze. Never mind, it is indeed quite chilly outside. I shall take a seat on the couch. To speak frankly, my irritation does not stem from my father or mother, nor from the girl El Ying, but rather from an incessant unease regarding my impending marriage, which fills me with dread. I recall the historical figure Fang Yai and his union with the Princess Gaoyang, which led to the ruin of the Fang family, with brothers turning against each other. All this chaos was instigated by that very Princess Gaoyang. Although thus far, the boisterous Princess Gaoyang has not made her appearance due to my tumultuous nature akin to a male Colombian butterfly flapping its wings. Who knows when history may surprise us again? Unbeknownst to me, Ying had knelt behind me, gently massaging my shoulders with her small, soft hands, applying just the right amount of pressure. Her breath, fragrant as a spring breeze adorned with blossoms, danced across my hairline, nape, and ear, proving to be quite captivating. It seems I must prevent my father and mother from meddling in this matter. If they were to misinterpret a glance and choose a bride of formidable stature for me, I would find myself in tears, powerless to express my sorrow. So, Ying, do enlighten me. What do women desire? I am not well versed in the preferences of Tang Dynasty ladies. It would be prudent to inquire. Since I harbor a slight fondness for Miss Qin, perhaps I should deepen my understanding and enhance our communication, in hopes of pursuing a romantic engagement. Is Ying's hand cramping? Why does she grasp the flesh of my neck so tightly? A look of confusion crossed Ying's face. I meant to inquire what young ladies similar to her enjoy. It is better to ask directly. Ah, Ying stifled a gasp, her bright eyes widening in surprise and delight. If the young master were to inquire thus, I would dare to speak. Yet, feeling it impolite to stare, she quickly lowered her head, her dark hair buns swaying before my nose, while her delicate hands twisted together nervously. Lip rouge, powder, or perhaps some hairpins and trinkets. She cast a gentle glance my way, utterly enchanting. To my astonishment, her bashfulness rendered her even more captivating than usual, her neck and earlobes glowing with a delicate blush. The ears. How did I not notice before? Neither Ying, Li Shu, nor even my mother adorned themselves with ear accessories. Could it be that I may yet transform into a fashion prophet? What are you staring at, young master? Ying seemed overwhelmed by my earnest gaze, her cheeks flushed and almost steaming. I quickly clarified, fearing she might accuse me of impropriety. Ears. Ying hesitated, instinctively touching her own ears, unaware of my fervent curiosity regarding inventions. Have you ever seen earrings? I must ask clearly. I have seen them. They are typically worn by coarse barbarians, large golden hoops dangling from their ears, unbothered by the risk of tearing them. The superiority of the Han nationality shone through Ying, who had never displayed such defiance before, speaking with a hint of disdain. I was left utterly speechless. Did I say something wrong? It is astonishing that this young girl, a mere child, harbors such extreme nationalism towards foreign friends. Thankfully, Ying quickly resumed her role as my devoted maid, her timid gaze and soft voice drawing near, her hands clasped in front of her, inadvertently accentuating her developing figure. Good heavens, I must remain virtuous and not entertain wicked thoughts. I turned my face away, swallowing hard. Clearing my throat, I said, "No, not at all, Ying. Do not concern yourself with those foreign friends. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. I meant to ask, if I were to design some exquisite and delicate earrings for you, would you wear them? It is best to inquire about something practical." What is wrong, Ying? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her lovely lips pursed tightly. Does she think I wish to make her resemble those coarse barbarians? I hastily explained, unable to bear her expression, my heart aching. If you do not like them, I shall not create them. After what felt like an eternity, just as I contemplated making a hasty exit, Ying ceased her tearful assault, wiping her eyes. I like them. Just a glance at you, young master. And Ying is enamored by anything you create. Before I could revel in the delight of her words, she covered her face and dashed outside, unable to be restrained, seemingly overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 38. When a dandy encounters a thief. Do you know where there's a jewelry shop? With design drafts in hand, I decided to inquire with Li Shu after class. Li Shu regarded me warily. What are you up to? It seemed she had not forgotten the grudge from the last time I smeared snow on her face. What do you mean? Do you think I, a distinguished young master, would rob a jewelry store? I huffed indignantly, shaking off the disdain. Robbery is out of the question, but you must first tell me why you are inquiring about a jewelry store. Li Shu proudly displayed a new hairpin atop her head, a beautiful sparrowtail pin. Promise you won't tell anyone. My expression turned serious, as if we were about to discuss the evolution of humanity from beasts to primates. Do you truly wish to rob? Li Shu's excitement was palpable, her nose turning red. I was taken aback by her dark intentions. If you were truly to rob, the next day you would find yourself at my home to pay tribute, lest my father turn you into livestock. Li Shu lowered her voice, casting furtive glances around. You're not considering buying jewelry for your sister, are you? Her smile was wicked, her pink tongue licking her lips, her eyelashes trembling with excitement. Anger flared within me as I pounded the table, speaking with righteous indignation. Nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who would abandon loyalty for lust. I merely wish to repay my mother, who has endured much to raise me, with a small token of my filial piety. Li Shu feigned retching. I would believe that when pigs fly. Whether you choose to believe me or not, if you tell me what I wish to know, in a few days you will receive a reward. Enough of this trivial banter. Let us get to the point. What reward? Li Shu's reaction was swift this time. In short, it is a treasure the esteemed princess you have never encountered shall behold. Agree or disagree. If you do not, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. I waved my sleeve and stood up. Deal. Li Shu quickly agreed. Exit the Hongwan Pavilion, walk east for 300 to 400 steps, and you'll find a shop called Bai Huangshuan, one of the most renowned jewelry stores in Chang'an. Remember that. With the transaction complete, my spirits lifted. As I stepped toward the window to savor the fresh air, Jun Gur squeezed through, asking, "What were you discussing so mysteriously with my sister?" "I am embarking on a monumental venture to contribute to the fashion and trends of Tang Dynasty women." "What are you up to?" I had yet to finish when this brat interrupted me. Ignoring him, I planned to continue designing earrings. One pair for my mother, another for my sister-in-law. A lovely set for the charming Ling, and one for Miss Qin Yan as well. As for Li Shu, I would craft a pair of skull wolf-tooth earrings for her, fitting her dark and sinister disposition. "What are you mumbling about?" Li Shu, seizing an opportunity, poked me with her pen. I was lost in thought regarding state affairs. Next time, I must keep my mouth shut during such contemplations. During the break, Li Shu did not relent, her pen incessantly gesturing before me, her gaze disdainful. "Humph, nonsense. Just now, your eyes held an unusual glint. Were you concocting some wicked scheme? Is it just a skull earring? Those little girls in later generations adore them. However, it seems Li Shu's aesthetic sensibilities may not reach such heights. Well, since you have made such a fervent request, I shall be candid with you. I am merely observing what kind of gift would suitably complement your exquisite visage." "You rogue." Li Shuyan's face flushed a deep crimson as she playfully jabbed me with her pen. "Stop right there. If you continue, I shall truly become angry," I exclaimed. "Rogue," I said. "Sister, do you truly comprehend what it means to be a rogue? A gentleman such as myself, devoted to the public good, is a rarity in the great Tang Dynasty." With my hands spread wide, I feigned a sense of grievance. "A gentleman? Is that you?" Li Shulian Lauga. Her voice sweet and enchanting, her large, bright eyes framed by long, thick eyelashes, captivating, yet her gaze was rather disdainful, as if observing a cockroach crawling on the ground. "You will know once you go." She interrupted my inquiry with impatience, twisting her slender waist as she joined the gossiping female classmates in a small circle. "This girl, what is this?" The shopkeeper, a kindly man in his 50s, had a pair of triangular eyes that sparkled with cunning, indicating he was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he held my design sketch, nearly pressing his eyes into the Xian paper. "This is a creation I personally designed, called Ear Drops, intended for women." After taking a sip of the tea offered by the assistant, I felt a twinge of unease, fearing that this fellow might lack the discerning eye to appreciate my work. The shopkeeper's gaze grew more intense, perhaps even more penetrating than the blazing sun outside. The longer he stared, the more his hand trembled. The old man indeed understood the allure of my design for women. It was destined to become a sensation throughout the Tang Dynasty, across Asia, the Eurasian continent, and indeed, the entire globe. Elated, I raised the teacup as if it were wine and downed it in one gulp. "Is this a gift from my little shop?" The shopkeeper's mouth nearly split in two as he stared at me, reminiscent of the character Duolong from Zhou Xingqi's Duke of Mount Deer. You nearly caused me to choke on my drink. It turns out you're not merely a shopkeeper, but rather a highwayman." Before I could catch my breath, the old fellow seized my hand and would not let go. "From the moment you entered, I recognized your refined appearance and noble demeanor, knowing you hailed from a wealthy family. Fear not, I am no villain. I simply wish to request that you bestow this item upon my humble shop, if it pleases you." The old man spat as he spoke, while I, in exasperation, demanded, "Enough with the pleasantries. Return my design." How dare he attempt to steal from me? Enraged, I shouted, my eyes wide and fierce, my body trembling with fury. If the old man did not return my treasure, there would be bloodshed. The entire Baihuan Xian fell silent, everyone gaping in fear at the imminent eruption of my wrath. Chapter 39. Pain and Pleasure. The old shopkeeper stared at me, a towering figure with a muscular build and an intimidating presence. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. I am merely discussing a trivial matter with this young gentleman. Xiao San, do attend to the guests. Once he had calmed the customers, he bowed respectfully to me, stating, "Young sir, you have misunderstood my intentions. Do not be overly concerned," he continued. "Please, take a seat, and I shall explain everything to you. Lu Wu, do serve this esteemed young gentleman some fine tea." I too was curious to see what tricks this old fellow might employ. As a gentleman of noble birth, a scion of the Xiong family, I had dealt with all manner of elite and cunning individuals. Surely I had no reason to fear mere shopkeeper. The freshly brewed tea was indeed different. After I savored a sip, the shopkeeper inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" It seemed the old man sought to ascertain the strength of my background. "I am known as Fong Yi," I replied. The shopkeeper's jaw dropped as he pointed at me with an exaggerated gesture, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "You are the second son of Minister Fong? Is there any doubt?" I replied with a sardonic grin. I dare not. My apologies, I was unaware. It is an honor to meet you, young master. I have heard your name spoken of far and wide. Am I truly so renowned?" I mused, realizing that the gossiping elites of Chang'an had indeed spread my name. The old man leaned in closer, a conspiratorial glimmer in his eye. "You mean to say that this earnest and sincere shopkeeper intends to offer me a gift? Is such a benevolent gesture truly possible?" Of course, what I meant to say was, if you would permit me to sell these items in my shop, I would be honored to craft them for you free of charge, should you agree to my humble request. The shopkeeper pointed at my design sketch, swallowing hard. Free? I nearly leaped from my seat. I had assumed that even silver jewelry would require a hefty sum. Yet here I was, encountering someone who truly understood my design philosophy. I was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Free? Although the shop was modest, it was well regarded in Chang'an, and the shopkeeper's words carried weight. He nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed intently on my precious design. "Why did you not say so earlier?" No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon entering. "Your demeanor is so humble and courteous. Surely this is fate. What a stroke of luck. I shall not be reduced to penury. As a paragon of refinement." I adjusted my long robe and solemnly placed the design sketch in his hands, shaking the old man's hand vigorously, as if celebrating a glorious victory atop Jinggangshan. I was quite exhilarated. "Excellent, esteemed shopkeeper. You possess great vision and potential. Please craft these designs for me, and also create a gold longevity lock, weighing at least 7 or 8 taels. What are you staring at?" "Fine, a silver longevity lock will suffice, but it must weigh that much. A lightweight piece would not befit my stature. Additionally, I would like 2 exquisite jade ornaments for men, suitable for a waist attachment. Do not present me with inferior goods, for I am the second son of the Xiong family, and have a discerning eye for jade." The shopkeeper seemed perplexed by my excessive enthusiasm and unorthodox handshake. Yet he clutched my design sketch tightly, unwilling to release it. His expression was curious, a mixture of grief and delight, as though he were simultaneously in pain and joy. With matters resolved satisfactorily, I bid farewell to the sorrowful shopkeeper, mounting my steed and setting off towards Yunwan Pavilion, pondering who might be awaiting me there, ready to squander wealth so freely. Arriving at the entrance of Yunwan Pavilion, I spotted the rotund shopkeeper gazing up at me. "Ah, young Master Fong, what brings you to our humble establishment today? Why are you standing outside? Please, come in and warm yourself. Xiao Air, bring young Master Fong a pot of hot tea." He welcomed me with a smile, clearly adept at the art of business. Even before entering, I was treated like a distinguished guest, attended to by the very manager of the grand establishment. Clearing my throat, I said, "No need for haste. I was informed that someone is waiting for me here." "Is it my brother Li?" The shopkeeper's expression turned enigmatic. Just then, a booming voice called out, "Is it Fong Yi, the young master?" Raising my gaze, I wondered who had the audacity to call my name. To my dismay, it was the very same brutish guard who had nearly reduced me to a mere chicken last time. The heavy-set guard descended like a battering ram, his footsteps echoing through the hall, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. Having encountered the young master, the guard was now dressed in the attire of a nobleman's protector, indicating that my date was none other than the fearsome Uncle Li. Oh dear, I awkwardly offered a salute to this adversary. This time, Zhao Kuan did not require me to take off my knife or clothes. Instead, he merely clasped his hands in greeting, revealing a rather unpleasant and menacing smile, with a row of white teeth peeking through his dark beard. "Young Master Fong, My master is hosting a banquet for you in the private room upstairs. Please follow me. Upon hearing this, I exchanged a few awkward chuckles with this burly man and ascended to the second floor. The melodious sound of a guqin drifted from the end of the corridor, leading me to the entrance of the private chamber. As I pulled aside the curtain, I was greeted with a familiar sight. Ah, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be my dear nephew. Come, sit down. I was feeling rather bored alone, Uncle Li said, sitting comfortably on a soft couch, with exquisite dishes from Yunwen Pavilion laid out before him as he indulged in solitary drinking. Two fierce-looking guards stood near the window, casting a menacing glance my way as I approached. A maid was at the other end, her head bowed as she played the guqin, while another poured wine for him. This old fellow certainly knew how to enjoy himself. I quickly bowed and approached, saying, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be you, uncle. Allow me to pay my respects first. Don't be so formal. Come, sit down. Pour some wine for my dear nephew. It has been a few days since we last met. How have you been? Uncle Li was indeed very warm. Before I could settle into my seat, he raised his cup to cling with mine. Come, let us drink this cup first. The other day, I heard Fong Xiang speak highly of you. Uncle Li paused, his gaze intensifying as he scrutinized me. I truly did not expect my nephew to possess such remarkable talent. Your insights into human nature and affairs are indeed profound. You have the potential to establish your own school of thought. Uncle's praise is too much. I truly do not deserve it. Those remarks were merely my random musings, I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by his generous compliments. His flattery was so excessive that even I, as self-proclaimed dandy elite, felt my face flush. I quickly took a few gulps of wine to mask my embarrassment, lamenting why it was not grape wine, but that dreadful three-leveled liquor. I despised that Uncle Li did not bother to inquire about my preferences as a guest. Is that so? Your thoughts on human nature bear a striking resemblance to the art of emperors. I cannot help but marvel at your talent, Uncle Li said, his expression serious but his eyes twinkling. Was he suggesting that emperors are thick-skinned and ruthless? It seemed he was intentionally hinting at the copyright dispute. So I decided to soften my stance quickly. Uncle, I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. You devised this strategy with great effort for my sake. I am truly grateful, though I am not eloquent in expressing my thanks. Today, I offer this drink in tribute. With a hearty clink, the fine wine went down smoothly, bringing a sense of joy. Indeed, indulging in food and drink was the most delightful experience. My dear nephew, you are mistaken. I merely offered a token gesture. Look at him, so adept at navigating social interactions. He had shielded me from danger, yet remained humble. If he were a couple of decades younger, I would gladly team up with him for any endeavor. My gaze needed to convey sincerity, my expression genuine, and my hands slightly trembled to fully express my gratitude towards Uncle Li. Your noble character, Uncle, fills me with deep appreciation. My choice of words may have been inappropriate, but I truly could not recall better phrases. Who could blame me when there were no idiomatic dictionaries in the Tang Dynasty? It made me, a teacher of all subjects, feel like a king of incorrect idioms. Suddenly, the sound of the guqin ceased. It appeared that the maid playing the instrument was also quite knowledgeable. Uncle Li's face turned slightly green, and he stared at me in disbelief for a moment before exclaiming, "No need for that. Come, come. Let me toast to my extraordinarily talented nephew." Clearly, Uncle Li was puzzled by how a prodigy had transformed into a master of incorrect idioms. My modesty in declaring myself merely talented was misinterpreted by the old man. What was his intention? Was he complimenting or mocking? I chose to ignore him. The wine, though not to my taste, was free, and I had no reason to refuse it. Uncle Li wiped his mouth and tossed a piece of jerky into his mouth, saying, "It is hard to fathom that my nephew, who has borne the title of dandy for over a decade, can now articulate such profound thoughts." His meaningful gaze and expression made me break into a cold sweat. The notorious Fong Eai had been quite terrifying indeed. How could someone so young still be labeled a dandy for over a decade? Did this so-called dandy start misbehaving in the streets as a mere child? Was Uncle Li's statement a veiled suggestion for me to become a founder of a new school? If so, the esteemed master of thick-skinned philosophy, Li Zhongwu, would likely lament in the future about how I had plagiarized his ideas. Regarding my unexpected rise to fame, I had previously explained that I had been pulled into the Tang Dynasty by a deity, but Uncle Li seemed unwilling to believe it. I could not dwell on that matter any longer, so I quickly changed the subject. "Uncle, what brings you to this humble establishment incognito today? It is rare for me to have leisure time. I finished court early today and decided to stroll about in plain clothes. Hearing of the delightful delicacies here, I thought to share a drink with my dear nephew. I hope I have not disrupted your studies. Uncle Lee replied. Not all, uncle. Please do not say such things. Ever since our last meeting, I have been contemplating when to visit you. To my surprise, today I was informed by the little princess of Apu that you had invited me. I am truly delighted. It is a rare occasion for you to steal half a day of leisure, and I have come to listen to your teachings. Uncle Lee seemed to be amused, his eagle-like eyes fixed on me, a mere boy. Stealing half a day of leisure, he repeated, savoring the phrase. After a moment, he downed his cup, nearly slapping my face into the dish before exclaiming, good, what a splendid phrase. The more I see you, the more I am delighted. We are truly well matched. With that, he poured 3 more large cups, and after consuming at least half a gin of local liquor, I felt my eyes rolling back, utterly displeased. I detested this 3-leveled liquor. Uncle Lee appeared to be in good spirits as we bantered about various topics, yet our discussion primarily revolved around military matters. As the fine wine flowed and the dishes were savored, I hurriedly showered him with compliments, eager to keep pace with the conversation. Your insights are indeed extraordinary, uncle. The phubbing system is undoubtedly a great achievement of our emperor. His tireless efforts and hardships have established a precedent for our Han people, integrating military and agricultural forces. It is truly worthy of admiration. My respect for the emperor flows like the ceaseless Yangtze River, I said, my gaze fixed on the plate of venison before Uncle Lee. His expression shifted slightly. He seemed a bit flushed. Was he shy? That did not seem likely as his gaze remained fixed on me, as if he were the one blushing. Was it necessary? It was only a plate of venison. Surely he had tasted it before. The sound of the guqin had also ceased, and the young maid playing it seemed startled by my flattery, lifting her face. It was then that I recognized her as the palace maid I had previously teased. My muscles involuntarily twitched, and I squeezed my eyes shut, cursing my reflexes. Why was I even thinking of teasing her again? The burly guard, standing behind Uncle Lee, stifled a laugh, his face turning red as he tried to contain himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening here? Come, try this, Uncle Lee said, showing his thoughtfulness as he pushed the venison toward me. After a long while, he remarked, in truth, the phubbing system was not originated by our dynasty. It began in the Western way and was refined during the Northern Zhou and Sui dynasties. Our dynasty merely built upon the foundation of the equal field system. Uncle Lee patiently explained to me, who was becoming a bit tipsy. My apologies, Uncle, I sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. With a playful wink towards Uncle Lee, I gestured to my own head, implying that I had forgotten much of the past. Under the righteous gaze of Uncle Lee, the burly man quickly recognized his misstep and, feeling quite ashamed, exited the elegant room. The palace maid, seemingly more composed, was engaged in a playful contest with her own belly, her smooth face adorned with a rosy hue and her enchanting eyes darting about. This demeanor was indeed striking, yet evoked a hint of disdain within me. I resolved that I must alter her perception of me. Who am I? A youthful prodigy from the future, a paragon of mentorship, a contemporary literary youth, an intellectual, a great inventor. How could she regard me as a mere elementary student? Such condescension is unacceptable. Virtuous nephew? I inquired. I am here. Stealing a glance at Uncle Lee, I noticed a peculiar expression on his face, as if he were somewhat embarrassed. After a few drinks, his gaze seemed to wander towards the beautiful maid, prompting me to hastily divert the conversation. I am pondering the implications of the phubbing system on the development of our great Tang Dynasty. Oh, Uncle Lee responded with a hint of skepticism, while the palace maid shifted her gaze from the rafters to me, her expression transitioning from disdain to uncertainty. Excellent. This was precisely the reaction I sought. I had grown too accustomed to the role of a teacher, showcasing my knowledge. Reservists? Uncle Lee blinked, his expression a bit perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with this new terminology. It is impossible for a nation to maintain its military strength at all times, as the resources necessary to support the livelihood of its citizens must also be considered. Therefore, it is essential to retain a certain number of elite soldiers as active duty, which constitutes our Tang Dynasty's rapid response force. The phubbing, as I explained, represents the reservists, individuals prepared to defend their homeland at any moment. This includes soldiers who have completed their service or have exited due to injury, as well as farmers who train during their off-seasons, not requiring military pay. The reservist system distinguishes itself from the active duty obligations of our Tang Dynasty, serving as a fundamental component of the phubbing system and forming the basic structure for the nation's reserve forces, essential for mobilization during wartime. I recited the essence of the reservist system with fervor, and Uncle Lee's expression vividly transformed from confusion to astonishment, joy, contemplation, and finally, shock. This was the effect I desired. Uncle Lee had descended into a contemplative state, oblivious even to the entrance of the burly guard Zhao Kun, who bore a wine jug. The maid responsible for pouring the wine appeared utterly baffled by my lengthy exposition, kneeling dutifully on either side of the soft couch, while her curious eyes discreetly surveyed the surroundings. I noticed that the palace maid's guqin had vanished, and the table before me was adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. A eunuch disguised as a household servant was grinding ink, while the maid scribbled fervently. What was she writing? I craned my neck for a better view, but from afar, I could discern nothing. The palace maid, sensing my gaze, lifted her head to meet my eyes, which sparkled brightly. Upon noticing my attention, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained steadfast, revealing her as a formidable beauty of the Tang Dynasty. I offered her a dignified smile in return, which elicited a soft giggle from her as she resumed her writing. How unexpected that even a handsome man like myself could misinterpret a situation. With no one paying me heed, I savored a fragrant sip of wine and relished a delectable dish. This life, even a celestial being would envy. Zhao Kun cast a resentful glare my way, visibly swallowing hard, yet he dared not approach and indulge in the feast before Uncle Lee. Ah, the irony. After a moment, Uncle Lee let out a deep sigh and said, "Virtuous nephew, your talent is truly beyond my comprehension. Not only have you articulated the advantages of the phubbing system, but you have also illuminated aspects I had not considered. Indeed, a life devoted to warfare pales in comparison to that of my virtuous nephew," Uncle Lee proclaimed, standing on the couch, raising his wine cup, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and exhaling a powerful sigh. "One should bear sons like Fong Yai." I stared at Uncle Lee in disbelief. What was he attempting to convey? Was he invoking the ominous teachings of Cao Cao? "Virtuous nephew, you shall undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation," he continued, his expression a blend of melancholy and excitement. An odd combination, indeed. Before I could gather my thoughts, the lacquered ear cup, still moist from Uncle Lee's lips, was thrust into my hands. Caught between the threat of various infectious diseases and the peril of being cleaved in half by Zhao Kun, I hesitated, holding the cup. "Virtuous nephew?" Uncle Lee's gaze turned slightly disapproving. "I'm deeply touched. Thank you for the wine, Uncle." Under the scrutiny of many eyes, I felt compelled to close my eyes and drink, risking the peril of infection. "Excellent. Come, virtuous nephew, let us drink once more." As I was about to exit the elegant room, I instinctively cast a sidelong glance. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the palace maid, her perfect profile highlighted by golden rays. "Oh, Uncle Fong, what is the purpose of this gathering? The new year approaches, and we must tidy the household before the festivities. Why is everyone here? Do not delay. Go clean the back hall." Uncle Fong commanded with authority, prompting the servants and maids to rush towards the corridor. Striding towards my secluded courtyard, I marveled at the privileges of a prime minister's household. How different it was from the past, when even simple tasks such as fetching water or swatting flies require my own effort. Now, how delightful it is to have food brought to me and clothes laid out for me. I should express my gratitude to the heavens for granting me such a fortunate existence in this era. Feeling the small object in my pocket, I chuckled to myself. "Lu Dai, my little beauty, the uncle is here." No, no. As a civilized person, my speech and thoughts must remain refined and just. I cannot allow myself to smile too broadly. Lu Dai was diligently sweeping the dust from the eaves. Though her petite stature made it difficult for her to reach high places, she could only hop about, her flowing hair dancing and her sleeves fluttering gracefully, resembling a charming butterfly. Her fair face bore several dusty smudges, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead, indicating that she had been working hard. "Why are you alone?" I asked, somewhat irritated. The courtyard was small, and it was unreasonable to expect a 14 or 15-year-old child to do all the work. "Young master, I had someone come clean, but I was worried they would be clumsy and damage your belongings, so I sent them away. I prefer to do it myself," she replied, her large eyes sparkling with a hint of timidity as she gazed at me. My heart ached. I could not endure such a gaze. Instinctively, I withdrew a handkerchief to wipe her face. Look at you covered in dust. Go wash up. As my fingers brushed her cheek, the warmth was almost overwhelming, and I struggled to suppress the mischievous thoughts that crept into my mind. Stay composed. I am far more virtuous than Lu Xiaowei. I quickly withdrew my hand. Lu Dai's face reddened as she lowered her head, stealing glances at me with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. Most alluring indeed. Clear in my throat, I summoned an air of authority to bolster my presence. Go wash your face and hands. I have something special for you shortly. I beckoned her to come closer as she stood by the couch. Ah, Lu Dai gracefully approached, her flushed face radiating a glow akin to polished jade after washing. Have a seat. I patted the space beside me. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a gift, taking her hand and placing it in her palm. My dear, this is a pair of earrings for you. Do you like them? Lu Dai stared in awe at the pair of glistening ornaments in her left hand, her right hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Her expression was one of sheer shock, and I couldn't help but grin widely, as her reaction was exactly as I had anticipated. Cradling the exquisite earrings, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, and her plump, delicate lips quivered. What could she possibly be thinking? I felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Did she suspect that my gift was merely an attempt to flirt with her? While I had such intentions, that was not my primary motive. His face flushed with embarrassment as he held out the earrings to me, his eyes brimming with tears, sparkling with innocence. I cannot wear them. I fumbled to accept the earrings, making frequent mistakes. The texture of LD's ears was exquisite, soft, tender, thin, and translucent. I could even discern the delicate veins within. The rapid and shallow breaths of LD made my cheeks burn, and I found the atmosphere rather intimate. After swallowing my fifth gulp of saliva, I finally completed this daunting task. When did LD become so flushed, leaning against me with a mix of shyness and joy? It was truly remarkable. Had I been possessed by some mischievous spirit? Words eluded me as I quietly savored this moment, feeling as though I were in a romantic film. Yet, I was not merely an audience member, but the protagonist. Chapter 43. A harmonious family time was passing swiftly. I must tidy up first. You should hurry, or we shall be late for dinner. LD's voice, comparable to a mosquito's buzz, fluttered before me, her beautiful eyes dancing playfully. Oh, LD, how old are you? I inquired. Why do you ask? Perhaps only my subconscious knew. Was it possible that the thoughts of an uncle had begun to stir? I'm already 15, she replied with a bashful demeanor, her head nearly pressing against my chest. A sudden cough from outside jolted me from my enchanting reverie. How wicked! Who was it that persistently teased this young girl? LD heard it too, gasping softly, springing from my embrace, her cheeks aflame as she gazed at me with wide, blinking eyes. She was caught in a dilemma, neither able to leave nor stay, her hands gripping the hem of her clothing in anxiety. What are you two doing? Spring Tao, my mother, appeared at the door, her eyes darting between LD and me with a nosy curiosity. It seemed she had been lingering there for quite some time. Nothing. I was merely studying, sitting upright like a gentleman, I replied, picking up a book to feign seriousness. Is it a crime for a young man to engage with a young lady? I wonder what punishment that would incur in the Tang Dynasty. Even if no one dared to accuse me, I could not shake the feeling of guilt, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Oh, LD, you are here too. Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Spring Tao exclaimed. Were those beautiful earrings hanging from your ears? Did I give them to you? Spring Tao, ever the inquisitive one, was relentless, tugging at LD's hand with eager inquiries, causing LD's delicate neck to take on a rosy hue, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly spilling over. What are you doing? Enough of the questions. LD seems unwell. What business do you have here? I glared at her, my forehead pulsating with tension. LD and I exchanged bashful glances, our faces akin to red dates, our brows resembling the curves of silkworm. The prying eyes of the household were far too numerous. I should have unleashed a fierce dog in the courtyard to deter them. Mother, I have brought gifts for you. Father, my elder brother, sister-in-law, and third brother. One for each to enjoy after dinner, I declared, pulling out a silk-wrapped bundle from my robe before the old man could set the game pieces on the table. Oh, what is this? It looks exquisite. Jade Inner has brought me a gift. My mother exclaimed with delight, inspecting the earrings closely. What a curious piece. My father squinted through his old spectacles, unable to decipher its essence. He He picked up 2 jade pendants, assessing them with a grin, handing one to my elder brother while keeping the other for himself, his white teeth peeking through his beard. It was evident that he was in high spirits. My elder brother chuckled as he tucked the jade pendant away. "What is this for?" "Just to please mother and father. Why would I take your gifts?" Despite his words, he accepted the gift, his actions betraying his disdain for the disparity between his words and deeds. "Wear it on your ears. Allow me to demonstrate." I took one of the earrings and clipped it onto my mother's earlobe. The malleable metal adapted perfectly, shimmering with every movement of her head, showcasing its brilliance to the entire family. The third brother pushed forward with all his might, seemingly eager to claim a piece of the feminine adornment, only to be chided by my mother as she hung a silver lock around his neck, delivering a playful smack to his backside. "You little rascal. This is not for you." The poor third brother, with tears in his eyes, clung to the nurse, wailing in despair. My beautiful mother, despite having 3 children, still appeared as a refined and graceful woman. Once adorned with earrings, her gentle smile radiated even more brilliance under the warm light, leaving my father gasping in awe, his expressions revealing admiration for her beauty. "Inner, what if these earrings fall off? They're so delicate," my mother asked, gently touching the earrings, her concern evident. "If you like them, mother, we could have your ears pierced, and then there would be no fear of losing them," I quickly suggested. "Father, what do you think of this little treasure?" My mother, being a woman and one who appreciates beauty, took her time admiring the earrings before reluctantly handing one pair to my sister-in-law. The teardrop-shaped purple stones set in silver earrings were indeed quite lovely. It seemed my father was too shy to compliment my mother in front of his sons and daughters-in-law, merely nodding in agreement. "Uncle is indeed generous. My mother and I each have a pair worth quite a bit, don't you think?" My sister-in-law exclaimed joyfully, showcasing the earrings to my elder brother, who lacked the restraint of our father, staring at his wife with a grin that nearly revealed his back teeth. My sister-in-law's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, and she fidgeted beneath the low table, delighted by her husband's expression. My mother then pulled me to sit beside her. "What prompted you to buy gifts for me and your sister-in-law? Have you run out of your allowance?" "No, I still have some." I quickly retrieved my coin pouch, jingling it to demonstrate its contents. "These trinkets are not worth much." "All right, my dear child. You have grown thoughtful and considerate of your parents," my mother said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently stroked my hair. "You have grown taller and wiser." The room fell into a serene hush, the faint crackling of the oil lamp filling the warm atmosphere. The chubby third brother, nestled in the nurse's embrace, pouted in indignation, while my sister-in-law played with the earrings, smiling at my elder brother's murmurs. My mother sat nearby, and my father, stroking his beard, smiled contentedly, perhaps relieved that his son had not disappointed him. Though I felt a surge of happiness, an ache lingered in my heart as I observed my mother's impending tears. I was uncertain how to respond. Her words tugged at my soul. "Mother, you should be joyful. J.N.R. will always be your son. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and here we are, a family." Thankfully, my elder brother spoke up, or I might have succumbed to tears myself. Having traversed through 30 years, I found myself on the verge of tears, such a shameful thought for a man, as a true gentleman should possess a heart of stone. "Little rascal, still a young hero at only 16, my mother said, discreetly wiping her tears, poking my forehead with a teasing expression. "You ought to have the sense to court young ladies." Huh? I was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. Had my mother discovered my interaction with LD? Chapter 44. Matters of marriage. As I pondered whether it was time to take matters into my own hands regarding Spring Tao, I was caught off guard by my father's furious gaze. "What is this? You dare to sully our family name, and yet you do not even have the decency to keep your mouth shut." "Father, I feel ashamed. I shall rectify my ways," I quickly retorted, realizing he was merely revisiting past transgressions. The charming girl, Chun Tao, is indeed delightful, and moreover, she is one of the potential brides for my loyal servant, Feng Cheng. For now, I shall let her be. "My esteemed lord, our junior has just crossed the threshold of the new year and is now 16. My mother, with tears and a runny nose, still feeling aggrieved, gently kissed this little rascal and coaxed him to sleep. Indeed, how quickly time flies. I too have reached my 60s. The elder master set down his book, leisurely stroking his long beard, filled with nostalgia. Much to my chagrin, I dislike hearing those I consider friends or family utter such sentiments. The elderly gentleman glanced at me with warmth. Nonsense. I was nearly 40 when I assisted His Majesty. And now, having surpassed my 60s, my hair is gray, and it has been over 20 years since then, a past I cannot forget. The elder master is indeed worthy of being a prime minister. His life story could easily be woven into a rich and vibrant saga. His narratives, only concluding with the passage of time, deftly sidestepped the incident at Xuanwu Gate, and we all tacitly refrained from inquiry, for internal strife is an unpleasant affair, especially regarding royal matters. We would do well to remain uninvolved, even if we wish to be. My lord, Junior is nearly 16. My mother's gaze was peculiar as she nudged my father, who was gulping down tea, and then turned her attention towards me. According to me, shouldn't we consider this young lad's future? The elder master nodded in realization. Junior, after the new year, you will be 16, old enough for marriage. Henceforth, do not act foolishly. What? Marriage? 16 is still underage, barely transitioning from a young pioneer to a communist youth league member. And now, I must find a wife? I had merely eavesdropped last time, but this time, my parents broached the subject directly, indicating their seriousness. Why all the fuss? Your elder brother married at 16. In my day, due to the chaos of war, I was merely a few years delayed. The elder master could not bear my astonishment and shot me a fierce glare. But father, the child is too young, I stammered, perspiration beading on my brow, unsure whether it was due to heat or panic. Likely the result of modern education instilling a subconscious fear of marriage at this age. Not too young. Look at Prince Wu, who took a concubine at 15 and wed at 16, and within 2 years, he had 2 robust children. My elder brother quickly cited a contemporary example. Really? That fellow is so bold. Does that mean he is now surrounded by grandchildren? Listen here, young man, your mother and I have already arranged a betrothal for you, and you must obediently accept it. The elder master thumped the table with authority, pointing at me as a form of threat. I find the eldest granddaughter of Duke Wei quite admirable. She is beautiful and accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and she is 2 years younger than our junior. Lady Li had previously mentioned this to me, and I was just about to discuss it with you, my lord. Not suitable, not suitable. I have heard from Duke Wei that while she is indeed talented, her temperament is quite unruly. Besides, she is an entire generation younger than our junior. The elder master spoke earnestly. I have a good candidate. The elder master casually stroked his beard. The 7th daughter of the Chung family is lively and charming, and she is considerate of her elders. I have visited the Chung family several times, and this girl is always so polite. Upon hearing this, I broke into a cold sweat. Surely, the elder master could not be mistaken. To ally with Uncle Cheng's family would surely lead to a life fraught with challenges. And then there's Minister Wen's daughter from the Ministry of War, my mother exclaimed, nearly foaming at the mouth with excitement. My eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? In my past life, I couldn't even attract a plain girl from a poor farming family. And now I find myself as the son of a prime minister in Tang Dynasty, where historical figures are practically begging to marry their daughters into our family. According to my mother, those historical figures' wives were practically brandishing swords to secure a marriage alliance with our family. With no other recourse, I, along with Fong Yizhe, a fellow miner, exchanged bewildered glances. Uncle Chung approached with a sly grin, seemingly accompanied by another person, though too far away to see clearly. I quickly rose from my bed to pay my respects. Uncle Chung, what brings you to my humble abode at this late hour? Enough of the pleasantries. Your father and I have made an agreement. Today, I am bringing your bride. Come, greet your father-in-law. Uncle Chung's jovial yet unsettling demeanor was disconcerting as he pulled forth a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, adorned with rouge and laughing coyly, casting flirtatious glances. In that moment, I suddenly felt a surge of panic, as if afflicted by a heart condition, asthma, and a state of complete muscle weakness. My facial muscles frozen in shock, my head beginning to feel the strain of an impending crisis. Good lad, if you wed my daughter, that would be well, but should you refuse? Uncle Chung brandished a gleaming pair of scissors with a menacing grin, gesturing ominously. Chapter 45. The rise of the lowly. With a heart-wrenching scream, I leapt from my bed, drenched in cold sweat, frantically scanning the surroundings. No sign of Uncle Chung or his daughter, who resembled him, painted and adorned in vibrant colors. I quickly checked myself and sighed in relief. All was intact. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Dai, clad only in her undergarments and a thick fur coat, rushed in, her hair disheveled. Alarmed by my state. "Young master, what happened to you?" Eldai glanced at herself, biting her lip, as she draped her fur coat over me and took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from my brow. "Young master, what is wrong? Your face looks terrible. Did you have a nightmare?" I felt a sense of comfort with her arrival. Her soft, gentle voice was like a spring breeze, and the terror from my recent nightmare dissipated entirely as I relaxed, allowing her to wipe away my sweat. Where are you wiping?" I exclaimed, catching her hand in surprise. "I can manage myself. After all, I am still a minor." Eldai looked up at me, seemingly realizing the inappropriateness of her actions. Her face flushed instantly. Yet, she tugged at the handkerchief, her voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, it's all right. Eldai is your maid. Eventually, I will be yours." Her words struck me as if lightning had struck my mind. I am not a lascivious man, yet I am certainly not akin to Lu Xiang, whose inclinations are questionable. Seeing such a delicate and beautiful girl shyly confessing her feelings for me sent my blood pressure soaring, and my eyes involuntarily began to wander. She was indeed a lovely maiden, with lips as tempting as ripe fruit, embodying the very essence of beauty. It seemed that even in ancient times, young girls matured well. She had the figure of a woman, and her thin undergarment accentuated her curves. A damp handkerchief was held in my firm grip while she clutched the other end in her delicate hands. Her shy yet stubborn demeanor leaving me at a loss for words. Eldai's bright eyes timidly met mine before she quickly lowered her gaze. Her rosy cheeks adorned with a light blush, perhaps due to having just woken, leaving faint creases on her left cheek. A warm, inviting scent filled the room. A cat's meow outside interrupted my thoughts, snapping me back to reality. It wasn't that I was indifferent. Rather, I felt a deep sense of compassion, for she was merely 14. If I were to act upon my desires, would I not be akin to that lecherous Li Ke? The fireplace had long been extinguished, and even with the thick fur coat draped over me, I felt a chill seeping through the seams of my clothing. Gazing at the warm bed, I imagined the sweet little girl nestled beneath the covers, her innocent drool flowing endlessly. A sneeze accompanied by a stream of saliva and snot. "Young master, hurry in to warm up, lest you catch a chill." Green Butterfly seemed to sense my hesitation, finally abandoning her ostrich-like demeanor, revealing half of her blushing face. Her sparkling eyes widened in surprise at my rather lascivious expression, only to quickly shut again, her bashful demeanor utterly enticing. Oh, it was evident what this girl was thinking. To be frank, I too held a fondness for Green Butterfly, this beautiful and considerate maid. Yet, she was far too young. If only she were a year or two older, I would have no qualms about claiming her right then and there. Why hesitate? A young girl had already crept into your bed, and yet you still feigned modesty? Just make the first move. Having shed my outer garments, I slipped beneath the covers. I was unaware of when my hand unwittingly brushed against her delicate form. Even through her thin undergarment, her skin felt smooth and warm, electrifying my fingertips. I lost track of time, the dawn yet to break. The kettle on the stove was softly gurgling, and the ever-burning oil lamp cast a dim light. I squinted, staring blankly at the reddish-brown ceiling. "Have you fallen asleep?" Green Butterfly's gentle whisper tickled my ear, her warm breath sending shivers down my spine, rendering me almost paralyzed. "Young master, I like you, you know." Her voice was a whisper, lingering in my ear as I sat motionless, even forgetting how to breathe. Her tone was soft and delicate, like a gentle spring rain caressing my skin, cool yet intoxicating. I turned my head away, and there were her eyes, clearer than the night sky, gazing at me. Though filled with shyness, there was no sign of retreat. My mouth felt parched, my throat dry. As I stared into her eyes, feeling the wicked uncle within me clamoring, urging me to act. "Hurry, do it. You're nearly 50 and still a virgin. Do you wish to remain so forever?" As I wrestled with my tumultuous thoughts, Green Butterfly timidly nestled closer, her warm cheek pressing against my neck. "Young master, you're sweating on your forehead. How can you still be cold?" "Oh, I'm like a wooden fish that chimes with each strike," I thought, my strong arms wrapping tightly around her, nearly suffocating her. Thankfully, I noticed just in time. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to," I sincerely apologized. Good heavens. What was I doing, embracing such a beautiful girl and then apologizing? Clearly, I had much to learn about myself, although I possessed the potential to be a lecherous uncle. My true nature remained that of a gentleman. Young master, I want to hear that story again, Green Butterfly murmured after a while, finally catching her breath. The story of Cinderella. She nestled her face against my chest, her voice muffled. Who dares disturb us now? Come on, show your face and breathe, I urged. There is no need to be nervous. You are, after all, part of my household. Look at the sweat on your brow. All right, I shall tell the story. But do refrain from incessantly poking my waist, dear girl. Her gentle, shy laughter was delightful. In a distant kingdom, there was a girl named Exquisite. Her mother passed away when she was very young, and before long, she had a stepmother and two unfamiliar sisters. At midnight, the clock began to toll, forcing her to leave the embrace of her beloved and run into the darkness, clutching her skirt. I lost track of time, not even realizing when Green Butterfly fell silent, her rhythmic breathing soothing me. I maintained my position, my gaze drifting beyond the obstructive ceiling, through the heavy clouds, into the clear blue sky, beholding this extraordinarily beautiful world. I thought I could hear my own snoring. At that moment, no uncle nor father figure intruded upon my peace. As dawn broke, I quietly rose, akin to a thief, dressing and emerging from the room, sporting dark circles under my eyes. Green Butterfly lay asleep on my bed, her sweet smile gracing her lips, a glistening droplet of saliva trickling down. Her long eyelashes obscured her bright, clear eyes, and her loose hair framed her face, a charming contrast of black and white. The remnants of the recent snow still clung to the now bare trees, the environment perfect for poetry. However, at that moment, all I desired was to stab someone with a knife. Cursed be the nightmares that haunted me. Upon reflection, it seemed the old man genuinely wished to forge a familial alliance with Chung Uncle's household. What to do? Flee for marriage? Nonsense. I refused to squander my youthful years in some impoverished corner of the Tang Dynasty. As I contemplated this, my spirits lifted, yet my nose began to itch. Suddenly, a resounding sneeze echoed in the courtyard, startling the animals into a cacophony of barking and crowing, signaling the time for morning exercises. 5. How does it fare? I asked, fixing my gaze upon Li Shu with a display of righteous indignation. This girl displayed no awareness of her debtor status, leaning weakly against the table, her beautiful fingers tracing circles. No way. I refuse to assist a lecherous scoundrel like you. The previous day, she had claimed it was for her mother's sake. How shameless. My brows furrowed in anger, radiating an aura of dominance. What? You call me lecherous? Do you even know the Book of Songs? Are you familiar with the lines that say a virtuous woman is a suitable match for a gentleman? It was odd. Typically, whenever money was mentioned, her eyes would sparkle with excitement. But today, discussing introductions for Miss Qin Yin seemed to have infected her with avian flu, rendering her lethargic. Do you think yourself a gentleman? The little girl shot me a sidelong glance, pulling Li Ji closer. Li Ji, do you think this fellow resembles a gentleman? Li Ji shook his head vigorously. A gentleman is virtuous. A gentleman is polite. His lengthy discourse nearly turned my eyes green with envy. Perhaps he sensed my intention to strike with the brush, for he hastily concluded, in summary, Junge is a little inferior to a gentleman. Extending his pinky, he gestured for emphasis. You merely wish us to absolve their debts, don't you? Forget it. Without the butcher, my family's second son can still feast on hairy pigs. I angrily slapped my hand down. As the saying goes, only children and women are difficult to raise. I am a princess. Li Shu's spirit revived, her beautiful eyebrows arched high, angrily jabbing a finger at me. Li Zi, with a clearer mind than the irrational Li Shu, chimed in, Junge, you're not yet of age. Are you not also a child? Her innocent voice masked a terrifying intellect. The intelligence of a wallflower was indeed formidable. Sighing, I resorted to my trump card. Each shall contribute 2 coins. And for an additional copper coin, I'd rather have my mother directly propose marriage than engage in romance. Deal. Li Shu and Li Ji exchanged high fives, realizing all my previous words had been in vain. Yet, moments later, Li Shu leaned over the table, clearing her throat. What's wrong? Have you fallen ill? Even in her weak state, she maintained her fierce spirit, truly a royal little girl. You have something on your mind. I leaned against the table, studying Li Shu with earnestness. Li Shu chuckled softly, casting me a sidelong glance. I never expected the young master to be adept at reading fortunes. Leaning languidly against the railing, her cheeks adorned with a semblance of a smile, and a subtle blush beneath her eyes, she exuded a captivating charm. The tight-fitting clothing accentuated her curves, making this young girl appear refreshingly enchanting. Swallowing hard, I silently reminded myself of my virtuous intentions, managing to regain a semblance of composure only after a few coughs. In truth, I possessed the ability to foresee the future. How infuriating, this mischievous girl. Chapter 47. Fate without affinity. Time, indeed, drags on like a year. 2 whole days had passed without a glimpse of Miss Qin in the Hongwen Pavilion. Today marked the 3rd day, and my opportunities to pursue romantic endeavors were dwindling. Kneeling on the mat, I held a book on the table, shaking my head and mumbling nonsense, my eyes wandering outside. Junge, why are you still holding that book when class is over? Li Ji nudged my shoulder, bringing me back to reality. What are you pondering? Li Ji inquired, his curiosity piqued as he squeezed beside me, glaring at the little classmate. I replied, I'm contemplating when Miss Qin will arrive. Such significant matters cannot be clearly explained to someone like you. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared outside the door. Miss Qin had arrived. Li Ji, however, was restless, incessantly interrupting my view with idle chatter about the theory of relativity. Indeed, it was Miss Qin, entering the room with slow, measured steps, her face flushed from the cold. Upon stepping inside, she seemed to recognize me, nodding and smiling before gracefully seating herself by the stove to warm her hands, greeting Li Shu, who was also huddled by the fire. Relativity? Li Ji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as he was always eager to delve into the unknown. I began to explain, everything is relative. For instance, if you punch the floor, it is merely a relative experience. Conversely, from the floor's perspective, it equates to the floor striking your hand. Li Ji, lost in thought, began gesturing dramatically at the floor, muttering incomprehensible words. I stood up, touched the small wooden box in my arms, cleared my throat, and mustered the courage to approach Miss Qin. Meeting her calm and gentle gaze as I said, Greetings, Miss Qin. It has been some days since we last met. I hope you are well. Just then, I felt a sharp pain as she inadvertently stepped on my foot. Maintaining my composure, I chose not to engage with this tempestuous character, displaying a gracious smile to convey my magnanimity. Miss Qin covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she glanced between me and Li Shu. By the way, Fang Jun, didn't you say you had something nice for me today? Show me, please, Li Shu urged, her eyes twinkling. Following our earlier agreement, I began to speak. Indeed, quite nice, I mused. Although the young lady was not entirely benevolent, there remained hope for redemption. I cooperatively presented the prepared small box, placing it on the table and opening it. Immediately, I was met with 2 simultaneous gasps. Ah, indeed, both women were drawn to such dazzling treasures. Inside were 2 translucent amethyst earrings, set in flowing wave designs, while another pair featured a dazzling interplay of gold and silver, adorned with various sparkling gemstones. Li Shu's astonished gaze gradually morphed into greed. Before I could register her reaction, she swiftly snatched the earrings, clutching them tightly to her chest, glaring at me as if I were a sworn enemy. What had I done to deserve this? Miss Qin's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she hesitated, her hand hovering uncertainly, seemingly torn between the impulse to claim the earrings and the thought of robbing the princess of her gift. I exchanged a knowing glance with Li Shu, urging her to pass 1 pair to Miss Qin. No way, these are mine, Li Shu protested stubbornly, her chin held high, glaring at me as if I were her adversary. In a hushed tone, I warned her, if you wish to obtain something even better, the consequences of your obstinacy could be dire. Li Shu shot me a resentful glare before turning away. Fine, I'll give this pair to you, Qinjia. She finally relented after much hesitation, reluctantly offering the pair of earrings adorned with the sparkling gemstones and intertwined precious metals to Miss Qin. Miss Qin quickly shook her head. No, I cannot accept such an extravagant gift, especially since it was given to you by young Master Fang. Yet, despite her words, her expression betrayed a longing for the earrings. It's quite all right. Young Master Fang has bestowed these upon me, so it is entirely within my purview to gift them as I wish. After all, if I do not offer them to you. She whispered something in Miss Qin's ear, her voice too soft for me to discern, even with my keen hearing. Miss Qin's face flushed deeper, her dark eyes shimmering with emotion. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of pale realization, locking her gaze onto me, an inexplicable sorrow flooding my heart. What was happening? Li Shu, seemingly indifferent, toyed with the exquisite earrings, as if the events unfolding around her were of no concern. I stood there bewildered, uncertain whether to express my admiration for Miss Qin Yin or to adopt the demeanor of a worldly wise, charismatic individual awaiting her inquiry. "Young Master Fong," I exclaimed, trying to regain my composure. "How may I assist you, miss?" I responded hastily, feeling a flush creeping across my face. In all my lifetimes, I had never been so brazen in courtship. Yet, Miss Qin Yin remained silent, her gaze lowered to the shimmering earrings in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she swiftly uttered, "Thank you for the princess's gift. Please extend my gratitude to young Master Fong." She then turned and fled, her skirts billowing as she hurriedly exited the room, pulling along her brother, who had been engaging in idle chatter with another child. What was this? Such a reaction seemed abnormal, leaving me bewildered. My previous experiences as an innocent youth were limited, yet I had perused countless romantic novels where the protagonist's mere presence would induce swoons from beautiful maidens. Yet, never had I encountered a scenario where a lady received a gift and had another relay her sentiments to me. "What do you think, Li Shu Shuja?" Feigning regret as she tilted her head. "I merely told Qin Jie that I thought she was beautiful." I said nothing more. Her large, innocent eyes sparkled, yet I could perceive the concealed delight lurking beneath the surface. Could it be that she already had a suitor? A sudden realization flickered in my mind, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. A boyfriend? Li Shu expressed confusion at this modern term. "I'm not sure what a boyfriend is, but it seems from Qin Jie's words that she may already be engaged." Her cheerful demeanor suggested she was relishing this unfolding drama. Chapter 48. Using a knife to kill. What is this? I gasped in shock. "Do you truly wish to pursue a relationship with Qin Jie? I advise you to abandon such thoughts." Li Shu's tone turned playful, yet her final words were laced with bitterness. Was it possible that Qin Jie's fiancé was related to Li Shu? I lacked the energy to engage further with Li Shu, waving her off, feeling a mixture of confusion and relief. I was left pondering whether to mourn the loss of my first love or lament the earrings I had unceremoniously given away. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of sentiments. Ah, does the tiger not roar, believing me to be a mere sickly cat? I may be a slender figure, but I'm not to be trifled with. I was deep in thought regarding a significant matter, my keen gaze surveying the surroundings. As expected, the curious onlookers were drawn to my contemplation. "Junga, what are you pondering? Share with me, so I too may offer my counsel." Curious to know? Reluctantly, with an expression that betrayed his reluctance, he gazed at Li Ji. Li Shu, drawn by the commotion, had abandoned the group of chattering girls and quietly moved closer. Indeed, Li Ji's gaze and expression were filled with longing. "Do you wish to go?" I pointed at Li Ji with a finger, my eyes wide with astonishment. As Li Shu approached within 3 steps of him. Yes, Li Ji nodded vigorously. "All right then. This young master shall take you to see the Feng Lai Lu this afternoon, where your third brother often visits." With a decisive slap on the table, he waved his long sleeves with great flair. Li Ji's tone distinctly separated astonishment from his exclamation, reminiscent of a music student practicing scales. "Oh, our little Ji Nu is quite something. Has grown up? Aware of visiting brothels now?" Li Shu laughed menacingly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, her sharp fingernails grazing Li Ji's ear. In that moment, the girl appeared exceptionally charming. The lively scene quickly attracted the attention of gossip mongers within the academy, and the tale of Li Ji's embarrassment at the hands of his older sister was soon circulating again. "You did this on purpose. I simply came to comfort you, yet you have ensnared me." Li Ji rubbed his ear and glared at me with a look of indignation, pointing a finger in accusation. "Nonsense. I am but a virtuous gentleman, harboring no ill intentions." I met his gaze with a righteous expression, though my desire to uproot his indecisiveness was palpable. After venting her frustrations on Li Ji's ear, Li Shu seemed to be in a much better mood, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds, her pink lips pressed together. Watching the amusing verbal sparring between me and Li Ji, it was a civilized display of gentlemanly rivalry, engaging in verbal attacks and defenses devoid of any physical altercations. After a while, perhaps tired of our incessant banter, Li Shu rolled her eyes and sighed. "Humph, neither of you are good people." Her expression was one of disdain. "Nonsense. I am a paragon among men, A refined prince, Li Ji, under my influence, had grown bolder, uttering such lines without a hint of shame. You don't run away. Umph. Fang Jun, it's all your fault. This once good child has turned into what he is now because of you. As Li Shu raised her hand, Li Ji darted away as if propelled by an unseen force, setting his sights on me, the older youth feigning death over the table. Me? If not for me, this troublesome child would have succumbed to adolescent gloom long ago. I took pride in this notion, for who else could mold a future emperor into such a figure? Only I, a modern-day role model from the 21st century, could achieve such a feat. Adolescent gloom? Li Shu blinked her lovely eyes, her expression filled with curiosity. Do you not think that the boy is far happier now than before? I gestured toward Li Ji, who was frolicking in the snowy yard outside, clearly enjoying himself. Li Shu pondered Li Ji for a moment, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes, though she refused to acknowledge it verbally. To be honest, Li Ji had changed significantly since I first met him. He used to carry himself with an air of maturity, his disposition far from cheerful, even somewhat timid. However, under my influence, he had become much more exuberant, no longer hiding his feelings as he once did. I suspected that his previous temperament might have contributed to his potential early demise. Fourth brother, fifth brother? Who are they? The imperial lineage had grown too vast, with Wei Wang Li Tai and Qi Wang Li Yu among them. Li Shu, uncomfortable under my gaze, averted her eyes. I merely recalled some past events, I replied, my gaze turning contemplative. Once those two young innocents. Frankly, the struggle for the throne among Li Shimin's offspring lacked the sophistication of their father's generation. The quality of their rivalry was likely something Li Shimin himself would prefer to avoid mentioning, for fear of tarnishing his legacy. However, participation was plentiful, and the players were many. The most formidable contenders were undoubtedly the legitimate eldest son, Li Chengxian, and the fourth son, Li Tai. Li Tai could engage in playful rivalry with the crown prince, perhaps to spice up the monotonous court life, and if played well, he might even gain something from it. However, the brothers of the Changsun family also engaged in their own rivalries, and there were illegitimate offspring eyeing the throne as well. The fifth son, Li Yu, much like his unfortunate uncle Li Yuanji, was entitled Qi Wang, but had fallen into poor company, indulging in reckless behavior. Believing himself to possess unparalleled martial skills and exceptional talents, often challenging his teachers. All signs indicated that this child would meet a tragic end following a violent outburst. Chapter 49. The Dust of History. Indeed, in the 17th year of the Jingguan era, the unfortunate Li Yu met his demise, accused of treason. The catalyst for this was his unruly behavior, which had infuriated his father, Li Shimin. Young Li decided to discipline this wayward child, specially assigning Li Ke's teacher, Quan Wanch. To manage him, old Quan found himself in a predicament. He had ruined the good reputation he had earned while assisting the lascivious Wu Wang. Thus, he adopted a strict policy, rigorously controlling Li Yu's daily activities, cracking down on his dubious friends, and restricting his freedom of movement as if he were a remorseless addict under surveillance. Simultaneously, he wielded the emperor's authority to pressure Li Yu, threatening to inform his father if he misbehaved, instilling fear in him. Eventually, the self-proclaimed prince, who fancied himself exceptional, could no longer contain his frustration and decided to revolt, leading to a tragic outcome. This incident marked the first shocking bloodbath in the history of the Tang educational system, startling the highest echelons of power. As expected, Quan Wanj was murdered, and the mastermind was undoubtedly Li Yu, as his temporary accomplices revealed their identities during the act. Consequently, the ambitious Li Yu, who had long desired to seize the throne, took decisive action. Reflecting on this, it is no wonder that later generations advocated for quality education, cautioning against excessive severity with students. Those who proposed such reforms must have been aware of this horrific incident. Like Li Yu, his uncle Li Yuanchang also bore the mark of rebellion. Unable to become emperor himself, he allied with the similarly aged Li Chengxian, with whom he had played in childhood. Thus, he became quite detestable, lacking ability, while corrupting the innocent Li Chengxian, ultimately leading to the crown prince's rebellion, largely incited by his influence. Such individuals were destined to meet a grim fate. Returning to the internal conflicts of the Changsun family, Li Chengxian found himself both fortunate and unfortunate. The eldest son of Empress Changsun, he was named crown prince at the tender age of 8, basking in unparalleled glory. However, his lack of ambition, combined with excessive pampering from his parents, led to his arrogance, further exacerbated by unsavory associations like Li Yuanchang. Ultimately, he also descended into a life of delinquency, failing to improve despite changing several mentors. This crown prince exhibited a volatile temperament and reckless behavior, starkly contrasting the timid Li Chengxian portrayed in the Chang'e. His character was likely shaped by his noble status and a profound sense of inferiority stemming from his disability. Thus, the unfortunate crown prince lived in perpetual fear of his brothers, and the more he feared threats, the more he sought to rebel. Shortly after Li Yu's death, his rebellious inclinations were revealed, leading to his deposition and exile to Qianzhou, while the troublemaker Li Yuanchang was ordered to commit suicide, and all of his associates were executed. Whether by dismemberment or decapitation, the exact details would remain unclear for years to come. In this turmoil, Li Ji's elder brother, Li Chengxian, was deposed, paving the way for the victory of fourth brother Wei Wang Li Tai. This unfortunate youth was unaware of how to seize the opportunity. In truth, Li Tai was a commendable individual, ranking among the more capable sons of Taizong. As a child, he displayed remarkable intelligence and a passion for poetry. In adulthood, he developed an interest in classical literature and geography. Had he not been a prince, he might have become a distinguished historian with a literary temperament. Yet fate had other designs for him. He possesses talent, yet lacks the audacity, foresight, and depth of character, which are cardinal sins in the realm of political strife. After Emperor Li Shimin's disillusionment with Chengxian, he redirected his affections entirely towards Li Tai, commissioning the construction of a literary pavilion within the palace and entrusting him with the compilation of Kuadiji, all in a bid to elevate his stature in the court. Regrettably, Li Tai failed to grasp the essence of Laozi's teachings, continuing to indulge in arrogance and caprice, becoming a restless youth who perceived everyone with disdain and sought to kick at anything in sight, thereby straining his relations with the ministers. Moreover, with the incitement from a deposed crown prince Li Chengxian, Li Tai, who once held great promise of ascending as the third emperor of the Tang Dynasty, found himself cast aside by both his father and the court. Consequently, two members of the Changsun family soon fell from grace, leaving Li Ji to reap the benefits. When Li Ji's uncle, the formidable Changsun Wuji, advised him to prepare for his ascension to the Eastern Palace, one can only imagine that the young boy was either parading on horseback, engaging in moral affairs in bed, or hunting in the wild with dissolute companions. Thus, Emperor Li Shimin had no choice but to bestow the throne upon this boy, whimsically named Zhen. The emperor's benevolence and love for his subjects, in essence, reflected his weakness and his filial piety toward his father. Such notions are mere fabrications. It was a pity that Changsun Wuji had taught him to perform the act of seizing the sword to show filial devotion before Taizong. Changsun Wuji was not a virtuous man and met a tragic end as well. In this manner, the young Li Ji, who relished in the torment of wild creatures, of which I have witnessed firsthand, flattered Li Shimin with his benevolence, filiality, and kindness. This brings to mind Li Ke, my unfortunate brother who severed chicken heads and burned yellow paper. If Li Ji was indeed the luckiest among Taizong's 10 mature sons, then Li Ke must surely be the most unfortunate. In summary, the sons of Li Shimin can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type consists of unworthy sons, those ambitious for the throne, with Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Yu being the most troublesome for the aging emperor. Ultimately, they faced exile, confinement, or execution, leading to the most tragic outcomes that deeply sorrowed their father. The second type comprises pleasure-seeking wastrels, including Li Yin, Li Yun, Li Shun, and Li Ming, most of whom met their demise at the hands of the iron-willed Wu Zetian. The third type is a rare breed of children who did not cause their father distress, and whose conduct remained respectable. This group is scant, consisting of only 3, Li Ku, Li Ji, and Li Fu. However, Li Ji should not be counted, as his true nature has been thoroughly discerned by me. Thus, we are left with but 2, Li Ku and Li Fu. Li Fu, the 13th son of Taizong, was an honest child, albeit somewhat mediocre. Nevertheless, he possessed good character and later became adopted by Li Jiansheng alongside Li Ji as the only 2 sons who did not perish untimely deaths, ultimately resting in Gaoyang, thus attaining a peaceful end. Li Ku, unlike Li Fu, was born with a humble demeanor, while Li Fu was inherently honest. Li Shimin once remarked that Wu Wang-ing was akin to himself, a statement grounded in truth. It is well known that Li Shimin's familial education was quite a failure. I can personally attest to this, as the rebellious He Pu princess, the fence-sitter Li Ji, and the debauched yet formidable Li Ku are living examples. Among 12 such sons, one could still extract the exceptional Li Ku from the lot. However, Li Ku's greatest virtue was not merely his intelligence and capability, but rather his profound understanding of a truth that is universally acknowledged, yet seldom practiced: the importance of humility. He never engaged in political affairs, merely mingling with a group of wayward youths, engaging in ostentatious displays and idleness. For a prince, he indeed embodied the essence of discretion. Yet, it is lamentable that once Li Ji ascended to the throne, a significant scandal erupted involving Fang Yai, a foolish character not imbued with the high intellect of a modern-day criminal, alongside the highborn and possibly forgotten Princess Gaoyang, who conspired against the dynasty. The audacious Princess Gaoyang, incensed by the murder of her beloved, harbored a dark vendetta against the harmonious society of the Tang. Her husband, Fang Yai, a mere brute of limited intelligence, and the couple reached a consensus on rebellion, though it was primarily Gaoyang orchestrating the plan, with Fang Yai as the executor. They rallied a faction of Li Tai's loyalists, raising the banner to embark on a grand venture, aiming to add a splash of color to the Tang Dynasty and enrich the gossip of the populace. However, before they could act, they were betrayed by the righteous elder brother, Fang Yiji. This brought immense joy to the malevolent Changsun Wuji, who seized the opportunity to initiate a sweeping purge of the royal family. Naturally, the targets of this purge included not only the rebels, but also the ever-despised Li Ku, as this was undoubtedly a malicious plot. At this moment, Li Ku remained blissfully unaware, indulging in pleasures with his numerous concubines, too preoccupied to concern himself with matters of rebellion that could lead to his demise. In swift succession, the foolish Fang Yai turned state witness, embellishing the narrative for Changsun Wuji's grand purge, implicating whomever Wuji directed him to. Alas, poor Li Ku found himself inexplicably facing execution, filled with unfathomable sorrow and indignation. Who could be so treacherous? Li Ku was no easy target, harboring immense resentment, and before his demise, he vehemently cursed Changsun Wuji, uttering harsh words and casting malevolent curses upon him. Not long after, the once mighty Changsun Wuji indeed suffered a great downfall, falling victim to another formidable woman, the iron-willed Wu Zetian, for he foolishly opposed her. He could not contend with this woman of unparalleled intellect and ruthless cunning, renowned throughout history for her merciless actions. She personally extinguished her own offspring and eliminated her sisters and nephews. Who could rival her darkness? This serves to illustrate a profound truth. One must not overreach their abilities or provoke those of formidable disposition. Returning to the matter at hand, Changsun Wuji, with an intelligence not exceeding 178, did not dare to eliminate his own progeny or butcher his nephew, lacking the capability to reach such heights. Thus, this once mighty figure met his exile and ultimately perished in bitterness. As I stood before a delicate hand, translucent and porcelain-like, waving before me, I hastily stepped back to gain clarity, only to find Li Shu approaching, her expression fraught with impatience. "What is the matter with you?" Chapter 50. Proximity breeds influence. What is the matter with me? I am quite fine, thank you. To assert that I was unaffected would be sheer folly. No need for her to glare. She had inquired, and she knew well I was a paragon of virtue, speaking with utmost sincerity. "Please remove your hand. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance." I quickly distanced myself, wary of the young girl as potential outburst. "Here I am, attempting to console you, and you respond with such flippancy," Li Shu retorted, her demeanor darkening. "I merely spoke the truth. How is that improper?" "Very well, I apologize," she huffed, her mood reflecting a certain pettiness. "If my temperament were as small as a fingernail, I would have long since confined you in a sack and given you a good beating," Li Shu remarked, as if that constituted an apology. Nevertheless, I chose not to hold a grudge against the young lady. Her candid acknowledgement of wrongdoing represented a notable change. Observing Li Ji outside, frolicking joyfully with a group of children, and Li Shu, seemingly lost in thought, I felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment. It appeared that these two royal relatives, under the tutelage of an exemplary and virtuous youth such as myself, had begun to exhibit some semblance of kindness. Perhaps in the future, should Li Ji ascend to the throne, his mood might improve, leading him to express gratitude and bestow upon me the title of imperial teacher. Now, wouldn't that be delightful? What is this? Having just endured a heartbreak, how is it that I now find myself grinning ear to ear? I can only scoff at my own folly, for it seems the lingering resentment of that formidable Feng Yai has resurfaced. Before I could reflect upon myself, Li Shu had already spoken. You and Qin Yinjie are not suited for each other. Do you not realize she is 4 years your senior? Furthermore, she may already be taken. Suitable? By the time a proper match arises, I fear Uncle Chung will have already tired of me. Dejected, I toyed with the wolf hair brush in my hand, troubled by the situation. The charming Miss Qin did not seem available, and Uncle Cheng's daughter was watching me like a hawk. This kind-hearted transmigrated youth was likely to be devoured by wolves. Uncle Chung? What does your fondness for Qin Yin Jie have to do with him? Li Shu's eyes sparkled. I could distinctly see the flames of gossip igniting within her heart. Sister, this matter doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Faced with her piercing gaze, I felt a bit flustered. It may not concern me, but hearing you say that makes me a bit disheartened, she replied, her eyes twinkling. Perhaps if you share your thoughts with me, I may be able to offer some advice. In truth, this matter began a few days ago. Li Shu gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening, the glimmer in them akin to the radiant spring sunshine illuminating a dark room. Are you saying that your father wishes for you to marry into the Chung family? So you want to find someone on your own first? Li Shu repeated, her uncertainty palpable. Of course, if I were to marry a woman from the Chung family, it would have to be under dire circumstances. Li Shu was as ecstatic as if she had won a 5 million lottery, her face glowing with delight as she smiled. Is the daughter of Uncle Chung so unworthy in your eyes? I shot a glare at that enchanting, meddlesome girl. If you have the ability, go marry her. The moment I see Uncle Chung, my legs turn to jelly. If I were to marry his daughter, wouldn't that old fellow expect daily feasts and constant celebrations? Would I have any escape left? The unsympathetic Li Shu laughed, her charm radiating. So, this is the reason? And yet you still wish to pursue Qin Yinjie. You are truly the most curious of souls. What do you mean by pursuing? Young lady, one may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. How was I to know that Miss Qin was taken? I retorted angrily at Li Shu. Where are my parents? I looked around and walked over to my mother, who was busy with her needlework. What is going on? Are you up to no good again? My mother swiftly threaded the needle and gestured for me to sit down. Oh, my mother set aside her sewing, had a servant bring tea, and sat upright, looking at me with a smile that was both teasing and inquisitive. What is it you need, my son? Are you out of money? Mother, I merely wish to ask you and father to kindly delay my marriage. I am still quite immature and do not quite understand these matters. Please, mother, find a way to soften father's resolve. My mother's eyes sparkled like bright lamps, illuminating my thoughts. She took my hand and gently patted my head, speaking softly, Junior, it is not that your father and I wish to trouble you, but you see our family situation. Your brother has been married for 2 years, and still, there is no sign of a child. Can your father not be anxious? Having passed his 60th year, he longs to see his grandchild, and it pains me to hear his sighs at night. Seeing my mother's eyes glistening with tears, I felt a pang in my heart. I despise nothing more than witnessing the sorrow of my loved ones. I quickly reassured her, Mother, do not worry. Perhaps we could allow my brother to take a couple of concubines, and they can all work together. A sudden flash of inspiration struck me. Perhaps my brother feared that marrying a concubine would upset her, thus retreating to a safer position. 51st chapter. A lifeline mother, I would not dare. Moreover, I worry that our family may not know how to explain such matters. How can you become a scholar for only a few days and start dictating terms at home? My mother approached me, poking my forehead. You see, your father is a good man, but he cannot stand the presence of women. If I do not keep a tight rein on him, how will he find the energy to manage the affairs of the state? He deserves to be the prime minister of our great Tang Dynasty. My mother said this with a fiery gleam in her eyes, making it hard to look directly at her. Without a moment's pause, her expression softened as she added, Besides, your brother is my son. I know his temperament well. If he had the ability to marry several wives, I would be more than pleased, rather than scolding him. I understand now. My mother is clearly biased toward her own son. Poor Prime Minister father, who must endure such a fierce wife. while I cherish my beloved and affectionate mother. That is not the point. My brother and I have discussed this matter countless times. This child is good in every aspect, yet he stubbornly refuses to relent on this issue. The maid in our household has been taken in, yet for half a year there's been no news. As my mother continued speaking, her gaze fell back on me. Come closer. Why are you sitting so far away? Do you fear that your mother will eat you? No. This matter concerns the continuation of our family line. Given the resolute expression on my mother's face, I realized I was out of options. Mother, what if we do not marry Uncle Cheng's daughter? Can we not consider another family? I persisted, struggling for a way out. Another family? My mother's eyes darted around, and she sighed. This matter is beyond my decision. Besides, what is wrong with the daughter of the Cheng family? Who knows if she resembles Uncle Cheng? People simply speak without thinking. I inadvertently spoke out. My mother was startled by my words, and the maid behind her stifled a laugh, her face turning beet red. My mother shot her a glare and hastily dismissed the servants from the room, warning them sternly that anyone who dared to spread my words would face severe punishment. Once the gossip mongers had hurriedly exited the room, my mother pulled me closer. How can you speak like that? Besides, if that girl resembles your Uncle Cheng. She hesitated and continued, I have not seen her, but I have heard your father say she is rather pleasing in appearance, sturdy and robust, surely capable of bearing many chubby children. I was left speechless, my face darkening, cold sweat trickling down. Pleasing? Sturdy? Robust? Surely. That must be an illusion created by Uncle Cheng himself. I could not help but wonder if my father had mistaken Uncle Cheng for himself. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, a powerful cough interrupted me. Madam Junior, what are you two discussing here? Why is there not a single servant present? I quickly halted the conversation and bowed to my father, while my mother rose to greet him and led him to a seat near the stove. Warm yourself. It is nearly New Year. Why are you still here so late? Alas, as the year draws to a close, matters only multiply. I was fortunate to return early today, but tomorrow, I fear, will bring another busy day. My father accepted the hot tea my mother offered and took a sip before looking at me. Why are you standing there? Come, sit down. I lowered my head and obediently sat down, exchanging a glance with my mother, who was clearly doting on me. My lord, I wish to ask you something. Oh, what is it? Please ask away. My father reclined comfortably against the side of the couch. There is nothing like the warmth of home. While there are a few of these coal stoves in the court, they cannot compare. As he spoke, my father instinctively glanced at me, and I quickly flashed a smile, hoping he would remember that I was the inventor of our coal stove. This child is praising you. Look at him, as if he fears I might swallow him whole. My father's expression revealed his displeasure. I was taken aback by the unexpected praise and quickly composed myself. Father, I am asking you a question. My mother tugged at my father's sleeve, finally capturing his attention. This is a family matter. You make the decisions. I shall not interfere. However, this concerns the continuation of our family line, so it must be addressed. My father's gaze turned fierce as he directed it at me, causing a cold sweat to break out across my forehead. It appeared he realized I was the mastermind behind this conversation. Is it not merely a discussion? Why be so angry? I am only concerned about marrying someone whom Junior does not favor. My mother, as the matriarch, found herself at a loss. The elder gentleman, his face darkened with displeasure, pointed at me for a long time and declared, Let me tell you, this matter is settled. You will marry whomever I say. Besides, I find the daughter of the Cheng family rather pleasing. Love and affection? Did I not marry your mother by the decree of our parents? We have been getting along quite harmoniously since then. After enduring an onslaught of harsh words, I could only retreat in resignation. Finally, Lika took a seat, tapping the table with his chopsticks. June Gur, do you have something significant to discuss with me? Otherwise, given your temperament, you would not have come to the tavern just to find me, would you? Truly, he was astute, a worthy descendant of the emperor, and one of the most talented scholars of the Tang. I had no choice but to be candid with him. I was straightforward and lacked the art of subtlety. There was indeed a pressing issue I wished to seek his counsel on. I quickly poured him a cup of wine, for at this moment, he was my only hope for salvation. Oh, is there something in Chang'an that your esteemed family cannot accomplish? Li Ku initially dismissed my declaration with a roll of his eyes before lifting his cup and draining it in one swift motion, leaning closer with keen interest. Are you implying that your father, Feng Xiang, intends to ally with that old scoundrel through marriage? His reaction was rather peculiar. His eyes widened in surprise, and he leapt up, filled with excitement that even I did not share. I nodded glumly. Yes, it is indeed a matter of parental decree in matchmaking. If a formal engagement were to occur, I would find it impossible to rise above my situation. I took a swig of wine and angrily gnawed on a piece of dried meat that bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Chung. As for the person of my affections, instantly, two youthful figures flashed in my mind. One was the gentle and charming Lu Di, while the other was the mischievous Li Shu. A shiver ran down my spine. What was I thinking? Was I truly about to transform into an evil uncle preying upon innocent young maidens? Hey, June-gur, I'm asking you a question. Why does your countenance suddenly look so grim? My stomach, it aches. I reckon it might be nothing. Facing Li Ku's scornful gaze, I hesitated. To be honest, Miss Qin Yin is not truly the one I desire. I merely hold some fondness for her. Besides, she may already be engaged. My feelings towards Miss Qin Yin might just stem from a mere infatuation with her celebrity-like appearance. Li Ku coughed and spluttered, pointing at me in disbelief. After a moment, he finally recollected himself and changed the subject. Speak up, my elder brother. You must save me from this predicament. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly live in torment. Unable to see the light of day, fueled by the effects of the wine, I rambled on. Eventually, Li Ku could no longer endure my pleas. All right, dear brother. I shall devise a good plan for you. I will ensure you do not become the son-in-law of Uncle Chung. Splendid. You are indeed the brother I admire. My enthusiasm bubbled over, and I even quoted a famous saying from Zhou Xingxing, which led to Li Ku collapsing beside me, his face pale and on the verge of vomiting. Find him? I found myself puzzled by Li Ku's words, blinking in confusion. Yes, find him. Li Ku affirmed with a nod. But, Brother Wade, my marriage seems unrelated to your uncle. Once intoxicated, I found it difficult to comprehend Li Ku's words. My uncle? I have a surefire strategy that will certainly work, believe it or not. His voice took on an odd pitch as he spoke, sitting idly on the soft couch. Li Ku's expression was serious. Perhaps that noble uncle truly possessed the influence to sway my father's resolve and liberate me from my plight. Li Ku had just fervently promised to arrange a meeting with this esteemed uncle. However, I could not simply approach him, weeping and begging for assistance. To ask for favors while being indebted is a precarious position. I needed to concoct a reason that would compel this uncle to feel obligated to assist me. Brother Wade, what are your uncle's interests? Pouring Li Ku more wine, I sought to extract any morsel of information that might bolster my chances. Li Ku looked somewhat taken aback, stroking his smooth chin. I have never considered that, dear brother. Do not be upset, let me think. I've got it. What is it? Brother Li Ku, what have you discovered? With your talents, it should not be difficult to procure something novel for him. Li Ku waved his sleeves and downed another cup of wine, winking at me. I found his words utterly nonsensical. What did he mean by something novel? When Li uncle drank with me, he was fond of discussing military matters, but the inventions I had painstakingly crafted, such as the horse's hoof and gloves, had already been presented to him by Li Ku, along with the prized Jingguan pen that had been offered to a young maiden. What else could I possibly gift him? Surely, I could not present a pair of exquisite earrings. If I truly gifted them to a beautiful palace maid he fancied, I would undoubtedly attract the ire of the guards. My thoughts were causing me a headache. Seeing Li Ku's delighted grin, I felt an overwhelming urge to stab him. My gaze involuntarily fell upon the magnificent sword resting beside me. I am truly clever. Dear brother June-gur, speak slowly. I am listening, Li Ku said, his face pale with fear as I brandished the gleaming sword, laughing maniacally. He was clearly worried I might succumb to a drunken frenzy and cleave his head off. Brother, a single word can awaken one from slumber. For the prosperity of the Tang, I shall demonstrate the spirit of fearlessness and contribute my modest strength to the enhancement of our army's combat prowess, enriching both the spiritual and material civilization of our military. He exclaimed, fervently grasping his hand. Li Ku, maintaining a forced smile, struggled to free himself from my grip, but alas, his strength was no match for mine. He could only wear a sorrowful expression as we both envisioned a glorious future for the Tang. In the end, the two intoxicated souls joined in a raucous rendition of the Tang, "O Mother," causing nearby patrons to shift uncomfortably. Fong Chung, seeking an excuse, retreated downstairs to check on his steed, his bashfulness rather amusing. Ignoring him, we continued. Li Ku, with his impressive tolerance for alcohol, managed to balance on one leg atop the table, performing a newly learned dance, compelling me to applaud in admiration. Halfway through, He beckoned me to join him on the stage. Jungur, come, dance with me. You dance, dear brother. I shall applaud your performance. Li Ku pointed at me, laughing heartily. Do not be modest. We are all family now. Just call me Sengu. I scoffed at his absurdity, watching the disheveled, sweat-drenched Li Ku performing antics on the couch while gorging on food and sipping wine, occasionally whistling, prompting me to mock him with playful jeers. The plump innkeeper, his face a mask of despair, stood at the door with a contingent of waiters, fearful that our two lunatics might demolish the tavern. Lu Di entered with a tray. Young master, please drink some tea to sober up. Look at you, you can hardly sit still. The beautiful earrings she wore glimmered as she moved, accentuating her charm. I lifted the teacup and took a sip, the warm steam invigorating my senses. However, upon noticing the empty purse before me, my mood soured. Li Ku was indeed no friend. His invitation to drink had resulted in a drunken debacle, shattering dishes and depleting my meager savings that I had saved for 2 months. Had it not been for Fong Chung, the sober giant, the ruthless innkeeper might have flayed me alive to cover the losses. Young master, did you lose some money? Lu Di inquired, sitting opposite me, her fingers nervously tugging at her clothing, her lovely face aglow as her eyes blinked cutely. Ah, Lu Di, your big eyes are sparkling, and your face is flushed. You seem to want to laugh, but are holding back. Go, have them draw a bath for this young master. I am drenched in wine sweat and feel terribly uncomfortable. Wrapping myself in a blanket, I plopped down by the hearth. The effects of the wine still lingered, and my head was spinning. I quickly took another sip of tea. The ginger-infused brew, though not particularly pleasant, certainly had a refreshing effect. As I moved my arm, I carefully removed the treasured sword resting on the knife stand, pondering its potential improvements. According to contemporary understanding, the straight blade I held should indeed be classified as a single-edged sword. Its entire form was linear, devoid of any curvature, and the handguard was exceedingly narrow. It appeared that any modifications would necessitate a complete reforge. To embark on this transformation, I first needed to design a blueprint, so I approached the desk, took up my brush, and began sketching a saber that harmonized both wisdom and beauty. The handguard would be widened, enveloping the hilt to provide perfect protection for the wielder's hand. Young master, the water is ready for you, came a voice. It was LD, who approached with a delicate sheen of perspiration, her dark hair slightly damp against her rosy cheeks, and tiny beads of sweat visible on her nose. Her fair ears had a hint of crimson, enhancing her beauty. Young master, what are you doing? She asked, her soft voice melodious and captivating, her sparkling eyes utterly enchanting. Ah, nothing much. LD, have you eaten yet? I replied, adopting a serious demeanor and hastily shifting the conversation, for it was rather inappropriate to be drooling over a young girl in broad daylight. Are you hungry, young master? Didn't you just have dinner? It seems you're only left with a late-night snack, she said, her demeanor shy as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing, her gaze wandering. Oh, it was just a casual inquiry. This design I'm working on is called a saber. Isn't it impressive? I said, lifting the design from the table to show her, redirecting her attention away from my earlier lapse. I had to correct my overly indulgent thoughts about her. After all, I prided myself on being a gentleman. A saber? LD looked puzzled at the unfamiliar term, perhaps thinking it was a weapon meant for horses. She eagerly nodded. Young master, you truly are remarkable. But why design something like this if you don't ride in a battle? Humph, do you underestimate me? As a passionate youth of the great Tang, I should dedicate my life to the martial arts, expanding the territories of our great nation and contributing to its prosperity, I declared, my voice growing hoarse from my prolonged discourse. Yes, I'm listening, young master. Please continue, LD urged, her starry eyes wide open, entirely alert now. A stark contrast to her earlier drowsiness. Never mind, I'll go take a bath, I said, shooting her a stern glance as she neared the door. It isn't polite to doze off while someone else is speaking, do you understand? Oh, young master, wait. I'll fetch more hot water for you. It's almost midnight, and you have lessons tomorrow, she replied, her face brightening as she rushed to lead me to the bathing room. To my surprise, once I became fervent about my ideas, I found myself presenting my advanced theories to LD for several hours. I felt a twinge of guilt. It had been a long time since I had held such a meeting, and I missed the fervor of those discussions. There was merit in such gatherings, especially when one could engage in hours of discourse without fatigue. Upon arriving at the Gaoyang mansion, a familiar servant greeted me warmly. Ah, ISNT this young master F. Ing. It It has been a while since you last visited the estate. How delightful to see you again. It seemed I was quite well liked. This servant was adept at flattery, regaling me with tales of my supposed fame in Zetian, his words almost blurring into a haze of admiration. Indeed, he would make an excellent hall manager in a modern setting, while my loyal servant, F. Ing Ch. Ing, could merely aspire to be a security chief. As I followed the servant through the corridor, I sensed something amiss upon reaching the back hall. Someone was making peculiar noises. Was LK practicing martial arts at such an hour? Just as I was about to step inside, the servant abruptly blocked my path. What was the meaning of this? I questioned, perplexed by his almost unreasonable behavior, my eyes narrowing in irritation. With a forced smile, the servant explained, "Young master, you might want to wait. His Highness may be taking a nap." "What? Do you think me a fool?" I retorted, glaring at the servant before raising my voice. "WID, I have arrived." My call echoed like thunder, shaking the remnants of snow outside. Inside, I heard a peculiar crowing sound, followed by a delicate gasp. My eyes widened in disbelief. LK was engaging in such activities in broad daylight? How utterly disgraceful. It seemed that forming a brotherly bond with this scoundrel would tarnish my reputation as a fine young man. Chapter 54. The Birth of the Treasured Blade Brother. "Do not come in. I have pressing matters to attend to," I heard him say, his voice trailing off in a melodious, almost pitiful manner. I cursed this lecherous royal under my breath. My acute hearing caught the sound of playful cooing, coupled with LK's laughter, a true beast. Observing the servant's awkward grin, I wave him off dismissively. No need for explanations. Just inform His Highness that I will wait for him in the front hall. But do not let it take too long. The servant's expression was curious, a mix of laughter and tears, but I had no time to ponder his odd demeanor. I wandered around the prince's garden, littered with remnants of snow. Nothing particularly captivating, save for a couple of blossoming winter sweet trees. I considered picking a few for LD, but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Arriving at the front hall, I was greeted by a maid who took my cloak and offered me a warming hand warmer and hot tea. A beautiful maid in palace attire played a delicate tune on the guqin, the sound pure and refreshing. I savored the melody, though it paled in comparison to the allure of the musician herself. Fortunately, LK did not keep me waiting long. In no time, he appeared, slightly disheveled yet invigorated. "Brother, what brings you here today? We parted just yesterday, and here you are again," he said, his face still flushed, confirming my earlier suspicions. "This design I have created is intended as a gift for Uncle L, and I sought your advice," I replied, quickly retrieving the sketches I had nestled within my garments, handing them to the recently engaged rogue, who had a knack for corrupting the ears of innocent youths. "Oh, I am eager to see what new invention our esteemed friend has devised," LK said, wiping his forehead and examining the paper intently, his gaze unwavering. His expression was rich and varied. I suspected his reactions during his earlier activities could not compare to the excitement he now displayed. "Brother, this is not a horizontal blade, is it?" LK asked, gingerly placing my design upon the table, circling it several times before leaning in closer, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. "Indeed, it is not. To be precise, it is a Tang Dao," I proclaimed, lifting my chin proudly. With just a few words of explanation, LK quickly grasped the significance of this curved military blade, recognizing its potential for innovation and advancement. A Tang Dao, a new weapon of the great Tang. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he grasped my hand tightly, speechless in his excitement. "Brother, do you believe this could enhance the might of our cavalry?" I feigned nonchalance, yet I could see how deeply my invention had moved this exuberant young prince. "Do we have a prototype? I am eager to see it." Liku's hand kept reaching towards me, and I hurriedly intercepted this old rogue's advances. "Brother," I said, "I have come for this very matter." I sighed regretfully and pointed to the design, explaining this item could easily be crafted by any blacksmith out there. Liku exhaled with a loud breath, his tiger-like eyes widening as if I had just seduced his concubine. This object must not fall into the hands of ordinary people. It should await the trials of our great Tang military. After a lengthy discourse, Liku finally understood, his eyes glancing at the empty purse hanging at my waist. His laughter genuine. "How absurd. Just because I lack funds doesn't mean I am unable to contribute. This trinket is originally intended as a gift for your uncle. Am I expected to pay for it? Of course, that was merely a trivial reason. In reality, I feared that our precious Tang Dao's design might be pilfered by foreigners. How small-minded of him to underestimate my noble intentions. Before I could utter a few scathing remarks in indignation, Li Ku had already softened, quickly grasping my hand with sincerity. Ah, Brother Jun, do not be hasty. I'm not mocking you. Rather, I am grateful for your generous gesture in hosting me today. Allow me to prepare myself. And shortly I will visit the Ministry of Works to enlist He Jiang to forge this Tang Dao. All expenses shall be borne by me. With such a declaration, I felt my pride intact, and I graciously cupped my hands towards Li Ku. Truly, you are a wise and valiant gentleman, considerate of your friends. Since you are making such sacrifices for the military advancement of the Tang, I too shall not lag behind. Gulme, let me elucidate the key aspects of this item as fabrication. Riding atop a spirited steed, I gallantly made my way towards the prince's domain. 2 newly forged blades at my side, one for personal use and the other a gift for Li Shu. Li Ku, in a frenzy, had ordered 6 blades, claiming he wished to practice with a new weapon and develop innovative techniques to enhance the military prowess of our Tang Dynasty. As a scion of the Tang elite, I felt it was my duty to assist him. After considerable effort, I managed to extricate 1 blade from Li Ku's grasp for my personal protection. Dressed in heavy leather armor, I arrived at the garden for my first meeting with Li Shu, spotting the towering figure of the burly guard, Zhao Kun, from afar. Upon noticing the blade at my waist, Zhao Kun displayed an unflattering smile. Ah, is this not young Master Fong? Please, my master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. His courteous demeanor indicated noticeable improvement since our last encounter, suggesting he had received stern admonishment from Li Shu. Leaving my horse at the garden entrance, I strolled forward. Zhao Kun's gaze fixated on my blade, which encouraged me to walk with even greater confidence. Upon entering a uniquely elegant chamber, I found Li Shu reclining on a soft couch, sipping wine while listening to music. Clearly, he had been waiting for some time. As I approached, he looked up, smiling warmly and beckoning me over. Ah, my dear nephew, come here. I hunted a bear yesterday, and today you are in for a treat. Feigning surprise, I observed Li Shu's pride as he gestured for Zhao Kun to unveil the bear skin prominently displayed, exclaiming, the other day, while hunting north of the city, this beast barged in, startling my mount. Thankfully, my archery skills remained sharp, and I managed to shoot it down with 3 arrows. Li Shu's enthusiasm was palpable, and I could not help but admire his prowess. What a magnificent bear! I exclaimed, utterly a loss for words to express my admiration for my uncle. Who would have thought that he could both stabilize the nation with intellect and possess such martial prowess, rivaling the legendary archer Li Fei of the Han Dynasty? I found myself shamelessly extolling his virtues, causing Li Shu to blush with pride. To my surprise, the palace maid was also present, remaining in the corner, covering her abdomen with a delicate hand, blushing as she gazed at the ceiling in a familiar pose. Zhao Kun appeared somewhat unsettled, his complexion pale as if he were on the verge of vomiting. Ignoring his reaction, I promptly seated myself on the low couch and offered a toast to Li Shu, eagerly anticipating the exquisite palace liquor that I had long desired. After 3 cups, Li Shu wiped his mouth, his gaze drifting towards my waist, and I could sense my moment was drawing near. Come here, maid, a crisp voice interrupted my thoughts, halting my actions. The palace maid, with her graceful figure swaying gently, her long skirt trailing behind, was a sight to behold, evoking images of siren capable of driving men to madness. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and I could almost feel the heat radiating from her. For a long moment, all I could hear was her slightly hurried breath. My eyes, like radar, remained fixed on her lovely face, undeterred by the cough of an oblivious fool trying to break the spell of beauty that held me captive. Young Master Fong, the maid called, her bright eyes locked onto mine, revealing glimpses of pearly teeth between her full, crimson lips. As if responding instinctively, I murmured an affirmation, glancing down just in time to see the maid offering me the unsheathed blade. Thank you, I stammered, swallowing hard to maintain my composure. The maid's gaze brushed against mine, leaving me unable to discern whether her expression was one of shyness or an invitation to engage with this young man. She then lowered her head, standing quietly by my side, resembling a delicate green butterfly, sweet and charming. Dear uncle, I am truly honored by your hospitality, yet I feel a sense of unease, fearing I may not live up to your expectations. Recently, inspiration struck me unexpectedly, and I thought, after all, he is a prince and also my elder. Before I could finish my flattery or present my gift with due reverence, Li Shu's keen eyes darted toward me, and he swiftly seized the blade from my grasp. What is this? Li Shu's eagerness to examine the weapon reminded me of a scene from a martial arts novel, perhaps titled The Lover and the Blade. His actions and expressions mirrored the essence of a character from a Gaoyang tale, gently caressing the exquisite hilt as if it were a lover's hand. His gaze lingered upon it, reminiscent of someone gazing at their beloved. Such descriptions felt overly sentimental, yet Li Shu's intensity was disconcerting. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn, its gleaming edge flashing in the light, revealing a sleek, glistening long sword before Li Shu's eyes. Excellent, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His handsome face contorting with emotion as he stepped forward, a fierce expression overtaking him. Alarmed, I instinctively retreated several paces, assuming a defensive stance, wondering if he intended to cleave me in two. I am but an upright citizen. Li Shu, undeterred by my trepidation, strode purposefully outside, with Zhao Kun trailing closely behind, casting a curious glance at me as they passed. I, on heightened alert, turned my head and was met by a beautiful face. A stray strand of hair falling delicately across her forehead, her deep, dark eyes sparkling with brilliance. The palace maid tugged gently at my sleeve, her eyes urging me to follow her outside and witness what Li Shu was up to. To my surprise, I comprehended her intent and promptly made my way to the door. Li Shu was engaged in a sword dance, executing thrusts, slashes, and cuts with every movement, each strike accompanied by a thunderous shout, reminiscent of a battle cry that stirred my blood. Yet, his movements were somewhat rigid, and employing sword techniques for a blade felt rather awkward. As someone influenced by the artistic and dynamic spectacles of films like The Assassins and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I felt compelled to step in and offer guidance. However, I refrained, knowing it would embarrass Li Shu. As Uncle Li concluded his practice, I immediately erupted in fervent applause, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly splendid! Uncle's swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. Even if it falters, he remains a prince, deserving of commendation." It seemed that the rough-faced guard was also influenced by the atmosphere, his face flushing with excitement as he clapped vigorously. The sound of applause resonated deeply, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Uncle Li, in high spirits, sighed while caressing his blade. Had we possessed this earlier, how much blood could our soldiers of the Great Tang have spared? Uncle Li truly understood me, and unable to resist such admiration, I adopted a skilled demeanor and clasped my fists, declaring, "Since Uncle speaks so highly, I shall not be modest. However, I request that you step back a bit. I fear my blade's energy might inadvertently harm you, and that would be an unforgivable sin." Chapter 56. Tang Taizong and Fangong's Inquiry. I stood before the house, having discarded my fur cloak inside. After stretching my limbs, I tightened my belt and lifted the treasured sword, feeling its weight, slightly over 4 pounds, remarkably light and agile. My fingers, carefully gripping the hilt, ensured a secure hold. The sword's center of balance was just above the hilt, perfectly designed for effortless wielding. I raised my head, inhaling deeply, filled with fervor, and lifted the gleaming blade to the sky. In that moment, I felt the spirit of Fu Hongxue possess me. With a fierce roar, I charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, a powerful downward slash, a slicing attack, a horizontal cleave, a crescent moon strike, a cross annihilation cut, a moonlit slash, the blood shadow blade, and the shattered dream blade, striking down any foe, be they divine or Buddha. Uncle Li's mouth hung agape in astonishment, while the rough-faced guard stood resolutely, fiercely guarding Uncle Li with his sword drawn, displaying unwavering loyalty. A palace maid, whose whereabouts were unknown until now, peeked from behind a pillar, revealing a beautiful yet perplexed expression. In the next moment, the spirit of Li Xiaolong emerged, moving with an ethereal grace, a chilling aura surrounding him, accompanied by eerie, ghostly cries, appearing and disappearing within a cloud of darkness. The chaos of flying sand and stones, eclipsing the sun and moon, would not be an exaggeration. Ultimately, my blade struck a millennium-old tree, and despite my efforts, I found myself unable to withdraw it. Exhausted, I clung to the tree branch, gasping for breath, wiping the sweat from my brow. Upon raising my gaze, I realized the audience had multiplied tenfold. Uncle Li stood under the eaves, flanked by at least a dozen guards, all looking dusty, some with dried leaves stuck in their hair, their expressions a mixture of fear and bewilderment, staring at me with wide eyes. Their swords half drawn in a defensive stance. Feeling something was amiss, I quickly glanced down, noticing my clothes were frayed, as if my blade's energy had indeed manifested. Surveying my surroundings, aside from a massive tree that had ensnared my treasured sword, all the other trees had been cleaved in half, leaving a pile of firewood. Uncle Lee no longer needed to chop wood for kindling. Uncle Lee was the first to applaud, breaking the tense silence. He instructed the guards to clear the fallen branches and leaves. The rough-faced guards struggled mightily to extract my sword from the tree, finally handing it back to me. Panting heavily, giving me a thumbs up, young Master Fong possesses considerable strength. As for the other techniques, the guard merely shook his head, a look of reluctant admiration on his face. I chose to ignore such remarks, as the palace maid adorably wrinkled her nose in suppressed laughter. Earning a smile from her was worth it, so I disregarded Uncle Lee's sardonic comments and indulged in 3 cups of fine wine first. Indeed, this sword was far more potent than a sword in combat. Uncle Lee was quite pleased, incessantly stroking the blade and chattering about its merits. If my nephew were to serve in the military, he could surely slay generals and seize flags, capturing enemy leaders with ease. Uncle Lee's praise was undoubtedly flattering, bordering on sycophantic, yet I graciously accepted it, for I could not disregard Uncle Lee's esteem. As we exchanged modesties, we feasted on hearty meat and drank copiously. Uncle Lee shifted the topic to military matters, continuing our previous discussion that had begun at Wenyunshian. This time, I finally discerned what the palace maid at the nearby table was writing. It was a transcription of my conversation with Uncle Lee. I was astounded, nearly choking on my wine, not expecting my talents to be so esteemed that Uncle Lee would take the effort to document our dialogue for future reflection. Yet, one regret lingered. If it were not Uncle Lee, but the emperor engaging in such banter, then beyond Tang Taizong Wei Gong's inquiry, history might have also recorded Tang Taizong and Fong Gong's inquiry. Glancing at Uncle Lee, I instinctively shook my head, sighed, and mused on the wastefulness of it all. My gaze lingered on the palace maid's beautiful face, recalling the saying, "Whether I look up, down, left, or right, I find delight in every glance." Huh? What do you mean by that, dear nephew? Uncle Lee, deeply engrossed in recounting the exploits of renowned generals of the early Tang Dynasty, was momentarily taken aback by my interjection, his expression reflecting confusion. He glanced between me and the palace maid, uncertain if he should take my words as a suggestion that he was too old for such pursuits. I wasn't paying attention to what Uncle was saying. Uncle Lee continued, "I was just talking about the valor of Yuqi Jingde, who triumphed over the Qi King 3 times. Yet, just as he was about to retire, you mentioned it was a waste." Uncle Lee, though patient, displayed a slight twitch in the corner of his eye. Should I tell Uncle Lee why he was not the emperor? I feared my words might provoke him to retaliate with my own treasured sword, inflicting grievous harm upon me. I feigned nonchalance. I merely meant it is a waste for such experienced generals to retire after decades of battle. Uncle Lee raised his cup, and I promptly refilled it, as he stroked his well-groomed beard and continued. Later, Qin Xiong fell ill after countless battles, having fought over 200 skirmishes and shed a significant amount of blood. By the 12th year of Jingguan, he ultimately succumbed to his illness. After his death, he was posthumously granted the title of governor of Shuzhou and conferred the title of Duke of Hu. What a pity! I often feel that these departed ministers linger in my thoughts, visiting me in dreams. Uncle Lee's expression turned somber, his tone mournful, as his gaze seemed to pierce through time, wandering through memories of the past. I felt a pang of guilt, hastily stuffing a piece of bear paw into my mouth. The taste was delightful, yet I must not reveal my expression. I focused intently on Uncle Lee, savoring the flavors of this protected species, unable to discern whether it was the heel or soul, only knowing it was delicious. Tsietse 57 Saoun's Minsa, Itios. You mentioned wastefulness, didn't you? I would love to hear your insights, dear nephew. Uncle Lee, having vented his emotions, finally returned to the main topic, sincerely pouring me another drink. I was deeply moved and felt that not drinking 3 cups would be a disservice to Uncle Lee's kindness. Indeed, I was simply rambling, Uncle. Please do not take it to heart. I discreetly shifted my somewhat weakened legs, regretting my earlier display of swordplay. I should have conserved some energy for a hasty retreat. My dear nephew, you truly are my son. Uncle Lee almost swallowed the wine jar in his excitement, his robust hands grasping me tightly. Hearing my mention of military academy, sparked a realization within him, though he could not quite grasp its significance. My explanation left him so fervent that he could hardly contain himself, rising from his seat and pacing around the low couch, muttering to himself in a trance. Originally, Uncle was quite pleased. Just moments ago, his expression had frightened my little nephew to the point of nearly fleeing in panic. I am a straightforward person, and I speak candidly. Surely, my dear nephew is aware of the matter regarding the alliance with Tubo. Uncle Lee raised his cup once more, and I found myself staring blankly at the 5-gene jar of wine tilted beside the couch. 1, 2, 3. Am I truly inebriated, or is it something else? It all seems to point to 4. Perhaps my tone lacked decisiveness. Uncle Lee then inquired, "Do you disagree with His Majesty's decision?" His tone was quite neutral, as if he were merely making an offhand remark. Disagree? I stroked my chin, took a sip of wine, and chewed on the bear paw meat. In truth, my inner thoughts were quite conflicted. Oh, I would be most interested to hear my nephew's esteemed opinion. Uncle Lee said, his demeanor forthright. My glass was still half full, and he eagerly refilled it for me. As for the reasons to agree, there are many. Our Tang Dynasty is fraught with peril, surrounded by formidable neighbors. The Hushy corridor lies under the watchful gaze of Tubo, while to the north, the Turks pose a direct threat to the heartland of our Tang. In comparison, we must first yield and recruit Tubo as an ally, sending spies to ascertain their strength and explore the possibility of internal sabotage. We must seize this opportunity to focus our military efforts on the north. I took another sip of wine and continued. The troubles from the north are numerous. One could say as abundant as the stars in the sky. My dear nephew's reflections are not without merit. They align with my own thoughts. Uncle Lee remarked with a sense of appreciation, mimicking my gesture of stroking his chin while taking a sip of wine. What ails us, the northern troubles? As I spoke, my eyes began to redden. Why? Who am I? A fervent patriot, steeped in education of nationalism for decades, filled with concern for my country and its people, striving to achieve great things for the nation. What is a fervent youth? Surely, everyone knows. Throughout the history of our Han ethnicity, at every moment of national crisis, have we not been troubled by northern invasions? The Hu people insulted us. The dogs of Rome breached Zhou, and Qin suffered the humiliation of the Xiongnu. The Emperor Gaozu of Han faced the Xiongnu for 7 days in disgrace, and Jin endured the loss to the captive emperor. My voice grew louder, akin to a heated argument, leaving Uncle Lee astonished. As he watched me rage at the bear paw meat on the table, spittle flying, I continued. The Sui faced humiliation from Goguryeo, and now our Tang still contends with the threat of the northern Turks, not to mention the dangers from the south and west. Wait a moment, I suddenly felt a bit clearer. How did I leap 300 years into the future? Uncle Lee remained wide-eyed in shock. Was it my foresight that astonished him, or was it my fierce spirit? The alcohol had taken hold of me, and I was spiraling into drunken madness, rolling up my sleeves and adopting a sorrowful, indignant scholar's pose. In years past, I lamented the fate of Wang Zhaojun, whose beauty and grace were tainted by the dust of the Hu. With the borders in unrest, what does the court celebrate with accolades? The clouds and cranes call from beyond Tian Shan. The setting sun weeps by the dark waters. The eastern winds whisper along the paths of the green tombs, and the fallen blossoms still resemble the spring of Han. As my words echoed, the sound of something crashing to the floor startled me, nearly causing me to stumble into the low table. Who was the scoundrel that interrupted my poetic fervor? Raising my gaze, I noticed Uncle Lee's wine cup had fallen, spilling a pool of wine, and his expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, red turning to purple with a hint of green. His eyes fixated on me with a glint of ferocity. It dawned on me that the man across from me was not merely my classmate or a fellow youthful patriot. He was, in fact, the brother of the emperor who made such decisions. To recite such mockery before his kin could spell doom for me. Looking at Uncle Lee, I felt an overwhelming urge to weep. What had I done? Was I seeking death? Was I mocking Uncle Lee's brother, the Emperor Yuan of Han, who sent beauties to negotiate peace? The burly face guard behind Uncle Lee pointed at me, his expression one of horror, mouth agape to reveal a full set of white teeth, even exposing cavities in his molars. The 2 serving maidens trembled like twigs, huddled against the couch, while the palace maid covered her mouth, her eyes wide, her delicate fingers poised like a beautiful statue. It was too quiet, and my laughter came out sounding like a strangled rooster. The grimace on my face was perhaps more unsightly than tears. Chapter 58. The Wolf of Zhongshan and Mr. Donghua. Uncle Li pointed his delicate finger at me, opening his mouth to reveal his teeth but unable to produce a sound, presumably choked by his fury. I needed to devise a way to divert attention before Uncle Li could articulate my transgressions. Adopting a fearless demeanor, I proclaimed, "Uncle, I, your humble nephew, have 3 strategies to ensure our Tang remains free from peril for at least a century. I risked my life to present them today." I bowed, and the first strategic thought comparable to the development strategy of Longzhong began to emerge. Are you suggesting that the great Ming Dynasty, with its million-strong army, was vanquished by a tribe of less than 1,000,000? Uncle Li gasped, his eyes darkening. This was historical fact, a bloody reality, not mere boasting. The truth of history, whether past or yet to unfold, was too real, causing Uncle Li to wipe the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. What, then, is your foremost strategy? Uncle Li's focus was unwavering, his hands tightly clasped, his demeanor grave. The palace maid continued to write fervently, occasionally glancing up, and I could see the glint of insight in her eyes. What a clever woman our Tang has in abundance. Uncle Li's forehead glistened with sweat, his expression skewed, his hands twitching. Reduce the population and extinguish the households. The sound of the wine bowl clattering again startled me. Was Uncle Li having a stroke? Indeed, that strategy, Uncle. Do not think that the great Qing is cruel. This method could ensure their peace for hundreds of years. At this moment, my expression darkened, my gaze sharpened, and my teeth gleamed with a predatory light, as if I had transformed into an owl circling above countless corpses. Do you know why, every few decades, the Central Plains endure a great invasion from foreign tribes? Why is that? I care not whether they perish or not. It is of no concern to me. Uncle Li is neither the emperor nor chancellor. We are merely 2 idle men speculating. Uncle Li squinted at me, stroking his chin, his eyes gleaming with understanding, though still somewhat bewildered. Satisfied that this old fellow would struggle to respond, I took a sip of wine, clearing my throat. Surely, Uncle has heard the lament of the Shonu? We have lost the Chilean mountains, causing our livestock to dwindle. We have lost the Yinji mountains, leaving our women without color. Uncle Li spoke with great admiration for General Hua's spirit, showering praise upon him. Once Uncle Li's mood settled a bit, he sat down, waiting for me to speak. Only then did he say, "As for this middle strategy, if executed properly, it could prevent the Hu from stepping foot in the great river for a century." Oh, Uncle Li's interest piqued. He plopped down beside me. "My dear nephew, your intellect is boundless. You are truly worthy of being the heir of the Fong family." After a prolonged silence, having consumed 2 large cups of wine, I finally managed to gather my thoughts. Coughing twice, I adopted a serious demeanor and continued. The middle strategy indeed originates from the Hu people. I am merely borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. Oh, Uncle Li pondered for a long moment, still perplexed. Do you know what motivates the Hu people to invade the Central Plains? Savor my wine. I sensed that Uncle was now intrigued, and it seemed my life was no longer in peril. Their desires are nothing more than what they lack: gold, silver, wealth, salt, iron, and tea. Uncle Ali datailat extensively, listing numerous items, yet he failed to mention the crux of the matter. My dear nephew, are you withholding the key points? Uncle Li suddenly sensed something amiss, and, with a hearty laugh, gave me a pat on the shoulder that nearly knocked me off balance. I quickly softened my demeanor and smiled, reminding him, "Actually, Uncle, you mentioned it earlier. You just didn't pay attention. Had I mentioned it?" Uncle Li pondered, counting on his fingers. Gold, silver, women. Suddenly, he erupted, striking the table with such force that the soup splashed everywhere, causing me to nearly drop the bone I was gnawing on. My apologies. I became overly excited. My dear nephew, this strategy must be related to that person. Uncle, with his great intellect, had guessed correctly, and I hastily flattered him, hoping he wouldn't hold my earlier jibe against his brother. Do tell, do tell. You've piqued my interest, dear nephew. If you don't share your thoughts today, even if Lady Fong herself were to come and ask, I would never let you go. Uncle Li, with a beaming smile, poured himself 2 large cups and stroked his beard with laughter. Fear not, dear uncle. I shall certainly share everything. This strategy bears striking similarities to the upper strategy and was previously employed by General Hua of Han. Any tribe daring to oppose our great Tang must be slaughtered, their livestock seized, leaving them no means of survival. Perhaps my expression was too twisted as beads of sweat began to drip from Uncle Lee's forehead, and his once rosy complexion turned pale. To slay, seize, and annihilate is indeed a sound strategy. However, dear nephew, do these two tactics not transgress the natural order and violate humanity? Uncle, when the Xiongnu and Turks slaughter our Han men and abduct our wives and daughters, do they heed humanity? When Goryeo and Tubo invade our territories and seize our cities, do they consider the heavenly order? The concepts of heaven and humanity are but ethereal notions, devoid of substance. Do not mistake my words for mere folly, for I have a tale you might find enlightening. Are you familiar with the story of the Zhongshan wolf and Mr. Dongwa? The Zhongshan wolf and Mr. Dongwa? I believe I have heard of it. Uncle Lee's expression turned perplexed, and even the palace maid paused her writing, casting eager glances at me, hungry for knowledge. Allow me to recount. This is a tale even kindergarten children know, with moral significance rivaling that of Marxist texts. As a prince, you should not dismiss such a politically charged fable. With a sip of wine, he revealed a warm smile and picked up a bone to tap on the table. Once upon a time, during the spring and autumn period, the noble Zhao Jianzi of Jin led his entourage to Zhongshan for a hunt. Thus began the first adult fable lesson of the Tang Dynasty. At that moment, an elder leaning on a cane approached. Mr. Dongwa hurriedly asked the elder to mediate. After hearing the situation, the elder sighed and tapped the wolf with his cane, saying, "Do you not know that even tigers and wolves understand familial bonds? Why then do you betray those who have shown you kindness?" The wolf retorted, "He bound my hands and feet with ropes and buried me under heavy tomes, clearly intending to suffocate me in that airtight sack. Why should I not devour such a person?" The elder replied, "You both present valid arguments, and I find it hard to judge. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. If you can persuade Mr. Dongwa to place you back in the sack, I can testify to his malice towards you, thus providing you ample reason to consume him." The wolf, delighted by the elder's counsel, complied, unaware that it was walking into a trap, for both the elder and Mr. Dongwa awaited with swords drawn. Mr. Dongwa recounted the events to the elder, ultimately feeling sorrowful and regretful as he kicked the wolf's corpse, lamenting, "Heaven's benevolence was bestowed upon you, and I treated you with kindness, yet you returned it with enmity. My goodwill has been entirely squandered by you, wretched creature." The elder shook his head and laughed, saying, "I wish to ask, can man and beast be compared? Discussing virtue with a wolf, principles with a tree, and kindness with an ox, what relevance do these hold in matters?" The elder laughed heartily and departed, leaving Mr. Dongwa alone, staring blankly at the wolf's corpse. "My dear nephew, you deserve my respect." Uncle Lee finally stood up, adjusting his headpiece and solemnly bowing to me. A prince bowing to a mere child? Such a remarkable gesture. I dared not accept and hastily scrambled off the bed to support him, performing a deep bow in return. "Uncle, please do not honor me so. If my father were to find out, I would surely be hung at the gate come morning." "Ha ha! Come, sit down. I had thought you a person of great foresight and ambition, unwilling to be overshadowed." Uncle Lee held my hand tightly, and upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of fear. Did Uncle Lee truly suspect me of being a Tubo spy? Or was he concerned that I harbored discontent towards the harmonious society of the Great Tang and sought to overthrow it? Dear nephew, fret not. There is no need for explanations. I have an eye for discerning character." Uncle Lee flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly teeth, and I felt tears welling up. "Just teasing you. Who asked you to startle me time and again?" He chuckled heartily, his expression and voice brimming with joy. I was somewhat bewildered. What was his intent? One moment he was bowing, the next he was being cryptic. Was he viewing me as a revolutionary or as a national treasure? "Having spent time with you, my dear nephew, I find your temperament quite agreeable. I have come to believe your words, that you are a person of extraordinary talent, possessing both simplicity and cunning intellect." Uncle Lee seemed deeply moved, perhaps because I was the only one in the entire upper echelons of the Great Tang who was a time traveler. Yet, I still felt that I could not present my ideas to the entire court or the gentlemen of the realm. Uncle Lee gazed at me with a warm smile, his expression kind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this old fellow was up to no good. What was he plotting? It was audacious for him to critique me when his own brother was far less virtuous. First, he allied with the Hu people, swearing loyalty and pledging to slay horses in their honor. But soon thereafter, like a ferocious tiger, he turned on them. The Khan of Shili quickly became a lamb in the mouth of my comrade. Such swift retribution was indeed a prime example of breaching contract, law, and annihilating clans. Why not change slaughter to capture? After exterminating all tribes daring to challenge the authority of our great Tang, we could form a development corps from all those who surrendered and were captured, exiling them southward to cultivate the land and sustain themselves, thereby contributing to the development of the southern territories of the Great Tang. This could serve as a means of atonement for their transgressions. Alas, I had to propose an alternative solution. Uncle Li sat like a sage in meditation, his gaze lowered and mouth sealed, while I continued to eat and drink, accustomed to his antics. Ha ha ha. Dear nephew, this revised strategy is far more intricate than the previous one. Come, let us drink 2 more jars of wine. I shall not leave until we are both intoxicated. Uncle Li finally concluded his deliberation. After downing 3 cups, Uncle Li raised his eyebrows and spoke solemnly. The brilliance of this strategy surpasses the previous one. Oh, is Uncle Li perhaps overly fond of playing games of strategy? I stared at him in confusion. Nanzhao, this issue has long persisted, oscillating between our Great Tang and Tubo. However, our Tang army has seldom fought in such plague-ridden lands, which has allowed these minor threats to fester. Uncle Li's expression turned fierce, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his high nose arching like a hook, and his rows of sharp white teeth appeared ready to devour. Dear nephew, this development corps you propose. Uncle Li's demeanor shifted to one of kindness as he patted my shoulder. A large number of unyielding Hu people need only a small contingent of our elite troops dispatched to the southern regions to cultivate the land. Without war horses or bows, they would be as toothless tigers, would they not? Ha ha ha. Nanzhao is merely a thorn in our side. Dear nephew, I am truly delighted. Uncle Li exclaimed, laughter filling the air. Let's drink until we are inebriated. Hearing Uncle Li's praise, I felt a surge of elation. To have escaped the crisis of being metaphorically bisected and instead receive accolades was a testament to my intelligence. What is high intelligence, if not pure blood? What is genius, if not the ability to turn the tide and alter fate? All these labels seemed to fit me perfectly, and I reveled in my triumph. Chapter 60. Is this woman worthy? I express profound admiration for His Majesty the Emperor's policy of marital alliances, as the spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good is indeed commendable. Comrade Xiao Li's intention to marry off his daughter to a Tubo man is of no concern to me. He may do as he pleases, for he is merely blowing hot air, at most expending some saliva. Uncle Li, on the other hand, has expressed high praise for my grand scheme of marital alliances. Should the plan succeed, it would not only diminish the combat prowess of Tubo, akin to employing a well-crafted strategy, but could also incite internal strife within Tubo. Once chaos ensues, haha, Uncle Li's brothers are not to be trifled with. They are likely eagerly awaiting the squabbles among the Tubo populace. A sense of relief washes over me. Uncle Li possesses a generosity comparable to that of the 4 great oceans, which is truly comforting. I must drink to alleviate my anxiety. 1 or 2 jars simply won't suffice. At least a dozen or 20 would be appropriate. The revelry was such that it rendered the heavens and earth indistinguishable, the sun and moon obscured. With my round belly, I bid farewell to Uncle Li, and, while practicing my drunken boxing, I only realized something was amiss upon reaching the garden gate. What had I done? The Buddha of selling cakes. I had forgotten my business entirely. The memory of a Miss Chung, who bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Chung in my dreams, suddenly awakened my senses. The effects of the wine dissipated in a cold sweat, and I turned and fled, with even the burly guard Zhao Kun, who escorted me out, unable to stop me. Only to be left choking on the dust, I kicked up. As I dashed through the door, I caught sight of a palace maid kneeling before the couch, seemingly receiving instructions from Uncle Li, her cheeks flushed and shy. What was going on? Was the mischievous uncle harassing someone in broad daylight? No wonder he and Li Ku are related. Neither is of good character. Both are scoundrels. Ah, I chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to broach the subject. Uncle Li, knowing I had matters to discuss, deliberately made me run an extra trip, truly tormenting the flower of our nation. By the way, dear nephew, you haven't come merely to present this item to your uncle, have you? Uncle Li, with his keen understanding, playfully gestured to the military knife he had already affixed to his waist, asking so directly that I felt a bit embarrassed. He chuckled. Sit down and speak. You are indeed amusing, dear nephew. A few days ago, I heard from Kuer that you wish to meet with me. and I suspected you might have something to ask of me. Yet, though his words were directed at me, his gaze lingered on the palace maid. Look at that. So perceptive. Uncle Lee voiced all that I hesitated to say. I quickly responded, but I couldn't place the blame entirely on Uncle Chung. Should an indiscreet guard carry word of today's conversation to him, he'd be torn apart like a hand-torn chicken by that old scoundrel. No, this matter has nothing to do with Uncle Chung. I am merely a youth, though a wayward one. I harbor aspirations to contribute to the glory of the Tang Dynasty and often echo the words of Hans Huitzubing. How can one think of home when the Xiongnu remain unvanquished? The burly guard snorted, displaying a disdainful expression. Ha, young lad, take a cue from me. Oh, Uncle Lee appeared quite moved, although his expression seemed a bit off, staring blankly at the lacquered cup before him. How old are you this year, dear nephew? I am still underage, turning 16 with the coming of the new year. I replied, feigning innocence while suppressing my age. How nauseating to pretend to be youthful. Uncle Lee sipped his drink and asked, do you have a young lady in mind? His gaze held a hint of something, perhaps nervousness? No, I'm still young, not yet having undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. Besides, I am merely a good-for-nothing, often provoking my father to no end, so no respectable girl would set her sights on someone like me. Perhaps you are too modest, dear nephew. I have heard that all the ministers with daughters-in-waiting would wish to ally with the likes of Lady Fong. Even I, after witnessing your talents. How considered such a match? Uncle Lee chuckled, raising his brow at me in a playful manner. Who would dare jest with me? Is such humor appropriate? I quickly smiled. Uncle, please do not tease me. I implore you to assist me. Uncle Lee replied, indeed. I have a plan that could dissuade your father from the notion of marrying you off. His gaze flickered, yet it was evident that his words were sincere. I felt an overwhelming urge to embrace this understanding Uncle Lee, but sensing my intentions through my tearful eyes, he quickly distanced himself, clearing his throat. However, there is the matter of Lady Fong. Uncle Lee's expression appeared somewhat wary. Had he perhaps faced my mother's wrath before? Fear not, dear uncle. I am here to protect you. My mother may be strict with my father, but she dotes on me and provides for my every need. Even if I were to tear down the roof, she would still be lenient. Hearing this, Uncle Lee's face flushed slightly, and his expression twisted uncomfortably. The palace maid and guards nearby looked equally pained, their faces flushed. Akimuma, Unkla standing behind him, the burly Zhao Kuan remained motionless. But I caught a glimpse of his profile, red and black, as if he had been trapped in a steamer for too long. Uncle Lee glanced at the increasingly flushed palace maid, then turned to me. Well, dear nephew, the conversation has reached this point. If I do not assist you in this matter, I shall not be worthy of the Tang Dynasty. The palace maid bowed in response, and, as she passed by me, her sparkling eyes held a hint of shyness that brushed against my cheek, her exaggerated form evoking memories of phrases frequently uttered in the late 70s and early 80s, such as the waist of a wasp. The palace maid executed a graceful turn at the door, her skirt swirling like a butterfly. And I could not help but think, dear nephew, what for? Do you not see I am preoccupied? Dear nephew, are you angry? Uncle Lee seemed a bit vexed. What instructions do you have for me, uncle? I quickly turned to bow to him, feeling a sense of urgency. Is this young lady to your liking? Uncle Lee asked, smiling, as he tried to engage me in classical language. She's quite lovely, I replied, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, knowing that my earlier foolishness had likely been noticed by Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee's gaze was also peculiar, fixating on the palace maid's retreating figure. By the way, dear nephew, I must remind you that you promised today. If you go back on your word, do not blame me for being unkind. His eyes gleamed like a hawk, radiating cold light. Rest assured, uncle, though I am young, I understand that a man's word is his bond. I assured him, sweat beading on my forehead. Uncle Lee appeared reassured, stroking his beard and laughing heartily, looking at me with a different glimmer in his eyes. What was this old fellow up to? Fear not, dear nephew. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a good deed for you, ensuring that old Chung gives up any thoughts of marrying into your family. Uncle Lee's laughter grew more cheerful, and his gaze softened, causing a shiver to run down my spine, as if all the hairs on my body stood on end. Was Uncle Lee masquerading as Uncle Chung? I felt as if I were stepping onto a pirate ship. Chapter 61. The Path to Enlightenment. I heard a curious remark, casting a disdainful glance at the young child. What is a movie, you ask? It is nothing but a haphazard fabrication, a whimsical concoction that leaves the audience gaping in bewilderment, their mouths agape, which, I dare say, qualifies it as a good film. Furthermore, it boldly proclaims in grandiose lettering, any resemblance to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Of course, you have never heard of this. This tale, unearthed from the annals of history through extensive grassroots research and a wealth of historical records, has long been obscured by the dust of time. Quickly, the esteemed Jungu urged, amidst the collective encouragement of Li Ji and his cohort of high-ranking officials and their young counterparts. The radio version of Qian and Yuhan was officially performed at the end of the 14th year of the Jingguan era in the Tang Dynasty. Engrossed in storytelling, my enthusiasm knew no bounds. I gesticulated animatedly, my words flowing forth as I became one with the characters. Just as I envisioned myself, as the cinematographer, capturing the scene of Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian in the water barrel, I was startled by the collective gasps around me. Hearing the ancient tree spirit matriarch coercing Nie Xiaoqian to drain the vitality of others, while the sounds of indignation reverberated through the air. Another round of gasps echoed. Who dares to draw breath like that? There will soon be nothing left but gas, you ignorant little ones. Ning Kaichen gazed at Nie Xiaoqian, who remained hidden from the sunlight, and she returned his gaze, their eyes tangled in an unbreakable bond. In the urging of the brave hero Yen, they both understood that their fateful connection in this life had reached its end. A tragically beautiful tale unfolded, culminating in their poignant separation. As tears flowed from the eyes of the audience, to my great satisfaction, Li Ji's eyes glistened with emotion, and he continuously dabbed at his nose. Li Shu's eyes resembled those of a rabbit, her gaze wandering aimlessly, her lips pouting in confusion. What was she doing? I quietly moved closer, only to discover she was reciting the poem from earlier. What is my concern? I merely narrated this story. It has already transpired. How can I alter what has occurred? I am neither the king of hell nor the monkey king, capable of traversing realms to amend the scroll of life and death. While I retorted, I observed those 13 and 14-year-olds tumbling in the snow like playful monkeys. Alas, that group of elderly scholars seemed uncertain of their next move, crowding around the entrance of the academy, leaving us, the elite students, to languish in boredom. A gentleman such as I would never stoop to rolling in the snow. Unless no one was watching. Oh, how dreadfully dull. Is there nothing amusing to occupy our time? Li Ji lamented, sprawled over the table. I glanced at him, resembling a lifeless dog. Young as he is, look at his spirit, waning like a shadow. Just look outside at that lively gathering of youth. I sighed deeply, savoring a sip of hot tea. The elderly man's crisp voice chimed in. Are you not aging prematurely? Without hesitation, I knew it was that troublesome Li Shu. Is our dear June good destined to remain a bachelor? Li Ji jested, fanning the flames of mischief. You have vexed me to the point of speechlessness. Those two cunning royals shall eventually meet their reckoning. With a flourish of my sleeve and my head held high, I declared, I am a celestial being, endowed with divine powers, capable of manipulating the elements. No roadside fortune teller could ever compare to my exalted self. Brother Fong has quite the thick skin. Li Ji's voice was low but still reached my ears, prompting Li Ji to double over in laughter, devoid of princely decorum. Li Shu, covering her mouth like a little hen, cackled incessantly. What manner of individuals are these? My face flushed with indignation as I exclaimed, this is not mere thick-skinnedness. My celestial abilities can extract chestnuts from the fire and conjure flames from water. Chapter 62. Selling friends for glory. Am I truly that sort of person? Look at how this honest fellow has been misrepresented by this little gossip. Enraged, I retorted, how could a man of my stature deceive a mere girl? Li Shu, who detests this appellation, immediately flared up, jumping towards me like a little fighting chicken, her adorable nose nearly touching my chin. Dare you utter that again? Oomph. What did I call you just now? I tilted my gaze skyward, unfazed. Do not presume your status as a princess intimidates me. Very well. I shall wager with you. If I can ignite a flame using only this ice block. What then? I laughed in frustration, without red dye. Would I dare to open a dyeing shop? Good. Little Ji. I stood up, rolled up my sleeves, and declared I may tolerate many things, but I cannot bear to be belittled by a pretty girl, not even one with a dark psyche. Dear Junga, what are your commands? I shall obey. Li Ji, eager for excitement, was clever and nimble, a responsible companion. Come, let us go shave some ice, so these ignorant souls may witness the wonders of nature. I grabbed 2 coal shovels, handing one to Li Ji, who held it like a sword, and with an air of grandeur, we strode out of the classroom, directing a disdainful huff towards the 2 girls. A large crystalline block of ice. How lovely. I lifted it to test its weight, several pounds, fortunately with gloves on, for otherwise my fingers would freeze into little radishes within mere minutes. Do you see? This is formed from frozen water, correct? I raised an eyebrow at Li Shu. What are you waiting for? Ignite the fire. Li Shu disdainfully responded, making a noise through her nose. You troublesome girl. Soon, that group of young scholars crowded around us, their eyes wide with excitement, far more animated than they had been in class. Ignoring them, I continued with my ice-shaving endeavor, while guiding Li Ji on how to create a magnifying glass. Look, this isn't quite right. It needs to be shaved down more. The shape must be perfect. After much scraping, we finally achieved the desired form. I held it up to the sunlight, cautiously testing it with my now slightly numbed hands. Initially, there was no sensation. Wait, that burned. I almost developed a rash. Quickly, I withdrew my hand and blew on it, thinking at least I could manage to create a tiny speck of a freckle on Li Shu's face. Little Ji, I called. Yes, Li Ji responded eagerly. But as was customary, he prepared the paper and lifted his brush. Jungu is ready. Excellent, a promising scientific assistant. I mused, pondering the year. Oh dear. I forgot how to convert it. Continuing. In the winter of the 14th year of the Jingguan era of the Tang Dynasty, Feng Eai, gazing skyward, was inspired after long and arduous experimentation and extensive material research. Do not turn away. What is that expression on your face? If you keep that up, do not expect to see my celestial magic. That is more like it. Little Ji, forget the previous line. Where was I? Ah, yes. The ice is shaped into an elliptical lens, which I shall call a magnifying glass. If one directs sunlight through it onto combustible material, hurry, go fetch some feathers. Under my steady command, amidst the gasps and fervent admiration of the rising stars of the future Tang Dynasty, a thin plume of smoke gently rose from the feathers, igniting a spark from the water. In an instant, the entire room erupted in chaos, the students of the Tang Dynasty responding with wild exclamations. Some cried. Others prostrated themselves in awe, while others were swept away in fits of excitement. An overwhelming array of reactions. Principal Yin Shirgu sat stoically, his gaze locked onto me with a formidable intensity, while Li Ji stood beside me, his expression morose. The elderly scholars appeared as though they were on the brink of a breakdown, panting heavily as though they were henchmen in a magistrate's office. However, the elder Fu, seated alongside the principal, bore an unsettling aura, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Did you too cause this commotion? Principal Yin adjusted his long beard, his gaze imbued with authority. The exemplary figure of a fickle-minded individual, Li Ji, bore a countenance full of regret as he lifted his head and glanced at me under the scrutinizing gazes of several venerable scholars. He appeared intimidated and remained silent, inciting within me a desire to unleash my wrath upon him. What a character, seeking personal gain at the expense of friends. No wonder he could ascend to the throne. In Chapter 63, titled Reciprocal Teaching, we ponder the predicament of a student who acknowledges their wrongdoing. Caught in the act, outside lie a few others murmuring in mystique, lamenting that had they known, they would not have exhibited their esoteric skills in a crowded place, thus sparking my unwanted role as the centerpiece of a public denouncement. Old Xuan nodded approvingly at my submissive demeanor and the regret etched on my face. Taking a sip of tea before leisurely stating, I seldom remain in the academy. Yet I have heard that the second son of the Fong family, after recovering from serious illness, has become exceptionally perceptive. When he speaks, his words astonish. When he acts, he soars to great heights. Indeed, he has brought honor to our academy. Principal Yan's expression was benevolent, yet his tone held an undertone that felt somewhat ambiguous. How astonishing. When did I become so renowned, with all my senses fully operational? Could it be that I had previously suffered from nasal congestion or constipation? Surely, that would not fall under the realm of my senses. Yin Xiong and Fu Laotu exchanged knowing glances, with Fu Laotu discreetly winking at Principal Yin, who cleared his throat, abruptly halting the conversation. The two elderly gentlemen huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. As I pondered their exchange, I noticed them both sitting up straight. I even caught Fu Laotu winking at Principal Yin, who responded with a knowing smile. Earlier, Fong Jun, that feat of extracting fire from water, Might you perform it again for our esteemed scholars? I wish to expand my horizons. Concerned that the old fellows might wish to capture both the deed and the doer, the student hastily obeyed the command, dragging along the bewildered Li Ji, who stood beside me, his face a canvas of confusion. What now? Are we to make shaved ice? What shall we do, Jungo? Li Ji inquired anxiously, instinctively touching his head and glancing warily at me, who was engaged in the act of shaving ice. I shot him a fierce glare, causing the young lad to scramble away in fright. This isn't my fault, he exclaimed, his expression one of sorrow and helplessness. However, I had already discerned the essence of this insolent child. Is that so? I retorted, gritting my teeth while continuing to shave the ice. Li Ji, ever the sycophant, plastered a smile on his face, showering me with flattery. Enough, enough. Your praise gives me goosebumps. If you truly feel guilty, why not come over and lend a hand? Of course. I knew Jungo was magnanimous. He gushed, his words dripping with flattery. It seemed I harbored doubts regarding the educational approach employed by our emperor's family. Were it not for the constraints of my status, I would certainly pay a visit to the emperor's household to engage in a dialogue and offer critiques on their methods of child-rearing. After laboring for several moments, Li Ji, his demeanor dismal, lamented, if my father were to discover this, I would be in grave trouble. I glared at this spineless future emperor. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear what Mr. Fu just said? That was but half a statement, implying that should those old gentlemen take delight in my tricks, we can flatter them and perhaps escape this predicament. Indeed, Li Ji's eyes sparkled with understanding as he gave me a thumbs up. Truly, Jungo, your insight is unparalleled. I held my head high, proclaiming, what do I lack? I, Feng Eai, am well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Today, I merely showcase my most rudimentary skills. On another occasion, you shall witness my true abilities to summon clouds and command winds, which would undoubtedly astonish you. As Li Ji rambled on, his confidence buoyed. He worked with renewed vigor, noticeably faster than before, though his fingers felt painfully cold. By the way, what is Mr. Fu's role? I don't recall seeing him before. I inquired of Li Ji. Tilting his head in thought, Li Ji appeared puzzled. I believe I have seen him in the palace, but I cannot recall his specific duties. I shot him an exasperated glance, finding his previous question a waste of my breath. With wisps of smoke ascending, the feathers ignited once more, and the gasps of the assembled scholars echoed, just as loudly as those of the students. They trembled like frightened chickens, their eyes wide with astonishment. Principal Yin, embodying the poise of a leader, sat firmly as a mountain, though he tugged at his own beard, grimacing in pain. Fu Laotu nearly lay prostrate on the floor, watching as I used a magnifying glass to burn feathers, resembling an inquisitive child rather than a palace official. Very well, Feng Gongzi extinguished the flames. Principal Yan's voice was filled with urgency. With 2 swift stomps, I extinguished the pile of feathers, witnessing Principal Yan's eyes fixate on the ice magnifying glass in my hand. I quickly presented it to him. Principal, please take a look. Isn't this ice? Principal Yan's expression was perplexed as a group of elderly scholars crowded around, gingerly reaching out to touch it. This is indeed ice. What a silly question. Did he think I could effortlessly create such a large glass magnifying lens? Principal Yan's hands trembled slightly, likely due to the cold. He promptly placed the ice upon the table, rubbing his hands together and clearing his throat. Dear Feng Xinzi, this object, being formed from water, how can it ignite matter? I truly cannot fathom. Why must it be shaped thus? Fu Laotu, ever the astute observer, recognized the profound intricacies of my craft. How should I explain this? I pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should seize the opportunity. If these old fellows were entertained, they might let the matter slide, allowing me to escape the clutches of my father's wrath. Let us explain this from a physical perspective. Everyone knows that the sun emits light, correct? And it also generates heat. I pointed towards the sun, and the scholars nodded in agreement. Li Ji, that impudent child, what are you nodding about? The group of young children, previously standing outside in disgrace, now pressed their heads against the window, and I distinctly caught sight of Li Shu's beautiful eyes, her slender fingers adorned with crimson polish near her rosy lips. Were they worried? Perhaps they were concerned about their indecisive friend. Li Shu seemed to notice my less than innocent gaze and pouted disdainfully, exchanging a knowing wink. Ignoring her, I continued. Thus, when we stand beneath the sunlight, we feel warmth, right? Gradually, I embraced my role as a seasoned instructor, addressing a group of elementary school teachers eager for knowledge. With lively language and an engaging teaching style, I combined hands-on activities with practical applications. Under my guidance, every student who raised their hand to answer correctly was met with resounding applause and verbal praise, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and zeal. The thirst for knowledge in their eyes and my eloquent discourse swept away a legion of erudite individuals from the Tang Dynasty. In chapter 64, Li Dai Gaoyang, I cast a stern gaze at Li Ji, curious about his intentions. The morning's incessant chatter had left my vocal cords strained, rendering me mute before my peers. My hands trembled slightly as I copied the learning material repetitively, 10 times in total. Fortunately, the text was brief, but were I tasked with copying the 4 books and 5 classics, I would rather confess directly to my father, even if it meant enduring a painful fate. I believe you surpass those scholars significantly, Li Ji exclaimed, his adoring gaze fixed upon me as he danced around excitedly. Indeed, I replied, taking a sip of tea. This impudent child, the instigator of my misfortune, has only copied the material 5 times, while I, the one truly suffering, bear the brunt of this ordeal. Li Ji's envious glare directed at me was unmistakable. He was evidently jealous of my status as a prodigious student capable of teaching. The group of old scholars truly proved to be no match for me. In just a few moments, they were utterly captivated by my talent. Old Fu was quite excited, even kindly patting my shoulder, wishing to engage with me as an equal. Gazing at his weathered face, resembling tree bark, I firmly rejected his overture. Nevertheless, he was relentless, persistently inquiring if I had time to discuss philosophical matters. What philosophy? The history of biological evolution or nuclear physics? I, an elite and extravagant individual, far too occupied indulging in life's pleasures, had no time to engage with someone whose gaze felt as if it could dissect me. Ultimately, my punishment amounted to a profound self-reflection, followed by the requirement to transcribe the school rules 10 times, after which the matter was conveniently forgotten. I felt fortunate for my eloquence, a testament to my years of experience in the teaching profession. My self-critique was remarkably insightful, captivating the old men to the point where Principal Yin nearly took notes to use it as a model for future reflections. None of those old scholars were benevolent. They not only watched the show for free, but also compelled me to transcribe that wretched school rule before they finally let me go. The younger students, who had witnessed my daring feat, now gazed at me with an almost fervent intensity, making me feel somewhat guilty, fearing they might tear my clothing like modern-day cinephiles seeking souvenirs. It was quite chilly, and I certainly did not wish to wander the academy in a state of undress. If only you were a teacher, Li Ji said, gazing at me with longing. I nodded solemnly, considering that if your imperial father were to appoint me as your instructor, I would first indulge in the pleasure of administering a few lashes to you, the fickle child. A curious look injected itself into Li Ji's eyes. How do you know? The crowning ceremony, or Guanli, typically occurs when a boy reaches the age of 15 or 16. Regardless of the specifics, any male between the ages of 15 and 20 may participate in this rite. I learned this by chance while overhearing the old scholar's casual conversations. Ah, sister, what are you up to? I inquired, sensing her curiosity about Li Ji. Li Ji, feeling wronged, huffed in protest. Li Shu glanced at the ceiling, her expression perplexed, seemingly unfazed by Li Ji's defense. What was her intent? Hearing Li Ji's secret had me on high alert. What are you trying to find out? Does it concern you? Li Shu retorted. She had been avoiding eye contact with me lately. Was she afraid of my righteous gaze? If that were the case, why did she continue to saunter before me each day? Li Ji sighed deeply, pondering what this little rascal was up to. Yun, my father has decided on a marriage alliance, he declared gravely. Li Shu's cheeks flushed, and she cast a glance at me, suddenly paling. Was this little girl changing her demeanor? Hey, Brother Jun, I'm trying to discuss something with you. Why are you unresponsive? Li Ji's irritation was palpable. It felt disrespectful. Feigning profundity, I squinted and nodded, as expected. Li Ji exclaimed in surprise, mirroring Li Shu's astonished expression. What do you mean? I smirked, knowing this had all been part of my calculations. However, as it stands, the only eligible princess remaining is my sister. Li Ji grew anxious. Why the rush? Can't you see I am busy calculating? Silently pondering, my right hand stroked my smooth chin while my left hand gestured mysteriously. Glancing sideways at Li Shu, I noted her troubled expression. Though she averted her gaze from me, Her petite and adorable ears perked up. "Brother Jun, please speak." Li Zi urja impatiently. The matter seemed daunting yet simple, as easy as flipping a hand. Li Ji rolled his eyes. "Brother Jun, please be serious. This is important." "Then you must ask your sister if she fancies that country bumpkin," he whispered, lowering his voice. From a distance, Li Shu strained to listen, her eyes glaring at me in disdain as she maintained her regal composure. "Humph, you think I would eavesdrop? This girl was just putting on a brave front." Li Ji appeared confused. "What do you mean by country bumpkin?" "Cough, you misheard. I meant the local landowner, Songzan Ganbu," I clarified hastily. "The landowner, Songzan Ganbu," Li Ji repeated, his expression shifting as he grasped the connection. I felt a chill run down my spine, realizing the implications of such a nickname. This matter could not be taken lightly. I needed to divert the conversation to avoid potential trouble with Li Ji's imperial father, should he hear of this. Li Ji chuckled conspiratorially. "Brother Jun, please enlighten me. What else is there to say? You must first ask your sister whether she would consider marrying that man." "Oh, sister. Brother Jun wants to know if you would marry Li Ji," I began, but my voice faltered. "What?" Li Shu's face burned as if thrust into a furnace, her eyes glistening as she glared at Li Ji, casting a fleeting glance at me that was tantalizing. "Would you marry that old man from Tubo?" Li Ji seemed to relish my discomfort, his mischievous grin betraying his intentions. I stroked my chin, bemused by Li Ji's antics, questioning what these two royal offspring were scheming. "Does your sister have someone she likes?" I surveyed the surroundings, relieved that Green Butterfly was not lurking by the window, and the old scholars were huddled in another room, warming themselves. It seemed my refreshing teaching method had left a lasting impression on them. "Brother Jun, what are you implying?" Li Ji's eyes darted around. "Isn't it obvious? Your sister doesn't wish to go to Tubo. With a little strategy, I can facilitate matters, but I must first assess your sister's situation." Li Ji's expression turned peculiar. "Oh." He scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. "My sister doesn't allow me to speak of such things." "Let me know my sister indeed has someone she likes," he added, though it seemed he hesitated. "Whoever it may be, it doesn't matter. As long as she has someone. She won't need a journey to Tubo to serve as a statue in a temple," I mused. Although this girl often tested my patience and neglected her debts, she was a decent person and quite lovely. Marrying an international friend would be a tremendous waste. Reflecting on her charming appearance, with both beauty and grace, I thought if she could be a touch gentler and more ladylike, she would surely captivate many. Suddenly, I slammed my hand on the table. "This has to happen. Considering this little girl still owes me money, I shall assist her to avoid a future chase for interest." Chapter 65. The Imperial Edict Arrives. Li Ji imitated my gesture of stroking my chin, nearly poking himself in the nose. "Brother Jun, what are you doing? Fool! Why not have your sister charm your father? Claiming she has someone special, weeping and pleading for marriage? Then your father could devise a plan to take a daughter from one of his brothers to send to Tubo as a bride for that local nobleman. Wouldn't everything be resolved?" Li Ji's expression was one of astonishment, as if he were about to kiss my feet, gripping me tightly. "Brother Jun, you are truly brilliant. I can hardly find the words to express my admiration. Should I encounter difficulties in the future, I will surely seek your guidance." The conversation was rather mundane, merely a discussion among friends aimed at mutual improvement. To my surprise, Li Ji appeared eager to take on a mentor. I feared I was destined to become a mere nail in the wheel of history. Nonetheless, I felt a surge of joy as I thought of Li Ji, who grew increasingly pleasing to my eyes. Today, I insisted on treating him to a drink, vowing that we would not return until intoxicated. With a grand gesture, I instructed him to remember that he need not thank my sister. All I required was the repayment of a mere 20 coins, principal and interest included. "What do you mean?" I inquired, genuinely curious about what my sister had done. In a rather playful manner, I leaned over the desk, momentarily resting my head there, recalling the saying that in winter, a warm hearth is the best place for slumber. Yet, just as I was about to drift into sleep, Li Ji intruded, asking, "Brother Jun, may I pose a question? Can you not see I am preoccupied?" I retorted, irritated by the disturbance. "It's merely a small question. Who is Sun Wukong? And who is Tang Sung?" "Sun Wukong is his master. Are you satisfied now?" I snapped, ready to give him a reprimand. The conversation was lengthy, likely to take days to fully recount, as we discussed the myriad trials and tribulations faced. As we left school, two royal relatives engaged in casual banter as we approached the gate of the estate. To my surprise, I found Uncle Fong anxiously peering around. "Who are you referring to?" I asked, struggling to comprehend his words. Have you not met Her Highness the Princess, the young prince, and the second young master? Please, enter swiftly. The master, madam, and an envoy from the palace await you in the front hall. Uncle Fong hastily informed Li Ji, who promptly relayed the message to me. Why did it take you so long to return home? Did Fong Cheng not call for you? Green butterfly, quickly take the second young master to change his clothes. Came the command, as my mother, who was not in the hall but waiting by the pond outside, seized me and began to chatter away. Her expression was peculiar, oscillating between joy and disappointment, rich in complexity. Green butterfly eyed me with a strange look, a mix of excitement and trepidation. What was amiss with his family? Mother, what is going on? I inquired, eager to understand. The emperor has issued a decree for you, you rascal. Hurry and prepare yourself. My mother scolded, delivering a swift slap to my forehead before pushing me towards the oddly behaving green butterfly and heading to the hall. I breathed a sigh of relief, my gait returning to normal, as I realized green butterfly was not implying anything sinister. Her tone suggested this was not a bad matter. Receiving the imperial edict, a personal letter from the nation's leader, stirred an overwhelming excitement within me. As I entered the hall, I nearly stumbled, fortunately steadied by my mother. I knelt, grinning like a fool, unsure of what to do next, consumed by exhilaration. An ageless eunuch read the classical text with his high-pitched voice, and though I struggled to comprehend, the gleaming eyes of my parents indicated the emperor was praising me in his letter. As anticipated, green butterfly leaned against the window's sill, her head peeking out, her large, dark eyes blinking with curiosity. Soon, more heads appeared at the window, and I shot an annoyed glare at the onlookers. However, my futile attempt at intimidation was met with giggles from the girls outside. My mother promptly chastised me from behind. Behave. I decided to let it go, resolving to deal with those mischievous girls another time. Is it over? I gazed up at my mother, who had reached for me. Wasn't there supposed to be formalities about receiving the decree? Shouldn't there be proclamations of long life, as seen in dramas? Her response was another slap. Get up. You need to receive the emperor's decree. My mother smiled at the bewildered envoy. The envoy soon took his leave, and, as my parents escorted him out, I remained frozen, still holding the edict, when I noticed a woman, a palace maid dressed in a delicate pink gown, approached gracefully and bowed before me. I am Wu Zhao, your servant. Greetings, my lord. Chapter 66. Overjoyed to the point of distress, my hands flailed as I looked around, relieved that Uncle Li was not a ninja from the east who might leap out to frighten me. The emperor had granted me a maid as a concubine, and her voice was as soft as the waters of spring, yet the content of her words left me astounded. What had happened? I had merely exchanged a few playful whistles with her. How had it led to this? Surely Uncle Li was being overly indulgent towards me, his nephew. My heart swelled with joy, and I nearly wept with happiness, yearning to touch the maid's tender face, having long suppressed such desires. It had been far too long, and I had restrained myself for too long. At this moment, I could finally indulge in such matters without restraint, no longer needing to face the constraints of propriety. Indeed, you are quite fortunate, my mother remarked, circling around the maid, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. I even overheard her whispering to my father, "This girl may be slender, but she has ample hips. We need not worry about producing heirs." Embarrassed, I pondered the correlation between ample hips and childbirth. Suddenly, I recalled I had failed to fully grasp what the maid had said earlier, prompting me to ask the shy maid standing in the middle of the room. What did you just say? I am Wu Zhao, daughter of the noble Wu Shihua, from Wenshui, Bingzhou. I am the second daughter in my family. As I grinned foolishly, I suddenly felt a chill. The maid's deep black eyes bore into mine. My Buddha, I trembled, my vision darkening. Wu Shihua, the father of the notorious Empress Wu Zetian, was indeed the name of the emperor's father. Wu Zhao was also the name of the ruthless empress, known for her iron-fisted rule. What do you mean, my lord? The maid inquired innocently, her large eyes blinking. Surely she believed there was no connection between herself and the abstinent Buddha. Her curiosity piqued. What is your name? Is my hearing impaired, or has history itself gone awry? Your servant, Wu Zhao, the future empress, will make the Tang Dynasty tremble with her ruthlessness. The words flowed softly from her lips, yet they struck me with fear. I hastily rose, awkwardly gesturing. My lady, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I quickly bowed and scurried towards the door. My son, what troubles you? This is your home. My mother appeared before me, her hand on my forehead. My lord, June has not gone mad from excitement, has he? Green butterfly, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch a doctor. Have Fong brew the medicine left over from last time for June to drink, quickly. My mother took charge, her demeanor calm, yet urgent, as she held my head and laid me down on the soft couch. Do not worry, June, her mother is here. The maid also peered in with concern, her expression timid, seemingly guilt-ridden for having startled me earlier. Having been force-fed a bitter concoction, I dared not utter a word. Quietly reclining on the couch and feigning death, with squinted eyes, I observed the surrounding activity. The seemingly virtuous physician, tugging at his long beard, spewed forth a torrent of nonsensical rhetoric, claiming that the second son of the Fong residence was overwhelmed with joy, leading to a relapse of his ailments. He assured me that with the consumption of his miraculous Jiuzhuan Huanhuan decoction, my afflictions would be eradicated. I cursed his entire family in my heart. What a so-called esteemed physician. The old man's words incensed me to the point of trembling hands, and had I not been pretending to be dead, I would have leapt up to deliver him a thorough beating, hoping he would suffer a similar relapse. The name Wu Zhao felt ominous and instilled a sense of dread. I found solace in referring to her as the Gongnu Jijia. The Gongnu Jijia had been led away by a green butterfly, and I, while stifling my laughter, signaled to my mother that I had recovered significantly. Seizing the moment when the old man was escorting the physician of the Jiuzhuan Huanhuan decoction out of the residence, I hurriedly inquired of my mother what the imperial edict had conveyed. How had the Gongnu Jijia so swiftly transformed from Uncle Li's maid into my concubine? The emperor of the Li family extolled my virtues, declaring me to possess the wisdom of Zhang Liang and Xiao He, alongside the bravery of Fan Kuai and Xian Yu. Upon reaching adulthood, the emperor vowed to employ me in significant capacities. All in all, it was flattering rhetoric, yet the conclusion contained bewildering phrases, particularly the bestowal of the erudite and capable Gongnu Wu Zhao upon me, as a means to enhance my literary and martial prowess, whilst ensuring my ambitions remained undiluted by sentiments of love and affection. Gazing at my mother-esque expression, a mixture of joy and concern, I found the situation utterly astonishing. It dawned on me that this must be the extraordinary scheme Uncle Li had mentioned yesterday. Who would have thought? The smile of the Emperor Li Shimin danced in my mind, and it nearly brought me to tears. Why must he impose an empress upon my household? Was Uncle Li attempting to have the empress serve me? Or was he encouraging me to elevate her status? Was this not a form of teasing for an exceptional youth traversing time? What else could be done? The old man glared at me with an imposing demeanor, prompting me to feign discomfort, signaling that my old afflictions had returned and requesting that he show mercy, for I could not withstand further shock. The intentions of his majesty eluded my understanding, yet I could ascertain one certainty. The old man stroked his beard, his demeanor resembling that of a street fortune-teller. What could one be certain of? The old man remained silent for what felt like an eternity, leisurely sipping his tea, while I was on the verge of leaping up to strangle him, urging him to speak. My mother voiced my desperation, and, just then, my elder brother appeared at the door. I greet father and mother. I just arrived home and overheard Fong Shu mention that a decree has come to our house. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, the old man finally coughed. I can assure you, your majesty does not wish for our Fong family to forge a familial alliance with the Chung family. What? Intelligence must be trusted. We must believe in the wisdom of Fong Xinling. What is our father? A chancellor. And what does a chancellor do? He spends his days deciphering the emperor's thoughts. Would the results he presents be anything but genuine? I pinched myself. It hurt. This was no dream. It was splendid. My excitement surged, nearly causing the old man's beard to dip into his tea as our family stared, bewildered, at me, who had just moments ago appeared as a sickly wretch, now jubilantly poised in celebration. Chapter 67. Grace and Virtue. How could this not have been revealed sooner? Had my elder brother intentionally sought to ensnare me? Quick, go lie down, my mother reassured. Do not fear, my son. Poor thing. Witnessing my exuberance, she feared I had fallen ill again. Her eyes reddened with concern, as if soothing a 3-year-old child. The old man, sprightly, took several strides to the front hall. You all, do not delay in bringing the young master his medicine. What? Again? Under the old man's commanding gaze and my mother's coaxing, I could only prepare myself for the bitter draught. I lifted the large bowl of dark liquid presented by the green butterfly to my lips, swallowing another mouthful of the noxious potion. Gazing at my distended belly, I was filled with despair. That cursed Jiuzhuan Huanhuan decoction was akin to poison. It made my eyes roll back in my head, and I felt as though I would fall ill from the sheer act of drinking it. The only consolation was that Uncle Li's stratagem had arrived just in time. My mother had already conferred with Cheng Shu's wife the day prior, exchanging birth dates in preparation for an afternoon visit to propose a marriage alliance. Before we could depart, the imperial envoy had blocked our path with a decree, and I felt immense relief at the thought of never having to face a woman resembling Cheng Shu's spouse for the rest of my life. Now, Cheng Shu was no longer a concern. Could this old man rival the emperor? I chuckled to myself, but then the reality struck me. The far more significant issue was the empress-level concubine mandated to warm my bed and provide ink for my writing. Contemplating Wu Zetian from history sent chills down my spine. Furthermore, had not the historical record stated that the Gongnu Jiejia had scarcely entered the palace before being taken by the young Li? If Uncle Li's little wife became my concubine, would that not mean I was allied with him? A wave of dread washed over me. Come, young master, have some honey water, green butterfly soothed, noticing my furrowed brow. She entered with a wooden tray. I couldn't bear to hear the sound of water and felt nauseated. Never mind, just serve it. I took a sip before finishing my sentence, but the little girl pouted, and I feared her. By the way, where is that Gongnu Jiejia? I hastily inquired, glancing at green butterfly. Wu Jiejia has been arranged in the room next to yours. Would you like to see her? Green butterfly responded, her gaze fixed above my head, her expression devoid of emotion, as if reciting a lesson. However, she had made progress. At least she could refer to me as I in private. This was a positive development that warranted encouragement. I felt a smile forming as I faced green butterfly. My mind surprisingly tranquil, as if I had transitioned from a tumultuous era into a time of peace. Yes, go fetch her. I have matters to discuss. Though timid, I was still a man and could not evade this situation. Should I fear a girl who now rested in my hands? Despite her future as the Iron Lady and Empress, she first needed to possess the capability to step beyond the threshold of the Feng household and engage in romance with young Li Ji. I slapped my thigh in realization. Of course, Li Ji, that young lad, who was ever so cunning, the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty. How had I not considered him? I felt as though I were uncovering the moon through a break in storm clouds. Just then, I heard the sound of a skirt trailing on the ground. The Gongnu Jiejia Wu Zhao appeared before me once more. Greetings. Your humble servant pays respects to my lord. Please, refrain from calling me my lord. Just like green butterfly, you may call me young master or Xiaoya. The term my lord feels too peculiar and gives me the chills. Besides, we are not yet wed. We are not even cohabitating, and you are still the favored one of Uncle Li. For reasons unknown, the thought of marriage made my eyes involuntarily dart to the Gongnu Jiejia. She seemed to notice my gaze, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks, her bright eyes sparkling like rippling water. Her alluring figure swayed slightly, accentuating her charm, and I found my mind clouded with inappropriate thoughts. I beg your pardon for disturbing the young master. Green butterfly feigned panic, riding the sturdy ink pot that had nearly toppled. This girl clearly could not tolerate my gaze upon women. I had to compose myself, clearing my throat as if I were the great sage interrogating the white-boned demon. What is the name of this esteemed lady? No, that was not right. I should not be so formal. How should I address this Gongnu Jiejia, who is now ostensibly my concubine? The palace maid, with a gentle smile, felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly lowered her head, raising her delicate fingers to cover her mouth. Her dark eyes, reminiscent of ink-washed landscapes, shimmered alluringly, causing my heart to flutter. When she addressed me, her voice was as soft as the willows of Jiangnan in March. Alarm bells rang in my mind. I must not fall prey to this sugary trap, or rather, the enchantment of a beautiful serpent. Wiping the beads of sweat from my forehead, uncertain whether it was the heat or coolness causing them, I endeavored to maintain my composure and carefully stated, as for you, the emperor has bestowed you upon me, or rather, to the Feng residence, serving as a maid to assist me with my ink and paper. This is merely the emperor's gracious favor towards my family, a flattery that nearly made me foam at the mouth. Although I understand that Uncle Li's actions are in response to my pleas, who can definitively say whether this palace maid is a spy sent by Uncle Li. Hence, I adhere to the principle of prioritizing safety and exercising caution, and it is always prudent to flatter the Li family before speaking. Your intentions, young master, are clear to me, the palace maid replied, her tone still calm and composed, though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face, revealing her current mood. Clear? I blinked in astonishment, staring at her. I had spent the better part of the day flattering others, and we hadn't even broached the main topic yet. Yet she claimed to understand. Chapter 68. The damned Dong Lion's Roar. I was merely a maid granted to the young master by the emperor to assist with ink and paper, tidying up daily life, and naturally, I harbor no extravagant thoughts. For some reason, at this moment, I found myself perplexed, questioning why I wished to present this delicate beauty to Li Ji, the youthful flower of our nation, the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty, the inheritor and promoter of the flourishing Tang. If such a hypothesis were to hold, what might transpire in the future? Would history continue on its original course? Contemplating that slightly inexperienced youth, I found myself considering how to deliver a fearsome, nuclear-grade widow spider into the arms of this child, whose physiological and mental maturity had yet to fully develop, causing havoc in his family. Was this not exceedingly cruel? Gazing at the beautiful and mature palace maid kneeling before me, I was struck by an undesired sense of compassion, not for Li Ji, but for her. I even felt an impulse to pull her up and tell her to refrain from uttering such self-pitying words. Subconsciously glancing at Lu Dai, I noticed her beautiful eyes were already reddening, her little mouth pouting as if sharing in the palace maid's woes, on the verge of tears. Clearly, the palace maid was skilled at evoking emotions, rivaling even the Hunan television station. Zhao Zhao, I merely wish to converse with you. After all, we are not well acquainted. Upon seeing the palace maid's lifted gaze, her expression revealed that she was undoubtedly thinking, "You are deceiving me. Zhao Zhao, look at me. Do you believe me?" I sighed deeply. What to do? This was too much to bear. The dilemma was that this was in my home. Why should she bear daughters? Why should she not be swayed by my unparalleled talent, bowing before me? Indeed, who am I? A heart of red, a dual-prepared social elite. A steadfast executor of the three represents, a youth of the four goods in the wave of reform and opening up, a highly praised educator. A prodigy capable of traversing history to reach the Tang Dynasty. A genius of the examination-oriented education system. A memory prodigy who can recite pi to 1,000 decimal places. A recipient of the Good Child Award, the Three Good Student Award, the Outstanding Student Leader Award, and the first prize in the intelligence competition, as well as an excellent violinist at the provincial level. Master, someone dares to awaken me from the pinnacle of my fantasies? I glared fiercely, locking eyes with the palace maid's dark orbs, which shimmered with a hint of sorrow. In that instant, I realized that all my worries were inconsequential. They were mere history. The present reality was that she was my woman, standing beside me, yearning for an emotional connection. What was the meaning of these two beautiful maidens? As if under my spell, standing in stunned silence, their once lively eyes now wide and fixed upon me, had they truly been moved by my grand declarations? Yet something felt amiss. After a moment, Lu Dai collapsed, clutching her stomach, leaning against the soft couch while shaking with laughter, her charming face flushed like a summer rose. The palace maid maintained her composure, her hands nervously clutching the elegant pink palace gown, her sparkling eyes darting about, glistening with moisture, as if reflecting my own watery gaze. Her previously pale and sorrowful face now appeared radiant, as if adorned with color, a stark contrast to moments ago. What is happening? Be serious. I am not jesting. I was so incensed that I felt like throttling these two girls, exuding an aura of authority. I acknowledged my fault. Lu Dai finally managed to rise, though her bow was still rather unrefined, fine beads of sweat glistening on her rosy cheeks. I acknowledged my mistake. The palace maid bit her full red lip, a blend of shyness and mirth dancing in her eyes, yet not a trace of fear towards me. What is this? Am I not sufficiently formidable? Do not refer to me as a servant. You are Dai heir, and you are Zhao heir. Such self-references are acceptable, but I shall be addressed as the master. Do you understand? I declared, puffing up with an air of authority, my stomach still distended from the accursed 9 turns rejuvenation soup, glaring at the two maids. Oh! Lu Dai quietly turned her face, sticking out a little pink tongue, adorably cute. I understand, Zhao Zhao. For some reason, the palace maid's eyes were slightly reddened, yet her lips curled into a joyful smile. What did this mean? Tears and laughter intertwined, or was it an expression of exasperation? Master. The two maidens walked arm in arm to the door, the palace maid's graceful figure turning halfway. What is it? I glared, needing to maintain a fierce demeanor. For until the palace maid provided a formal written assurance, I could not allow her to perceive me as a benevolent and easily manipulated gentleman. Zhao Zhao believes that the master is the most handsome. The palace maid playfully bit her lip, her delicate voice nearly rendering me speechless. Before I could recover from the allure, the two maidens, like mad women, clutched their stomachs, laughing and running away. What did that mean? The most handsome? Could such a term be used to describe a man of great stature? As a paragon of masculinity, my male hormones surged, and I felt a wave of frustration, nearly ready to draw my sword in anger. In the end, too embarrassed to face anyone, I resolved to retreat to my bed, engaging in profound reflection and self-reproach in my dreams, while simultaneously deriding the individual who coined the phrase. Who was it that deemed me the most handsome rather than the most dashing? It was utterly unfair. Fortunately, my parents thought I was overly elated, prompting a resurgence of an old ailment, and decided to allow me a few days of rest at home. This was quite agreeable. I could eat and sleep, with the palace maid fluttering about daily. It was evident that since the day my formidable aura had swept through, her courage had increased significantly, and she now dared to provoke me with her gaze and gestures. Regrettably, Lu Dai was ever vigilant, closely monitoring the palace maid's every move, her watchful eyes never leaving her. Every morning, aside from my early exercises, I languidly enjoyed my time at home, living off the sustenance and the dreaded 9 turns rejuvenation soup, which nearly prompted me to sneak out at night to confront that physician. Why must the concoction be so unpalatable? It left me with a bitter taste in my mouth at the mere sight of dark water, my legs trembling in distaste. What a flavor! After dinner, as I strolled in the backyard, I caught a whiff of a familiar aroma, instinctively inhaling. Young master, that's the scent of fennel and star anise. Aunt Lu must be preparing braised meat, replied El Dai. Braised meat? Let's go take a look. I expressed my curiosity as a southerner who had never witnessed the preparation of raw braised meat. My left hand still clasped that of the maid, and the two of them lagged a step behind me. These past few days had been quite agreeable. The maid appeared content with such a life, enjoying good food and restful nights, while I busied myself with school. The two chatty girls seemed to indulge in their own gossip. Yet I found solace in seeing the maid and the amiable El Dai forming a bond. Upon reaching the doorway, the rich scent of the braise intensified my curiosity. A glance revealed Aunt Lu vigorously pressing something into the sauce jar. I called out, Aunt Lu is making braised meat. Oh dear, young master, how did you come to this place? This is hardly suitable for someone of your status. If the master and mistress were to find out, Aunt Lu's hands were covered in sauce, and she could not push me away, standing at the kitchen door as if guarding against an intruder, trembling in apprehension. Very well, I shall remain outside and merely observe. I have yet to see how braised meat is made, I replied, eager to witness something new. What is that? I pointed at the stove, prompting Aunt Lu to explain patiently the various ingredients, such as Sichuan pepper and star anise, used in the marination process to enhance the meat's flavor. El Dai, unfazed by any reservations, stepped into the kitchen. Noticing my eager expression, she kindly brought the bag of marinade to the doorway for me to examine closely. Young master. Yes. What is it? I turned my head to look at El Dai, bundled up against the cold, as we both appeared like furry creatures under the bright moonlight. The two lovely maids, wrapped in their fur, displayed their graceful figures, and their charming cheeks glowed with an air of mystery and allure beneath the moonlight, reminiscent of fox spirits wandering in a snowy night. What is that braised meat? El Dai asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. It was evident that the maid was also intrigued. Being the center of attention from such beautiful girls brought me an undeniable delight. Young master, they are asking you. El Dai's cheeks flushed, turning a shade of crimson in a matter of moments. Oh, what did you ask? I fumbled, feeling somewhat restricted in my thick clothing. Otherwise, I would have flexed my muscles playfully to tease our lovely El Dai. But with the maid present, I had to suppress my true nature. What is that braised meat? Can it be eaten? Her delicate pink tongue darted across her plump lips. exuding cuteness. Braised meat? Wait, did I mention that? I pondered, feeling a wave of excitement wash over me, as if illuminated by moonlight, entering a state of serene clarity. Both lovely girls nodded in unison. Braised meat. Audacious, I exclaimed with great enthusiasm, dashing forward, causing the two maidens to chase after me in a flurry. Just as I burst through the courtyard door, I distinctly heard the maid, breathless, asking, "What has come over young master?" Eldai's swift reply nearly caused me to collide with the corridor. "It's nothing. Young master often acts this way. He'll be fine in a moment. As long as he doesn't fall ill. He has a kind heart and never harms anyone." As I consider my thoughts, I felt a pang of mischief. Early in the morning, with the fresh air invigorating me, the new year was approaching, and the sun shone brightly. I practiced a set of stone locks, followed by a series of sword maneuvers, and shot arrows at a target 50 paces away. Finally, I succeeded in hitting the target. After completing my morning exercises, I wiped my sweat and wandered aimlessly in the house. With the new year just around the corner, today, tomorrow, and the day after would be holidays, allowing me to leisurely indulge in food and idleness. Yet, sitting idly felt uncomfortable, and I wondered what the three siblings of the Lee family were up to. It had been a few days since I last saw those three gloomy siblings who constantly opposed me, and I felt a strange sense of loss. Could it be that I was a masochist? I scoffed at the notion. What would Lee S.H. think upon learning that her father had taken notice of me and even granted me a beautiful concubine? Would she seethe with jealousy or plot against me? Why was I even contemplating such peculiar thoughts? It was truly bizarre. My marrying a concubine had nothing to do with her. As I approached my desk and saw the secret recipe I had copied the previous night, I recalled that I was missing a few ingredients. "Eldai," I called out, tapping the table with zeal. "Young master, what is your command?" she asked shyly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, enhancing her beauty as her gaze met mine, still sparkling with allure despite her bashfulness. I chuckled awkwardly, gesturing toward the ink and brush on the table. I had grown too accustomed to being attended to, and without a beauty to grind ink and prepare paper for me. I felt something was amiss. I stood there, pen in hand, lost in thought, realizing I had forgotten to fetch the inkstone myself. It seemed that life, as a high-ranking youth in the Tang Dynasty, had made one susceptible to decadence. "Let me grind the ink for you," Eldai offered, demonstrating her perceptiveness. She poured a little water into the inkstone, her slender fingers picking up a piece of ink stick, the contrast of black and white strikingly vivid. Gradually, wisps of dark ink swirled within the gray stone, releasing a faint fragrance. Fine salt, sugar, fennel, cloves, ginger, star anise, dried tangerine peel, thyme, sand ginger. I mused aloud, estimating the quantities. Have Fong Chung and the others procure these items for me. Remember, buy 3 types of herbs from one pharmacy. There is no need to buy salt and sugar, as we already have those at home. Are these the ingredients for the braised meat you mentioned? The maid inquired softly. Yes, more or less. Oh, and remember, do not buy them all from the same pharmacy. This recipe must be kept intact. I trailed off, and the maid skillfully picked up a used piece of rice paper from the table, writing down 3 types of herbs in a different script. Then folding the paper seamlessly into 3 small notes, each distinct in style. Aside from the salt and sugar written on a larger piece of paper, the 3 small notes each listed 3 medicinal herbs, making it impossible to discern they were penned by the same hand. I will go instruct Brother Fong Chung and the others. Each will visit a different pharmacy, she said, her demeanor calm and collected. I could only nod in response, utterly impressed by her adeptness. Watching her graceful figure sway, the skirt accentuating her rounded hips, I felt a reluctance to let her leave the room. Of course, from my noble perspective, I admired her thoughtful nature, unrelated to any temptation of beauty. I swallowed hard, feeling a sense of pride in my virtuous thoughts. "Shower," she said, swallowing nervously, her voice harmonious. "How old are you this year?" I inquired, as I sensed my eyes growing bloodshot, showing signs of physiological strain. "I am 17, she replied. "Oh no, I shall call you Sister Zhao," I said, feeling a twinge of mischief, as if the wicked thoughts of Fong Yai were somehow influencing me. Her enchanting gaze held an unspoken allure, and the fire within me burned brighter. I even felt as if my hands were beginning to sprout claws. "Are you an Uncle Lee?" What was I thinking? I was surprised I could even voice such an inappropriate question. It must surely be Fong Yai's lingering boldness at play. The palace maid, upon hearing the words, involuntarily shuddered, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she turned her head, casting a glance at me that was both playful and reproachful, rendering me weak in the knees. I gently shook my head, my elaborate hair bun quivering slightly, and, lifting the hem of my skirt, I fled like the wind, leaving a lingering fragrance in the room. The butterfly, my essence, flutters its wings, and I find myself enamored with the history of Colombia. I chuckled, for I am indeed a butterfly, my hands trembling, my lips quivering, even my heart racing with excitement that words cannot aptly describe. Joyful to the point of tears, I find myself exhilarated, relieved that the exquisite lady of the court had evaded the grasp of Uncle Lee, thus sparing me from the distasteful companionship of that odious commander. Yet, what of that detestable child, Li Ji? The mere thought of that little rascal brought a tinge of despondency as I sat on the couch, unable to deny my concern. Reflecting on the past, I recalled how Li Ji, that youthful lecher, dared to indulge in the affections of his father's young concubine. Now, as the palace maid entered the room, perhaps sensing the pallor of my expression, she gently inquired, "Are you troubled by matters concerning Zhao?" "Huh? No. Why would I be worried about you?" I sighed heavily, acknowledging the absurdity of my own tumultuous thoughts. Indeed, the annals of history seemed to have taken a bizarre turn. The maid, who ought to have become Uncle Li's concubine and the future empress, now stood beside my couch. Who knows when Princess Gaoyang might demand my life, or whether that little scamp, Li Ji, might attempt to seduce my future wife. Such thoughts truly vex me. In truth, the emperor regards our meetings with great importance and has cautioned me repeatedly not to disclose his identity, fearing that I might develop a sense of trepidation and hesitate to engage with him openly. The palace maid misinterpreted my concerns, yet I found solace in her understanding. It is indeed rare to receive such careful consideration from the founder of the prosperous Tang Dynasty. After all, I am still a mere adolescent, and so I resolve to dismiss my worries, trusting that a path will reveal itself when the time comes. Besides, that little rascal is but a child. What is there to fear? With a commanding presence, I felt certain that even Li Ji would be swept away by the winds of change. Feeling somewhat helpless in the kitchen, I resorted to asking Eldai to fetch a pot to place on my coal stove. I tossed in generous chunks of lamb and bones, filling the pot with cool water. "My lord, perhaps it would be better for Zhao to handle this. Such rough work is not suited for you," the palace maid insisted, her cheeks flushed as she stood resolute in front of the stove. Just then, Eldai entered, holding a cloth to prepare the ingredients, and together, the two maidens fixed me with a united glare. "Move aside, what's the big deal? It's merely a pot of stew. Am I not allowed to even touch this pot?" I protested, bewildered, having grown accustomed to the luxury of having my needs met. Yet since the palace maid arrived in my life, both of them have interfered with my every endeavor, from dining to dressing, even debating which shoes I should wear. My self-sufficiency had plummeted at an alarming rate, and at this rate, I would become a bettered-in vegetable. This simply cannot stand. You are a distinguished gentleman of Chang'an. How could we allow you to undertake such menial tasks? If you were to do so, what would others think of Zhao and Eldai? The palace maid's breath was fragrant, and she exchanged knowing glances with Eldai, who resolutely shook her head. Furious, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I seized Eldai and playfully swatted her on her ample backside, tossing her onto the soft couch. The palace maid gasped in astonishment, and I mirrored my actions, resulting in both maidens blushing with surprise, their eyes shimmering with indignation. Eldai rubbed her rear, casting me a resentful glance, her lips pouting adorably. That was our responsibility. She huffed, her expression too delectable to resist. The palace maid, with her enchanting gaze, shot me a teasing look, stifling a giggle as her alluring form reclined upon the soft couch, creating an exaggerated silhouette that ignited a fire within me rivaling that of the stove. "Fear not. You shall have your fill shortly. This task requires a seasoned hand." And I recall a time when I prided myself on preparing the perfect braised meat while reminiscing about my heroic exploits. "Young master, when have you ever made braised meat?" Eldai pressed, squeezing between me and the palace, made to create a rift. Not wishing to engage her further, I fibbed, "You see, I often indulge in the finest culinary delights. There was one time I stumbled upon a modest little eatery where an elderly man was braising something in a pot. The aroma was simply divine." Both maidens' eyes widened in astonishment as they exchanged glances, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. "Ah, To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her appetite. Is that not true? I mused, wondering if I had misquoted a famous adage. No matter. I continued to regale them with tales as they observed me preparing the meat. 2 hours later, as Eldai carefully accepted the ingredients I had wrapped in a cloth, I admonished her to be cautious. "Do not worry, my lord," she replied, though my serious demeanor seemed to frighten her into a self-sacrificing stance. The palace maid, seated by the stove, lifted the pot's lid and skimmed off the foam from the bubbling surface, her cheeks flushed, her gaze frequently darting towards me. Unable to contain her smile. "Fear not, Eldai, just ensure that the seams are tightly sealed. We cannot afford to let even a speck of ingredient escape, lest my secret recipe be divulged." Yes, Eldai nodded vigorously, swiftly getting to work. I approached the stove, the savory aroma wafting from the pot, invigorating my senses. Soon, the scent would be even more intoxicating. I could hardly contain my salivation. "Junior, what are you doing? Spring Tao has been calling you for dinner. If you take any longer, the dishes will grow cold." My mother, cradling my youngest sibling, cast me an exasperated look as I entered. I quickly offered a smile and raised the food box in my hand. "Mother, it is not that I am slow. It is that the flavors must meld, or else the taste will be drastically diminished." "What food? Why do you carry it in a box, looking all secretive?" she questioned. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the food box. "Ah, what aroma is that?" My father, setting down his book, inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in surprise as they fixated on the box. "How fragrant." Second brother, let me see. My elder brother, always the man of action, snatched the box from my hands, placing it on the table and lifting the lid. A cloud of steam rose, releasing a rich yet delicate fragrance that filled the entire room. Meat, we're having meat," chirped my youngest sibling, pointing excitedly at the box. Indeed, it seems the deities harbor a strong resentment towards those who promote martial prowess. I conceded, waiting for the opportune moment to ensure that the regal lady would not be easily taken advantage of by the innkeeper. First, I must secure some votes and collections as a form of bribery, at least to gain her favor. Chapter 71. A good mother at home, watch out, it's hot. I playfully swatted my youngest sibling's head, deftly placing a piece of meat into his bowl. Soon, our family devoured the meal like refugees, relishing every bite. "This is exquisite." It melts in the mouth, rich yet not greasy, leaving a lingering flavor that even my old teeth can manage, my father exclaimed, eyeing the glistening red braised rib in the box with ravenous intent. This recipe was obtained from a foreigner, using medicinal herbs and spices for braising, I explained, feeling quite pleased as my family indulged in the feast. "Isn't second uncle eating." The saw was quite formidable, her hands covered in grease as she awkwardly picked up a towel to delicately wipe them, turning to me with a question. "Oh, little brother has already eaten," I replied. In my effort to master the cooking, I filled myself to the brim and can hardly swallow another bite. While I spoke of serving the nation and its people, I was aware that within my room, 2 young maidens were languidly groaning with their slightly rounded bellies. We had nearly consumed half of the 10 or so gene of braised dishes among the 3 of us, and I truly could not manage to eat another morsel. "Bring me some wine. These dishes are a waste without it." "Madam, do partake as well," the old gentleman jovially declared, as the wine flowed freely. He stroked his beard and addressed me, "Junior." "Here, father," I replied. The old man, with a kind smile, inquired about the recipe while glancing at the bones stripped clean of any meat. Understanding his intention, I respectfully presented it with both hands. "Here it is, father. Please take a look." I was uncertain why he desired it. Did he intend to use it to deceive those old fogies in the court? It was perplexing. My son's filial piety is truly commendable," he remarked, glancing over the recipe before handing it to my mother. "Keep this safe. When the time comes, have Fang Xing collect it." "What does father mean by that?" I inquired in a hushed tone, leaning toward my elder brother. He blinked. "Second brother, have you forgotten? Fang Xing is the 3rd son of Xin Shu, who runs a tavern in Luoyang." Oh, I feigned enlightenment, though I still did not fully grasp my father's intent. "Fang Xing, the one who runs the tavern," my elder brother said, casting a meaningful glance at our parents. At that moment, it dawned on me why I received nearly a guan in pocket money each month, and how my father managed to support so many. It turned out we had some clandestine enterprises hidden away. You know, that estate rarely produces much. My father, being a man of good reputation, never wished to profit from the farmers, even assisting them in times of disaster. Thanks to Mother's prudent management. Otherwise, my elder brother sighed while adjusting his silk robe. It seems Mother is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, how could she keep a prominent minister of the Tang Dynasty under such control? I exchanged a knowing smile with my elder brother, who, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a lacquered cup filled with fine wine. We clinked our cups together, a testament to the understanding between siblings. With admiration, I cast my gaze toward Mother, who smiled gently at our third brother, who was persistently calling for our father, while my father, with delight, dipped his chopsticks in a wine to feed the little one. My beautiful sister-in-law was focused on extracting marrow from a bone, carefully placing it in the bowl of my elder brother, softly reminding him to drink less as the night grew cool. As I gazed into my cup, a wave of dizziness washed over me, akin to being intoxicated, my heart ablaze as if I were lying beneath the summer sun. I had feigned illness for several days, my body reeking of sweat mingled with medicinal scents, which I had grown accustomed to. Perhaps out of boredom before dinner, I had practiced my knife skills, causing a fresh wave of sweat to break forth. During dinner, Mother, perhaps sensing my scent, pushed me aside, exclaiming, "You are a grown man, yet you are not as clean as your younger brother. What is that smell? It is enough to turn one's stomach. Could I be blamed? Mother, you instructed me not to bathe." I felt a bit disgruntled. Was this not your decree? I gnawed on a bone, watching my father and brother clinking their cups in merriment. What did it mean? Was I not only a few days behind? Yet Mother used this as an excuse to deny me the wine I craved after so many days without its aroma. I found myself reminiscing about the times I shared a toast with Uncle Lee. After dinner, I shall take a good bath. It is best to wash away this scent before the new year. We cannot visit our ancestors of the Fong family smelling so foul, Mother suddenly recalled, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, as she hurriedly placed a generous portion of chicken in my bowl, gently encouraging me. As I was happily gnawing on my food, I felt a tug on my sleeve. Lowering my head, I noticed the mischievous third brother had crept up to me, drooling as he eyed the bone in my hand. "Do you want some, little brother?" I asked, shaking the bone. He nodded eagerly, smacking his lips. "Call me brother quickly," I urged, and as he reached out to grasp it, I chuckled, thinking, "Can you catch it so easily?" Third brother looked at me with a forlorn expression, pouting. I handed him the bone, which was now stripped of most meat, and he joyfully embraced it, gnawing happily. I had not even had the chance to count how many teeth he had developed. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on my forehead from Mother. "You rascal. That is your brother. What are you doing, teasing him like a dog?" "Mother, how could I? It's just that he has been eyeing this bone of mine. Besides, gnawing on bones is good for his teeth development," I retorted playfully. Just then, my father's cough broke the moment, and I immediately yielded, pretending to be obedient, burying my head in my food. "Child, our father is the prime minister of the Tang Dynasty. As a son, I hold him in the highest regard. It is not fear, but rather a heartfelt respect for his dedication to his work," I declared. "This child, what nonsense," my father chuckled. "All right, let us not scold Junior anymore. Let him wash up quickly. Even I can barely withstand the scent he carries." The old gentleman was evidently enjoying my flattery, sipping wine and savoring the braised meat made with my secret recipe, his eyes nearly squinting shut with delight. As I bid farewell to the family, heading toward the door, I could still hear my mother's complaints in the background. "Old man, this boy is becoming increasingly slick. Surely, he hasn't learned from that Prince Co?" The bright, innocent gaze of my eyes shimmered with curiosity. "What is it?" "I am merely practicing the Fong family's secret technique, the wall-crawling gecko style." Was Green Butterfly being playful or serious? "You are mistaken. I stand tall and upright, completely above board. It is called the wall-crawling gecko technique, you know." I quickly glanced around, wary of any prying eyes. "Uh-huh," she nodded earnestly. "But do I really smell that bad?" I brought my sleeve to my nose, inhaling deeply, yet I sensed nothing. I stretched my sleeve toward Green Butterfly. "There's a slight scent, just a little, likely from the medicinal broth you have been exposed to for days. You should wash up. Sister Zhao has prepared your bathwater," she said, slightly pale, quickly averting her gaze. What kind of person was she? It was merely a sniff. Did she need to react so dramatically? I strolled toward the courtyard with my hand behind my back, moving with a swagger, while behind me followed the lovely young girl who was clearly embarrassed by her own behavior. "Oh dear," I exclaimed as I quickly pulled my legs out of the steaming bathwater. What did that maid mean? I had not yet even engaged with her, and already she wished to murder her future husband? Fuming, I stood there, bare before a bucket of steaming water, dejected. The temperature was surely nearing 70 or 80 degrees. Had I leapt in, as I usually did, I might have emerged as a hot and steamy tragic hero, becoming the first in the Tang Dynasty to be boiled to death from a bath, a laughingstock in the realm of debauchery, a youth forever lamenting his time-traveling misadventures. Is anyone out there? Let me in. I do not wish to be left in the cold, bare before this bucket of steaming water, I shouted, wrapping myself in a blanket, resembling an Indian traveler, my voice booming. With a loud crash, the maid appeared, her face flushed with sweat. "What is the matter, my lord?" she exclaimed, her tone a mixture of surprise and concern, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. "Young master, you bow your elegant head, the elongated neck reflecting a jade-like glow under the warm yellow light. Your watery eyes gaze upon the strange and peculiar blanket wrapped around me, while your white teeth peek from between your moist lips. Your charming face resembles a sky adorned with rosy clouds. Do you perhaps admire my noble physique? Perhaps it is the heavy mist in the bathing chamber that has blurred the light, casting a delicate veil around her form, creating an alluring haze. Complemented by the maid's exquisite visage. What is happening? As an upright gentleman, I should not be distracted by beauty. Water? The maid's expression is puzzled. What about the water? I gesture for her to check the temperature, and she gasps delicately, her hair brushing against her porcelain-like face, her dreamy eyes gliding with her graceful movements. A hint of cherry red blooms on her fair skin, and her soft hand lightly covers my arm. Oh, sweet Buddha, my nerves fray in an instant. My reason collapses at an alarming rate. Where are you touching? I stammer, swallowing hard. Could it be that my gaze has inadvertently signaled something inappropriate? Didn't you ask me to touch? The maid shyly casts a glance at me, her fair finger tracing circles on my chest. Heaven help me. If this continues, my 1,000 years of purity shall be ruined, and my facade of virtue will shatter like fragile glass. My male hormones surge forth like an erupting volcano, accompanied by a gasp of surprise and fear. My arm, as strong as a mighty beast, instinctively encircles her slender waist. The sensation of her soft skin nearly sends me into rapture. You're doing this on purpose. Disregarding the fact that I am barely clad, and even in the dead of winter, I embrace the maid who barely reaches my chin, conducting a final interrogation before the impending trial. Her hands pressed against my chest, dripping with fragrant sweat, her gaze filled with a hint of anguish. I fear. What is there to fear with me around? I whisper, my breaths quickening as my hand gently caresses her exquisite skin. Is she pushing me away? What is this heartache? I am merely touching her waist, yet under her resistance, my hand unknowingly wanders to her firm bosom. What thoughts? My last shred of reason is about to drown. My eyes have automatically pierced through the silken barriers that obscure my view of her perfect figure. From this moment forth, I shall cherish you alone, adore you, and never deceive you. As her long eyelashes flutter, her glances barely meet mine, time ceases to exist, and the distance between us is torn apart by my primal strength, reduced to but a mere veil. Gazing into her sincere, yet almost obsessive eyes, I realize that what I once uttered was indeed my innermost sentiment. The maid's voice, as gentle as the breath of spring, lingers in my ears. I will not bully you, nor scold you. I believe in you. If someone bullies you, I will be the first to defend you. When you are happy, I will share in your joy. When you are sad, I will comfort you. I will always find you the most beautiful, dreaming of you even in my slumber. In my heart, there is only you, Junge. Such a simple address renders me utterly rigid. Gazing at the woman in my embrace, I see that she is not coerced. Her feelings are genuine. My heart races. Surely my blood pressure exceeds that of the Oriental Pearl Tower, as I hear the sound of my capillaries bursting alongside the maid's rapid breaths, and the mournful howls of the lonely wilderness outside, Chang'an reverberating in my ears. My universe erupts. I stand frozen, bare at the edge of the tub, maintaining the pose of peeling away the maid's thin veil, my temples throbbing, teeth bared, the expression on my face twisted, my inner cosmos ready to unleash a tempest. June air. A familiar voice calls through the door, penetrating the mist like a piercing sound that strikes my ears. My blood pressure plummets, transforming me from a midnight wolf into a panicked lamb as I hastily cover the maid with a half-draped cloth, leaping out of the tub in a panic. It's scalding. I leap out like a startled fish, the water still too hot, smoke rising from my rear. What happened to Yune? My mother. Hearing my cry, Sounds alarmed. The maid, equally flustered, stands by the tub, clutching her blanket, her face aglow with embarrassment, her watery eyes watching my frantic movements, unsure where to hide. It's nothing, just a little scald from the bathwater. I hastily declare, raising my voice. Open the door. Let me see where you burnt. The knocking intensifies, and with no choice, I wrap myself in a towel, lifting the maid to position her by the door. Upon opening it, my mother, along with a gust of cold wind, sweeps in, nearly freezing me in place. Oh, what are you doing standing here? Close the door, she commands, noticing my state, and quickly instructs Lu Dai to shut the door tightly. As the door closes, it reveals the blushing maid, who appears as if she wishes to vanish into the ground. Zhao Er, meet the lady. I was helping the second young master undress. The maid begins, but falters, her charming face becoming even more endearing. Her eyes downcast in shyness as she greets my mother. Is that so, Junair? My mother's soft inquiry sends shivers down my spine. I am indeed in the process of undressing, though not my own clothes. I steal a glance at the maid's skin peeking through the blanket and gulp. Yes, I'm indeed undressing. I admit I'm simply being honest. Oh, my ears. My mother reacts swiftly, not allowing me a moment to explain the predicament. You rascal. I told you to bathe, and now you've ended up with a maid? Let me in to see what is going on. Have you developed a rash? With that, she seizes my ear and thrusts me back into the tub. It's scalding. I plead, tears welling in my eyes as I look at her, gritting my teeth in pain. Thank you for your intervention, my lady, the maid says, feigning tears, allowing Lu Dai to guide her toward the door. Mother, what are you doing? Before I can finish looking at the vanishing silhouette, my mother slaps my forehead. You rascal, teasing the emperor's maid. If I hadn't seen it myself, I'd have let it pass, but now, and as she continues to scold me, she grabs the soap to lather me up, whispering in my ear, now the emperor has bestowed such a clever maid upon you, and you squander it on these foolish pursuits. If I don't discipline you now, will you become unruly? Left speechless, what could I say? That the maid was flirting with me, and I was the victim? That would surely earn me a thorough thrashing. As my mother scrubs my back, I sit in the scalding tub, lifting my gaze. Mother, I can wash myself. Seeing the sweat on her once youthful face, I feel a pang of sympathy. Yes, my child, in the blink of an eye, you're on the cusp of adulthood. For some inexplicable reason, Mother always perceives you as that little junior who used to snuggle in her arms, the mischievous rascal chased around the courtyard by your father with a whip, the imp who placed worms in your brother's bag and received a beating for it. As she reminisces, her voice grows softer, yet her hand continues to caress my head and face, akin to a mother bidding farewell to her child embarking on a distant journey. Mother, what troubles you? I am well. I stammer, at a loss for words as I gaze at the tears welling in her eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Just a mist in the air. She replies, soon, you will undergo the ceremony of adulthood, and I will no longer have the chance to bathe you. You will be a grown man, then, and it will be your wife who will tend to you. She turns her face aside, hastily wiping her tears, yet continues to smile. I find myself unable to utter a single word, simply nodding in agreement. A man must be strong, a fine young man of the Tang Dynasty, a distinguished scholar. Why should I cry? Yet the tears flow uncontrollably. Junior, what is wrong? A strapping lad of 7 feet should not shed tears so easily, she remarks, wiping away the traces of my sorrow with her hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, I suddenly comprehend. Her tears are those of a mother witnessing the growth and flourishing of her child. No, mother, it's merely the mist, I protest. Oh, why do you pinch me again? You little rascal, always imitating your mother. After all, who could blame her? Even father, a man of great stature, is kept in check by her. All right, but you must not speak of this in front of others. Otherwise, your father will chastise you, and I will not intervene. By the way, mother, could you tell me how you and father met? I inquire teasingly. Oh dear, you're making me shy, she exclaims, pinching me once more. Stop it. Look at the mess you've made. The water has turned black as soup. How can you still laugh, my child? The crescent moon must be somewhere high in the sky, its glow not eternally cool. That night, the starlight and moonlight danced in my dreams, blending the faces of my parents from the past with those of my present mother and father, all wearing warm smiles, gradually overlapping and merging into one. They are my parents, and I vowed to them that I would do everything in my power to protect this family and all that belongs to me. As I reclined on the soft couch, a warm towel resting on my forehead, I murmured to myself, recalling last night's chill and warmth, which nearly led me to a stroke. The scorching ginger water relentlessly invaded my stomach, compelling me to feign death upon my pillow. Squinting to observe the two maids by the coal stove, stirring chicken soup while softly gossiping about my illustrious deeds. The palace maid occasionally glanced up, her eyes sparkling with mischief, nearly compelling me to enforce family discipline. Perhaps it was best to let this exquisite lady be, for now, continuing to feign the demeanor of a gentleman until the day of my coming-of-age ceremony arrives, when my mother will no longer be able to interfere with my quest for progeny. Second young master, what troubles you? Green Butterfly inquired, having appeared at my side, holding a handkerchief to my mouth. I didn't expect my image to be tarnished again, I replied, hastily grabbing the handkerchief to wipe my face as I sat up. It's just hunger. I am starving. I removed the towel from my forehead, rising to my feet, my forehead flushed from the heat. But you just said your stomach was too full to eat, Green Butterfly remarked, bewildered by my capriciousness. Well, forget that. What were you two whispering about? Do share. I am quite bored. Nothing much. Just that Green Butterfly spoke of her past, and how fortunate she is to have met you, young master, the palace maid replied with a smile, adjusting the blanket behind me. What is there to discuss? Since you find yourselves so bored, I too am quite weary. How about I regale you with a story? My mind raced, seeking to contribute to the moral education of the Fong family. Yes, I love hearing young masteress stories, Green Butterfly exclaimed with glee, clutching my sleeve tightly, fearful that I might vanish if she let go. All right, settle down. Come sit on the couch. The floor is cold. Now, I shall tell you a tale about a magical pot. Just as I began to narrate, the commotion outside interrupted me. I raised my eyes to see Li Ke, Li Shu, and Li Ji approaching. Yun'e. It's been a few days. I truly missed you. Why are you ill again? Li Ke exclaimed, his eyes darting between me and my maids. Why are you three here? It's nearly New Year. Which family isn't busy? What do you intend? To feast at my home while waiting for the New Year? Oh, it's nothing. I merely heard that our father is bestowing a lovely lady upon you, Junior, and I grew envious, so I came to take a look. Li Ke chuckled, his eyes sparkling mischievously. Do not worry. I do not mind your unexpected visit, I replied, pouring tea for the three royal relatives. I never imagined you would be so pleased with merely receiving a palace maid as a concubine, Li Shu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at me, his tone dripping with sarcasm. These three are here only to mock me under the guise of concern, I thought, observing the way Li Ji grinned at me. Green Butterfly, understanding my plight, remained by the stove, preparing nourishing chicken soup for me. I stretched my limbs, standing to move about. Zhao, the palace maid promptly stepped forward to take the towel from me. Go wash this. You may return to your duties. I dismissed the palace maid, knowing I lacked the boldness of Li Shu. As she gracefully exited, moving through the courtyard amid the blooming plum blossoms and pristine snow. Her water-red attire was striking against the landscape. I swallowed hard, noticing Li Ke's gaze lingering on her. How inappropriate, I thought, mortified by the audacity of this lecherous man. Brother, Li Ke called, his tone teasing. I have just composed a new poem. Would you care to hear it? Such shamelessness, I muttered under my breath, while the young maid, with a sullen expression, scribbled furiously, clearly engaged in some mysterious task. Li Ke chuckled nonchalantly, winking at me, his audacity rivaling the thickness of the walls of a nuclear power plant. Once the palace maid has left, I shall have a word with that venomous girl, I thought, narrowing my eyes at her. Would you be pleased? I wonder if your father found you a charming, talented gentleman, who beneath it all harbors a heart of malice. Are you not describing yourself? She retorted, her tone sharp. June-ger let out a soft sigh as my goose-feather pen was snapped in two by Li Shu. Clutching his belly, Li Shu gave a thumbs up to Li Ji, laughing heartily like a hen that had just consumed a weasel. Li Ke, too, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, relentlessly patting Li Ji on the shoulder. These two were certainly not upstanding individuals, both rather despicable. Chapter 75. Li Ji's aesthetic appreciation. Lu Dai nearly collapsed onto the ground, struggling to rise while blushing furiously. In a whisper, she managed to protest, "My lord is not that kind of person." Unfortunately, her voice was barely louder than a mosquito, and the three shameless rascals from the Li family filtered her words out of their ears. Such venomous words, I thought, as Li Ji's childish remark ignited a rage within me. nearly causing me to combust with fury. I pointed my finger at the mischievous boy, who gazed at me with feigned innocence, wishing fervently to hang him up and give him a good beating. The air was so delightful, the world so charming. I must not be angry. Who am I? The second son of the Fong residents, a paragon of talent and wisdom, possessing knowledge of 5,000 years past and 2,000 years ahead. I would not stoop to the level of these three loathsome fellows. My expression finally returned to calm. Li Shu, perplexed by my sudden tranquility, was unable to comprehend my demeanor, which was typically as volatile as a volcano. I clasped my hands behind my back and stood before the still wincing Li Shu, gazing deeply into her eyes, filled with an enduring affection that transcended millennia. Li Shu appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to understand my actions, her expression clouded with confusion. What do you wish to do?" she stammered, her small mouth opening and closing nervously, unable to meet my gaze. "My lord has matters to discuss with these two princes. Therefore, I kindly request your presence in the front hall." My feet were sore, for the wretched girl had stomped on them with her wooden-soled shoes. My vision blurred with pain until I could hardly recover, and before I knew it, this little girl had lifted her skirt and dashed away, her red clothing standing out like a butterfly against the snowy backdrop. "Jungur, I will inform Aunt Fong that you bullied me," Li Ji called after her retreating figure. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he stroked his still downy chin. Li Ku erupted into hearty laughter, raising his tea as if it were wine, and drained it in one go, his face turning a shade of red-purple from the heat. I was aghast, nearly gasping in disbelief as I hastily removed my shoes, glancing at my reddened feet. This wretched girl, one day I shall have my revenge. I mused, though I knew my thoughts were mere fantasies, as I had no desire to face dire consequences. "My lord, please drink your soup before it cools," Lu Dai urged, her gentle demeanor bringing a smile to my face. Feeling her soft hands caressing my feet was undeniably delightful. The two princes cast me a resentful glance, but I decided to enjoy this happiness in solitude. I finished the chicken soup and handed the bowl to Lu Dai, instructing her to inform Lu Ani to prepare additional dishes. With a charmingly wrinkled nose, Lu Dai carried the bowl towards the door. My frustration nearly boiled over, for it felt as though this was tarnishing my image as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the Tang Dynasty. My third brother, Li Ji, innocently tugged at Li Ku's sleeve. "What is it? Bring me along." His naive gaze caused beads of cold sweat to form on Li Ku's brow as he chuckled awkwardly. Well, let's save that for another day. Today, we've promised Uncle Fong to stay for dinner." Seeing Li Ji stumble over his words filled me with immense satisfaction, akin to quenching my thirst with sour plum juice on a scorching summer day. "Oh," Li Ji's expression turned regretful as he glanced in my direction. "Jungur, what is it?" At that moment, I found myself quite fond of him. I had thought my father had bestowed upon me an extraordinary beauty, only to discover it was merely a delicate girl with little flesh to speak of. "Is this what has you so excited that you fell ill?" Li Ji's childish comment made my jaw drop, and I exchanged incredulous glances with Li Ku. I was taken aback, pointing at the young boy who historically adored Wu Zetian. "What do you mean?" Li Ku's eyes widened, his hands bracing against the table as he seethed. "She is far too thin. Just look at her waist. I fear she might break while carrying something." I nearly spat out my tea, anger boiling within me as I considered slapping the little brat flat on the ground. This boy dares to criticize others' physiques. This is not a meat market. Moreover, the court maid, though slender, is undeniably alluring, enough to make a righteous man like myself nearly drool. Is it that Li Ji prefers someone with a more robust figure? Intrigued by the psychological workings of the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty, I leaned closer. "Little Ji, I have a question for you." "What do you want to ask?" "Yunke." Li Ji took a couple steps closer, then quickly recoiled, holding his nose and taking several deep breaths before inquiring. I shot him a glare, sniffed my own feet, and found no foul odor. "Little Ji, come here quickly. I have important matters to discuss with you, matters that are of great benefit to you." I feigned a mysterious expression, extending the hand that had just rubbed my feet, pulling the little rascal closer for a small act of revenge. "Really?" Li Ji, oblivious to my intentions, was too curious to notice my mischief as he squeezed in beside me, unbothered by any unpleasant odors. Had I imagined it? I caught sight of a three-ring hairstyle beneath the window. Rumors are eternal, and women are ever present. I mused, reflecting on Lu Dai's almost obsessive fascination with gossip. Enough of this nonsense. Let's focus on the matter at hand. If Li Ji were to hang my literary work, my poetry, in this place, it wouldn't take long before my formidable mother, Lu Shi, would have a field day with me. Narrowing my eyes at the young lad, whose two front teeth had just begun to emerge, Li Ji spoke first. What does Jungu'er wish to know? His gaze sharpened with suspicion. I merely wish to inquire why you do not favor such a stunning maiden, possessing a willow-like waist, a visage like a peach blossom, and skin as smooth as ice. With eyes like stars and brows like the moon, I questioned. Li Ku, sitting beside me, nodded in vigorous agreement, as if ready to raise his hand in support of my inquiry. Li Ji shot me a sidelong glance. Jungu'er, what kind of look is that? Do you truly believe that none of the maidens you see can compare to my sister? With a dismissive and delicate demeanor, I felt a wave of irritation wash over me, my expression darkening as I contemplated the idea of tossing this little brat out like a stone lock at the entrance. I decided to endure it for now, forcing a smile that revealed my two front teeth, and said in an affable tone, I understand, your sister is indeed quite beautiful. However, aside from her, who else do you find attractive? There seemed to be a scheme afoot. Yunke, could it be that you are concocting some wicked plan to ensnare me? The impudent child pushed up against me, their nose almost touching mine, eyes locked. How could I? Fong Ei, a man of integrity who finds joy in aiding others, harbor any ill intent towards you, a child with whom I share no vested interest? I dramatically shrugged off my sleeve, ensuring my gaze remained sincere and my expression mournful, much like one wrongfully accused. I will not be swayed by disbelief. The little rascal lifted his chin with an air of disdain, igniting my frustration to the point of almost losing my composure. In a fit of anger, I slammed my hand on the table, startling my companion, Li Ku, who nearly spilled a cup of scalding tea on himself. Ignoring his reproachful look, I glared at the child. You would disregard such a lovely beauty before you. Do you aspire to someone like Qin Jiejie, an international beauty? Upon hearing the name Qin Jiejie, Li Ji's eyes widened in alarm, and he gulped audibly. I would rather die than want that. Then, turning to me, he queried, By the way, Jungu'er, what do you try to imply by constantly bringing up this topic? His retort left me speechless. Indeed, was I not being absurd? How old was Li Ji? The future emperor's intellect was still developing, and regarding his physical maturity, I couldn't help but notice his slender frame, which seemed far from ready for such notions. It appeared that this little lad had yet to manifest any inclination towards more mature pursuits. Perhaps I could guide him toward a new path, alleviating my worries about him fixating on our womenfolk, thus preserving my mental faculties. Just as I was lost in contemplation, the mischievous child spoke again. Jungu'er, your taste is truly questionable, shaking his head with a sigh, not to mention Qin Jiejie. Even the palace maid bestowed upon you by my father pales in comparison to my maid, Xiang. I could see the wicked glimmer in this little rascal's eyes, and I shuddered at the thought. What? Xiang? Surely you do not have a pomegranate Jia in your abode as well? I felt a surge of anxiety. Was Tang Bohu's beloved now traversing the realms of time to the Tang Dynasty? What sort of youth is preoccupied with such matters, failing to uphold the honor of the nation and the advancement of thought? My lifelong ambition has always been to expand our territories and rid ourselves of the Turkic threat. Unlike you, a mere child, consumed with thoughts of dalliance with young maidens, cut from the same cloth as your third brother. I regarded this little lecher with disdain. Though perhaps it was my own provocative wings that had caused this temporal chaos. I should reflect on this for a moment. Coughing, Li Ku, as if recovering from an ailment, recalled that the troublesome boy was right before him and quickly gestured to the illustrious Prince Ku with a wink, lowering his voice. Brother, let's not disturb the child. He is merely jesting. Jungu'er, feeling exasperated, rolled his eyes at Li Ku's antics, sipping tea in a manner that befitted a loyal friend. You are not much older. You are already considering taking concubines, and yet I have merely entertained such thoughts, not yet acted upon them. Li Ji retorted without hesitation. Repay me. You dare to argue with your creditor? I glared at Li Ji, my hand outstretched, my robust physique exuding the aura of a debt collector. Jungu'er, do not rush. Harming your health would be unwise, especially since you are still unwell. Do indulge in some chicken soup. Allow me a few days, for my finances are rather tight this month. Li Ji responded with a cheeky grin, mimicking my mannerisms, rubbing his fingers together as if he were concocting a scheme. Yet, This brought me some relief. I could now diligently guide this future emperor of the Tang Dynasty, encouraging him to broaden his horizons and cultivate a more noble heart, rather than fixating on married women. In a decade or two, should Emperor Li Ji develop a penchant for younger maidens, our household safety would be ensured. Junji, what are you scheming? Your smile seems rather sinister. Li Ji edged closer to the hearth, wary of my ominous laughter and menacing expression. At last, Li Ku, having gulped down a mouthful of scalding tea, clapped his hands in delight. All right, Junji, for the sake of brotherly affection, spare my little brother for now. Retribution shall come in due time. Li Ku rubbed his belly and sighed. Time passes swiftly, does it not? Ah, brother, I had almost forgotten. Please, the dishes should be arriving soon. Let us proceed. I took both princes by the hand and led them outside. Upon reaching the back hall, I found the guests had yet to arrive, but it was of no concern, as Lu Dai was busy setting the table and pouring tea with a few servants. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Xiaowong, quickly inform Aunt Lu in the kitchen to expedite the preparations and bring forth the braised meat I personally prepared for His Highness Wu Wang. I gestured grandly towards the door, summoning a busy maid, who promptly acknowledged me and hurried off. Ah, dear brother, do you not despise the smell of cooking oil? Besides, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, especially since your old ailment has yet to heal, Li Ku remarked in astonishment, pointing at me. Brother, your words are misguided. I cannot abide such talk. I rose to my feet with the vigor of a new generation, my righteous gaze fixed upon Li Ku, the heir of the greatest imperial lineage of the Tang Dynasty, Li Shimin. Chapter 77. The Great Scholar of Confucianism, Part 1. I recall an occasion when an old classmate visited my home. I prepared a meal for him, only for him to gossipy declare me a stay-at-home husband. I was so incensed that I nearly fried him alive. To settle the matter, I even researched online, ultimately forcing my classmate to apologize, claiming he would drink 3 cups as penance. In the end, I spent half my monthly salary feeding that 3-kilogram slacker. Dear brother, Uyist, do you not? Mencius once stated, it is without harm. This is the benevolent art. To see an ox yet not a sheep. A gentleman, in regard to animals, sees them alive but cannot bear to witness their death, hears their cries but cannot endure to consume their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. Li Ku was unceremoniously seated upon my couch, gulping tea with abandon. That Junji, perhaps it is best not to indulge? Li Ji interjected, my third brother and I have already dined in the palace, and seek only something light. This impudent child, what was he implying? Li Ku quickly nodded in agreement, supporting Li Ji's assertion, clearly dismissing my culinary skills. No matter, soon enough, they would be devouring my braised meat with nary a morsel left. Ah, dear brother, that interpretation is misguided. Mencius' meaning is not as you suggest. I raised my chin slightly, prepared to delve into scholarly discourse. Oh, pray tell, what insights do you possess, Junji? My ears are eager to hear. At that moment, my parents, siblings, and even Li Shu, the skilled warrior, along with my maid, emerged at the entrance. I hastily rose to greet them, exchanging pleasantries. And as we settled in, my father spoke first. Junior, what were you discussing with His Highness earlier? Uncle Fong. I was engaged in a debate about Mencius' words with my brother. Li Ku replied, clearing his throat and addressing my father. Oh, since the dishes have yet to arrive, I, too, would like to listen. My father, a learned man, expressed his interest piqued at the mention of Confucianism. I shall now present my humble interpretation. I stood, brushing my back, and spoke with confidence. Mencius stated, it is without harm. This is the benevolent art. To see an ox yet not a sheep. A gentleman, in regard to animals, sees them alive but cannot bear to witness their death, hears their cries but cannot endure to consume their flesh. Therefore, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. This originates from the text of Mencius, Liang Hui Wang, Chapter 1. Dear brother, I am aware of this, Li Ku acknowledged. Li Ku rolled his eyes in disdain, shaking his head helplessly. Did he truly look down upon me, the distinguished scholar of the Tang Dynasty? How could he display such contempt in front of my parents and my beloved? I maintained my composure, my expression unchanging as I surveyed all present in the hall, akin to a teacher observing diligent students taking notes at their desks. I continued, stating that most people interpret Mengzi's words superficially, believing that a gentleman should steer clear of the slaughterhouse. However, a gentleman who consumes meat inevitably partakes in killing, yet feigns compassion by avoiding the sight of it. If one truly feels compassion, it is not enough to simply distance oneself from the kitchen. One must also foster a genuine sense of empathy towards life, lest their compassion be mere pretense. This dichotomy of either enduring to consume meat or abstaining from it entirely, does it possess merit? Lika nodded vigorously, laughing heartily. What is my younger brother suggesting? This interpretation bears no distinction from my own. Mengzi's words are indeed founded upon this principle. Are you jesting or mocking me? The elder gentleman stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze glimmering with understanding. It was clear he comprehended my perspective, recognizing that his erudite son often preferred to present his arguments in stages before delivering a decisive blow. Incorrect, I interjected, slapping my hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. The elder nearly tugged at his long beard in surprise. Noticing his fierce gaze directed towards me, I quickly withdrew my hand, offering a sheepish smile and a respectful bow. I was accustomed to drawing students' attention by emphatically striking the podium during lectures to redirect those lost in their extracurricular readings. Incorrect? What do you mean? Liko appeared perplexed. The palace maid stood beside El Dai, positioned behind the demure and poised Li Shu, who resembled a little lady. The three charming girls were curious, their 6 beautiful eyes blinking in unison, their bright red lips parting to reveal dazzling white teeth, creating a captivating scene. Why is Junior stopped? A powerful pressure emanated from the elder. I hastily wiped my mouth and continued. In truth, Mengzi's words are not so simplistic. They encompass a deeper moral philosophy. I nodded to myself, while Ika stared blankly at his teacup. Those who toil in the kitchen should not be regarded as gentlemen. For cooks are often butchers, responsible for slaughtering chickens and ducks, tasks unbecoming of civilized individuals. A gentleman ought to be well-dressed, radiating warmth and kindness, with a book in hand and the classics upon his lips, not clad in coarse garments, reeking of grease, wielding knives while muttering about fattened livestock. Thus, the distinction between the civilized and the crude becomes apparent, leading society to aspire towards the gentlemanly ideal while dismissing the vulgar. Consequently, many uncultured individuals, with dark thoughts and misguided notions, don fine garments to masquerade as refined beings. As I spoke, I found my thoughts drifting towards the 2 exquisitely adorned maidens. LD, in her flowing aqua-green dress, revealed a delicate hand, her youthful face fresh as a newly bloomed white lotus, her elegant nose and bright, clear eyes gazing back at me, seemingly cheering me on. Her petite figure was charmingly curved. This assertion rings true. Among the many who dress beautifully, few embody true, gentlemanly virtues. Wang Yi is a lecher, while the Duke is a fickle sycophant. Little Shu is a cunning little girl. Cheng Chuyang is a notorious rogue. And Li Yeshu is the president of the Tang Dynasty Animal Cruelty Association. And who else? It seems that in this vast world, I, too, possess a hint of gentlemanly quality, closely approaching the esteemed ideals. Chapter 78. The great scholar of Confucianism, Li Ku, was taken aback by my explanation, sitting upright, his expression earnest and eager for knowledge. Then I humbly seek your insights, dear brother, he declared, as if preparing for a contest of wits. Raising my cup, I took a sip before clearing my throat and proclaiming, the essence of Mengzi's statement is that while one must eat meat, one must also harbor compassion. Therefore, the act of distancing oneself from the kitchen is not merely a refusal of the slaughtering of animals, but rather a refusal to confront the inner moral struggle. It is through this understanding that one cultivates empathy for others, leading to benevolence towards all living beings. For a ruler, it engenders a heart of righteousness, thereby fostering benevolent governance. This is the profound lesson Mengzi imparted to King Hui of Liang. Surprised silence enveloped the room. I lifted my gaze to see that aside from the 3rd brother, who was still grappling with the sturdy table leg, all the intellectuals were fixated upon me, including Li Shu, who looked at me with newfound respect rather than disdain. I relished this moment of attention, nodding graciously as a scholar might, revealing a bright smile akin to a predator selecting its prey. What say you, dear brother? I inquired, noting the elder's piercing gaze and furrowed brow, which reminded me that my father was the true scholar of the Tang Dynasty. I quickly bowed low, humbly requesting, my humble insights are unworthy of your esteemed attention. I seek your guidance. The elder's face bore a subtle smile, as he gently shook his head. When the collective gaze of the assembly turned towards him with reverence, the renowned statesman of the early Tang Dynasty rose, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as if a small universe had erupted within him. He clasped his hands behind his back, stroking his beard, and declared, "Compassion is indeed the essence of benevolence, not the grime of the kitchen nor the misplaced kindness of women. Today, I am greatly comforted." "Well said. Excellent." The elder's praise resonated, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, transforming the way everyone regarded me. It was known that my father held his children to even stricter standards than others, and though he had occasionally smiled upon my earlier accomplishments, today's recognition was exhilarating. My hands trembling as if I had just received an Oscar for Best Newcomer. My elder brother's face flushed with pride as he patted my shoulder repeatedly, celebrating my talents. My mother, while maintaining her dignified demeanor, could not hide her flushed cheeks, and I sensed that had there been no onlookers, she would have playfully smacked my forehead and showered me with affectionate kisses, her preferred expression of excitement. The palace maid's beautiful eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with a hint of pride and rosy hues. It seemed that an intellectual beauty found delight in the charm of cultured individuals, and I fit the mold perfectly. As for Eldai, her face was flushed with excitement, biting her red lips, her eyes shining with admiration and pride. Oh, how endearing she was! Li Shu gazed at me too, her face slightly reddened, her eyes shimmering not with tears but with a fierce intensity, prompting me to quickly avert my gaze, fearing her sudden outburst. Who could fathom her intentions? Yuna was too flattering. The influence of the sycophant was palpable, and the praises from the future emperor made my smile stretch from ear to ear, my back teeth nearly visible. Compassion is indeed the essence of benevolence, not the grime of the kitchen nor the misplaced kindness of women, Li Ke repeated fervently, sighing heavily. Today, I have truly learned from my younger brother. Juna, with this interpretation, I wager the scholars of the world will be in awe. Li Ke was ecstatic, pouring tea as if it were wine. Just then, the servants finally arrived with dishes, golden chicken feet, rich yet tender pork knuckles, and aromatic beef tripe, all delicacies the royal family had never tasted before. Li Ke's Adam's apple bobbed eagerly as he gazed at the food like a wolf eyeing its prey. Meanwhile, Li Shu maintained her ladylike demeanor, whispering to my mother while stealing glances at the spread. Li Ji had completely abandoned decorum, leaning over the table, his eyes glistening with anticipation as drool threatened to escape the corners of his mouth. I find myself quite pleased, awaiting the maid as she leisurely sets the table with bowls and wine vessels. The elder gentleman cheerfully raises his hand and calls out, "Your Highnesses, please enjoy your meal." Li Shu, not to be outdone, swiftly begins to eat, yet this girl displays a certain politeness, knowing to serve dishes to my father and mother. Given her diligent attentiveness, I shall overlook her earlier misstep. Observing Green Butterfly, stifling a giggle, I exchanged a triumphant glance with her, causing her charming face to blush slightly. Her eyes filled with a mixture of annoyance and shyness, which was utterly beguiling. "Indeed, Your Highness, the princess resembles a peasant who has gone 3 days without food. Anyone witnessing her voracious appetite would surely view her as a pitiable soul. Jungu'er, you too should partake for today. Dear brother, you have shown great thoughtfulness." Li Ke, feeling somewhat embarrassed, transferred the last piece of braised beef from his plate to mine. "No worries, brother da. As long as you eat well, I am content. This meal is a special tribute to honor you." He spoke humbly, yet quickly filled his mouth with the beef. Noting that the array of braised dishes on the table must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Li Ke and Li Ji, both carnivorous in nature, had devoured at least half without leaving a trace, which was truly unbecoming. With guests present and my commendable performance today, my mother, in her delight, lifted my drinking ban. "Ah, splendid. Let us first raise our cups to the brother who has prepared the chicken in yellow paper." Laughter filled the room. "Dear brother, I must confess, I feel embarrassed. I, who am but a few years your senior, cannot comprehend why my father would." Li Ke shyly offered a polite bow towards me. It was not to deceive Jungu'er, but rather a directive from our father. "Not a problem. Uncle Li is a good man. I have long recognized this. I can understand, especially since Uncle Li has saved me from perilous situations." I casually brushed aside the matter, eager to hear more of Li Ke's flattering words. "Father said you are a remarkable talent of our great Tang. destined to leave a mark in history. I thought it merely jest until today. I dare not speak further, for I fear it may bring me shame. Did Lily truly say such things? I laughed heartily. With the wine flowing freely, I ought to treat myself generously. However, I suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit. I tugged at Li Ku's sleeve. Pray tell, dear brother, your visit today cannot merely be to check on me? What do you mean? Li Ku blinked, sipped his wine, and cast a glance at Li Shu, who was in jovial conversation with my mother, before raising a toast to my elder brother. Could it be solely to see you, dear brother? Gaoyang, what kind of talk is that? We are brothers. Since you are unwell, it would not be in my nature to neglect visiting you. Would you think I came here merely to catch a glimpse of the lovely ladies by your side? Seeing the smile on his face, I was tempted to nod in agreement, but decided against it, quickly responding, indeed, brother, your willingness to assist me without regard for your own comfort truly moves me. Our bond, forged through years of camaraderie in the illustrious capital of Tang, deserves a toast. Li Ku, ever modest, would turn his face away when I praised him, contorting his features as if my compliments caused him discomfort. After dinner, the three princes had not yet risen when my father, in high spirits and with a flushed face, detained them to engage in a few rounds of chess. However, he soon laughed heartily and retired with my mother, while my elder brother and sister-in-law bid farewell to the three princes, leaving me alone with the three defeated royals, who exchanged bewildered glances. What seems to be the matter? Come, let me pour you some tea. Li Shu shot me a resentful glare, her adorable brows furrowing into a frown as she expressed her displeasure at losing. Li Ji sat by the chessboard, cradling his head in distress. My family was notorious for being ruthless in gambling. It was hardly my father's fault for being merciless. Brother, if you have something to say, please do. I sincerely appreciate the timely assistance from the three princes. I am in need of funds for the new year, and my pockets are rather empty. Not a chance. What is in my hands is mine, Li Shu declared, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Li Ku sipped his tea in silence, appearing somewhat troubled. Ah, dear brother, the braised meat you prepared is truly delectable. My anger flared. How could he speak of brotherhood while snatching my secret recipe away? I took a deep breath of the cool air. Brother, what do you mean? I have long wished to share this secret recipe with you, and I hope you will not decline. My smile was hardly cheerful. Li Ku's expression wavered between difficulty and gratitude. Gaoyang, truly, why must we resort to such measures? You're forcibly taking the recipe from me. He hastily tucked it into his robe. As I escorted the three princes out of the residence, I was surprised to find that Li Ku and Li Ji had fallen behind, leaving me walking alongside Li Shu. What is wrong? Today, aside from seeing you converse with my mother, I have not seen much expression on your face. Her expression, devoid of joy, struck a chord within me, prompting me to soften my tone. Feng Jun, yes? Do you think it would be unfavorable for me to marry into Tubo? Shu'er wishes to hear your honest opinion. Her cheeks flushed, lashes lowered, her fingers tinged with tension. Chapter 79. A subtle fragrance. The front courtyard of the Feng residence was a charming little garden, where Li Shu and I stood beneath a flowering winter sweet tree. Oh no, I exclaimed without a second thought, cutting her off. Though I was uncertain of Li Shu's thoughts at that moment, I knew I could never allow a nation to barter women for peace, especially not for someone as captivating and familiar as Li Shu. As for the rest, it was of no concern to me. Returning to reality, I was taken aback. This girl had even learned to be humble. Referring to herself as Shu'er, I was tempted to try it out, but feared that uttering her name would provoke her unpredictable temperament. Why not? Li Shu lifted her head to gaze at me, her eyes shining brightly, causing a flutter in my heart. Because you're a precious princess of our great Tang. She glanced around nervously, as if searching for the two princes who had fallen behind. Is that so? A playful smile emerged, her face suddenly animated. Li Shu twirled a pink handkerchief into a knot. Do you truly find me beautiful? Raising her brow, she met my gaze with her deep black eyes, her lips parting slightly, her dark hair framing her face, the pale gold of her attire accentuating her beauty. I nodded vigorously, speechless, nearly drooling. To speak falsely would betray my honest heart. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Shu was the most beautiful woman I had ever encountered. However, the palace maids had a certain allure that was more seductive, yet lacked her clever charm. With a bright smile, she appeared even more radiant, her eyes sparkling like rippling water. Why so serious? You're acting so proper. Where's the playful spirit you usually display? I'm simply being genuine. I speak plainly and often act without thinking, frequently landing myself in troublesome situations, and my temper can be rather poor. Why was I sharing so much with this annoying girl? I know what kind of person you are. Once the lantern festival passes, you will come of age. That day, I shall visit you, all right? The sweet and sticky sound, a smile that teeters between amusement and allure, combined with the enticing curves accentuated by a fitted garment, made it difficult for me to maintain any semblance of clarity, if not for the constant reminder that the enchanting figure before me was a princess. Accompanied by two princely figures lurking in the shadows, I might have succumbed to temptation and betrayed my father's expectations. Li Shu, concealing her laughter behind a handkerchief, cast a shy glance my way, her heart racing, cheeks flushed, as warmth surged to my head. What do you mean by betray? This handkerchief, the one you used last time, still reeks of your sweat. I refuse it. Keep it, but remember, do not discard it, if you dare to throw it away. Her enchanting gaze, paired with the blush of night, and her pouting lips were enough to make one leap into the yellow river rather than part with it. She demanded a promise, but her words were hardly serious. A fierce glare and a bite of her red lip accompanied her lowered gaze. A chorus of coughs interrupted our moment. As the two princes approached, their expressions comically disheveled, clutching their stomachs. What are you two up to? I hastily tucked the handkerchief into my sleeve, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks, wishing to cool my face with a splash of saliva. Nothing much. The moonlight is splendid. And we were just wandering through the garden. Li Ku pointed to the darkened sky. Sister, what were you and Junguer doing? I responded with a hint of apprehension, fearing Li Ku might drag me to meet his father. What could my eldest sister possibly be doing with Junguer? Young Li Ji was merely pretending to be innocent, his gaze naive and his laughter infectious. Oh, let go. I was wrong. Seeing Li Ji's toothy grin, my tension dissipated, and the awkward atmosphere vanished without a trace. Li Ku, mercifully refraining from teasing me, took my hand, leading me toward the mansion's entrance. He spoke of the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, promising to bring a host of rascals to celebrate with me and indulge in feasting for several days. My expression darkened. I felt a strong urge to kick him, but refrained to avoid accusations of attacking royalty, internally deriding him with disdain. Upon reaching the gate, Junguer was overly polite, assuring, "Fear not, I will host a gathering for you soon. You shall not leave until you are thoroughly intoxicated." With a secretive smile, Li Ku walked with an exaggerated swagger, while Li Ji scurried behind, eager to retrieve the horses. Li Shu paused momentarily, her voice low yet urgent. "Remember, on the day of the ceremony." Before I could react, she fluttered away like a night butterfly, disappearing into the darkness. "Second young master, what brings you here?" A clear voice broke through, and I turned to see my loyal servant, Fong Chung, waving in front of me. "Am I merely gazing at something?" I retorted. "I am contemplating matters of great significance concerning the prosperity of the Fong family, matters that concern the very legacy of our bloodline." I inadvertently sprayed him with a spittle-laden proclamation. "Young master, what is it?" he inquired. "Did you truly give the secret formula to His Highness, the King of Wu?" I gestured disdainfully towards the street where Li Ku had vanished, indicating to Fong Chung to shut the door tightly. "Next time, do not allow anyone resembling that scoundrel Li Ku to enter the mansion. Tomorrow, we shall procure 2 fierce dogs to guard the courtyard and hang a sign at my gate forbidding entry to strangers." Fong Chung, momentarily stunned, recalled that the rogue was a prince and quickly smiled. "Just a jest, of course. If it is truly His Highness, we would welcome him." "What now?" I asked. "Actually, the Hipu princess is quite admirable." "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Fong Chung leaned closer, lowering his voice. "The princess is very courteous to us servants. Earlier today, while I was holding her horse, she smiled at me." He scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Oh, go take a rest." I waved him off, making my way back to my courtyard, feeling a mix of melancholy and an indescribable joy. I instinctively touched the warm handkerchief hidden in my sleeve, recalling the earlier moment. Before I knew it, I found myself beneath the wax plum tree again, gazing up at the dark red petals against the night sky. Perhaps, having spent so many years in the palace, she, like the flower, had grown accustomed to solitude amidst the court's changes. Chapter 8. Invulnerable to all poisons, the old man chuckled heartily, clearly having triumphed once again at the gambling table. While the elders of the Fong household, including Uncle Shun and Uncle Ming, appeared dejected and defeated. Meanwhile, I was engaged in a fierce game of checkers with my 2 personal maids and my elder brother and sister-in-law. while my mother cradled my youngest sibling. Gossiping with Aunt Lou, the steward's wife. Counting the coins before me, I realized I had given away quite a sum. It was inevitable. My focus was scattered. If I were to win alone, no one would challenge me. So I divided the remaining coins into 2 portions, giving one each to the maids. You continue. I need a stretch. I feel all stiff. Do not wander too far, June D. It will soon be the hour of the rat. My brother said without lifting his head, his expression bright as he counted the coins on the table, which had multiplied significantly since the beginning. Stepping out from the bustling back hall through the draped curtain, a chilling gust made me shiver. Indeed, it was New Year's Eve. The snow crunched softly beneath my feet as the crescent moon shone brightly alongside the stars in the deep gray-blue sky. As I watched the crescent sway gently among the treetops, resembling a lantern adorned with dark patterns, I mused that perhaps it would only disappear on the day the earth met its end. An overwhelming urge to weep washed over me. It had been so long since I had traversed this era without bringing anything along, save for the memories of my departed parents. A bittersweet sensation stirred within me, a blend of solace and joy. Surely, there must be divine beings in this world. To have allowed me to traverse time is a testament to the universe's unfathomable mysteries. My parents, perhaps living well in another historical realm, might be happy. Second young master, what are you doing here? A sweet voice called from behind. Oh, Dyer, I was just wandering about, I replied, noticing the palace maid had followed me. Young master, this is your fur cloak. Sister Zhao noticed you left without it, and sent us to find you. Come, young master, let us set off to light firecrackers. Grasping one of each of their warm little hands, I led them toward the courtyard gate. Young master, what is a firecracker? Dyer's question halted my steps. I turned back to see their puzzled expressions. It's a bundle of paper wrapped around fire, with a fuse attached. It's used to ward off evil during the new year. Haven't you ever seen one? How marvelous. No fide crackers. Haven't they existed for ages? Was there no fire in the Tang Dynasty? I lamented, well, whatever you call it, as long as it makes a sound. I sighed in disappointment at the absence of firecrackers during the celebrations. Watching the servants preparing bamboo tubes filled with gunpowder made me reminisce about my childhood when I would scavenge for firecrackers at neighbors' doorsteps or secretly scrape gunpowder from red bricks to make my own. That was when I truly understood the essence of festivity. Seeing the servants work diligently, I could hardly believe how loud the bamboo tubes would sound. They might as well not wake me from my slumber. Noticing my regretful expression, Dyer tugged at my sleeve. Young master, are you saying your firecrackers are different from this? As the green butterfly began to speak, all the servants engaged in preparing the firecrackers turned their attention towards me. Fong Chung, abandoning the firecracker he had just prepared, squeezed closer. Second young master, what is a firecracker? Does it make a sound? Indeed, it sounds like thunder. Is that true? Fong Chung expressed skepticism towards my words, as if it was inconceivable that I could mistake him for a loyal servant. Of course it's true. When have I ever spoken falsely? That girl, Green Butterfly, seemed eager enough to plant a kiss on me, which was utterly delightful. Trust me, even His Highness, the Jin Wang, has said that the day I can pull fire from water is when he himself will inform you. Fong Chung hastily affirmed this. Observing the eager faces of the servants, I felt a sense of accomplishment. When the time comes, I shall create a thunderous explosion to astonish you all. Just don't cover your ears and flee. I boldly proclaimed among the gathered servants. Indeed, early the next morning, I watched as the servants stuffed firecrackers into the bonfire at the street entrance. The loud bangs were hardly more impressive than my own sneezes, and I shook my head in disappointment. Fong Chung appeared disheartened as well, longing to hear my vivid descriptions of the novel sounds I had promised. He circled around me incessantly. Young master, where can we buy firecrackers? I waved my hand impatiently. Yes, there are some over at Xingyang Palace. An old Taoist priest there makes them for the new year. Fong Chung nodded eagerly. Let us hurry and buy a couple of pounds. I shot him a glance, and my excited servant responded with enthusiasm, dragging a group of idle servants out of the manor. Fetch me some sulfur as well, and while you're at it, get some bamboo charcoal. If you can find a bit of smoking residue, I won't need to perform any tricks. Junior, what are you planning? My mother inquired, somewhat puzzled. Nothing. Just having them gather some materials to make firecrackers, I replied. My mother found the term firecracker novel, but paid it no mind. Before long, Fong Chung and the others appeared at the street outside the manor, carrying a bundle that seemed to promise a joyous new year. As Fong Chung opened the bundle, a strange odor made me sneeze violently, leaving my loyal servant covered in soot. "What is wrong, young master?" Fang Chung inquired, wiping the powder off his face with a forlorn expression. "Is this what you call fire?" I pointed at the oddly colored powder in the bundle, a hint of green creeping onto my face. Indeed, the old Taoist from Qingyang Palace added cinnabar. Another servant quickly interjected. "Ah, step back," I exclaimed, realizing that the old priest must have mistaken these materials for alchemical concoctions. My concern for the old man grew. How had he lived to such an advanced age? Did he possess a formidable immunity to mercury and arsenic? Had he truly reached a level of cultivation that rendered him immune to all toxins? Chapter 81. Bamboo Firecracker. Upon inquiry, I learned that the bundle contained not only saltpeter and sulfur, but also a plethora of miscellaneous ingredients concocted by the alchemist. Who could tell what bizarre substances the priest might have included? If arsenic or mercury was mixed in, I would become the first illustrious figure of the Tang Dynasty to perish from firecracker mishaps. I quickly instructed Fang Chung to return, insisting he purchase only saltpeter, sulfur, and bamboo charcoal. Bamboo was abundant, and we had plenty left for making firecrackers. Remember, no traces of smoke in the bamboo ash. Also, find me a scale. I called after Fang Chung as he hurried away. Seated indoors, I gazed at the 3 heaps of sulfur, saltpeter, and bamboo charcoal, along with a basket of eggs. Feeling lost, I recalled that the ideal ratio was 75:115, but I had forgotten the specifics of which should be more or less. If only I had studied how to be a terrorist before my time travel. I cursed my wretched memory internally while sipping tea in frustration. "Is everything ready, young master?" A palace maid sat beside me, poised with paper and quill, ready to document the process. I had sent Green Butterfly away, deciding it unwise to let the young girl near such lethal materials. "Were these symbols?" The maid inquired, her sweet voice sparkling with curiosity. "These are called numbers," I began, deciding against further elaboration to avoid confusing her. I stumbled upon this counting method in ancient texts. It's simple, easy to write, and facilitate calculations. "Oh, numbers used solely for calculations? How clever." The maid, clearly bright, seemed captivated, sitting beside her, inhaling her delicate fragrance. I found myself teaching her the applications and uses of these numbers. After an hour of explanation and historical research, I realized if we continued this way, I might transform into a wolf. I quickly stood up to stretch my hands. "Have you noted everything down?" "Yes," the maid replied softly, her cheeks flushed, evidently charmed by my mature aura. "Huh, that wretched butterfly. I must ensure she pays for this later." Snapping my fingers, inspiration struck. 75 of saltpeter, 1 of sulfur, and 15 of charcoal. "Make sure you remember." Next came a series of complicated and dangerous procedures. I donned leather gloves, as I still held a lingering fear of fire from childhood accidents with firecrackers, yet I was exhilarated nonetheless. Using a wooden pestle, I crushed the mixture while the palace maid followed my instructions, whisking the egg whites into the powder for about 10 minutes. After mixing thoroughly, we placed it by the coal stove to dry. "Can you confirm that the master and mistress are both out?" A group of people stood at the manor gate, and I remained somewhat apprehensive, fearing I might startle the elderly couple. If something went awry, I might end up being punished severely. "Yes," Chun Tao nodded fervently. The curious servants gathered at the door. Even the housekeeper had squeezed into the doorway to witness the spectacle. "Everyone, step back. You, go stand behind the stone lion," I ordered, ensuring everyone was well hidden. Dressed warmly, I stood confidently in the street like a grand, furry creature. Looking around, they seemed to be mostly concealed. Green Butterfly and the palace maid stood by the door, their curious eyes blinking rapidly, filled with excitement reminiscent of my own youthful exuberance. Carefully, I extracted a bamboo tube from my clothing. It was the only means available. The rice paper was too costly, so I opted for bamboo, of which there was a scarcity. I selected a relatively slender bamboo piece, about the thickness of my index finger, cutting one end open to fill it tightly with my explosive black powder, roughly 2 taels worth. After wrapping it in paper and sealing it, I had created the first perfect firecracker of the Tang Dynasty. I tucked 2 or 3 dozen of these firecrackers into my clothing, akin to a suicide bomber preparing to attack. I placed a firecracker in the well-trodden snow of the road, lit the fuse, and quickly ran away. Having never ignited such a device before, I prioritized safety. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, sending the entire manor into chaos. Screams erupted as I nearly dropped the lit fuse in shock. Damn it. Did I use too much powder? Second young master, that was too loud. It sounded like thunder. The excited voices of my astonished audience echoed amidst the fear. How was that? I flashed a confident smile towards the crowd, noticing their ears were covered in shock. It seemed my firecracker had indeed proven powerful, and I felt a sense of pride. I cupped my ears, which still buzzed from the blast. Green Butterfly emerged from behind the door, her face a mix of excitement and fear, trembling as she approached me, pointing at my back. What is it? I looked around, seeing nothing amiss. You have a bamboo shard stuck in your back, she said through gritted teeth, carefully pulling the explosive fragment from my thick coat. The fingers extended, and something felt amiss. Holding the bamboo cannon, I compared its size to my finger. Indeed, it was only finger-sized. How could it possess such formidable power? The blast left my ears ringing. Young Master Xiang, once more, please. Fong Chung exclaimed, his excitement infectious, and the crowd shared in his enthusiasm. Even the butler, Shun Shu, appeared slightly trembling with exhilaration. Could it be that our young master is a manifestation of the Thunder God? No wonder even the emperor has issued a decree praising him. A group of onlookers, seemingly half understanding, nodded in agreement. The noise was overwhelming, and shadows appeared at both ends of the street. These individuals seemed both curious and apprehensive about the young master's bamboo cannon. Make way, make way. Have even the armored soldiers come to join the spectacle? Chapter 82. The law enforcement team of the great Tang City. With a flick of the fuse, I lit it and dashed away. Not far before, boom. Another deafening explosion startled the soldiers who had just approached the Fong residence, causing them to nearly drop to the ground in fright. Hold on, young master. I am He Zhang, the right captain of the Jinwu Guard. May I ask who you are? A robust man clad in bright armor squeezed through the ranks of soldiers, standing before me with a hint of apprehension as he glanced at the bamboo cannon in my grasp and offered a respectful salute. Ah, so it is the second young master of the Fong family. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I see your attention is drawn to this bamboo cannon of mine. Firecrackers, I chuckled, shaking the bamboo cannon toward the general, just for fun. To my surprise, the imposing figure took several steps back, his face paling. What's wrong? It's merely a bamboo cannon. Young master, you must accompany us for a visit. The general insisted. Your device has startled the common folk, and I must address this matter. Please follow me to the Jinwu Guard. A path opened amidst the ranks of the great Tang soldiers, who had regained their composure. What do you mean? Is it a crime to set off firecrackers in front of my own home? I glared at the general. I am the second young master of the Fong family, a guest who can share drinks with Emperor Li. Is it such a crime to fire a couple of bamboo cannons? In the past, even the city guards were not so severe. If anyone dared to act against the son of a prime minister, they would be swiftly dealt with under charges of endangering national security. I apologize, young Master Fong. The general quickly softened, forcing a smile. I have no choice in this matter. While patrolling, a citizen reported that someone was causing a disturbance. I had no option but to investigate. But my lady, that statement is not accurate. The Jinwu Guard is an elite military force established by the emperor's decree, responsible for maintaining law and order within Chang'an. We oversee the patrols and ensure the security of the city. I couldn't help but think that this Jinwu Guard sounded rather similar to the bandit-like city guards of later times. Perhaps they were inspired by them? Overcome with excitement, I realized not only was my physical exhilaration heightened, but my psychological anticipation was even more significant. The palace maid had indeed not deceived me. Her promises were fulfilled with meticulous attention. I found myself at a loss for words, resorting to a silly grin directed at the maid. Suddenly, Green Butterfly pushed her way to my side, taking the maid aside for a whisper. What was she doing? Why must she always be so jealous of others? I am Fong Shun, the steward of the Fong family. With my master and mistress away, I bear the responsibility of this matter. This young general has my respect. The aura of authority emanated from the old steward. As the saying goes, a minister's son cannot be above the law, especially one as seasoned as I, who has seen countless individuals in my years of service. Not at all, sir, the general replied, bowing. However, young master, I must act upon the reports I have received. The general's face was drenched in sweat, and he looked rather despondent. What fool reported this? What business is it of theirs if I play with bamboo cannons in front of my own home? If they do not wish to hear it, they can simply cover their ears. I felt a surge of indignation. And even if you come to apprehend me, I am known for my amicable nature and reasonableness. Surely we can negotiate. If this matter escalates, it will tarnish my reputation throughout the city. Perhaps my expression appeared rather fierce, as the general's forehead glistened with perspiration. This matter shall not trouble you, General, I declared. After all, my master had repeatedly emphasized that a prince is subject to the same laws as the common folk. The onlookers nearby nodded in approval, clearly impressed with the steward's eloquent words, which served to elevate the Fong families standing among the citizens. Shin Shu smiled kindly at me. Very well, young master. Since you are willing to clarify the situation personally, I shall refrain from further comments. He turned to the general. I shall not hinder this young general's duties. Young master, you may proceed to prevent any misunderstandings. Shin Shu shot a disdainful glance at the general, exuding an air of superiority befitting a steward of a minister's household. All right then, Fong Chung declared, stepping forward, puffing out his chest as if to play the role of a bodyguard. Go fetch my prize sword. I shall accompany this general. I retrieved the firecrackers from my arms, intending to hand them to Fong Chung. However, we must not approach this matter in a sneaky manner. We must conduct ourselves with dignity. Green Butterfly and the palace maid approached, concern evident in Green Butterfly's pale face. It's nothing serious. I'm merely going to clarify the situation. I've done nothing wrong. I reassured them. Take good care of her. The palace maid nodded gently, sensing that there would be no significant repercussions. Shinshu arranged for 2 loyal servants to accompany me. With determination, I led the way, my prize sword at my side, as I stepped into the realm of the Great Tang's military establishment, the Jinwu Guard. Chapter 83. Ignorant yet fearless upon entering, I was met with a familiar face. Ah, is that you, Fong Xian? What brings you here to visit your elder brother? Right Captain Li Yi, adorned in armor, appeared before me, startling me momentarily. I have seen Captain Li, He Zhang, who stood beside me, quickly saluted. Seeing him calmed my nerves. Ah, brother, I did not expect to find you here on duty. What a delightful surprise, I exclaimed, warmly pulling him into a friendly embrace. It was a fortunate encounter with a companion I had shared drinks and tales with in the past. Ha, you jest, brother. I am on duty today. Li, clad in his resounding armor, gestured toward me, his gaze shifting to the tense He Zhang beside me. The situation is as follows, I explained. As He Zhang whispered something to Li Yi. It seems there are reports about your activities. Young master, this matter won't escalate, will it? Fong Chung asked quietly. How could it? It's merely a couple of bamboo cannons. If needed, we can simply leave the city in a few days and set them off elsewhere, and see if anyone dares to report us, I replied, feeling a surge of indignation as I cursed the informant in my mind. Was this matter truly serious? Li Yeshu's voice was tinged with excitement as he glanced at me, revealing his 2 front teeth. He swiftly dragged He Zhang, the burly man, into a shadowy corner and whispered, What is going on? The issue was that I, a man of extraordinary hearing, dared not bully the esteemed Longsure. If you don't believe me, you can ask the soldiers who accompanied me. All right, if this is true, Li Yeshu chuckled, his laughter always a bit ambiguous. Ah, Junger, it must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to apologize on your behalf, he said, bowing gracefully like a gentle spring breeze. Huh, this is rather perplexing. Could it be that Li Yeshu is truly a gallant hero of the Tang Dynasty, willing to sacrifice for his friends? Junger, I shall cover this matter for you, but Li Yeshu's expression turned slightly awkward. If I let you go like this, I would have a hard time explaining to Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung? Both of us felt a wave of darkness wash over us. Could it be that the omnipresent Uncle Chung, renowned for his might, was involved in this? Though the right Jinwei general is Yuqi Jingqiao, Uncle Chung oversees the left and right Jinwei. I am somewhat under his command. So, Junger, what exactly did you use to create that thunderous sound? Hand it over, and I can provide an explanation. Li Yeshu winked at me. Relieved, I finally understood. He merely wished to witness some excitement and was using Uncle Cheng's name to exert pressure. Naturally, I hastily produced the items. There were only 3 bamboo firecrackers, each as thick as my fingers, which I handed over to Li Yeshu. Brother Yeshu, this is nothing significant. It's just some powder I prepare myself. Stuffed inside as a firecracker for fun. Purely for amusement, just for the thrill. You made these yourself? Li Yeshu looked at me with a mix of appreciation and surprise. What's wrong? Does this fellow also wish to play with firecrackers? Brother Yeshu was filled with a strong curiosity about new things. Holding the bamboo firecracker, he examined it from every angle and even pinched the fuse. "How does one use this?" he asked, his face brimming with eagerness. "Simply light this end with incense, and it will do the trick." "Wait," I said. I began, but he had already dragged me inside. There was a secluded area where he wanted to test whether this object could indeed produce a thunderous roar, as Zetian had described. It appeared this fellow was even more eager for excitement than I was. A group of bored military personnel gathered around to witness the spectacle, and Li Yeshu proudly introduced me to the onlooking soldiers. After some hasty bows and greetings, we traversed through 2 chambers to arrive at a modest courtyard, where weapons were stacked high, indicating a training ground. Li Yeshu stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by a circle of curious soldiers, all eyeing the bamboo firecracker in the hands of the esteemed longsure. I quickly grabbed hold of Brother Yeshu. "Brother, this is dangerous. When this goes off, it sounds like thunder. You should have these brothers step back and hide under the roof. What is there to fear? We are all men of the battlefield, wielding weapons. How could we fear such a little firecracker?" Despite my good intentions, before I could finish my warning, a soldier shot me a sidelong glance. If it wasn't for my concern that this thing came from my hands and could cause a disaster, I would be delighted to watch the spectacle unfold without a care. "Since Jun Gur has spoken, listen to him. Step aside, or do not blame me for not recognizing you." Li Yeshu's imposing stature caused the soldiers to reluctantly retreat several meters, yet none chose to hide under the roof. As fate would have it, the remaining 3 bamboo tubes were the thinnest at the bottom, about the width of my thumb. Yet Brother Yeshu foolishly selected the thickest and sturdiest one, taking the incense offered by others. "Brother Yeshu, you must wear gloves, I implore you. Though small, this thing can explode with a force akin to thunder. My clothes have already been pierced by several shards of bamboo. If something were to happen to you, the famed killer Li Jing of the Tang Dynasty would certainly hold me responsible." "Do not worry, Jungur. I understand. It is just a small item, right?" Li Yeshu, unaware of the dangers of firearms and explosives, did not grasp the concept of fear. Reluctantly, he donned the gloves, disregarding the rest of his attire, clad in armor more solid than a tortoise shell. Upon receiving the incense, smoke began to rise, and Brother Yeshu stood there grinning, prompting me to shout, "Run. If you don't, you'll lose your life." The grandson of the first martial hero of the Tang Dynasty let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground. Shards of bamboo flying in all directions. The experienced servants of the Fong family ducked behind the pillars of the building, while 2 long bamboo shards trembled in the unarmored rear of Longsher Yeshu. Chapter 84. What else can one call a rear? Indeed, the group of soldiers who had been showing off a few meters away plopped down on the ground, with 2 of them sporting bamboo shards embedded in their faces, bloodied and dazed, as if they had been struck by a grenade. The entire right Jinwei garrison erupted into chaos, akin to a weasel invading a henhouse. Soldiers, half-dressed in armor, scrambled about with their swords and spears. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside, rivaling the sound of the explosion. "Who dares to make a commotion here?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. A troop of armored men appeared before me, their gleaming armor nearly blinding. "Fong family young man. I thought who would dare to cause a ruckus here? It turns out to be you." The familiar address took me a moment to recognize, as a heavy paw landed on my shoulder, rendering half my body numb. "Uncle Chung?" I hadn't anticipated being caught by this old man, who seemed to have no way of escaping. "Greetings, esteemed uncle," I said respectfully, as he appeared to belong to the ranks of the formidable warriors of the Tang Dynasty. "Men we cannot afford to offend. I am Li. Oh, isn't that Yeshu from the Guoyang family?" Li Ji's attention was drawn to the chaotic scene in the training ground. Alongside him stood a younger general, who introduced himself. It turned out to be Wei Qi Jingzong, the general of the right Jinwei and nephew to the renowned Wei Guoyang, Wei Qi Jingda, making him an acquaintance of sorts. On this first day of the new year, they had accompanied the 2 veteran generals on a patrol when they were startled by the thunderous noise, thinking it a winter phenomenon, and rushed in with a large contingent of personnel. In the end, a group of soldiers hastily helped Li Yeshu to his feet, his rear adorned with 2 trembling bamboo shards. Uncle Chung was curious, bouncing around Yeshu, who was pale and silent, and after a moment, he reached out. Li Yegzhu, still clad in armor, was jolted awake, ready to curse, only to find Uncle Chung standing before him, holding 2 bloody bamboo shards. "Young man from the Li family. What is the matter? It's just 2 bamboo shards. Is that a big deal?" I've charged in a battle, bloodied all over. Uncle Chung began to unleash a storm of words. I have met several generals. Were you discussing? I can't quite hear. My ears are ringing, Li Yeshu grimaced, looking utterly disheveled. All eyes turned towards me, and I quickly stepped forward to support the self-inflicted troublemaker, expressing concern. It's nothing. He was just startled by the sound of the firecracker and injured his eardrum. He'll be fine after some rest. Someone, please fetch some medicine for Brother Yeshu's rear. This remark caused an explosion of laughter from the soldiers, each turning red with embarrassment. I blinked innocently at Li Yeshu. What else could we call that rear? If I were to inform your subordinates that the extent of your injury lies at the junction of the gluteus maximus, piriformis, sartorius, and quadriceps, and subsequently enlighten them about the locations of the tensor fasciae lati, gluteus medius, gluteus minimus, pubococcygeus, adductor longus, gracilis, biceps femoris, semitendinosus, and semimembranosus, as well as the distribution, grouping, layering, arrangement, and functions of the entire lower limb musculature, I fear you would have succumbed to excessive blood loss from your posterior. Alas, why do you all stand there in bewildered amusement? Uncle Li Ji, with an expression both peculiar and humorous, waved his hand. Do assist Lord Zhangshi to lie down over there and tend his wound. Unnecessary. It's merely a small wound. A simple bandaging will suffice. The valiant demeanor of Brother Yi Su, whose hearing was gradually returning, promptly halted the antics of the ostentatious elder. Brother Yi Su, do not be so reckless. This substance is ignited, and if it penetrates the skin, it could easily cause inflammation, if left untreated at this moment. His earnest gaze fixed upon Brother Yi Su. Indeed, Brother Yi Su's expression darkened. The thought of possible infection leading to unsightly marks upon his deri was rather mortifying. With reluctance, he acquiesced and removed his armor for the hastily arriving physician to address his injury. Is this all there is to it? Uncle Chung, intrigued, picked up a bamboo cannon and fiddled with it, relieved that the Tang Dynasty had no smokers. Otherwise, brandishing such a device while puffing on tobacco would have been disastrous. Was the thunderous roar just now caused by this trivial item? Uncle Li Ji, unwilling to be outdone, seized another cannon and waved it near his eyes, causing a group of soldiers who had witnessed its power to retreat several paces, including two who had sustained injuries and were bandaging alongside Lord Zhangshi. I shall give a try. Unafraid, Uncle Chung snatched a still-burning incense stick from the ground and ignited the fuse, producing a plume of blue smoke right beneath the noses of the two high-ranking Tang officials, sending a chill down my spine. Did these two old fellows have no regard for their lives? After a loud shout, during which Uncle Chung was momentarily distracted, I seized the bamboo cannon and tossed it aside. Boom! Fortunately, there was no one nearby, yet the neatly arranged weapons scattered across the ground, and the dried grass in the corner was sent flying through the yard, with a small bamboo skewer tremblingly embedded in a nearby pillar. Brother Yi Su, who had just been startled, lay on a long bench, exposing his two front teeth in laughter, appearing more amused than anyone else. Uncle Cheng's face turned pale, his mouth quivering, his eyes wide as he stared at the scattered weapons. Uncle Li Ji's expression was likewise grim. His hand holding the bamboo cannon trembled, evidently shaken by the power of this seemingly insignificant device. What on earth is this? Uncle Li Ji finally spoke, astonished. Indeed, Li Ji pulled the recovering Uncle Chung and the observing Wei Qi Jingzong, who was eyeing Brother Yi Su's exposed gluteus maximus, into a huddle, whispering amongst themselves. Hey, is this contraption made by you? Uncle Chung, seemingly uncomfortable with the scrutiny, approached me with a friendly wink. Do tell, how did you come up with this little invention? Just a bit of whimsical tinkering, I cautiously replied to Uncle Chung. His fierce countenance, despite its attempts at kindness, resembled a demon from the depths of hell. You call this whimsical tinkering? This contraption could produce results that I, after decades of bloodshed on the battlefield, could never conjure. Uncle Cheng's expression grew menacing, his jaw tensing, readying for confrontation. Terrified, I nodded vigorously. I was merely bored and found the firecrackers used during the New Year to be too feeble. I thought to create this bamboo cannon for some festive excitement. Fire, you say? Young man from the Fong family, do not presume I am unaware of what fire entails. How does your invention compare to true fire? Speak plainly. Uncle Cheng's spittle flew as he gesticulated. Given his aggressive demeanor, I feared that a more plausible explanation was necessary to avoid dire consequences. Dear uncle, I too wish to learn where you procured this fire. Uncle Li Ji's unchanging smile resembled that of a scheming tiger, and thankfully, he did not spew saliva like Uncle Cheng. Well, I made it myself at home, using a formula from the Taoist priests of Qingyang Palace, though I did modify it a bit. I stammered, realizing the more I spoke, the more flaws I revealed in my story, desperately trying to find a way to attach my explanation to something credible to avoid being dissected by these two elders. My young nephew, what you say is true. The fire we originally purchased from Qingyang Palace was of no use at all. I, loyal servant Fong Cheng, though fearful of your esteemed selves, still dared to speak up. Oh, Uncle Li Ji responded, exchanging knowing looks with Uncle Cheng and Wei Qi Jingzong, nodding in tacit understanding. Dear nephew, please share the formula with me. What is this? Why would you want to make a bamboo cannon for yourself? I questioned, perplexed. Uncle Li Ji's eyes rolled back in frustration. Fong Shower, do not play games with your Uncle Li. Hand over the formula now. Oh, no wonder the Fong family is so sly. Uncle Li Ji laughed heartily. What do you mean the Fong family is sly? I am quite straightforward, very much so. Young man, what is this? Are your uncles questioning you to bully you? Uncle Cheng approached me, his face contorted into a fierce grin. Father, I exclaimed, nearly rushing to embrace my father's leg in joy, for he had arrived just in time to prevent Uncle Cheng from laying a heavy hand on me. It seems Brother Fong has arrived. I was merely playing with my nephew, Uncle Cheng said, revealing a row of menacing teeth as he patted my shoulder heavily. I nodded vigorously in agreement. Greetings, Brother Fong, Uncle Li Ji offered politely. The two scheming elders pulled my father aside, gesturing animatedly with the bamboo cannon. Uncle Cheng pointing at Brother Yi Su's exposed rear. Oh, is that so? The elder observed, casting a glance at me before taking the bamboo cannon from Uncle Li Ji, examining it closely and beckoning me. Junior, come here. Reluctantly, I followed the three high-ranking military officials and my father into a quiet room, where we all settled down. I stood beside them, adopting a meek demeanor. Yuna. Here, father. I am aware of the general situation. Indeed, this device is truly your creation? The elder inquired, sitting firmly on a stool while examining the bamboo cannon. Oh, the elder seemed surprised. But I heard Fong Shi mention your request for him to procure fire from Qingyang Palace. How does this relate? Yes, I had presumed the Taoists at Qingyang Palace would have proper fire. However, upon purchase, I found the impurities excessive and the potency insufficient. I engaged in this back and forth with the elder, while the three high-ranking generals exchanged glances, their expressions increasingly unsettling, akin to predators eyeing their prey. The elder inquired further, then gestured for me to step outside. After some time, the lowest ranking among them, Wei Qi Jingzong, pulled me back inside, placing me before the three vigilant elders. How did you create this? The old gentleman carefully placed the bamboo cannon on the desk in front of me. It appeared that our father, being a cultured individual and an esteemed intellectual, harbored a profound sense of caution towards the unknown. This was commendable, at least far superior to those two ignorant and fearless iron-blooded uncles. This device was crafted from a bamboo tube. I wrapped some medicinal powder in paper to serve as a fuse. Observe how the closure is sealed with fragments of paper and glue, thus allowing the black fire within to burn fiercely in a confined space, leading to an explosion. As I explained, I was disassembling the most powerful micro-explosive device in the current Tang Dynasty. Is this the device? Uncle Cheng inquired, rubbing a bit of the powder between his fingers and licking his lips. Something feels amiss. I could only watch in dismay, beads of cold sweat trickling down my forehead, relieved that I had not added vermilion or arsenic to the formula, lest I be accused of murder and face dire consequences. Oh, what seems to be the problem? Uncle Li's expression darkened slightly, his mouth twitching, clearly intimidated by Uncle Cheng, a connoisseur of poisons. The aroma is unlike that of ordinary fire. Uncle Cheng seemed to crave more, squinting as he rubbed some powder beneath his nose, detecting a peculiar freshness, as if he had encountered this substance before. Chapter 86. The autobiography of the second son of the Fong family, huh? Uncle, you truly are remarkable. I did indeed mix some egg whites into this powder. I hastily sought to flatter him, clarifying my explanation to prevent him from mistaking the powder for something hazardous. Egg whites? A subdued chorus of exclamations escaped the lips of the elders, with my father being the first to regain his composure. He gently touched some of the powder, rubbing it between his fingers and bringing it closer to his nose, exchanging glances with Uncle Li and the others before slowly stating, "Junior, write down the complete formula for this fire." His demeanor was serious and solemn. The elderly gentleman's expressions were grave, and Uncle Li glanced sideways, while Wei Qi Jingzong stood up, retrieving writing materials from within the room. After a respectful bow, he strode out, loudly admonishing the nearby soldiers to keep their distance. As the general himself was personally overseeing the matter, the components were indeed straightforward to combine, albeit the process was somewhat intricate and perilous. However, should this substance be encased in wrought iron, the amount in my bamboo cannon would ensure that within 5 paces there would be no living creature left. Presenting the formula with utmost respect, I took care to clarify, lest Uncle Chung, in a fit of madness, ignite it carelessly, leading to my own predicament. A collective intake of breath echoed as the 3 elderly gentlemen's expressions shifted. Uncle Li cautiously lifted the bamboo cannon, which had already been filled with the powder. His hand trembling, whether from fear or excitement, was uncertain, most likely excitement. After all, a seasoned veteran like Uncle Li, who had spent his life in battle, had no reason to be afraid. This must weigh less than 2 taels, right? Uncle Chung cautiously gathered the powder on the table, estimating aloud. "Your vision is keen. It is just over 2 taels. What is this?" The old gentleman blinked, staring intently at my formula for an extended period before pointing to the numbers. This is a symbol I created for convenience in counting. It is a code used by the Tianzhu people, which I have adapted. Observe. I took a fresh sheet of paper, 0 for 0, 1424. For example, this is, which can simply be replaced with 280 genes for ease of calculation. I spoke with great enthusiasm, reveling in the delight of presenting something that others found perplexing, a feeling that was utterly exhilarating. This child, having invented such a device, why did you not present it to me sooner? The old gentleman feigned anger, swiftly seizing the paper filled with numbers and characters. Much to the chagrin of the 2 middle-aged uncles, who could only grumble in frustration while forcing smiles and bowing in respect. Respectable Fong brother, with such a talented child. Ha ha ha. Their laughter was dry and unconvincing. Not at all. This rascal's astonishing antics have disturbed the peace of our household, and I often worry about him, constantly urging this scoundrel to read widely. At times, I wish I could squeeze the joy from his eyes for the trouble he causes, while he brazenly utters nonsense. I silently derided the old gentleman's hollow modesty, though I refrained from showing any expression, maintaining an impassive facade of guilt. Oh, Uncle Li took the formula from the old gentleman's hands, examined it, and then handed it to the unusually quiet Uncle Chung. He looked up at me, extending a thick finger. "Noble nephew, were there any witnesses when you created this?" I tilted my head in thought and resolutely shook it. No, I operated entirely alone. No one knows. This was the truth, as the palace maid now counted as my wife, and thus could not be considered a third party. "Sir, what do you think of this matter?" Uncle Li's tone was soft, yet his gaze towards my father was unwavering. The 3 high-ranking officials of the Tang Dynasty engaged in a fervent discussion about pioneering the era of firearms, while I, fortunate to be both an observer and participant, listened intently. During this meeting, as the sole expert in firearms materials and with nearly 30 years of practical experience in the art of pyrotechnics, I made groundbreaking remarks regarding the role of firearms in the military and their deterrent effect on neighboring unstable nations. 3 days later, the first atomic bomb was secretly detonated in a classified area outside the city of Chang'an. "Young master, what is this atomic bomb?" The palace maid stood before me, raising her delicate brows inquisitively. Ever since she assumed her role, I had rarely set pen to paper, unless compelled by the old gentleman to transcribe texts. "An atomic bomb? Did I say that?" I hurriedly glanced at the autobiography of the second son of the Fong family that the palace maid had just recorded. "Oh, I misspoke. It is called a hand grenade. Young master, do have some tea? Look, you're frothing at the mouth." The concerned green butterfly presented a tea bowl before me. Yes. And here, young master, have you not been at home these past few days? When did you venture to the classified area outside of Chang'an?" The palace maid, with a playful glint in her eye, gently teased me, causing me to feel a bit unsteady. How dare she expose my secrets? A swift crack echoed as I playfully smacked her. "Ouch! Young master, why do you keep hitting me?" The enchanting maid pouted, tenderly rubbing her pert backside, her movements reminiscent of a dance, igniting a blush in my cheeks. Why do you keep hitting people? Green Butterfly expressed her dissatisfaction. Is this reasonable? Family rules. I playfully struck again, her cheeks flushing as she shielded her rear and darted behind screen. I'll go check if the water is ready. This girl, aware of how to flee. I mused, reflecting on my days as a teacher when such actions would have led to dire consequences. Far worse than any punishment here in Tang's decadent and indulgent lifestyle. Young master, it is time for a meal. Green Butterfly's cheerful voice broke my reverie as I contemplated further mischief. Wait, after these few days, I shall see if you dare, I whispered, casting a mischievous glare at the palace maid. Seizing the opportunity, while she was distracted, I boldly placed my hand upon the enticing curve between her waist and thigh, the silk fabric yielding to the warmth of her skin. The palace maid gasped, hastily covering her mouth, her face flushed with shyness. Her eyes dared not meet mine. Instead, they nervously darted towards the bustling Green Butterfly by the stove, resembling a lamb led to slaughter. My heart raced at the sight. Young master, if you do not leave soon, it will be too late. If the lady should take offense, I cannot bear the consequences. The delicate, water-like eyes drooped slightly, and the sweet whispers were utterly enchanting. The rosy hue on the neck seemed to swallow a gulp of air, as my hand, almost unconsciously, clenched. I couldn't help but recall a certain advertisement. What an exquisite touch, young master. The face of the palace maid blushed deeply, almost as if it would drip with water. My voice had risen a tad too loud, startling the delicate Green Butterfly. As she lifted her head towards me, I cleared my throat, waved my sleeve, and strolled out as if I were a learned scholar, taking measured steps towards the door. Today, I had finally avenged myself to some extent, yet the feud with the palace maid was far from over. It seemed that mutual retribution would linger for a lifetime. Of course, there was also my little Green Butterfly. My hearty laughter startled the creatures of the estate's courtyard, causing them to respond loudly. Chapter 87. When Braised Chicken becomes an adversary as the protagonist. I was commanded by the patriarch to remain vigilant within the ancestral hall of the Fong family. Clad in plain linen robes, seated upright on the couch, feeling quite anxious. I was on the verge of adulthood, and, at last, I had grown a second time. How odd it felt to express that. I was filled with excitement, for I was nearing the end of this arduous trial, the ancient coronation ceremony that I had envisioned countless times in my subsequent life. 3 days prior, I had endured immense torment at the rehearsal, where the patriarch personally administered an intense boot camp of sorts. Those days were truly unbearable. Last night, the patriarch had unceremoniously thrust me, an exemplary time traveler, into the ancestral hall of the Fong family, forcing me to converse with the spirits of our forebears throughout the night. I stared blankly at the ancestral tablets, nearly losing my sanity. Aside from a cup of tea and a bowl of translucent corn porridge, nothing had been offered to me. I was so deprived that I even contemplated capturing the cockroaches that crawled past the spirit tablets to practice survival training like a special forces soldier. To ensure I remained attentive and did not disrespect my ancestors by dozing off, the patriarch had stationed 2 distant relatives as my guardians. Thus, I spent the entire night in a state of exhaustion and hunger, my once defined abdominal muscles now feeling as if they had vanished. I felt utterly weak and unwell. But thankfully, dawn finally broke. The maid, Lu Dai, had greeted the 2 uncles, while the patriarch was busy receiving guests in the front hall. With many visitors arriving today, he had asked Lu Dai to summon the 2 uncles. She also brought me some fresh water and porridge. After a night apart, my devoted maid appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall, bowing respectfully to the 2 uncles with her big, adorable eyes blinking. Yi. Behave yourself, and do not misbehave, one of the uncles warned me sternly. Understood. Rest assured, esteemed uncles. I pledge to conduct myself properly and will not cause you any concern, I replied respectfully as I escorted the 2 uncles out of the hall. What was Lu Dai up to? I noticed her glancing at the food tray, and upon closer inspection, I realized she was hurrying to catch up with the 2 uncles leading the way. Beneath the tray, several thin strings secured a package, emanating a familiar fragrance. I quickly snatched it, darted back into the hall, and upon opening it, I was overwhelmed with emotion. It was a whole half-braised chicken. My dear Lu Dai, truly the most thoughtful maid. How kind and considerate she was. Although a touch salty, the flavor was delightful. After consuming more than a pound of braised chicken, I let out a satisfied burp, sipping the porridge as a remedy against the greasiness, and raised my bowl toward the ancestral tablets, mistakenly referring to it as a toast. Celebrating the fact that I, the second son of the Fong family, was blessed with such a charming maid. Young master, the palace maid has also arrived. I widened my eyes in surprise as I began to doze off. The palace maid stood outside the ancestral hall, her eyes darting nervously, resembling a timid white deer. What brings you here? I asked, elated to see both my maids visiting me, a prisoner in this confinement. I just saw the two uncles in the front courtyard, and I thought that no one else would be here. You haven't eaten all night, so I brought you something to stave off your hunger. The palace maid's cheeks flushed as she quickly pulled a paper bag from her sleeve and handed it to me. Looking at the more than half a pound of braised chicken in my hand, I began to suspect that the two maids had stealthily snuck into the kitchen. I'll keep watch for you. Please eat quickly. If someone arrives, it will be troublesome, she urged anxiously, concern evident in her eyes. Have you eaten? If not, we could share. I hesitated, primarily due to a lack of appetite. Gaoyang went to great lengths to bring this from Aunt Lu's watchful eyes. As long as you're satisfied, I will be content, she said sweetly. How could I refuse such kindness from a lovely woman who harbored feelings for me? To turn down a beautiful maiden offering me delicious food would be sheer folly. Very well, Gaoyang, keep an eye on things for me. I opened my mouth and feigned a ravenous appetite. The palace maid chuckled at my antics, her eyes sparkling and her lips curving into a smile. In light of the palace maid's heartfelt intention, I felt emboldened to tackle even the most daunting challenges, especially this braised chicken. Surely, as the son of a prime minister, I could manage to finish it without issue. With fierce determination, I bit down with such gusto that I nearly crunched the bones. After devouring the last chicken bone, I rubbed my slightly swollen belly, profoundly grateful. Thank you, Gaoyang. For what? This is simply my duty, she replied. Which Gaoyang? I asked, raising a brow. If you get married, will the palace maid's eyes shimmer with uncertainty? I trust you, young master, she said, her eyes glistening with affection, her rosy cheeks exuding an allure that tugged at my heartstrings. Do not speak of such things, I warned, feeling a flutter of anxiety in my chest. But if you believe in me, young master, she smiled, a glint of ease evident in her demeanor. Give that to me, or if someone arrives and sees it, you will have to acknowledge it. The palace maid pointed to a chicken bone in the corner with a playful grin. You are quite clever, I remarked, narrowing my eyes at her. Do you think I am unaware of such things? I waved my hand dismissively. The palace maid nodded, instinctively hiding her hands behind her, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, her enchanting gaze almost overwhelming. Thankfully, the ancestral hall's eerie atmosphere quelled any inappropriate thoughts. This girl was truly astute. Was I feeling a sense of joy due to the palace maid's presence? Or was it the daunting reality of living under the iron-fisted rule of a formidable matriarch? Perhaps a bit of both. With a contented sigh, I reflected that if it weren't for my two maids occasionally sneaking food to me, I might have already perished in the ancestral hall. Yet, my stomach felt somewhat uneasy. It seemed I had overindulged. However, how could I leave any uneaten food out of respect for their heartfelt offerings? With a smile, I gazed serenely at the row of spirit tablets, envisioning a future where I would be embraced by two lovely companions. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from behind me, and I turned to find my mother gently patting my shoulder. Mother, what brings you here? Isn't it your duty to entertain the guests in the front courtyard? Shoo, keep your voice down, you rascal. If your father finds out I'm here bringing you food, he might just tan your hide, she replied, her demeanor lacking the usual authority of the matriarch, replaced by a nurturing concern for her child. She quickly glanced outside the door, then hastily produced an oil paper bag from her sleeve and placed it in my hands. Is it food? I cautiously felt the bag's shape, a mix of guilt and concern swirling within me from my already full stomach. In the midst of my mother's urging, I cautiously unwrapped the oiled paper, only to find a greasy chicken head glaring at me. Oh, the sorrow and indignation. Gazing at the audacious chicken, I suddenly realized that I had forged a deep-seated enmity with it, and I felt a surge of rage brewing within me. Chapter 88. The Secret Technique of the Chung Family Cloning Technique. 2 hours later, after a night of hunger, the second son of the Fong family, with a distended belly, waddled toward his courtyard, emitting burps and carrying the distinct aroma of stewed chicken, much to the astonishment of the onlookers in the Fong residence. How outrageous! I am about to burst. Should anyone dare to mock me, I shall chop up all the chickens at home and stuff them in their mouths tomorrow. I thought to myself. I had consumed an entire and a half of stewed chicken, and the taste was overwhelmingly frustrating. I'll die, Gaoyang. Hurry and fetch me some tea to settle my stomach. I feel like I'm about to explode. Also, prepare some mouthwash and a fresh set of clothes. Otherwise, I will be reeking of chicken. I called out as I entered the courtyard, seeking assistance from the two maidens sitting in the room. The palace maid who had been observing me gasped, covering her mouth while casting a furtive glance at Eldai. The latter was equally taken aback. Pointing delicately at my belly, "Young master, what has happened to you?" "Don't mention it," I exclaimed, taking several gulps from the water jug to relieve my discomfort. The stewed chicken was too dry, and my mother, with her eagle-like grip, was force-feeding me chicken meat, showing no concern for her son at all. "Young master, what's the matter? Can such a small amount of food really make you feel this way?" Elle dit mon oulet discontentedly. "Dear sister, do not blame the young master. Perhaps the madam is worried about us being hungry," the palace maid remarked, her sharp gaze making me want to retaliate. Why was she smiling? Upon being prompted by the palace maid, Eldai glanced at me and then back at the snickering maid and suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder the young master exclaimed upon entering that he was stuffed. "Gaoyang, you must have played a part in this too, right? You still have the energy to chit-chat. I can't take it anymore," I declared, rolling on my sleeves in preparation for some vigorous exercise to relieve my bloatedness, causing the two maidens to giggle and scamper toward the doorway. What sort of people are these with no sense of regret, oblivious to the need for labor reform? Inside the ancestral hall of the Fong family, it was bustling with activity as various esteemed officials and dignitaries gathered to witness the spectacle. Among them stood Uncle Chung, who noticed my gaze and flashed a menacing smile, revealing his two front teeth. I nearly stumbled over in fright. Quickly averting my eyes and taking several deep breaths to regain my composure, I strode into the hall with a serious expression, embodying the role of the honored guest of the ceremony under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Indeed, it is a privilege for an old man like me to bestow a crown upon such a promising young man as my dear nephew. An elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair and a robust physique declared from the main seat, nodding and smiling at me. "Brother Yaosher, you overstate it. It is this lad who is fortunate to receive the crown from you," my father interjected from his position on the left. He clasped his hands toward the venerable elder whom I had never heard my father mention before and then beckoned me to kneel. Excitement mingled with trepidation filled my heart, especially with my mother, supported by my aunt, smiling warmly at me while occasionally surreptitiously dabbing at her tears. Indeed, as a son approaching adulthood, how could my mother not be overjoyed? The subsequent proceedings slipped from my memory. I was simply too nervous. I vaguely remember the initial ceremonial attire being presented to me: a formal robe, a ceremonial cap, a belt, and shoes, followed by the ceremonial crown. The blessings were pronounced. "On this auspicious day, may you abandon your youthful title and embrace your mature virtues. May you be blessed with longevity and prosperity." Next came the addition of a hat, a ceremonial robe, a leather belt, and footwear, culminating in the bestowal of the noble cap. "On this auspicious month and day, may you receive your formal attire, embrace your dignity, and cultivate your virtues. May you enjoy boundless longevity and everlasting blessings." The deep, resonant voice concluded the ceremony, and the air was filled with congratulations. My father's expression was one of unrestrained joy. A triple-layered crown was placed atop my head, which felt somewhat heavy and disorienting. I found myself bowing repeatedly before the ancestral spirits of the Fong family, losing track of how many times I had done so. Ultimately, my father bestowed upon me the name Eai, a name imbued with romance and a sense of ethereal beauty, suggesting that he had a penchant for becoming a poet of the surreal. It appeared that I had cultivated a commendable image, igniting sparks of love for my homeland amidst its splendid landscapes. From now on, anyone who encountered me would either refer to me as Eai Gongzi or Liuxiang Jiangjun, which was quite delightful. Finally, the ancestral rites in the hall concluded, and my father waved his hand grandly, signaling the commencement of a lavish banquet in the front hall of the Fong residence. Amidst the congratulatory voices of my friends, including Li Ku, Chung Chuyang, Li Yeshu, and Li Ji, my once dizzy head began to clear. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my brothers for braving the night to be here. I am truly grateful and shall drink a cup in self-punishment. The list of rascals was too long to recount, so I waved my hands dismissively, lifting a cup to quench my thirst after consuming too much dry food. What nonsense! Today is your joyous occasion. One cup cannot satisfy our brotherhood. Let's raise 3 cups, Li Ku exclaimed, downing 3 cups in quick succession. This fellow seemed intent on draining my family's resources. Cheng Chuliang joined in, flashing a grin at me. Fang Jun, in the future. I noticed another Cheng Chuliang appear before me, smiling just as broadly. Could it be that my drinking capacity was so weak that I was already intoxicated after just a few cups? Wait a moment, something fell off. Another one? My heavens, my legs are going weak. Who are these people? I thought, bewildered. Had Cheng Chuliang mastered the art of cloning? Perhaps he was a disciple of Yuan Tianyang, the legendary diviner of the Tang Dynasty? Oh, this fellow seems not to be Cheng Chuliang, though he bears a striking resemblance. His beard appears more prominent. The Cheng family man before me grinned widely. You must be the esteemed Fang Jun. I am Cheng Chumo, the elder brother of Chuliang. This is Chu and Chu Zheng. I was taken aback. Goodness, Uncle Cheng's reproductive capabilities are astonishing. What are they up to? The Cheng family is sending 1 elder and 6 younger members. Are they here to eat or to rob us? Indeed, our Cheng family may lack in many things, but we are plentiful in valiant men. Gulme, let us raise our cups in honor of the illustrious Fang Jun, the celebrated talent of Chang'an. Each shall drink 3 cups as a toast, Cheng Chumo declared, lifting his cup and pouring it effortlessly into his mouth without spilling a drop, which startled me into grasping his hand. Brother, your kind intentions are noted, but my drinking capacity is rather limited. Perhaps we could toast together with the other Cheng brothers? Lacking any semblance of dignity, I relented. Very well. Let all of you join me for a toast. Yet, the Cheng brothers regarded me with a hint of disdain. I chose to ignore it. After all, I cannot confront this group of youthful versions of Uncle Cheng. Surrender was my only option. Before I knew it, I was inundated with several cups of alcohol, my eyes rolling back, barely able to breathe as Li Yeshu pulled me aside. Yeshu laughed heartily. Young brother, we are brothers. Since our last parting, we have yet to drink together. Come, let us share a cup. The rascals. They intoxicated me to the point of green eyes, and I quickly attempted to disappear, ignoring them. Alas, I was the main character. Where could I run? Having spent an evening in the company of friends, I am certain that I have imbibed no less than 2 or 3 pounds of wine. I am quite relieved that since my arrival in DTing, I have endured the trials of the drinking halls. Otherwise, I might have spent my first day of adulthood sprawled on the bed like a lifeless dog. As I sipped my drink, exchanging flattery with others or receiving it in turn, I glanced around the hall, noticing an oddity. Despite my intention to come here, I cannot find the figure I sought. This brought to mind the graceful lady I had encountered beneath the winter sweet tree that day. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the air from outside the gates of the residence, causing the previously raucous atmosphere, akin to a bustling marketplace, to fall silent in an instant. All eyes turned to me, the young master, who stood there, momentarily bewildered. I found it strange. It seemed out of place for the son of a minister to be hosting a crowning ceremony without the presence of the emperor. Chapter 89. The 4 Great Joys of Life. Come quickly to receive his majesty. The old man wasted no time, giving me a nudge that roused me from my reverie. I hastily dusted myself off and followed him with a compliant demeanor. Upon opening the main door, indeed, it was Uncle Li, clad in imperial robes, wearing a gentle smile, accompanied by an enchanting lady of exquisite beauty, who shyly leaned against his shoulder. Once I beheld her countenance, I could not help but gasp in surprise. Today, Li Sh's appearance was indeed extraordinary, her princely attire dazzling beyond compare. I almost assumed that this wicked uncle had procured a beautiful girl from some unknown source. Minister Qiao brings his family to pay their respects to his majesty. With my father, the chancellor, kneeling, our entire family followed suit, soon leaving no one standing in the residence, except for the 4-legged creatures. With a sidelong glance, I noticed Li Sh had gracefully stepped back, which was fortunate, for I would not have stood for kneeling before a girl. It would have been beneath my dignity. Dear ministers, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Minister Fang, do not be so formal. I have long wished to join in the festivities for your nephew's crowning. Unfortunately, my numerous responsibilities delayed my arrival. I hope you do not hold it against me. Uncle Li was quite eloquent, assisting my father to his feet. Your servant would not dare, your majesty. You work tirelessly for the state, and to find time amidst your many duties to attend my son's ceremony is indeed a great honor. My father's oratory skills were commendable, showering praise without repetition, earning my admiration. It seemed I must learn more from him in the future. Dear nephew, I have come today specifically to partake in your crowning ceremony. Uncle Lee approached me, patting my shoulder amicably. Ah, thank you, uncle. No, wait. In this public setting, I quickly stammered, attempting to kneel. I am your humble servant, Fong Wai. Nephew, you are not a courtier, and this is not the court. We shall continue to address each other as uncle and nephew. If you dare to call me your majesty, I shall have you punished with 50 strokes. Do you believe me? Uncle Lee's fierce gaze startled me, prompting an immediate change in my words. Yes, yes, I believe you. Thank you, uncle, for your kind visit. I struggled to find my voice amidst the throng of people. Perhaps I was a bit shy. I worried whether Uncle Lee had come to confront me regarding his daughter's secret engagement to me. Your Majesty, please take your seat. My father finally spoke up, rescuing me from the awkward moment as I watched him accompany Uncle Lee to the front hall, feeling grateful for his timely intervention. Fang Yun, a voice suddenly called, causing me to startle. I turned to see a meticulously adorned face. Her attire a splendid mix of gold and crimson that accentuated her elegant and radiant demeanor, perfectly outlining her alluring figure. The delicate lace of her trailing skirt resembled real flowers, and her meticulously shaped brows added an air of enchantment. What are you staring at? The girl coyly raised an eyebrow. Look over there. I pointed discreetly, noticing a group of ruffians nearby, their lewd gazes fixated on the princess. Anger bubbled within me. How dare they ogle someone of such nobility? Lee Sh cast a glance at the group, her charming laughter causing a ripple of discontent in the air. Isn't she beautiful? She shot me an icy glare, her pearly white canines glinting mischievously. Indeed, she is captivating. I dare say she would win first place in any beauty contest today. I flattered, not wanting her to become incensed. I certainly did not wish to be bested by the fierce princess on my first day as an adult, becoming a laughingstock among the elite of DTing. Not a single compliment was worthy, she retorted, shooting me a disapproving look before sashaying forward. The young ruffians quickly composed themselves, adopting the most respectful demeanor as they escorted the royal beauty towards the front hall. With Uncle Lee's arrival, the previously boisterous banquet grew significantly quieter. Brotherly K had fully resumed his princely demeanor, each word and action executed with such precision that one could find no fault. Lizich, a voice called, prodded me from behind. What are you so afraid of? Your father can't harm you in public, can he? My father forbade me from coming. I had to sneak out of the palace with third brother. What am I to do now? Lizich nearly slipped beneath the table in panic. Fear not. He is your father. Can he really punish you in front of so many? Besides, you are a prince. Show some dignity and greet him properly. Hurry, lest he see you in this pitiful state and be inclined to discipline you. I glared at the young man. Is that true, Junge? Li Zh appeared anxious, his shifty eyes revealing his unease. I had no choice but to send him forth to at least gauge Uncle Lee's mood, as I too needed time to devise a strategy. Fear not, I shall support you. What is there to be afraid of? With a firm push, I urged him out of the crowd. Uncle Lee, indeed, was sharp-eyed, catching sight of his hesitant figure amidst his conversation with my father and other high officials. Child, I see you have come to pay respects to your father. Encouraged by my gaze, Li Zh held his head high, confidently striding towards Uncle Lee, bowing with grace. Oh, Zin, you're also here? Did I not instruct you to rest in the palace? Uncle Lee inquired, his gaze piercing down at the boy. Li Zh seemed flustered, his eyes darting about until they landed on me. I offered him an encouraging nod, silently communicating, you can do this. Your servant Li Zh has come. For Junge and I are close friends. It would be against the bonds of friendship not to attend his crowning ceremony. Thus, I have disobeyed your command. Please, punish me as you see fit. His face flushed with embarrassment, a clear improvement as he spoke confidently without stuttering. Oh, Uncle Lee smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to me, a knowing look in his eyes that sent shivers down my spine. I quickly flashed a smile, bowing in respect towards the emperor. Rise. Today is a celebration of Jun Xi's crowning, so it is forgivable. However, you must remember to focus on your studies and not indulge in play. Uncle Lee helped Li Zh to his feet, speaking gently. Thank you, your majesty. I shall obey. Li Zh, exhilarated, nearly stumbled as he approached us. I watched him with a tinge of regret, having expected him to receive a scolding, yet Uncle Lee let him off with a mere admonition. What is there to worry about? I have always been astute. When have I ever deceived you? I glared at the young boy with a sense of authority. Indeed, there is another matter. My esteemed father has betrothed the daughter of a distant uncle to become the one Chengangju. I heard from my sister that she is likely to be married off to that wealthy landlord of Tubo. Li Ji, with a curious glimmer in his eyes, leaned closer and spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. Jun Xiandi, what has become of your host? The guest partaken wine without your company. Li Yeong, his face flushed from drink, seized my arm and pulled me into a raucous crowd of debauched young gentlemen. This scoundrel must be seeking retribution for my earlier prank. Yet, does this noble son fear? Let us alter our strategy, dear brothers. Why not engage in a game of guessing and fist-fighting? This way, our drinking will be more spirited, as one must accept victory and defeat alike. My proposal garnered unanimous approval from the debauched assembly, diverting their initial intentions of assaulting me into smaller factions engaged in their own squabbles. Ha ha ha. I emerged victorious in every contest of guessing and fist-fighting, while those who had boisterously taunted me began to plead for mercy. Gradually, perhaps due to Uncle Lee's amiable nature, the previously tranquil banquet erupted into merriment once more, particularly among the younger generation whose exuberant outcries drew attention. I found myself inebriated to the point of oblivion, casting a glance around. There was El Dai, the palace maid, nestled behind my mother and elder sister, sitting in a secluded corner. Oh, and there was Li Shu, her cheeks flushed, seemingly engaged in a soft conversation with my mother, who wore a benevolent smile. A sudden burst of applause momentarily hushed the crowd, drawing our attention to the source of the sound. Uncle Li sat regally at the head of the hall, with the venerable Yaosher Bo Bo, who had just crowned me, clapping his hands. I was filled with curiosity, wondering what they intended. Where's my dear nephew Fong, EAI? Boon Yaosher Bo Bo, his voice resonating and momentarily disorienting me. Before I could fully grasp the situation, I was unceremoniously ushered outside by a chorus of raucous young men. Chapter 90, The Four Great Joys of Life. Who among the ruffians, having been made to drink until their eyes rolled back, dared to give me a shove? Rubbing my rear, I straightened up and took a few steps forward to salute. Your Excellency, I am Fong Eai. Internally, I cursed the rogue who had shoved me. Ah, the Amparo Bikunat. As Yaosher Bo Bo inclined his head in respect to the seated Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, with a gentle smile, regarded me with kind eyes before finally speaking. I have heard much of my talented nephew among the younger generation. Today marks your crowning ceremony. Would you grace us with a display of your skills before your uncles and elders? I dare not, I answered hastily, casting my eyes about in confusion. A display of skills? What could I offer? I had not brought my treasure blade for the ceremony, and besides, once I entered the state of wielding my sword, the very aura of the blade would be beyond my control. What if I inadvertently severed Uncle Lee's beard? I would surely face the wrath of my father. My dear nephew, I stammered, I possess no blade, hence I cannot demonstrate. At last, I had found a plausible excuse, and I quickly bowed and smiled at Uncle Lee. In that instant, the front hall fell into an uncanny silence. A blade? Uncle Lee's expression darkened slightly, his lips twitching as he patted my shoulder and burst into laughter, instantly reviving the atmosphere. Looking around, I noticed the esteemed dignitaries of the court beaming widely, while my father wore a stern expression, his eagle-like gaze fixed upon me, his hand twitching ominously. I was perplexed by their mirth. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? I queried, feeling a bit vexed. Oh, nothing. My dear nephew is quite humorous, he chuckled. Let me put it this way. I wish to hear you compose a poem inspired by this joyous occasion. Realization struck me. Uncle Lee was not as amiable as he seemed. He sought to embarrass me. Might I have a moment to gather my thoughts? I fear I cannot produce anything on such short notice. My mind brimmed with literary masterpieces, yet I wish to avoid further humiliation, lest I incur my father's wrath this evening. No, my dear nephew, I wish to hear your new piece at this very moment. Uncle Lee clapped me on the shoulder, his expression benevolent yet slightly menacing, suggesting that I could not evade this fate. Then I shall comply. Better to face the music. For even the most inelegant verse is still poetry, provided it rhymes. I shall simply claim to be inebriated. I straightened my posture, puffed out my chest, and raised my chin toward the heavens. My mind raced as I searched for jubilant lines. Joyous occasion, What could that entail? My spirits were so low, I felt on the verge of tears. Joy, life is full of joys. Yet at this moment, I saw only Li Ku, Chung Fu's scoundrels, and Li Yisu's gang of ruffians. I noted my father's coal-black visage, his gaze piercing through me with a ferocity that suggested he could crush me. 3 steps forward, and I caught a glimpse of my mother's encouraging eyes, as well as the lovely face of Li Shu, who, nervously clutching her skirt, followed my movements with anxious eyes. It seemed she cared for me. Perhaps marrying this charming young lady would indeed lead to a promising future. With a snap of my fingers, inspiration struck. I shall compose a poem on the theme of the 4 great joys of life. Ahem! All eyes were immediately drawn to my confident demeanor and striking presence. After a long drought, the sweet rain falls, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The wedding night. The moment of triumph on the examination results. I struck a pose, gesturing emphatically as I recited the lines with vigor, my voice resonating clearly. The hall fell into an eerie stillness. The faces of my peers twisted with envy and malice, evidently jealous of my talent. My father's narrowed eyes shifted from a fierce glare to one of joy, his expression softening as he beamed with pride, his one-star countenance now glowing with excitement. What splendid verse! After a long drought, the sweet rain falls, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night. The moment of triumph on the examination results. These indeed are the 4 great joys of life. My talented nephew, Uncle Lee exclaimed, excitedly patting my shoulder, his enthusiasm nearly overwhelming. Congratulations to my dear brother for having such a remarkable son, remarked the previously unknown Yaosher Bo, praising me. Many others joined in the accolades. While I wondered where Uncle Chung had disappeared to, surely he must have been intimidated by my brilliance, reflecting on the talents of his own 6 sons. I reveled in my triumph, my lips unable to contain my delight. Child, do not forget to express your gratitude for the praise of these uncles, my father urged. His cheeks flushed with pride. He graciously accepted the compliments from the esteemed courtiers, relishing the honor bestowed upon me by the emperor himself. My mother, unable to approach due to the throng, wore a smile so wide it nearly eclipsed her face, a testament to her joy. Meanwhile, Li Shu pouted, her cheeks flushed, and upon catching my gaze, she shyly glared at me before lowering her delicate neck. It seemed her thoughts were not pure. She must have been reflecting on the 3rd line of my poem. Seeing her charming expression, I could not help but anticipate the night of our wedding, adorned with bright lanterns and flowers. Uncle Lee nodded approvingly. Such a remarkable child. As I arrive empty-handed, I must not leave without offering a token. Nephew, please accept my reward. He gestured, summoning a solemn official to stand before me. Fong Qiao's son, Fong Eai, kneels to receive the decree. Kneeling was no issue, though I felt a strange mix of excitement and trepidation, my mind swirling with memories of my earlier conversation with Li Shu beneath the plum blossoms. Alas, amidst the bustling crowd, I could not locate her amidst the throng, my gaze yearning to find her amidst the sea of faces. In the prime of youth and vigor, a pillar of the nation, the Sanchi Changshu stood by my side, proclaiming the emperor's edicts. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone in the grand hall gasped in astonishment. What was this Sanchi Changshu? Was it a remarkable official position? Why had I never heard of it before? Your Majesty, please wait, an elderly minister interjected, interrupting the proclamations of the edict officer. Speak plainly, my dear minister. Uncle Lee maintained a harmonious expression. Please rise, my talented nephew. I wish to hear your thoughts. Uncle Lee helped my father to his feet, his keen gaze fixed intently upon me. Chapter 91. The mountain of knives to the left, the sea of fire to the right. Is that so? Uncle Lee chuckled, his laughter sending chills down my spine. Very well, if that is the case. I shall not press the matter further for now. However, since I have declared a reward for you, dear nephew, I must inquire whether you shall accept this honor. Uncle Lee stood before me, his expression benevolent, his gaze gentle, yet his voice carried an underlying tension. I felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of how to respond. Stealing a glance at my father, I noticed him giving me a knowing nod, his thumb gesturing in a bowing manner, signaling his understanding. I'm immensely grateful for your esteemed concern, Uncle. How could I dare refuse such a gracious gift? My heart filled with gratitude as I prostrated myself before His Majesty. The formidable Emperor Li of the Tang Dynasty, the architect of imperialism, the perpetrator of genocide, and the violator of contract law. This child, I admire your forthright nature. Uncle Li exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The edict officer then received a yellow silk scroll from a nearby guard and cleared his throat, by the will of heaven. It seemed my reaction had been anticipated by Uncle Li. Indeed, the mighty emperor of the Tang, the founder of the flourishing Tang Dynasty, was truly formidable. Princess Gaoyang, daughter of the He Pu, was to wed Feng Xiao's son, Feng Eai, who was appointed as the Duke of the Imperial clan, with special commendation. I stared blankly at Uncle Li, blinking in disbelief. Had I misheard? Was this a dream? Pinching myself, I winced in pain, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gaoyang. My heart raced as I questioned the gods above, feeling utterly bewildered. Why had I, a humble youth aspiring to contribute to the harmonious development of the Tang Dynasty, been thrust into this historical farce? How had the cunning little girl from He Pu transformed into the fearsome and malevolent Queen Gaoyang? The edict officer continued his proclamations, and Gaoyang seemed to rise from my nightmares, akin to a specter emerging from a black and white television, her ghostly fingers dancing before me. The terrifying visage of her face mirrored that of Li Shu, exuding an overwhelming hatred. The specter of Princess Gaoyang had emerged from the annals of history to seek vengeance upon me. A cry of despair echoed, reminiscent of Cheng Chuyang's distinctive voice. "Your Majesty, please halt." A thunderous voice interrupted, snapping me from my nightmarish reverie. I looked up to see Uncle Cheng standing before me. What was his intent? Did he wish to place a hand upon my shoulder with ill intent? After all, I was a member of the Fong family. What did my affairs have to do with him? Uncle Cheng, with a righteous demeanor, revealed a menacing grin, exposing his two front teeth as he turned about to Uncle Li. What is the meaning of this, Cheng Qing? Uncle Li's displeasure was apparent, his brow furrowing. Your Majesty, this young man of the Fong family cannot accept this decree. Uncle Cheng's words left me perplexed, gazing at him in bewilderment. Is that so? Uncle Li raised an eyebrow, exuding a potent aura of authority. Ask Fong Xiang. This young man has already been betrothed to my seventh daughter. Uncle Cheng's declaration startled me, disrupting my contemplation of the ghostly apparition. Hadn't that matter been settled? Why had it resurfaced? I quickly glanced at my father, who appeared equally bewildered. What does this mean? Cheng Xian? My father seemed equally confused. Cheng Qing, the laws of our Tang Dynasty stipulate that a formal marriage must be accompanied by a marriage contract or betrothal agreement. Do you possess such a document? Uncle Li's voice dripped with indignation, and I could see the veins on his forehead pulsating. Fong Xiang, can you deny this? This was the birth date exchanged between our wives, along with the betrothal agreement. Uncle Cheng waved the document triumphantly, as if intending to enact a fatherly version of a bride-snatching scenario. The hall erupted with laughter, and the atmosphere turned jovial. Huh? A betrothal? Did my mother not say she had only provided the birth date? My gaze shifted to my father, whose expression mirrored my own astonishment. My mother appeared helpless, suggesting that Uncle Cheng had not lied, and perhaps she had not anticipated the emperor's marriage decree today. Uncle Li's expression contorted, his gaze fixed with hostility upon Uncle Cheng, while I felt a sense of foreboding. The specter of Gaoyang, reborn from the depths of history, now bore a pale countenance, her malevolent gaze following Uncle Cheng's every move. I remembered that the previous edict had not been fully proclaimed, and if I were to reject this new decree, it would surely bring disgrace upon Uncle Li, causing him to turn his wrath upon me, the root of this calamity. Heaven, where art thou? Who can assist me in this predicament, caught between the vengeful Gaoyang and the ever-present Uncle Cheng? I longed for that wretched time-traveling bread to collide with me once more, propelling me back to the primordial era. Uncle Cheng's 6 burly henchmen stood guard nearby, their expressions solemn. Cheng Chuyang wore a mournful countenance, rubbing his backside, suggesting that Uncle Cheng had struck him with considerable force. Today, as I celebrated my coming-of-age ceremony, I quickly regained my composure, urging the irrelevant parties to depart. As the male protagonist, I found myself unceremoniously ejected from the grand hall by my father, whose demeanor was as ironclad as his resolve. Stay out of my sight. If you cause any trouble, I shall have your skin. Rubbing my sore backside, I found myself wandering the garden, surrounded by a circle of imposing guards. I lacked the energy or inclination to eavesdrop. What did it matter? The disputes between two venerable Tang gentlemen over a prospective son-in-law were hardly matters for a mere youth like myself to resolve. As I journeyed along the winding paths of the garden, lost in contemplation, I chanced upon the exquisite wax plum tree. The girl known as Ipu seemed to stand there, vibrant and cheerful, with a delicate smile upon her lips. It was rather vexing. Had my mother taken the time to elucidate matters to my father that day, perhaps today's predicament would have been averted. On one side stood Gaoyang, and on the other, the daughter of Uncle Chung, one a potential source of betrayal for me. The other, after encountering 6 youthful versions of Uncle Chung, left me devoid of any lingering fantasies about Chung. I felt as though I were suspended on a single strand of hair, with a mountain of blades to my left and a sea of flames to my right. Gazing up at the cold moon hanging in the sky, my emotions were tumultuous, and I longed to sing a heartfelt rendition of Caught in a Dilemma.